Chapter 1. By the end of June, Beijing was in the throes of summer, with the heat almost unbearable. On the west side of Dingfuzwang Middle School in Chaoyang District, the GTV gaming studio, affiliated with the Chaoyang Media Film and Television Service Center, was bustling with activity as several striking cosplayers struck poses on stage. The finals of the 2012 League of Legends TGA Grand Prix, hosted by Tencent, were in full swing. 8 teams had emerged from across the nation, divided into 2 groups, A and B. Group A consisted of Wei, Ehome, AG Shunyo, and Hanggu, while Group B included CLC, LHS, Star, and LGD. Below the stage, a throng of youthful faces waved their inflatable plastic batons, creating a cacophony of bang, 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 further igniting the electric atmosphere. Yet amidst the excitement, sporadic complaints pierced through the crowd. Damn it, what's going on? Didn't they say it would start at 2? It's almost 3 now, are we even playing? Seriously, I can tolerate the girls on stage doing cosplay, but what's up with that guy? Why is he dancing around? Cosplaying an explorer? It's downright nauseating. MD, it's sweltering. Can't the organizers crank up the air conditioning? And I came to see we play when are they finally taking the stage? As the audience's impatience grew, chaos reigned backstage. Jean Haomiao, what kind of team leader are you? The match was scheduled for 2, and it's nearly 3. Your players are still missing. Are you joking with me? Sun Jie, please calm down. I assure you, they'll be here any moment. Just think of a way to buy us an extra 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Let's not forget that people are already complaining down there. For such a significant event, do you really think we can delay it just for you? What makes you think you deserve that? Do you even know who your first opponent is? I know it's we. And you know what we is capable of? Their strength, popularity, and status. Do you really expect them to wait for you? You got quite the nerve. I understand, Sun Jie. We're a small team, and we shouldn't trouble them, but we can't have just 4 players go up either. I can't concern myself with that. I'm here to deliver an ultimatum. You must be on stage within 5 minutes, or I will have no choice but to declare you forfeit. With that, she turned to leave but paused to add, if it comes to that, you as the team leader will have to step up. The heated argument jolted him from his slumber. With great effort, he opened his heavy eyelids and found himself in a stifling small room. 2 black leather sofas were haphazardly placed in the corner, burdened with clothes and an array of peripherals such as keyboards, mice, and headsets, nothing more. He leaned against the wall, slowly rising to his feet, utterly bewildered by his surroundings. Where am I? Then, a wave of confusion washed over him. Who am I? What is my name? Why am I here? These should not have been questions, yet they flashed through his mind repeatedly, leading him to the despairing realization that he had lost his memory, remembered nothing. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to clear the foggy haze of his thoughts, only to lose his balance and nearly fall. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, reaching out to steady himself against the door. With a sigh, he turned and caught sight of his reflection in the door's glassy young face. No more than 10 years old, stared back at him, filled with surprise and confusion. Who on earth cast that kid god of games? I'm utterly baffled. When they replaced Luo Tong, I said that although kid god of games was impressive, we hadn't even met him. This was reckless. What's the use of lamenting now? We thought he was formidable, and with the TGA being such a big event, we hoped for a chance. Who would have known he would turn out so unreliable? Damn it, if we go back like this, let's not even dream of going pro anymore. We might as well find a job at a factory. The cacophony of complaints grew louder as footsteps approached, but he remained in a daze, staring at the glass door. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open, and a tall, lean figure nearly collided with him, snapping him back to reality. Hey, who's this kid? Did you walk into the wrong room? The tall figure's expression was unfriendly, his tone laced with annoyance. Wait, you can't be kid god of games. A younger man following closely behind him exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as if he had spotted a lifeline amid drowning waters. In an instant, everyone in the room turned their attention to him. Kid god of games? A flicker of clarity ignited in his muddled mind. The phrase resonated with a sense of familiarity, awakening something deep within. Is that my name? But it sounds so strange. Who are these people before me? Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you a kid or not? His bewildered expression seemed to confirm their assumptions, prompting another young man to ask with an agitated tone, as if ready to pounce at any moment. He felt a bit frightened, his thoughts swirling. The innocent face he had seen in the door's glass, the oversized clothes he wore, and the tall figure in front of him, who appeared to be 17 or 18, while he barely reached his shoulder. Piecing together this information, he nodded earnestly and replied, "Yes, I am a kid." Before he could finish his sentence, the agitated atmosphere among the young men dissipated instantly. "Finally, you're here. When we were playing together, I thought you sounded young, but I didn't expect you to be this young. Are you even in elementary school yet? No wonder they call you Kid God of Games. You really are just a kid. Damn kid. If you had come any later, we would have been disqualified. Did you come all the way from Hunan by yourself? Where's your adult supervision? No wonder you're so late. Come on, stop dawdling. It's time to hit the stage." With that, the tall figure effortlessly scooped him up as if he were a small chick and dashed towards the exit, with the others following suit, shouting and clamoring. Meanwhile, 2 blocks away, a taxi had crashed into a roadside flower bed installed. Beside the car stood a bespectacled, chubby young man, anxiously speaking in a thick Hunan accent to the driver, "Degua, what are we going to do now? I'm in a hurry for the match. Can you hurry it up or not?" He was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why these young men were so exhilarated simply because he admitted to being a kid. But isn't it blatantly obvious? With this appearance, how could he possibly be considered an adult? And he, a frail flower bud from his homeland. Where were they taking him? He wanted to clarify things, but the excitement seemed to have clouded their minds, completely ignoring his pleas. Especially that familiar tall figure who stared straight ahead, his eyes shimmering with a spark that stirred something within him. Just then, the crowded corridor opened up before him, leading to a stage that, while not particularly large, was spacious enough. Below the stage, an eager audience waved their inflatable plastic batons, cheering fervently. Behind him stood 2 rows of computers, lined up on either side of the stage. Confronted with this scene, it felt like a heavy punch to his memory. In that moment, a clear understanding awakened within him. I'm a professional esports player. Kid God of Games is my gaming ID, and the young men who brought him to the stage are his teammates. With this realization, everything that had transpired in the backstage room suddenly made sense. Understanding all this, he broke free from the tall figure's grasp, leaping forth to the center of the stage, and waved to the audience below. However, the audience, clearly unimpressed, greeted his gesture with boos. Damn it, after all this time, are we finally starting? What does Han Palace mean by bringing a primary school student to compete? At the very least, they should have found him something suitable to wear. Primary school student? He looks like he hasn't even started school. Who cares about whether he's in primary school or not? Just find a seat. I'm here to see we. Someone started a chant, and soon the crowd echoed in unison. As the members of the Han Palace team ascended the stage, they were met with a chorus of derisive jeers, compelling them to retreat in disarray towards the competition seats. The tall, slender figure tugged at the still-standing child of the game in the center of the stage, remarking, "You, my friend, seem to be relishing your debut, however. Let us depart, for the applause is not ours to claim." Before he could finish his thought, the tall figure was momentarily taken aback by the unrelenting boos emanating from the audience. To his astonishment, Child of the Game continued to grin widely, a hint of reckless bravado apparent in his smile. Is this lad truly a performer in high-pressure situations? Doubts flickered in the tall figure's mind, yet he proceeded as before, hoisting Child of the Game towards the battle station, unceremoniously depositing him before a machine. What on earth is wrong with you? Get your act together. Do you think you're here to host a concert? Hey. Child of the Game chuckled without responding, glancing around and noting he was seated in the center, flanked by 2 teammates on either side, which prompted a nod of recognition. This feels familiar. His gaze shifted to the computer screen before him, where a pale blue game login box floated serenely. In the upper right corner, 4 bold characters against a golden background seized his complete attention. League of Legends. He sensed something deep within him stir, as fleeting images devoid of tangible significance flashed rapidly before his eyes, fragments of memories from a distant past. He yearned to grasp those fleeting visions, but as that thought emerged, a sharp pain shot through his mind, leaving him with nothing but a blank slate. Hey, Hey, race your competition account. We arrived yesterday afternoon and even acclimatized ourselves to the venue beforehand. You, my friend, arrived just in the nick of time, so I took the liberty of setting up your runes and masteries. The tall figure tossed a card his way. I configured it based on my understanding of the game. Take a look and make any adjustments if you find something amiss. Upon examining the card, he discovered a sequence of numbers and a line of mixed case letters, with the named child of the game inscribed at the bottom. After studying it for a while, the surging desire within him intensified, causing his heartbeat to quicken. However, just as he reached for the keyboard, an awkward predicament arose. "Hey, big guy, could you help me out? This chair is too low, I can't reach." The tall figure turned and couldn't help but laugh, rising to adjust the chair's height. "And please, spare me the big guy. I'm Guijun Liang, the one who first recommended you, Liang Shaosan, to the club." Liang Shaosan? The Umbrella Emperor? The Umbrella Giant? A wave of familiarity washed over him again, as several perplexing terms sprang forth from the depths of his mind. Yet this time, he did not dwell on it for long, for a greater allure awaited him. He adjusted his posture, extending his fingers to glide over the mouse and keyboard. A tingling sensation surged through him like an electric current, and soon his fingers danced across the keyboard, executing each movement with effortless grace. Liang Shaosan observed intently, his gaze lingering on the other's hands. Those long, elegant fingers, akin to slender green onions, seemed destined for piano keys, yet they were equally adept at striking the keyboard. As he swiftly entered his account credentials, he remained oblivious to Liang Shaosan's actions, for at that moment, everything around him faded into insignificance. His index finger hovered above the enter key, trembling slightly. For him, the simple act of logging in felt akin to a grand ceremony. He exhaled deeply, the trembling of his finger transformed into resolve, and he pressed down slowly thud. Familiar melodies filled his ears through the headphones, and the game interface shifted before his eyes. No one could foresee that within 2 years, League of Legends would explode onto the global stage at this moment. However, its timeline was irrevocably altered, much like the changing game screens. With headphones on, several teammates began to engage in idle chatter, expressing little hope for victory in the impending match. They merely contemplated whether they could secure a spot in the next round after a defeat against Wii. Child of the game did not partake in the conversation, instead immersing himself in the game. At that moment, he operated entirely on instinct, his familiarity with the game astonishing even to himself. It was as if he had returned to his own home even in complete darkness. He could navigate effortlessly without colliding with obstacles. Yet, as he accessed the rune page, he encountered his first minor setback. From the snippets of conversation exchanged by his teammates, he gleaned that the competition server featured all heroes and skins, and there were a staggering 20 rune pages available, allowing players to customize their runes according to their chosen champions. There were a total of 30 runes, including 27 minor runes and 3 major essences. The minor runes were categorized into 3 colors: red, yellow, and blue. Each color was further divided into 2 types, one of which encompassed physical runes, including attack power, armor penetration, defense, health, magic resistance, attack speed, growth in attack power, growth in armor, growth in magic resistance, lifesteal, and much more. Another category of mage runes bears similarities, merely transforming attack power into spell strength and armor penetration into spell penetration. As for the 3 major essences, they do not introduce any innovation in attributes but simply enhance the numerical values of various attributes. Furthermore, the talent system page adjacent to the rune page struck him as somewhat unfamiliar. The entire talent system resembles 3 skill trees, categorized into attack, defense, and universal, each culminating in a distinct ultimate skill at the bottom. To unlock this ultimate skill, one must first illuminate a sufficient number of upper skills. The young wanderer meticulously counted and discovered that a total of 46 skill points were required to fully illuminate the attack tree, while the defense tree required 36 skill points, and the universal tree demanded 38 skill points. However, each individual possesses only 30 available skill points, necessitating a delicate balance among the various skills. Only through judicious utilization of each skill point can one reap the maximum benefits. After extensive deliberation, The young wanderer concluded that the most rational allocation of 30 skill points would be a distribution of 21-9, selecting 2 skill trees for this purpose. Hey, what hero do you want to play in the mid lane? Fox, Death Song, Rise, Vampire, Card, Morgana? As the young wanderer grappled with the complexities of the rune system, he casually replied, I'm fine with anything. It was then that the crowd erupted with fervent cheers. We, Ruoff Foam, Ruoff Foam, Ruoff Foam. Ah, Strawberry, you look so handsome. The thunderous applause nearly deafened him through the headset, as the members of We finally took the stage. The 5 stood at the center, waving to the audience below like stars, welcomed not with boos but with frenzied cheers. Hey, your rune setup is off. Typically, a mid-lane mage would carry 15 spell power, 12 magic resistance, 9 armor, and 8 spell penetration. Why did you allocate points for attack speed and spell vamp? Liang Shaoxin suddenly tapped the young wanderer, pulling him from his reverie in the realm of runes. Given his still nascent understanding of the game, he felt it prudent to heed Liang Shaoxin's advice. Yet, for reasons unknown, he held fast to his own interpretation, responding, perhaps our understanding of the game differs. Liang Shaoxin stroked his nose, thinking it only natural for someone with the young wanderer's impressive rank to possess a unique understanding, and thus refrained from further comment. After painstakingly configuring 3 sets of runes, the young wanderer felt mentally taxed and removed his headset, leaning back in his chair to clear his mind, just in time to catch the sounds of the live commentary. Greetings, dear viewers. You are watching the live broadcast of the 2012 TGA Grand Finals. I am your host, DC. Hello everyone, I am number 7. Hello. I am Xiaosong. The young wanderer felt a jolt of electricity run through him. He sat upright, murmuring to himself, the 2012 TGA Grand Finals? Is this really 2012? Glancing down at the bottom right corner of his computer screen confirmed the date, June 21st, 2012. Why does 2012 feel so strange? Moreover, the name Xiaosong and number 7 sounds so familiar. Raising his gaze toward the commentary booth, he observed 3 figures. The leftmost was a girl with long hair, her features obscured but her grace unmistakable. Beside her stood 2 boys, one robust and the other slender. It could be said that Group A of the preliminary rounds closely resembled a death group, not only featuring the seasoned Team Wei, but also formidable teams like eHome and the rising AG Xuanyo, which boasted considerable strength. Number 7's voice resonated once more, and DC seamlessly interjected, since we are discussing the groups, let us delve deeper into our current brackets. Group A consists of Han Palace, Wei, AG Xuanyo, and eHome, with the dominant Wei placed in this group alongside eHome and AG Xuanyo, who will undoubtedly need to strategize to secure a spot. Well, it seems today we shall observe which team can manage to snatch a score from the towering Wei. It will be quite the challenge. Indeed, Wei seems remarkably strong. But is Han Palace truly that weak to be so overlooked? What does that say about my own level? The young wanderer muttered to himself before donning his headset once more, returning to his game studies. Shortly thereafter, Liang Shaoxin tapped his shoulder and pointed to the front side. Following his gaze, the young wanderer noticed a cameraman gesturing toward him with a camera. At the commentary desk, number 7's voice boomed, "Here comes Gu Yin." The legendary young wanderer, aged 18, known for his expertise with. Before he could finish, Xiaosong interrupted, "Wow, is this the young wanderer? He truly embodies his ID. He looks so young and tender. Is he really 18? He appears no older than 10. Number 7, undeterred by the interruption, playfully retorted, "Sister Tsong, please maintain some decorum. We are live." Xiaosong shot him a glance, cleared her throat, and continued nonchalantly, "It seems that heroes have always emerged from youth. Such prowess at such a tender age. I wonder how he will fare in his matchup against Ruoff Foam." DC nodded in agreement. To be frank, I believe the matchup between the young wanderer and Ruoff Foam is one of the few highlights of this match. I wonder if Ruoff Foam will impart a lesson to this young prodigy. Number 7 smirked slightly. "I hope our big-nosed captain takes it easy and doesn't crush the young man's confidence." The young wanderer, having donned his headset once more, remained unaware of the commentator's remarks, engrossed in his game research. After a while, a man's voice suddenly resonated through his headphones. All right. The match that was supposed to start at 2 o'clock has been delayed. Are both teams ready? If so, we shall commence." The captains of both teams confirmed readiness, and the match was finally set to begin. Thud, thud, thud. In this moment, the young wanderer's heartbeat quickened anew, and he found himself feeling nervous. It was as if he were a student incessantly refreshing the page for his college entrance examination results. The moment the page successfully refreshed would herald the first significant change in his fate. This process, though brief, felt unbearably drawn out for the young wanderer. Just as he felt his heart might leap from his chest, the computer screen flashed, and the game transitioned into the BP phase. A high-pitched and resounding trumpet sounded in his ears, reminiscent of a desolate ancient battlefield yet imbued with an indescribable magic, instantly calming the young wanderer. Following that, the deep, resonant sound of war drums approached, and as his heart had begun to settle, it once again pulsed vigorously with the rhythm of the drums. In that instant, he felt transformed. Confusion, anger, hesitation, and restlessness vanished, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. His hands appeared to possess their own consciousness, deftly clicking the mouse and keyboard, adjusting talents and runes. Music, the most ancient treasure of humanity. At this moment, the background music emanating from the headphones seemingly awakened the instincts that were deeply ingrained within him. According to our prior agreement, I shall proceed to ban Shen. Within the team, the jungler, Lu Zhiling, known by the ID Sprouts, naturally seized the power to ban 3 champions as he occupied the first position in the selection interface. No sooner had he spoken than Shen's icon appeared in the hero ban box at the bottom. The young player, Xiaohai Shen, was momentarily taken aback. Banning 3 champions, all from the first pick, felt rather peculiar. Xiaohai Shen, have you decided on a champion to play? They banned your most proficient champion. Vladimir, a teammate, inquired. In response, Xiaohai Shen nonchalantly replied, let us not rush, let us first assess their lineup. If necessary, I'll save my last pick for a counter. Not only did his hands seem to possess a will of their own, but even his tongue appeared to articulate thoughts that left him somewhat bewildered. The ban phase proceeded swiftly, and within less than a minute, both sides had finalized their compositions. The blue side, Han Palace, faced off against the red side, with the following matchups: top lane, Riven vs Olaf, jungle, Mundo vs Nocturne, mid lane, Ahri vs Karthus. AD carry, Gragas vs Graves, support, Janna vs Soraka. As the game commenced, teammates swiftly purchased their items and ventured forth. The autonomy he had just experienced seemed to wane. And standing in the fountain, he gazed at the somewhat clumsy shop interface, stifling his urge to comment. Hey, Xiaohai Shen, what are you dawdling about? Get into position. Huh? Oh. Under the urging, he glanced at his teammates' builds and imitated them with a pair of boots and 3 potions, heading directly to the mid lane. Upon arriving at the first tower in mid lane, he noticed a dark shadow lurking not far ahead. Instinctively, he sensed that advancing further could lead to peril. So he halted. With nothing to occupy him, he scrutinized the positioning of his teammates, frowning at their placements. Why do I feel your positioning is rather foolish? You're not likely to catch anyone there, nor can you defend. Come on, it was your delay in leaving that made us hesitant to push. Oh, is that so? My apologies. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Xiaohai Shen refrained from further comments and diligently studied Ahri's abilities. Meanwhile, minions had arrived, and the lane phase officially began. Perhaps intimidated by the renown of Xiaohai Shen, the opposing player, Rua Feng, did not exhibit much aggression at the outset, merely focusing on last-hitting minions. This granted Xiaohai Shen a rare opportunity to further familiarize himself with Ahri's skills while also mimicking the last hits. As the match began, the broadcast camera focused on the mid lane, but soon shifted to the top lane. Just as the camera moved away, Xiaohai Shen unconsciously advanced a few steps while attacking minions, triggering a dark red orb to explode beneath his feet. Momentarily stunned, he pondered, what is this? Have I encroached upon the opponent's territory? In his confusion, he noticed Karthus advancing menacingly towards him, accompanied by a dark red circle beneath his feet. In an instant, his computer screen began to flicker uncontrollably, a clear indication that something was amiss. All right, no need to be so fierce. I'm leaving, all right? As he spoke, Xiaohai Shen hastily commanded Ahri to retreat. However, dark red orbs continued to detonate beneath him, and suddenly, a gray wall appeared before him, rendering him immobile as if his feet were weighed down. Simultaneously, the flickering of his screen intensified. Ultimately, when yet another dark red orb exploded at Ahri's feet, the screen blacked out entirely, and Ahri fell with a scream. On the screen, Karthus' icon appeared, accompanied by the ominous words, First Blood. Xiaohai Shen touched his nose and murmured, Oh, did I just die? So that was him attacking me. At this juncture, both junglers had already taken positions in the top lane brush, oblivious to each other's presence. If a skirmish were to erupt, the commentary team, led by Xiao Tsong, animatedly analyzed the unfolding situation. The camera revealed that both Wei and Han Palace's junglers had converged at the top lane, and a fierce battle seemed imminent. Before he could finish his thought, Karthus' icon reappeared on the screen, flaunting the words First Blood. Huh? What is happening? Did we just see First Blood? Xiaocong exclaimed. The director, quick to respond, shifted the camera back to the mid lane, revealing Xiao Haiyushin's Ari lying lifeless on the ground while Ruofeng's Karthus remained at full health, expertly last-hitting with his Q ability. Wow. A solo kill already, exclaimed number 7, his tone imbued with surprise, yet his expression suggested he had anticipated this outcome. Just as DC in the center was about to provide commentary, the camera switched back to the top lane. Here, Sprouts, the jungler from Han Palace, had already teamed up with Riven to eliminate Olaf. However, Wei's jungler, Nocturne, swiftly arrived, and without hesitation, he charged into a 1v2 against the already weakened Riven and Olaf, ultimately achieving a double kill. Wow, it's only been 3 minutes since the game began, and Han Palace already suffered a solo kill in mid lane, while the top lane faced a 1-4-2 exchange. This is somewhat imploding, number 7 remarked. It appears there truly is a disparity in strength between the two teams. Though Xiao Haiyushin debuted under the title of Genius, I had hoped he could rival Ruofeng, but it seems I was overly optimistic. And look at the summoner spells he has, Flash and Teleport. I can't be mistaken. That is indeed Teleport, isn't it? Indeed, you are not mistaken. That was indeed a teleportation. It appears that our prodigious competitor possesses an extraordinary comprehension of the game. DC, with a tone of mockery and a face full of disdain, remarked, but number 7, must you be so disingenuous? You did not express such sentiments before the match began. You stated that you hoped the young player, the child god of gaming, would not lose confidence against Ruofeng. It seems your predictions were accurate. Do not feign humility. Xiaocong, seemingly reluctant to excessively critique Han Gong and the child god of gaming, chuckled and interjected, all right. Perhaps this is his first experience in a large offline tournament, which might explain his nervousness. The replay is here. Let us observe how Ruofeng secured that solo kill. Number 7 seemed to realize that his harsh criticism of the newcomer was excessive, adjusted his tone, and continued, all right. We see that the child god of gaming was first struck by Ruofeng's Q. Has he disconnected? It appears he did not notice Ruofeng's attack. Alas. Child god of gaming, Ruofeng is targeting you. What does it mean to merely focus on last hitting? DC was also amused by the child god of gaming's performance. The issue is, your last hits are rather poor. You are level 3 and have only achieved 6 last hits? Oh, at last, he recognized the predicament and knew to flee. Ruofeng unleashed his W, the wall of pain. And the child god of gaming's health was already quite low, yet he walked directly through the wall. My goodness. Number 7 let out a lament. Brother, you could have flashed over the wall right to the tower. Did you not realize that this wall is a potent slowing ability? Now look where you are, slowed down. And Dead Song secures 2 QS, completing the solo kill. This is simpler than last hitting a minion. DC chuckled, have you noticed? The child god of gaming appears to lack any understanding of this game. Observing his actions inevitably reminds me of my first encounter with difficult AI opponents. Number 7 immediately concurred. Indeed, it feels just like that. During my first match against difficult AI, a Dead Song appeared, and I had no knowledge of his skills. Perishing upon first sight. Ahem. Xiaocong, who had just defended the child god of gaming, could only cough awkwardly, continuing to support him. Perhaps he is simply nervous. Look at how young he is. His movements are stiff. Besides, did not the broadcaster tell us that he arrived on site and was immediately thrust onto the stage for the competition? He likely had no time to adjust to the mouse and keyboard. As they spoke, the child god of gaming had respawned and returned to the fray. Number 7 promptly remarked, all right, the child god of gaming has revived. Let us continue watching the match and see if he can regain his composure. In the game, after pushing the wave, Ruofeng returned home to purchase items, pulling out the catalyst of Ian's, the lunchbox, for constructing the Zhonya's hourglass. Brothers, that child god of gaming is quite inept. It feels as though he is entirely unfamiliar with the game. The jungler need not assist me in the mid lane. I am already invincible. The jungler, Knight's End, laughed. I am invincible too. The bottom lane smiled. In our lane, we face no pressure. The opponents can only huddle under the tower, gathering minions while I thrive. The top lane, Strawberry, added, yes, you are all invincible. I am the only one who needs to endure pressure. However, it is manageable. If the blade dancer does not snowball, I can handle it. The teammates all laughed in unison. You endure pressure just fine. If you give first blood, we can secure victory. In stark contrast to WE's jovial atmosphere, the communication within Han Gong's team felt tense. The top and jungle were embroiled in a heated debate over the earlier incident in the top lane. The top laner claimed he turned back to cover the jungler's retreat, while the jungler insisted he did not wish to abandon his teammate and followed up with a counterattack. Although there were no kills in the bottom lane, the intensity of the matchup between Mi Xiao and If was quite high, leaving Liang Shaoxin gasping for breath. With little inclination to communicate with his teammates, on occasion he would call for the jungler's assistance. However, the jungler was struggling to maintain control of his own jungle, let alone gank the bottom lane. The child god of gaming sensed the precarious state of his team as they were headed towards collapse right from the outset. He wished to utter some uplifting words, but, glancing at his own 0-1 record, he lost all confidence. It seemed he needed to secure a few kills to stabilize his teammates' morale, he thought to himself. He opened the battle interface, observing Ruofeng's equipment, a pair of boots, a catalyst of Ian's, 200 maximum health, 300 maximum mana, unique passive, restores 150 health and 200 mana within 8 seconds upon leveling up, 2 health potions, 1 mana potion, and a ward. Then he looked at his own, a pair of boots, 1 health potion, 1 mana potion, and then nothing more. Having died just once, he already faced a significant disparity in equipment with the opponent. It would not be an easy task to regain ground. Yet, he did not despair. Though Ruofeng had turned his death into a tangible equipment advantage, he too had gleaned some understanding. He had begun to grasp the gameplay mechanics and the skills of both the Fox and Dead Song. Upon respawning, the child god of gaming executed a Q to finish off 3 low-health minions under the tower, carefully timing his actions to avoid the tower's attacks and then striking a full-health minion. Once the tower's shot had landed, he delivered a final blow, perfectly completing the tower's last hits. A smile crept across his lips, not merely due to the satisfaction of executing the perfect last hit, but because his recent actions had instilled a profound sense of familiarity with the game. At that moment, Ruofeng re-entered the fray. Perhaps the child god of gaming's earlier foolishness had led Ruofeng to underestimate him, or perhaps the substantial attribute boost from the catalyst had inflated his confidence. For upon spotting the child god of gaming, he charged over the minion wave to initiate with Q. However, this time, the child god of gaming was not so naive. His mouse clicked rapidly as Ahri, wielding her orb, gracefully evaded the eruptions of desolate magic from beneath her feet. Tasting the sweetness of victory, the child god of gaming pressed the W key, and Ahri's delicate hand rose, releasing 3 ethereal foxfires in different directions, 2 of which finished off the low-health minions, while one headed straight for Dead Song Karthus. Seated before the computer, Ruofeng furrowed his brow, pondering, what is happening? This child god of gaming, who only recently gained notoriety. Could he have been feigning incompetence earlier? His agile movements, adept last hitting, and the sudden display of fierce skill stand in stark contrast to his previous performance. Yet, if it were indeed an act of pretense, he was overstepping his bounds. His earlier first blood had allowed Ruofeng to secure the catalyst of Ian's by the 6-minute mark, while he himself still possessed only a pair of boots. If he enjoys pretending, I shall ensure he learns to refrain from such antics. As Ruofeng's pride surged within him, his hands moved swiftly, commanding Karthus to advance rather than retreat, approaching Ahri directly. Subsequently, as the ability, Defile, activated, a dark crimson field enveloped Ahri, her blue mana rapidly depleting. In that moment, the spirit of the child, noticed the screen dimming before him, his health bar evaporating like a river running dry at a visible pace. He quickly countered, launching his Q ability, the Obliteration, which dealt some damage to Karthus while he utilized the movement speed boost from his skill to swiftly retreat beneath the tower. However, Karthus, empowered by the catalyst, boasted significant health and mana, maintaining a clear advantage even after absorbing the full damage from the Obliteration. Indeed, Ruofeng, the captain of Team Wei, exhibited an audacious yet meticulous offensive strategy, keeping Karthus sheltered behind his minions, effectively nullifying Ahri's core ability, Charm. Thus, the child was left with 2 choices: to endure a beating while fleeing or to engage in a risky exchange. Regardless of his selection, he was destined to suffer, as the equipment disparity rendered him unworthy of trading blows with Ruofeng. Inevitably, as Ruofeng relentlessly pressed forward, the child was forced to retreat in disarray beneath the tower. Though Ruofeng had yet to reach the point of executing a solo tower dive kill, he had nonetheless achieved his objective. Observing the child retreating, he casually cast Wall of Pain, then anticipated a few Q abilities, intending to continue farming. Meanwhile, the child, at half health, realized that even sustaining a single Q hit would necessitate a return to base for replenishment. Once the minion wave reached the tower, he would miss at least 2 waves, likely falling behind in experience. Yet, while Ruofeng's intentions were commendable, the moment he cast Wall of Pain, the retreating child made an unexpected decision to unleash his ultimate in retaliation. Do not suppress yourself. With narrow eyes glowing in enchanting red, her beguiling words were laced with a chilling intent. The first segment of Spirit Rush allowed Ahri to leap over the minions, shielding Ruofeng, unleashing 3 spirit orbs that targeted Karthus, who wielded his staff. With agile movements, she evaded 2 Q abilities while continuously attacking, aiming to inflict as much damage as possible. This adept maneuver caught Ruofeng off guard, yet after a fleeting surprise, his composure returned. The child was merely walking into his own demise. However, 3 seconds later, Ruofeng's confidence began to waver. The child's nimble footwork had caused him to miss 6 consecutive Q abilities. Before his items fully developed, Karthus's E ability, Defile, offered limited damage, with his primary source of output being the Q ability. Ahri, however, possessed damage in all her skills, and at the 7-minute mark, her high base damage was sufficient to compensate for the equipment gap. As the child unleashed a succession of skills and auto-attacks, Ruofeng's health plummeted rapidly. Retreat? The thought flickered through Ruofeng's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He could not afford to lose face. Furthermore, if he could evade his Q, could he not also evade his E? Thus, he pressed the E key once more, yet the anticipated dark crimson circle failed to materialize, replaced by a series of beeping sounds in his headphones. The realization struck him cold. Where was his E ability? Looking down, he confirmed his earlier reckless use had drained his mana entirely. On the other side, the child pounded away at his keyboard and mouse, half squatting in his chair, his small frame leaning forward, every ounce of focus directed at the square of the computer screen. Ruofeng, in his zeal to chase, had neglected to monitor his dwindling mana reserves. Now, ensnared in the minion's onslaught and with nearly depleted mana, he was left to engage in a battle of attrition with his low-cost Q ability and auto-attacks. Yet, his Q had become nearly ineffective against the child's elusive movements. Engaging in auto-attacks as Karthus against his opponent was an exercise in futility. Under the weight of numerous disadvantages, Ruofeng's health dwindled until it fell below that of the child. Just as a solo kill loomed, Ruofeng abruptly shifted his target, landing 2 Q abilities among the minions, obliterating 3 low-health minions. In that moment, a flash of white light enveloped Karthus, signaling his level up. Moreover, at the instant of his ascension, the unique passive of Catalyst activated, restoring 150 health and 200 mana within 8 seconds. A crystalline glow surrounded Karthus, his health rapidly replenishing, and his depleted mana surged visibly. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Pain heralds your transcendence. Reinvigorated by mana, the Deathsinger resumed his incantations, the dark crimson glow once again staining the summoner's rift as Defile was unleashed anew. Seeing this, the child dared not linger, hastily casting his second R ability to create distance. Yet Ruofeng was unwilling to grant him mercy, pursuing relentlessly. However, after a couple of steps, he suddenly realized that the child had not utilized his E ability throughout their exchange. Just as if to affirm his suspicion, Ahri, who had been fleeing moments ago, abruptly turned around, flashing Ruofeng a captivating smile that seemed to declare, "Man, surrender your resistance." As the third segment of her ultimate activated, Ahri twirled her snow-white tail, instantly appearing before Karthus. The surging mana transformed into a dazzling brilliance, and her beguiling charm was evidently about to ensnare him. In a split second, Ruofeng's fingers moved with lightning speed, pressing W, Q, and D almost simultaneously. The recently cooled Wall of Pain reappeared between Ahri and Karthus, while the malevolent desolation spell blossomed on the ground before her. Meanwhile, Karthus had already flashed back beneath the tower. If the child wished to pursue, he would have to cross the Wall of Pain and be consumed by the ensuing desolation spell, losing his last sliver of life. This was Ruofeng's cautionary message to the child. This battle would conclude here, and they would resume after replenishing supplies. However, events did not unfold as Ruofeng had scripted. The moment he pressed the flash key, it became evident that the spell swirling around Ahri was not her ability, charm. but rather the 3 spirit orbs generated after 3 segments of her R. In other words, the child still held his E ability. It's over. Ruofing whispered in despair before his screen displayed RE flashing towards him, followed by a heartbreaker striking him directly, rendering him unable to respond. The kiss of death had been sealed. Farewell. In the Han Palace's command seat, the child, half squatting in his chair, let out a furious roar. Yet, at that moment, a sanctified light pierced the heavens, descending upon Karthus's head. Then, a crimson glow ignited beneath Ari's feet, rapidly expanding before exploding. The child's screen faded to black once more. Ruofing had survived, while he had met his demise. Ah, this is so unfair. The support still has his ultimate, just a fraction away. In the commentary booth, the flamboyant commentator number 7 clutched his head and let out a wail to the heavens. Wow, that last exchange was incredibly intense, had it not been for Soraka's ultimate. I believe Ruofing would have been single-handedly slain by the young god. Xiaozong wore a look of regret. As a devoted fan of Wii, she found herself unexpectedly hoping for an outstanding performance from the young god. DC nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, as you just mentioned, Xiaozong. The young god was slain for the first time, perhaps due to the nerves of stepping onto such a grand stage for the first time. Nevertheless, he pushed his limits and nearly managed to take down Ruofing despite being behind in items. Yet, the fact remains that almost achieving a kill does not equate to an actual kill. For Hangu, the unfortunate news was that the kill count now stood at 4-1, with Ruofing's Karthus holding 2 of those kills. Once Karthus gains an advantage, his terrifying potential is well known to those familiar with the game, and Hangu was likely facing a daunting challenge. It was evident to all that we had completely seized control of the match, and the outcome seemed increasingly inevitable. As the player with the best farm on the field, Ruofing returned to base, and, while his teammates were momentarily distracted, quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead. That was indeed perilously close. As the mid laner and captain of Wii, he was hailed by many as the top mid laner in the country. If he were to be outplayed by a rookie through sheer skill while significantly ahead in items, it would be a blow to his reputation. Reflecting on this, he cast a grateful glance at the support who, without exaggeration, had not only saved him from being solo killed but had also salvaged his reputation. When he returned to the battlefield, Ruofing played with newfound caution. Over the past year, he had faced countless mid-laners, including global legends such as M5's Alex and Froggen from CLGU. Yet, even these esteemed figures had not pressured him as intensely as the young god had. Unbeknownst to Ruofing, the very player who had exerted such pressure on him was now being bombarded with complaints from his teammates. Young god, focus on your gameplay. If Karthus gets rolling, we might as well concede. His ultimate will leave us all half health. Bro, I called you in to carry us. Yet you've been solo killed twice in just 7 minutes by Karthus, of all champions. Does this champion even have the capacity to solo kill in the early game? Exactly. I only died once, but our main carry has been killed twice. That's simply unacceptable. As the young god pondered over his items, he nodded sheepishly, acknowledging his teammates' frustration. Liang Xiaosan, unable to bear the pressure being placed on the young god, interjected, "All right, enough of this. You all need to ease up on him. We can still fight." Besides, if it weren't for Soraka's timely ultimate, the young god would have slain Ruofing. Soraka? Ultimate? The young god suddenly had an epiphany. He had yet to comprehend the mysterious white light that had appeared earlier, but with Liang Xiaosan's cue, the answer dawned on him. It seemed that mastering this game would require considerable time and effort. Murmuring to himself, the young god watched as the screen regained its vibrancy. With Ari resurrecting in the fountain, he hastily purchased an amplifying tome and 2 wards before rushing out. This time, he no longer fixated solely on his lane. Moving his mouse to the lower half of the map, he utilized the vision he had strategically placed to see Ruofing farming the red buff alongside his jungler. Meanwhile, their own jungler, Mundo, was also securing the red buff. As the young god reached the jungle's junction, he paused, but the next moment, Mundo seamlessly executed his smite, claiming the red buff. The young god pouted but ultimately chose silence and returned to farming, once again facing off against Ruofing in the lane. The young god noted a complete shift in Ruofing's style. He maintained a safe distance, consistently leveraging the mana regeneration from the red buff to clear minions. The young god felt somewhat helpless against Ruofing's non-aggressive approach. Just as he contemplated how to break the stalemate, a skirmish erupted in the bottom lane. Both junglers, sensing the opportunity, converged on the lower lane, with Hangu initiating the attack. The support, Janna, attempted to bait the enemy but was unexpectedly ambushed by a lurking Nocturne. Smile wasted no time, utilizing Graves' explosive burst to eliminate Janna in an instant. The 3v3 skirmish began with Hangul already on the verge of collapse. We swiftly executed a clean 0-for-3 trade, with Smile claiming 3 kills, leading to a complete collapse of the situation. Through their headsets, the teammates' furious complaints echoed. But the young god remained unfazed, abandoning his lane to head towards the bottom. Ruofing promptly informed his advancing teammates, "The fox has gone down. I can join as well to set up an ambush." Before he could finish his sentence, as he entered the river, Ruofing found himself ensnared by a charm. What the hell? He didn't go down. He's ambushing me. Moments ago, the two had just exchanged blows, and with both Flash and ULT still on cooldown, Ruofing, caught by the charm, was now trapped by the young god, and could only retaliate with his spells. Though both Karthus and Ahri were mages. Karthus primarily excelled in late-game team fights with his AoE damage, while Ahri leaned towards being an assassin, capable of eliminating targets swiftly. After charming Karthus, the young god unleashed his Q and W in a flurry of attacks, reducing Karthus to half health. As the charm expired, Ruofing activated his E, pursuing the young god with his Q. The director, clearly in tune with the unfolding drama, switched the camera promptly, and the audience erupted into raucous cheers. Just moments after witnessing the two engage in a thrilling 1v1 duel, a second bout was about to commence. Although the young god had caught Ruofing off guard this time, the gap in their itemization was now significant. Ruofing wielded a catalyst and a blasting wand, mere gold away from his core item, the Lich Bane. In contrast, the young god possessed only a pair of sorcerer's shoes and an amplifying tome. Thus, the outcome of this encounter remained uncertain. Yet, none anticipated that within mere seconds of the battle commencing, Ruofing began to show signs of struggle. Here we go. The two were at it again. Come on. Let us see a fight that lasts 300 rounds. Neither should back down. In the commentary booth, number 7, seemingly fueled by adrenaline, entered a trance-like state, exclaiming at the top of his lungs, "No matter how long you fight, I will watch. I can never get enough." Seeing number 7 becoming overly excited, DC quickly tapped him, signaling him to calm down. Seizing the moment, Shoutsong chimed in, as we discussed before the match. The clash between the young god and Ruofing will be the highlight of this game, and little did we expect them to engage in such a captivating showdown. At present, Ruofing has been struck first. His health has diminished significantly. However, he possesses an advantage in equipment and is endowed with a blue buff, alleviating any concerns about mana depletion. On the other hand, the child, Yushin, although seemingly in a favorable position, risks a swift reversal of fortune should he fall victim to one or two of Death Song's Q abilities. I believe Yushin is acutely aware of this precarious balance. Yet with his teammates crumbling, he has no choice but to take a bold stand to salvage the situation. Nearby, the increasingly agitated player No. 7 forcefully pushed aside DC's hand and continued to fervently shout. While that may be true, have you noticed how slowly Yushin's health is depleting? Do you know why? Because he is expertly maneuvering Ahri through the Summoner's Rift, dancing like a tango. To date, Ruofing has not landed a single kill. I have been counting for Ruofing. During the previous skirmish, apart from the moment when Yushin momentarily faltered and was struck by 1 Q, he had evaded Ruofing's barrage of 7 QS with deft positioning. Now, that number has risen to 12, as Yushin dodged another 5 QS. Death Song's E ability is a powerful AE skill with great potential. Yet it is still under 11 minutes, and its effectiveness is not yet fully realized. If Ruofing relies solely on his E skill and auto attacks for damage, he stands no chance against Yushin. Ruofing, can you land a single Q? You might be taken down. Number 7's impassioned commentary, akin to a fervent shout, shattered his voice in the process. Nevertheless, his professional yet spirited remarks rival those of Huang Jianxiang's legendary commentary on the Italian left-back, who upheld Italy's proud traditions. His enthusiasm captivated the audience, as well as Shoutsong and DC. Observing number 7 gasping for breath, Shoutsong immediately seized the moment to say, "Now, the Fox's skills have entered cooldown, and the two mages have begun a battle of auto attacks. However, something feels amiss. It seems the Fox's attack speed far surpasses that of Death Song. Could Yushin have selected attack speed runes? No." 7 paused for a brief moment to catch his breath before reclaiming the narrative. Not only is his attack speed faster, but he is also deftly weaving in and out of the brush, utilizing it to evade Ruofing's auto attacks. This is not right. Yushin is truly on the verge of a solo kill, but Nightmare has arrived. Could it still be insufficient? At this point, number 7 fell silent. while Shaotsong and DC remained momentarily speechless, as all three of them were utterly engrossed in this critical juncture. They had forgotten their roles as commentators, fully immersed in the unfolding drama. Even the audience had ceased their cheers, all mouths agape, fixated on the large screen as they awaited the outcome of this epic confrontation. With the situation developing thus, it seemed Ruofing was destined to fail. However, the timely arrival of Nightmare rendered the outcome uncertain. Presently, Ruofing could withstand no more than 3 auto attacks, yet if Yushin opted to eliminate Ruofing, he would undoubtedly fall prey to the approaching Nightmare. What to choose? Yushin swiftly made his decision, skillfully dodging Deathsong's Q once more, and re-entered the river's brush. The arrival of Nightmare bolstered Ruofing's confidence, yet hindered by vision denial. He hesitated to pursue into the brush. Knighton witnessed this unfold and turned to Ruofing beside him, exclaiming, "Let me handle this." He then decisively flashed forward, casting a predictive Q, Nightmare's path, and confidently declared, "Die." Yet, the kill did not materialize, as the audience, blessed with a god's eye view, observed Ari, under Yushin's control, swiftly retreating from the battlefield. At the very moment Nightmare flashed, the rapidly retreating Ari executed a sudden serpentine maneuver, evading Nightmare's path to the left, and then swiftly dodging a follow-up with a right turn. Subsequently, with confidence, she returned to unleash her newly available Q, Charm, securing Deathsong's head while gracefully retreating back to her defensive tower. The entire venue erupted in fervor. Number 7 roared once more, in the midst of bloodshed. "One escapes the blade. Know that youthful ambition has once promised the pinnacle of excellence. Yushin has solo killed Ruofing." At this moment, the atmosphere in the GTV gaming studio reached its zenith. As the saying goes, great endeavors often face trials. Such an exhilarating match was indeed worth the hour-long wait. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in the male dormitory of Renmin University of China, Wang Duo, freshly emerged from the shower, towel-drying his hair, gazed at the live stream on his laptop and murmured, "Know that youthful ambition has once promised the pinnacle of excellence. I adore this style of commentary." Returning to the competition scene, having achieved the solo kill, Yushin touched his nose, realizing how this game was truly played. Suddenly sensing something awry, he turned to find the jungle player Lu Zhiling and AD player Liang Xiaosan, both intently fixated on him. "What's the matter? Is there an issue?" No. Lu Zhiling and Liang Xiaosan simultaneously shook their heads vigorously, then flashed thumbs up to Yushin, exclaiming, "You, my friend, are truly remarkable. We are all watching you today." In a corner, the top laner Jin Haoyang slammed his keyboard in frustration as the dark, gray screen revealed the cause of his ire. Yushin grimaced, refocusing his attention on the game, aware of how challenging it would be to secure victory. Despite achieving a solo kill, his gold was insufficient to purchase any substantial equipment. Therefore, after replenishing his health, Yushin promptly returned to the lane. As he traversed the path, he noticed the blue orb that had previously circled Ruofing now gravitating towards him. Simultaneously, a blue frame appeared above his equipment bar. Hovering his mouse over it revealed several lines of text. Azure Rune Golem. 2. 5 maximum mana, 5 seconds of mana regeneration, 20 reduced skill cooldown, duration, 150 seconds. Goodness. What a treasure. No wonder we sent 2 players to assist Ruofing. Contemplating this, Yushin glanced at Lu Zhiling, who was soloing the red buff, but chose to remain silent. Soon after, his attention was drawn back to the Wii team, who had gathered 4 members to slay the dragon in the pit. As the dragon fell, a flurry of gold coins erupted above the heads of the Wii players. Killing the dragon grants additional gold? The child, akin to a sponge, absorbed every facet of information about the game while observing closely. As he digested this knowledge, new insights related to the game naturally emerged within him, encompassing hero mechanics, tactical strategies, and cognitive awareness. Returning online, Ruofing's death song arrived as expected, but this time he adopted a more cautious, almost furtive demeanor. The initial display of aggression had completely vanished. Even his last hitting was executed with utmost care, avoiding any potential conflict, and opting to farm safely beneath the tower if necessary. This turtle-like strategy left the child with no countermeasures, compelling him to follow suit and farm alongside him, while the two maintained their cautious approach. Other positions were far from tranquil. As the screen darkened once more, the Nightmare of Dawn unleashed its ultimate ability, swiftly coordinating with the bottom lane to eliminate Liang Xiaosan's playing. Witnessing the uneven numbers in the bottom lane, the child's thoughts ignited anew. There was no need to play so passively. Although the 4 players had divided into 3 lanes post the jungle's initial movements, the jungler had the freedom to gank any lane at will. However, There were no stipulations stating that only the jungler could gank across lanes while others remained obediently in their lanes. With this realization, the child glanced at his lane, subsequently unleashing his abilities to push the minion wave to the enemy tower before returning to base right in front of Ruofting. On this return, he finally purchased a substantial item, the explosive staff. After equipping his gear, he ventured out, but instead of heading straight to the mid lane as usual, he stealthily navigated through the jungle to the top lane. Jungler, feel free to farm some minions in mid-top laner. Once our jungler reveals himself in mid, you can boldly engage the enemy. The child directed with calm authority. For the first time since the game's onset, a meaningful voice broke through the almost silent communications of the Han Palace team. Understanding the child's intent, top laner Jin Haoyang and jungler Lu Zhiling quickly complied. Lu Zhiling abandoned his half-farmed small monsters and sauntered to mid to farm minions. Jin Haoyang, without hesitation, executed a Q on a low-health minion and then aimed it at Strawberry's Olaf, initiating an assault. Although Strawberry's Olaf had been killed early on, he quickly retaliated, outfarming Jin Haoyang by over 20 minions, supplemented by the economic advantage from the dragon. As Jin Haoyang's blade-wielding champion cowered beneath the tower, seeking to engage, Strawberry showed no leniency. After a series of exchanges, the blade-wielding champion found herself at a disadvantage, her health rapidly depleting, just as a kill seemed imminent. A flash of white light erupted from the river's brush. Ari, with her 9 pristine tails, emerged, wielding her orb of magic. Whoa, Ruofting. How did that fox end up top lane? Strawberry muttered, promptly activating his ultimate to flee while hurling an axe at the fox, using his summoner spell without hesitation. He calculated that if the fox were slowed by his Q, he'd have a chance to escape to the tower and perhaps retaliate from behind its defenses. However, today, as clearly flustered Ruofting seemed to have forgotten to inform his ally that this fox's movements were as elusive as the champion itself. Strawberry watched in disbelief as the fox effortlessly dodged his thrown axe with a deft maneuver. Instantly, the fox unleashed a barrage of flamboyant attacks upon him. 3 seconds later, Strawberry relinquished control, abandoning his mouse, while the child claimed another kill. The arena erupted in raucous applause, initially drawn to Wii. They were now captivated by the child's performance. Amidst the cheers, the broadcast camera abruptly shifted to the bottom lane. At that moment, a crimson banner appeared above the heads of the Han Palace 5, signifying the Death Song's ultimate ability. Simultaneously, the Nightmare activated his own ultimate, plunging the entire Summoner's Rift into darkness. We, undeniably a top-tier team, wasted no time in launching a massive offensive against Han Palace South bottom lane as soon as the child initiated his actions at the top. Similar to Strawberry, Liang Xiaosan, who had already been forced under his tower once, contemplated abandoning his mouse entirely. Yet, through his headset, he heard the child's commanding voice. Hold the line. I'm coming. You're coming? What nonsense. Didn't you just kill Olaf up top? Do you think I'm oblivious to this game? Liang Xiaosan internally scoffed, though he shouted aloud, Janna, shield me. Amidst the chaos, top laner Jin Haoyang was the first to exclaim, huh? He had witnessed the fox, after dispatching Strawberry, suddenly standing still, a circle of pale blue light illuminating beneath her. Above, the crimson light of the Death Song's chant surged upward. Is that a teleport? Good grief, child god. You didn't take Flash Ignite, but rather Flash Teleport. What a profound understanding of the game you possess. Teleport? Liang Xiaosan, who had nearly given up on controlling his character, felt a flicker of hope at this notion. Meanwhile, the child had already recognized W's intent to strike the bottom lane the moment the Death Song was unleashed. Fortunately, a ward left by Hu Ning in the bottom lane's tri-brush provided perfect visibility, prompting him to activate his teleport without hesitation. In this day and age, aside from supports opting for exhaust and junglers for smite, top laners, mid laners, and AD carries have become accustomed to selecting Flash and Ignite as their talents. A trend seen in both casual and professional play. Over the span of 30 minutes, few had noticed the child's unconventional choice of Flash and Teleport. As for why he chose Teleport, the child himself couldn't articulate. He simply felt that this talent skill was more advantageous than Ignite upon seeing the Teleport icon. Indeed, this ability proved invaluable in that moment. As the Death Song descended, Wii's bottom duo and junglers surged toward the Han Palace's bottom tower without hesitation. A flurry of skills was unleashed recklessly, the explosive damage swiftly annihilating the plane and Janna, as the Nightmare, having claimed yet another kill, attempted to retreat from the tower's attack range. A sudden flash of light caught his attention. He had barely comprehended the situation when the screen darkened, mirroring the darkness he had just cast upon the summoner's rift. Do you wish to play with me? Don't blame me for my ruthless tales. With a swift strike, the Child of Dreams severed the head of the nightmare, his expression remaining entirely composed. His left hand danced over the keyboard while his right manipulated the mouse, as Ari playfully approached the seemingly helpless Soraka. However, the fragile Fade of Soraka belied her true strength. Brandishing her staff, she directed a point towards Ari, instantly marking her with a white diagonal line. Soraka's E-skill, Mana Infusion, when cast on allies replenishes their mana, but when unleashed upon foes, it silences them. The Child of Dreams paused, realizing his skill bar had turned gray. What sorcery was this? This wretched champion could seal his abilities? Thankfully, this state was fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, Ari's skill bar returned to normal. A sigh of relief escaped the child's lips. This hero, capable of healing all allies while silencing adversaries, incited both fear and admiration. His fingers danced across the keys, and his Q skill, Charm, swiftly pierced through Soraka's form. Following that, he adjusted his position with the second activation of his ultimate, Spirit Rush, allowing the reclaimed charm to not only vanquish Soraka but also to drain a significant portion of health from Graves. At this moment, the smiling Graves found himself in a brief window of vulnerability, his health dwindling to below a third. He wisely chose to forego a counterattack, hastily maneuvering close to the wall near the tri-brush. The Child of Dreams swiftly discerned Graves' intent, and his long-held E-skill, Charm, was finally unleashed. Yet, the skill's aim was not directed at Graves, but rather at the opposite side of the wall. Meanwhile, the other 4 teammates from Han Palace had already turned their attention towards the Child of Dreams. As they observed the misdirected charm, they collectively exclaimed, "Stinky." But the word barely left their lips before they nearly choked on their own saliva. Liang Shaos and even slapped himself in a moment of self-reproach. Had he the choice, he would have eagerly swallowed the offensive term back down. For as Graves pressed against the wall, he executed a swift flash over it. The wall at the tri-brush was the thickest in the entire Summoner's Rift, and countless champions had met their fate crashing against it. A closer view reveals countless dents from heads that had collided with its formidable surface. Yet, in this critical moment, Graves was resolute, successfully using his flash to cross the barrier. However, as he landed, the misfired charm struck him squarely in the face. Sensory-wise, it appeared as though his flash was not intended to traverse the wall, but to embrace the charm. The charm anticipated my flash position. This Child of Dreams is truly remarkable, Graves mused, impressed. Subsequently, the uncontrollable Graves fell victim to Ari, who arrived to reap the rewards. In less than 20 seconds, the Child of Dreams claimed 4 lives, his gold skyrocketing to 2,400. Gazing at his burgeoning wealth, a smile finally graced his face. This game is turning around. My dear granduncle, am I dreaming? Can someone explain what I just witnessed? In the commentary booth, the 7th commentator was once again enraptured, vociferously exclaiming, "Shouldn't I be commentating? Why does it feel like this match has become the stage for the Child of Dreams alone? Were those unfathomable maneuvers truly executed by a human?" Xiao Tsong beside him whispered with barely concealed glee. "All right, I concede. I underestimated him." The 7th commentator remained fervent, recalling how the Child of Dreams had transitioned from one server to another, reaching 2,200 points in under a month, now ranked 4th in the nation. But now, I believe he is more than just 2,200. He could easily surpass 22,000. I have played League of Legends since its closed beta, nearly 2 years now. Yet, I swear, I have never encountered a player like the Child of Dreams. His execution, his understanding of the game, leaves me in awe. He continued, "If it were me, I certainly would not have taken the teleport mastery, but he did. And he made it work. It's terrifying." Xiao Tsong nodded in agreement. Moreover, during his duel with Ruofeng, I felt his Ari's attack speed was exceptionally swift, as if he truly possessed attack speed runes. I wonder if I'll have the chance to ask him about it post-match. Nonetheless, it should be noted that his solo kill of Ruofeng occurred despite having died twice and being significantly behind in equipment and lacking ignite. I can only express my admiration. While speaking, Xiao Tsong frequently glanced at DC and the 7th commentator, who had initially dismissed the Child of Dreams' choice of teleport at the game's outset. DC awkwardly scratched his head, attempting to change the subject. Hey, wait a second. Don't get too carried away with praise. Haven't you noticed that after this skirmish, we might be on the verge of collapse?" The 7th commentator immediately seized the opportunity for a rebuttal, scrutinizing the state of the battlefield, not necessarily. Considering Han Palace has only the Child of Dreams thriving, his teammates are faltering. Meanwhile, WE's members are all developing well. No matter how skilled the Child of Dreams is, he cannot single-handedly take on 5. Yet, Xiaotsong remained hopeful. Regardless, the situation has become less clear-cut. This is a positive sign for us, indicating we may witness some thrilling developments ahead. We still holds a certain advantage, but if the Child of Dreams showcases a few more dazzling plays, the tide may indeed turn. On the field, WE's 5 members no longer appeared as relaxed as before, as professional players. They were acutely aware of the danger signals within the unfolding scenario. Knife brother, please come to the bottom lane to assist us. Let S push the tower and then converge mid. We cannot allow the Fox to continue her development. Graves succinctly commanded before turning to purchase items. The sound of coins diminishing rapidly as he acquired a Bloodthirster, a yellow fork, a critical strike cloak, and a pair of attack speed boots, all by the 14th minute. An impressive arsenal. In contrast, Liang Shaoxin possessed merely a pair of attack speed boots, a Doran S-blade, and a Lightbringer. Ruofeng pursed his lips, remaining silent. Although his teammates offered no comments, they all understood that if the Child of Dreams continued to excel, he would bear considerable responsibility, having held such a significant early advantage. Being solo-killed was a blemish on his honor. Now, the concern for his reputation was trivial. Should the Child of Dreams indeed turn the game around, he would be forever marked with shame. He glanced at his own items, a Lich Bane, Sorcerer's Shoes, and a Blasting Wand. Though he appeared to be struggling against the Child of Dreams, his own development was quite commendable. Knife brother, my summoners are ready. I can come to the mid lane to ambush the Fox. Knight G nodded, diving into the lower jungle. I'll remain in the lower quadrant. The bottom lane can push their tower, and we can also set up an ambush in the mid lane. I will be ready to assist as soon as my ultimate is available. In the Han Palace, with the formidable performance of the Child God of Play, the previously tense atmosphere among the teammates had calmed, reigniting their fervor for victory. With a substantial sum of money in his possession, the Child God of Play began his shopping spree upon returning home. The first item he selected was the Embrace of the Infernal Flame. Although the items in the store slightly deviated from his subconscious expectations, he understood that this piece of equipment was evidently more suited for a high-burst mage like the Fox. After acquiring the initial item, he still had 1,300 gold coins remaining. Embracing the principle of maximizing utility, the Child God of Play continued to peruse the marketplace. Suddenly, an item priced at 1235 caught his eye, the Soul Thief's Tome. With 20 ability power and a unique passive that allowed his champion to gain 8 ability power for each effect stacked, he realized he could earn 2 stacks per kill and 1 stack per assist, capping at 20 layers. Upon death, he would lose 1/3 of his current stacks. When fully stacked, it would grant a cooldown reduction of 15. The Child God of Play read the item description twice, and his eyes sparkled. A true artifact. Without further hesitation, he made the purchase. At this moment, the Child God of Play had become the focal point of the match. As he acquired the tome, the commentator, Xiaotsong, exclaimed, "Wow, look at the Child God of Play's equipment. It's the Tome of Souls." 7th player glanced at the Child God's gear, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't he this a bit too audacious? It felt as if he had completely disregarded Ruofeng. However, he quickly shifted his tone. But I like it. Young people should have a hint of arrogance about them. I don't know what you all think, but I have already become a fan of his. From now on, I am a devoted supporter of the Child God of Play. Xiaotsong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Child God of Play, despite his youth and this being his first appearance on such a grand stage, radiated confidence that was undeniably captivating. Moreover, he was up against Ruofeng. If one considered only their mid-lane duel, the Child God of Play had indeed managed to suppress Ruofeng. Outside the game, several commentators were extolling the Child God of Play, but the atmosphere within the game was entirely different. Liang Shaoxin was the first to notice the Child God of Play's acquisition of the tome, rubbing his eyes vigorously to confirm he wasn't mistaken. Almost dropping his keyboard, he exclaimed, "Hey, Child God of Play, what have you bought?" "The Tome of Souls. Do you think you're playing ranked?" "What? The Tome of Souls? Who actually buys the Tome of Souls? You're too arrogant." He continued, "Brother, are you planning to humiliate Ruofeng? You wouldn't be trying to mess with We's mentality, would you? If I were We, I'd chase you down even if I lost the game." "Chase me down." The Child God of Play smirked, uttering a cocky remark. "Watch closely, for I shall not die and will demonstrate my prowess." "Damn, you're really going all out with this bravado." Liang Shaoxin glanced at the child god of play, noting the vibrant spark in his eyes. He remained half-squatting in his chair, unchanged from before, yet something about him felt different. Earlier, he had seemed dazed, but now he exuded pure exhilaration, reveling in the game. Savoring the competition, embracing the challenge. For a moment, Liang Shaoxin was lost in thought, reminiscing about his early days of playing League of Legends. When he too had been like the child god of play. Mundo, look over here, they're about to send smiles. Suddenly, Hu Ning's voice echoed through the headset, snapping Liang Shaoxin back to reality. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Smile was standing alone before the tower, pushing it with no intention of retreating despite the presence of himself and a Wind Maiden. With his current development, Smile indeed had the capital to take on 2 opponents. However, he failed to notice that Mundo was just finishing off the golem and was heading their way. Facing 3 opponents, he would surely falter. As the team's primary carry, watching the newly arrived mercenary, the child god of play, perform so admirably, how could he allow himself to lag behind? Let us go. Slow him down. Without hesitation, the Wind Maiden flashed forward, casting her W ability, Wind Shield, upon Smile. Meanwhile, Liang Shaoxin guided his aircraft to dive in, executing a series of EQR skills. In response to the aggressive initiation from the opposing duo, Smile did not retreat. Instead, he swiftly drew his gun, charging toward the aircraft. Blind, are you? The gunslinger's voice was cold. He tossed down a smoke bomb and unleashed a Q shot that struck the aircraft squarely. Liang Shaoxin, once brimming with confidence, was now taken aback. The damage from the gunslinger's Q was astonishingly high, and with his item advantage, he lost half his health in an instant. No, retreat. Liang Shaoxin shouted as he used his flash to escape. But Smile was resolute, following up with a rapid-fire combo that sent him crashing down. As Liang Shaoxin fell, Mundo, who had just rushed into the fray, was left stunned. With only himself and the Wind Maiden against a well-equipped gunslinger, they could only inflict minor scratches, especially with FS support, Soraka, having arrived. The battle had lost all suspense as the 3 from the jungle and support fell one after another, allowing Smile to effortlessly claim a triple kill. However, Smile's moment of glory was short-lived as another battle erupted mid-lane. After pushing the minion wave to the enemy tower, the child god of play, upon seeing the skirmish in the bot lane, felt a surge of aggression. Spotting Ruofeng's misstep, he immediately cast his charm. Yet, Ruofeng was quick on his feet, deftly evading the spell. Realizing he had wasted his sole crowd control ability, Ruofeng, fueled by frustration, activated his E ability for a counterattack. You dare to retaliate? Is there jungle support? The child god of play glanced at the pitch-black jungle behind the Death Singer. After a brief pause, he unleashed a rapid AWQ combo, finishing with the embrace of the Infernal Flame. This piece of equipment provided 120 ability power and 10 cooldown reduction, with a unique active that dealt 15 of the target's maximum health as magic damage and increased the magic damage taken by 20 for the next 4 seconds, 60 seconds cooldown. It was a terrifying item tailored for high-burst mages, and in an instant, Ruofeng's Death Singer was reduced to below half health. However, the Nightmare of the Night S soon appeared behind the Death Singer. The child god of play, wary of overextending, immediately activated his ultimate to create distance. Damn. I was so close to my ultimate. Upon seeing the child god of play retreat, Knight SN slammed the table in frustration. Ruofeng reassured him. It's fine. It's fine. He has already used his ultimate. Once your ultimate is ready, just dive him. All right, I'll farm the F4 first. You hold steady. After speaking, UJNTNMing turned and returned to the jungle. Ruofeng nodded slightly, popping a health potion while advancing to eliminate a low health minion with a quick Q. However, this seemingly insignificant step forward allowed the young trickster to detect a lethal opportunity. With a flash and a second activation of his ultimate, Ari executed an extraordinary displacement, elegantly soaring past the minions to confront the Reaper. The 3 spirit orbs from her ultimate sought out the champion, landing squarely on the Reaper's form. Ruofeng, clearly startled, called out for assistance from his jungler while using his flash to retreat beneath the tower. Yet, the sturdy tower offered him little solace. He realized his reaction had been overly hasty and shouted, "This is bad." His exclamation seemed to manifest a dire fate. Faced with the critically wounded Ruofeng, the young trickster maintained an indifferent demeanor. Rather than recklessly pursuing, he skillfully maneuvered Ari to retreat a step before unleashing his Q ability. The crystalline orb of deceit sliced through the air, relentlessly pursuing Ruofeng. Was this a joke? Did he dare approach for minions again? His hasty flash seemed like a pure gift to me. At the moment the orb was launched, the young trickster didn't even glance at Ruofeng, confidently turning away and repositioning with a third activation of his ultimate. Arriving hastily at the battlefield, EJNTNM furiously pressed the R key. But the chilling countdown of 6 left him powerless, forced to watch the Reaper's lingering soul gradually fade away. Meanwhile, the retreating Ari left behind a mocking laugh, filled with derision. Good heavens, Ruofeng had been soloed by the young trickster once again. Shutsong gasped, exclaiming that Ruofeng had been thoroughly outplayed by the young prodigy. Please pay attention to the terminology, it was a complete annihilation. The number 7, now firmly a fan of the young trickster, passionately elucidated. Moreover, this solo kill was a total domination of skill and detail. When the young trickster flashed and executed his ultimate in front of Ruofeng, it was ostensibly the perfect moment to unleash his abilities, as Ruofeng had nowhere to dodge. Yet, the young trickster refrained from casting any skills at first, knowing Ruofeng's flash was available. Conversely, Ruofeng seemed spooked by the aftermath of Ari's ultimate, instinctively flashing back to the safety of the tower. At that moment, the young trickster released his Q ability for the finishing blow. Had Ruofeng timed his flash more precisely, perhaps he could have evaded the skill and salvaged a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, the final Q he cast was particularly deliberate. He took a step back just as he released it, ensuring the orb struck the Reaper at its maximum range. We all know that Ari's Q hits twice. Being struck at the extreme distance meant receiving the damage from both hits almost simultaneously. The young trickster's retreating step guaranteed that his Q would undoubtedly secure the Reaper's life. Thus, in that fleeting moment, every action displayed the young trickster's meticulous attention to detail and precise damage calculation. Number 7's thorough analysis left Shutsong and DC in stunned silence. They hadn't noticed the multitude of intricate details in the previous skirmish. Even the audience, after hearing Number 7's breakdown, looked back at the youthful prodigy squatting in front of his computer like an oddity, their gazes betraying a newfound admiration. All right, everyone, we are about to witness something spectacular. Number 7 continued. Now, the young trickster's kill book has accumulated stacks, while the bottom lane Smile has once again transformed into a formidable force. Ruofeng has crumbled. The ensuing confrontation will be a clash of titans between Smile and the young trickster, determining which team will seize the inaugural victory in this TGA Grand Tournament. At this moment, the young trickster understood that this match hinged on his performance, and ultimately, victory would rely on him. Therefore, he could not afford to die. Otherwise, the situation would inevitably collapse once more. Consequently, he set out with 3 wards, 2 fake and 1 true. The 2 fake wards were placed in the center bushes of the upper and lower river, while the true ward found its home in the bush behind the red buff. Barely had the wards been placed when we support, Soraka, appeared within the visibility of the lower river. The young trickster noticed a pink eye floating above Soraka's head. As she passed the center bush, he swiftly destroyed his recently placed fake ward. What is going on? Can she see my ward? Is it because of that pink eye above her head? Pondering this, he returned to the fountain and opened the shop, meticulously searching until he discovered the Prophet's Potion. Worth 400 gold. Prophet's Potion. Your hero will gain the ability to detect nearby invisible units, lasting for up to 5 minutes or until death. Automatically consumed if purchased when equipped slots are full. My goodness, such an item exists. The young trickster immediately felt regret over the remaining true and fake wards. He then watched as Soraka boldly ventured into their jungle, only to discover the true ward behind the red buff and, wielding her staff, destroy it with ease. Really? A fragile support dares to brazenly invade our jungle to ward? Does she think we have no one around, or does she consider this place her backyard? Losing a true ward worth 125 gold and a fake ward worth 75, 200 gold vanished just like that, causing the young trickster's heart to bleed. However, upon closer inspection, he found that his bottom lane duo remained cowering beneath the tower, terrified by Smile's presence alone. The top lane's Riven, though not entirely collapsing, exhibited a defeated demeanor. As for the jungler, Mundo seemed intent on proving he could roam wherever he pleased. Since the game began, he had wandered throughout Summoner's Rift, leaving traces across every terrain without accomplishing anything of significance. It was no wonder Soraka felt so audacious. Glancing at his already stacked kill book, then at the frail Soraka, the young trickster couldn't help but lick his lips. However, after careful consideration, he restrained his urge to strike. He was now the hope of the entire team. A truth even the audience could discern, let alone the 5 members of We on the field. Thus, Soraka's reckless warding behavior might indicate that the nightmare, whose ultimate had just cooled down, was lurking in the shadows, guarding Soraka from afar. With this thought in mind, the young trickster chose to disregard Soraka's reckless actions. As the entire team gravitated towards the upper half of the jungle, they adeptly cleared the minions from a distance with their skills before retreating beneath the tower. After pushing the lane twice, they soon caught sight of the nightmarish duo, Nocturne and Soraka, emerging from the river's bottom lane, seemingly harboring grievances. The two lingered in the mid lane for quite some time, yet ultimately allowed the childlike spirit to lose two minions before they dashed to the upper river to vent their frustrations on another false eye. Just as the childlike spirit narrowly evaded a trap meticulously laid by Wei, a skirmish erupted once more in the upper lane. Strawberry's Olaf landed 3 successive QS on Jin Haoyang's Camille, causing Jin Haoyang to become increasingly agitated. As Olaf prepared for a 4th Q, Jin Haoyang commanded Camille to launch a decisive Q at Olaf, intending to establish dominance. However, when Olaf leapt and recklessly swung his axe, striking Camille squarely, Jin Haoyang realized he was about to meet his demise. There was no contest. Camille was the female, and Olaf was the epitome of masculinity. Jin Haoyang attempted to retreat, but the skies darkened suddenly as Nocturne, who had just stealthily arrived with Soraka, unleashed his ultimate, claiming the kill. At that moment, the tardy Mundo, wielding his cleaver, noticed Olaf beneath the tower and rushed in with his ultimate, only to overlook one crucial detail: Olaf became fiercer the closer he was to death. Consequently, Olaf and Nocturne unleashed a savage beating on Mundo, ultimately securing his life. Hey, Lou, you've been wandering around the entire match. Could you please contribute something? It's disheartening to see you constantly falling to Nocturne. Jin Haoyang began to voice his complaints. The jungler, Lu Zhiling, quickly retorted, Brother, didn't I help you secure first blood at the start? You can't blame me for your subsequent failures. Me fail? Without Nocturne, I would have crushed Strawberry long ago. If you're so talented, why did we choose Strawberry over you? Lu Zhiling snapped back. Come on, just look at the situation. After 10 minutes of play, compare Nocturne's stats to yours. This argument escalated further. The childlike spirit furrowed his brow, hesitating before finally clearing his throat to address them. Ahem, gentlemen, may I pose a question? What question? At this moment, the 4 teammates took note, halting their dispute. Setting aside their earlier contention, they collectively inquired, What is it? When did you all start playing this game? The question seemed somewhat peculiar. Yet the answer was not difficult to surmise. They had all been playing since the beta, nearly 2 years ago. 2 years, you say? Then why do I feel like you don't really know how to play this game? The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that your teammates are holding you back? Surely, you need not voice such concerns during a match. Please don't misunderstand. I mean, your skills are reasonably competent. Perhaps not elite, but sufficient for this game. The childlike spirit adjusted his headphones and continued. However, this game requires more than mere skill. It demands strategy. Since the match began, I have seen no tactical cohesion or meaningful synergy from our team. Even our team communications have been filled with disputes rather than valuable exchanges. I believe that to excel in this game, we must function as a cohesive unit. We cannot each play our own game and cast blame when the winds turn against us. Most importantly, a team needs a commander, and at present, I am the only one fit for this role. Though our acquaintance is brief, I did not wish to assert myself so boldly. Yet, if you continue to play as you have, I fear this match will end in defeat, so I shall no longer withhold my guidance. From now on, you 4 will follow my lead. Should anyone disagree, we can surrender now, or I will relinquish control of the mid lane to allow the enemy to push through. Does anyone have an objection? Silence reigned in the Team's voice chat as a grave stillness enveloped the atmosphere. All 4 teammates had momentarily relinquished their engagement in the game, removing their headsets and fixating their gaze upon the childlike spirit. He directed his fox back beneath the tower, pressed B to return home, then tossed his mouse and keyboard aside, his calm gaze sweeping over the faces of his 4 teammates. The first to react was Liang Xiaosan. Hey, why stop playing? Let us keep going. While appealing to the childlike spirit, he rallied the other 3 teammates. From now on, everyone must heed his commands. Yang Xiaosan, originally the captain of the Han Palace, found himself compelled to submit to the childlike spirit. This was not merely to curry favor, but due to the commanding aura the childlike spirit exuded, which was impossible to ignore. His youthful visage radiated an unyielding assertiveness, a quality unperturbed by age, experience, or real-world prowess. It was solely about the game. Once immersed in the game, one must adhere to his leadership. This commanding presence not only influenced Liang Shaoxin, but also inspired the other three teammates, who donned their headsets and earnestly proclaimed, "Lead us, and we shall follow your strategy." The childlike spirit canceled his return, while simultaneously last-hitting minions, declared, "Top lane, from now on, even if Olaf approaches with a sliver of health, do not engage him. Your only task is to farm safely beneath the tower. Everything else is not your concern." Jungler, I do not wish to see you consume even a single blue buff from now on, nor do I want you to call me over to assist. Instead, I need you to reduce the blue buff to a mere sliver of health and then summon me to claim it. Remember, a sliver, any more than 2 basic attacks is unacceptable. As for the red buff, I do not require it for now. Support, while you are positioned in the bottom lane. It does not mean you are bound to that area. From now on, accompany the jungler, aside from shoes and the Philosopher's Stone. I do not wish to see any equipment other than wards. I need you to invest all your resources into vision, illuminate our top and bottom jungles completely. Purchase a 400 gold Oracle's elixir, as I expect you to accompany the jungler and exert pressure into W's jungle as much as possible. As for the AD carry, your task mirrors that of the top laner. Farm safely beneath the tower. The teammates blinked in surprise, still processing the assignments given by the childlike spirit. Yet their hands were already in motion. As the top laner Camille and the AD carry Corki crossed the river, they instinctively recoiled, retreating several steps to begin funneling minions into the tower. The jungler Mundo, who had been vigorously attacking the blue buff, became flustered, unable to decide whether to engage or retreat, resulting in a comical display of indecision. Meanwhile, the support abandoned Corki to return home, promptly emptying his gold to purchase several wards. Observing the desolate bottom lane and the imposing presence of the enemy graves, Liang Shaoxin suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Without the support, I can't defend the tower." The child's voice grew increasingly cold. "Then let go of the first tower. My teleportation is nearly complete. If they dare to push the second tower, I will ensure they have no way back." League of Legends is a multifaceted game. Its strategies as varied as the myriad combinations of heroes. Yet, it remains fundamentally simple, with a clear objective, to destroy towers. Its immediacy allows every action on the battlefield to be vividly displayed on the grand screen for all spectators to witness. At this moment, as several teammates followed the child's lead, the chaotic situation where they had been individually fighting and being relentlessly pursued by we quickly improved. The pace of the game slowed, eliminating the reckless fervor of earlier encounters, where death seemed inevitable upon confrontation. Yet, amidst this deceleration, a sense of impending danger began to emerge. The first casualty was WE's support, Soraka, who had, as usual, treated the jungle as her private garden, casually wandering to establish vision. However, this time, Han Palace's vision had significantly improved, revealing that Nocturne was farming the golems in the opposite quadrant. Without hesitation, the child executed his plan, landing a charm with his ultimate, followed by a swift combination of abilities that secured the kill. This execution added 300 gold to his purse, elevated his kill book to 4 stacks, and effectively nullified Soraka's 400 gold investment in a potion. In this exchange, the economic balance shifted dramatically, almost yielding a net gain of 1,000 gold. Most importantly, this singular kill sounded the horn for Han Palace's counterattack. First, Mundo engaged Nocturne in the jungle, but after a fierce clash, he found himself outmatched and had to flash away. Nocturne immediately activated his ultimate to pursue, but as he approached, a wind girl emerged from the brush, accompanied by a swiftly advancing tornado that caught Nocturne off guard, lifting him into the air. Upon landing, Mundo was shielded by a storm barrier, enhancing his attacks as he unleashed a series of brutal strikes, finally ending Nocturne's rampage. Following this, Han Palace's jungle and support continued their synergy, invading W's red buff area, engaging in skirmishes with monsters while establishing further vision in the bushes. After a period of cautious play, the tempo escalated uncontrollably, seeing his teammates fall one by one. Wei Xiao grew anxious. A glance at the timidly farmed Tristana revealed that she had already completed her Trinity Force. It dawned on him that he had unwittingly been farming alongside her for several minutes, with the enemy's jungler and support occupied in the upper quadrant. Why should he continue to farm alongside Tristana? Resolutely, he advanced towards the first tower, intent on pushing down the bottom lane. Tristana initially seemed reluctant to concede the tower, but after a few feigned attacks realized it was futile and chose to retreat. Noticing her cowardice, Wei Xiao quickly destroyed the first tower and led a wave of minions towards the second. He had completely disregarded Tristana, determined to convey to Han Palace that if they dared to leave her alone in the bottom lane, they would pay a heavy price. However, just as he began to strike the second tower, the previously timid Tristana executed a daring dive, unleashing her skills in a devastating combo. Wei Xiao had anticipated this moment, throwing down a smoke bomb in her face, landing a basic attack, and swiftly repositioning for another shot. After 2 shots, Tristana was already down to half health. With just one more hit, he could finish her off with a QR combo. Yet, as he prepared to use his E, the elusive figure of Ari appeared behind him. Startled, Wei Xiao felt a wave of helplessness and irritation. Why was she here? Ruo Feng, report the miss in mid. Ruo Feng, feeling equally aggrieved, explained that he had just teleported down after being denied vision. But I can provide you with my ultimate. Without responding, Wei Xiao focused entirely on his actions. He had aimed to execute Tristana under the tower, confident he could do so without dying had Ari not intervened. Now, with her presence, his only option was to coordinate with Ruo Feng's ultimate to secure Tristana's kill, knowing full well he could not escape the tower's wrath. Understanding the situation, Wei Xiao decisively flashed in close to Tristana. Aware of the child's capabilities, he sought to eliminate any chance for a counterlay, utilizing a close-range Q for high burst damage in conjunction with his and Thresh's ultimate to finish her off. However, just as he flashed in, a blinding light appeared behind him, followed by Ari's signature charm landing squarely on him. Entranced, Graves lowered his weapon and stumbled towards Ari. In an instant, the child unleashed a flurry of abilities, dispatching Graves without mercy. At the Wii command post, Wei Xiao could only watch helplessly as the screen darkened, nearly falling victim to Thresh's ultimate as well. He clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table. The true carry of the Wii dynasty. This man who seamlessly combined AD with CC, despite his refined appearance, harbored a fiery temper. Damn it, how could he predict my flash so accurately? Xingu inquired, concerned. Wei Xiao shook his head, regaining composure. It's nothing, just feeling a bit frustrated after being outplayed twice in a row. This child is quite formidable. They're playing with far more strategy than at the beginning. We cannot afford to make any more mistakes, otherwise, we will truly be turned over. Xiaoyi, refrain from buying any other items, focus on vision. Our sight is severely restricted, and I didn't even catch where the child teleported from. Ruo Feng. The enemy is now fixated solely on him. You must closely monitor his movements. If he disappears from lane, report the miss immediately. If he secures another 2 kills, his kill book will escalate. As a dominant force in the domestic scene for nearly 2 years, W's tactical prowess is undeniable. With Wei Xiao's command, everyone steeled their resolve. Support Soraka returned to base, gritting her teeth as she spent another 400 gold on a potion, then used the remainder to purchase wards. Upon leaving, she did not head straight to lane but instead activated the potion, beginning to establish vision in her lower quadrant. Meanwhile, the child returned home to acquire a hunter's talisman. And just as he stepped out, Mundo called out, "Child, come and take the blue buff." The child glanced over to see Mundo had reduced the blue buff to a sliver of health, standing still to absorb its damage and prevent it from healing. "Here I come." The young god of the game approached with great satisfaction, casually securing the basket buff with a simple auto attack. As he swept his gaze across the canyon, he noticed Soraka, adorned with a 400 gold item, diligently placing wards. Ah, indeed, the support from Wii is affluent, purchasing 2 400 items in succession, he remarked humorously. An idea suddenly struck him, and instead of rushing back to lane after claiming the buff, he deftly turned his steps and slipped into the river. He placed a true sight ward in the river's brush, confirming the absence of W's vision, before heading directly to the location of the F4 camp in W's jungle. With a swift motion, he placed 2 wards at the same spot. Observing this from the commentary booth, the attentive commentator, Xiaosong, exclaimed, "Oh dear. The young god has placed 2 wards at the same location." The commentator number 7 chuckled. Perhaps it was a slip of the hand. Sometimes having too swift a hand can be a double-edged sword. Before he could finish his sentence, the young god, having placed the wards, retreated back into the river brush to lie in wait under the cover of his true sight ward. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. The young god wasn't merely careless. He was luring his prey. Soraka, blissfully unaware and still with her 400 gold item, was busy warding. With all eyes on her, she bounced from her lower jungle to the upper one, her spirits lifted after placing 3 wards in quick succession. After all, in this game, the support occupies the lowest rung on the economic ladder, often lacking the funds to acquire gear and needing to spend on wards. The pain of purchasing a second prophet's potion was still fresh. However, the rewards of vision were tangible. The 3 wards placed in the basket buff area had already netted her a return of 90 gold. A few more would nearly reimburse her expenditure. Goodness. What a foolish act. Who placed these wards? 2 in the same spot. Truly wasteful. Xing Yi, seeing 2 wards at the F4 camp, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of 60 gold, muttering to himself, big hammer 80, small hammer 40, true sight 40, false sight 30. Just as he was getting into the rhythm of his chant, a flash of light startled him, nearly causing him to throw his keyboard. When he regained his composure, his screen was already black. Watching the departing fox and recalling his freshly purchased, still warm prophet's potion, Xing Yi couldn't help but curse, damn it. I was warding in your jungle, and you took me out. Now you're doing the same in your own jungle. Meanwhile, the young god, whose kill book had just gained 2 more layers, smirked and said, I feel that for we to advance further, they need to replace their support. This guy never learns. A mere support, I've taken him out so many times, yet he still dares to roam alone placing wards. Turning to his ally, he instructed, Plain, let's swap lanes. You go mid, and I'll head bot. After eliminating Soraka and spending some time farming minions in the mid lane, the young god had amassed enough gold for his Zhonya's hourglass. At this early stage of the game, merely 22 minutes in, he already boasted a luxurious inventory including the Liandry's Anguish, Zhonya's hourglass, Sorcerer's shoes, and a 6-layer kill book. Having followed the young god's lead and farmed safely under the second tower, the timid ally, Liang Xiaosan, was taken aback by the announcement, swap lanes? I'm going mid? You're coming bot? The young god explained, well, your bottom tower has fallen, making the bot lane longer. If we push out, it puts us at risk. I'm invincible now. I can push lanes freely. If the enemy dares to attack our second tower, they'll actually be at risk of getting killed by me. My fox has 3 segments of ultimate. No one can escape from a long-range chase. This reasoning flowed effortlessly from the young god's lips for him. It was a matter of clear comprehension rather than deep game understanding. However, his 4 teammates were astonished, struggling to grasp the full implications yet filled with admiration. Upon further reflection, it indeed seemed plausible. In an instant, the looks directed at the young god were laden with increasing respect. This player not only possessed extraordinary skills but also exhibited unparalleled game insight. Without hesitation, Liang Xiaosan completed the minion wave under the tower, then promptly returned to base. Upon exiting once more, he headed straight for the mid lane, while the young god made his way to the bot lane. Their lane swap drew immediate attention. In the commentary booth, DC remarked, Han Palace has suddenly swapped lanes. The fox heads to bot, while the plane goes mid. He glanced at Xiaosong, whose score surpassed that of professional players, and then at the somewhat less illustrious yet ever-passionate commentator number 7. What are they aiming for? After a moment's hesitation, no. 7 adjusted his glasses and said, I can't quite decipher it. I wonder what insights our top-tier expert Xiaosong has? This query placed Xiaosong under considerable scrutiny. And after much analysis, she hesitantly concluded, they likely wish to suppress the development of Smile. Currently, the plane lags far behind Smile in both items and levels. If they continue to match up, a single mistake could allow Smile to take him out and seize the tower. Conversely, the young god is not lacking in development compared to Smile. If he faces off against him, he can apply pressure and prevent Smile from freely farming. This explanation seemed flawless, prompting DC and number 7 to nod in approval, exclaiming, truly, our technical expert has keen insights. On the battlefield, upon noticing the sudden lane swap from Han Palace, Smile's immediate reaction mirrored Xiaosong's. They intend to stifle my growth and prevent me from having a solid lane face. The already guilt-ridden Ruofting, feeling remorse for his teammates, quickly announced, let's swap lanes too. I'll go bot, and Smile, you head mid. Aware that the success of this match hinged on his performance, Smile accepted without hesitation and made his way to mid. In the commentary booth, Xiaosong, having just garnered praise, observed We's swift response as a testament to her earlier analysis, her confidence soaring. Now we see We's response is equally rapid. They swap lanes as well. Today, Smile will have the upper hand against the plane. At this moment, the 3 commentators brimmed with confidence and within the game. Smile felt considerably more at ease. Even Liang Xiaosan found the mid lane far more accommodating than the bot lane. However, one individual could only grit his teeth in frustration. That person was Ruofting, who had switched to the bot lane. He found himself in a semi-idle state, merely watching the young god farm while he could only catch a whiff of experience from a distance. After facing the young god again, he realized their minion wave had been pushed back to his own second tower. Behind Ruofing lay the ruins of Han Palace's bot tower. He was now too far from his own bot tower. If he carelessly approached to farm, he would be caught by the fox and have no way to escape. After all, in terms of mobility, how could the Requiem compete with the fox? In a particularly irritating twist, the young god toyed with the minion wave, gradually rendering Ruofeng unable to even sniff at experience. Observing his development come to a halt, Ruofeng had no choice but to confide in his teammates about his plight, urging them to find a way to make something happen. Smile, glancing at the bot lane matchup, began to grasp the true intention behind Han Palace's lane swap. They were not merely seeking to suppress his growth, but rather to maximize the young god's impact. At this moment, anyone daring enough to face the child deity in the bot lane stood a significant chance of being soloed. After a brief contemplation, a smile returned to the fore, issuing commands. Let us eliminate the Blade Dancer. Their strongest champion, the Fox, is in the bot lane. Even if he stretches his reach, he cannot intervene in the top lane. As soon as the words left his lips, the jungler and support sprang into action, converging on the top lane. From the Han Palace side, the river vision clearly revealed the movements of Nocturne and Soraka, prompting an immediate response as Mundo and Janna hastened to the top lane to provide support. Unfortunately, the Wii composition inherently possessed the ability to launch attacks and provide assistance across the map. The Requiem found a secure spot and began to channel his ultimate, while Nocturne summoned the Shroud of Darkness, swiftly crossing half the map to pounce upon the unsuspecting Blade Dancer under the turret. The Blade Dancer hardly had time to react before being forcibly dispatched. Following closely, Mundo and Janna charged towards the weakened Nocturne, intent on avenging the Blade Dancer. However, in their pursuit, they inadvertently strayed beyond the range of the turret's protection. Just then, Soraka arrived on the scene as a mobile fountain. She revitalized the beleaguered Nocturne with her healing, restoring him to vitality. The second skirmish commenced, concluding in an instant as we executed a flawless 0-for-3 trade. Observing this outcome from the mid lane, a beaming smile illuminated his face. Splendid. We can secure the Baron now. They have only a single champion in mid. How can they possibly stop us? Thus, the four members of We gathered at the Baron pit, poised to seize the objective and conclude the game. Meanwhile, the child deity in the bot lane witnessed everything unfold. With little time for contemplation, he activated his teleport, preparing for a desperate confrontation. Concealed in the bot lane brush, Ruofeng swiftly made his way to the Baron pit, alerting his teammates. Do not forget, the Fox has teleport. He is on his way. With calm composure, Smile reassured. Fear not. Let him come. He lacks smite and cannot steal the Baron. Should he dare enter, we will eliminate him instantly. As the backbone of the Wii team, Smile's words instilled a sense of calm in his teammates, allowing them to focus on taking down the Baron. On the Han Palace side, the trio of top, jungle, and support continued to bicker over who deserved the accolades, prompting the child deity to coolly interject. Please, refrain from chatter. He then instructed Liang Xiaosan. Do not gaze at the plain. Come and regroup with me. Liang Xiaosan swiftly maneuvered to the blue buff position, awaiting further instructions from the child deity. Despite the fatal losses suffered by the trio in the upper lane, Han Palace had maintained control over the upper quadrant during the preceding minutes. Janna had dutifully executed the child deity's directive, saturating the upper area with vision. Utilizing the wards in the Baron pit, the child deity could clearly observe W's progress in taking the Baron, as well as the creature's valiant resistance against their assault. It was as if the Baron had become an ally in their endeavor, perhaps more than one. Muttering to himself, the child deity resolved. We cannot allow them to claim the Baron. We must ascend and engage. Just the two of us? Liang Xiaosan questioned. Is there anyone else? The child deity replied. Liang Xiaosan fell silent, and the child deity continued. You must initiate. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Just dive into their faces and unleash your damage. Brother, I am an AD. I am quite fragile. If I approach as you suggest, I shall be eliminated instantly. Liang Xiaosan protested vehemently, but the child deity countered. Precisely. We need them to eliminate you, sacrificing your AD so that I can reap the rewards. As he spoke, the child deity's expression bore no sign of unease. In fact, a hint of excitement flickered within him, as though the strategy of sacrificing an AD was ingrained in his very being. Liang Xiaosan regarded the child deity as if he were a stranger, sensing the underlying thrill emanating from him, and he found himself at ease. Very well. I shall assist you. Just ensure you can secure the kills. With that, he maneuvered his plane forward and pressed W. Now, I shall soar to my utmost, exclaimed the pilot, Kuchi, as he charged toward the Baron pit, his demeanor one of noble sacrifice, evoking deep emotion. Yet the child deity stood dumbfounded. Brother, you are too reckless. I have yet to count down. Ah, that word is truly remarkable. In Mandarin, it serves as a meaningless interjection. Yet it can encapsulate a myriad of emotions, excitement, sorrow, despair, joy, and more. At this moment, Liang Shaoxin emitted a single ah. It became his final utterance, laden with anger, helplessness, regret, and remorse. However, posthumously, his words multiplied. Soraka is no longer silenced. Graves has no Q. Nocturne has no Q. Olaf lacks both Q and D. Yet he thought it best not to proceed. Before he could utter the concluding word, the child deity's fox had already unleashed her ultimate, plunging into the barren pit. Although Liang Shaoxin's earlier actions had been somewhat reckless, resulting in his swift demise, his sacrifice was not without significance. The members of We had expended certain abilities to eliminate him, most notably Soraka's silencing skill. Prior to this, we had already used Nocturne, Olaf, Soraka, and the Requiem's ULT in their attempts to secure the Baron. The most crucial weakness of WE's composition was their lack of reliable crowd control. Faced with a team lacking substantial control and key abilities, the child deity felt compelled to take a chance. The Baron held the key to the match's outcome. We would naturally not allow their guard to slip. Yet they did not anticipate that the plane would deliver itself unto them, and after dispatching it, Han Palace was left with only the child deity. Even you, child deity, cannot face 4 foes alone. Thus, at the most inappropriate moment for complacency, a flicker of emotional relaxation surfaced among the 4. Charging into the barren pit, the child deity's primary target was Soraka, the support capable of healing allies and silencing foes, presenting the greatest threat at that moment. In an instant, the child deity unleashed his dark fire, activating his W. And combined with the damage from his ultimate's 3 spirit shards, Soraka fell without uttering a sound. However, simultaneously, Nocturne's E, unspeakable horror, ensnared Ari. Graves and Olaf abandoned the Baron to direct their firepower at the audacious nine-tailed fox who had dared to enter the pit. The child deity understood that his initial surprise attack had succeeded, and by eliminating Soraka, he had achieved the first step of his battle plan. Yet the most critical task lay ahead, evading the incoming barrage from WE's members. Fortunately, the fox was an exceptionally agile champion, and without resistance. The child deity executed a second dash to escape the barren pit. However, Smile seemed to have anticipated his intentions, promptly following with a glide, E, out of the pit. At the same time, Nocturne executed a flash and E to escape the pit as well. Knight's End knew that his E represented the sole form of control in their composition. As long as he could unleash the fear, the child deity would undoubtedly perish. Yet he could not have fathomed how elated the child deity felt upon witnessing his immediate flash and E. The execution of Nocturne's E required 2 seconds of skill channeling time. Yet now, merely 2 seconds remain. And this fleeting moment is ample for the child prodigy to execute a series of maneuvers. He releases the nearly pressed key of 1, instead opting to re-enter the dragon pit with a 3rd segment of R. The instant he returns to the pit, the child prodigy unleashes his dexterity, casting the Q spell, the fraudulent orb, along the long stretch of unspoken dread. Subsequently, at the precise moment fear triggers, he presses the 1 he had conserved from the previous round. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp chime, the Middle Asian hourglass activates, and Ari transforms into a golden statue. This gilded form nearly plunges we into despair. Not solely for rendering their soul control ineffective, but also for nullifying the effects of Graves' smoke bomb and Olaf's axe. Even more infuriatingly, prior to activating the golden form, the child prodigy's casually thrown Q had already slain the nightmare, who was left with but a sliver of health after tanking the dragon. How conceited do you think you are, leaping about like a flea? The humiliated Smiling, now enraged, teleports back to the dragon pit, ready to suppress the fox's resurgence. Meanwhile, the child prodigy remains calm, mentally revisiting the hastily devised battle plan, checking off 3 tasks. First, eliminate Soraka in the blink of an eye. Second, utilize the ultimate to create space and evade the initial barrage of skills. Third, swiftly finish off the bloodied nightmare. With these 3 objectives flawlessly achieved, it is now time for improvisation. As the golden form's duration wanes, the child prodigy swiftly glances at his now cooldown flash, inhales deeply, and decisively activates the flash the moment the golden form concludes, darting out of the dragon pit. Simultaneously, the charm he had been holding on to for a while finally finds its moment to shine. The target? Smiling's Graves. From behind a wall, Graves, brimming with rage, is expertly ensnared by the charm, prompting Smiling in front of the screen to nearly smash his monitor in frustration. Brother Chung, look at me. I've charmed him. You use your ultimate. At this critical juncture, Strawberry S voice rescues Smiling S monitor. With Flash still available, Strawberry leaps out of the dragon pit, tailing the fox controlled by the child prodigy, activating the fervent pursuit mode. However, under the child prodigy's deft control, the fox's movements become erratic, causing Strawberry's initial cue to miss entirely. Damn it. Strawberry cannot help but curse. At this moment, the child prodigy's health is dwindling. A well-timed ultimate from Smiling would be enough to eliminate him. Yet, if he continues this erratic movement, he risks stepping outside the range of Smiling's ultimate. In an instant, Strawberry feels the pressure mounting, but Smiling's next words amplifies anxiety. Hurry up. I'm about to be blasted by the dragon. What? Strawberry is momentarily dazed, glancing back to see Smiling on the verge of death from the dragon's assault. Now he cannot afford to aim or predict. Relying solely on instinct, he hurls his axe. Just as the spinning axe seems destined to strike the fox's ankle, the elusive fox suddenly appears to have eyes in the back of her head, deftly evading the attack with a swift twist. This is so infuriating. In an instant, Strawberry loses his composure, wishing to strike the screen's dancing fox in real life. Amidst his despair, he suddenly catches sight of a crimson bullet whizzing past him. The roaring smoke seems to embody the fury of the entire Wii team, almost swallowing the fox whole. Please. Please, please. Strawberry fixates on the screen, praying fervently. Yet, whether it is the fury that has clouded his senses or an optical illusion, at the critical moment, Graves' ultimate appears to veer midair, or perhaps the fox has suddenly altered her course. Regardless, the distance between them lengthens before the eyes of all. Damn it. Except for Ruofting, the remaining 4 members of Wii simultaneously howl in anguish. Smiling, in particular, flings his mouse aside. He has finally succumbed to the dragon's wrath. At this moment, Strawberry feels envious of Smiling, wishing he could toss his mouse aside as well. He truly does not want to play anymore. But he cannot. For the fox, who has been dancing before his eyes, suddenly halts and slowly turns her head. That enchanting visage, now in Strawberry's eyes, only radiates endless mockery. He once again maneuvers Olaf to retrieve his axe, striving to maintain his composure, and hurls his cue once more. Predictably, it misses again. Don't chase. Wait for me. A somewhat rational voice emerges. The tardy death singer has finally reached the river's edge. Strawberry's frayed nerves begin to cool slightly as he observes the fox not far away. He refrains from a reckless attack, instead methodically maneuvering to corner the fox towards Ruofting. However, the child prodigy is no fool. Ruofting's every movement is laid bare within Han Palace's vision. His cooperation with Strawberry is merely a ruse to wait for cooldowns. Gradually, the distance between Strawberry and Ruofting diminishes, the space between them compressing further. Yet, the seemingly cornered fox suddenly darts into the brush behind the red buff. With a newfound calmness, Strawberry takes action, throwing a cue into the brush, albeit blind. In the next moment, the fox, concealed within the underbrush, reveals half of her form before swiftly vanishing again. However, that fleeting moment cannot disguise the slowing effect beneath her feet. Instantly, Strawberry's previously cooling nerves ignite with intensity. Finally, I've landed my cue. Ruofting, quickly, finish her off. With that, he charges towards the brush. At this moment, he envisions Olaf lunging into the thicket, leaping to strike the fox with both axes, toppling her to the ground. Yet, that envisioned tableau never materializes on the grand screen for the live audience. For as Olaf nears the brush, he is met with a radiant heart. The bloodthirsty Olaf suddenly stands frozen, dropping his axes to the ground, trudging forward in a daze. What awaits him is a spell orb radiating with brilliant light. The orb mercilessly traverses back and forth over Olaf, guiding his life to its conclusion. Damn. I was too hasty, Strawberry. She deliberately let you land your cue, revealing herself just to lure you into the brush. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't even matter anymore. Ruofting, forget everything else. Just rush in and slay her. She is nearly out of health. Yes, activate your E and charge in. Just kill her. Ruofting, you must eliminate her. As long as you do, everything else will be acceptable. At this moment, Strawberry, Smiling, Yujijong, and if all remove their headsets, crowding around Ruofting, nearly pushing him aside to take control themselves. Ruofting licks his lips, recalling the various instances he had been slain, his gaze burning with intensity towards the nearby brush. Meanwhile, the situation in Han Palace's command center mirrors this fervor, for teammates gather around the child prodigy, exclaiming, "Incredible! Incredible! The child prodigy is magnificent! Enough, brothers, this is already sufficient carnage. Let us retreat. Yes, you must not die. Think of your kill record, remain calm." Brother, the child player, upon removing his headphones, exclaimed, Don't shout. If I kill Deathsinger, it'll be a pentakill." In disbelief, Liang Shaoxin replied, "Come on, brother, even at this point, you're still thinking about that? This isn't just a ranked game. Losing for the sake of a pentakill is inconsequential. We are in a competition, the rare TGA finals, and you have a chance to defeat we. Compared to that, is a pentakill really that significant? Just as he was growing anxious, Liang Shaoxin noticed that the child player had already tuned out the surrounding noise. Due to his height, he was half squatting in his chair. His slight frame leaning forward, eyes ablaze with focus on the swiftly approaching Deathsinger, resembling a seasoned hunter awaiting his prey. In a fleeting moment, Liang Shaoxin realized that this seemingly insignificant child was extraordinary. After a brief pause, he suddenly turned and shouted towards Wei's battle seat. Come on, Ruofting. If you're a man, don't be cowardly. Huning, Lu Jilin, and Jin Haoyang jolted, staring at Liang Shaoxin as if he were a monster. Before mimicking him and bellowing towards Wei's battle seat. With a mere 3 meters separating the two teams, their shouts resounded clearly in the ears of the smiling players. Being young men in their late teens, who could withstand such taunts? Almost immediately, retorts flew back. Damn it, if you're a man, don't hide in the grass. If you're a man, don't run. Wait for Ruofing to come and kill you. The two teams began an unusual exchange of insults, a spectacle rarely seen, even stunning the organizers. Just as they contemplated intervening, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. The audience had erupted into fervor, the excitement reaching its zenith. To hell with it. Let us just enjoy the show. One of the staff members shrugged and opted to watch the commotion. With the atmosphere so charged, the protagonists of the event were unwilling to dampen the excitement. Ruofing activated his E-skill, charging straight into the brush. The child player emerged from the cover, with less than 300 health remaining. Upon seeing his adversary, Ruofting, driven by sheer instinct, immediately flashed in for a close encounter, abandoning any finesse in favor of raw aggression. The child player hesitated momentarily, but his feet were in constant motion, deftly dodging Deathsinger's Q while retaliating with W. The ethereal foxfire. He continued to maneuver until his Q skill was off cooldown, executing a follow-up Q and then repositioning to land another Q, causing Ruofing to suffer the full brunt of 2 QS damage. The battle, which had reached a fever pitch, came to an abrupt halt. Ruofing fell first. The raucous venue fell silent in astonishment. What just happened? Was full health Ruofing defeated so swiftly? Did that fox truly possess a one-shot capability? Everyone found it hard to believe their eyes, yet the evidence was glaring. The pinnacle banner gleamed brightly in the center of the screen. Boom. After a brief silence, the atmosphere erupted. At his computer, Ruofing sat dumbfounded, and by the time he regained his composure, the child player had already escaped his E-skill's range. However, he did not venture far, positioning himself at the edge of Ruofing's E to recall. Frustrated, Ruofing clicked Q, prompting the child player to cancel his recall. Sidestepping the Q and returning to the same spot, Ruofing, unwilling to concede, clicked Q once more, only for the child player to evade again and recall. The two engaged in this playful exchange for 3 rounds until Deathsinger's passive finally expired, bringing a temporary pause to the antics. In Dublin, Ireland, at the headquarters of Riot Games, a young man with a head of golden hair watched the match on the big screen. He leapt up, exclaiming, "God damn it. That is how Ari plays." The modern studio buzzed with excitement, his loud outburst reverberating throughout the room. Since the inception of League of Legends, a notion persisted for over a decade. Easy was Riot's favored child. This was no baseless claim. One of Riot's hero designers was responsible for creating numerous beloved champions, including Fox, Nocturne, Teemo, Vladimir, Alchemist, Jarvan, Master E, Riven, Amumu, and many others. It can be said that the success of League of Legends from development to global phenomenon was significantly attributed to this designer's contributions. Therefore, to honor his work, Riot named a champion after him, Ezreal. An adventurer at heart, Ezreal embodied the spirit of exploration within the game. At this moment, the golden-haired youth in the studio, known as the illustrious Ezreal, reveled in the excitement. Meanwhile, at the back of the studio, a man of East Asian descent gazed at the pinnacle banner, lost in thought. This individual was also a pivotal designer at Riot, known as Li Chun, with the ID Chuanli. Years later, after leaving Riot, he became a manager of an esports club named FBX. Recently, Li Chun had been focused on continuously nerfing the top-lane powerhouse Riven. However, at this moment, he murmured to himself, the skill ceiling for this champion is exceedingly high. Once wielded by a true expert, it can easily disrupt the balance of the game. Perhaps it is time to consider a nerf. Returning to the BJ match venue, after the child player achieved the pinnacle, the audience erupted in jubilation. Yet the commentary booth fell oddly silent. After a considerable pause, DC remembered his role as a host. Hey, aren't you two going to say something? I need a moment. I'm at a loss for words. Shout Song's astonishment lingered, leaving him unsure of what to say. DC promptly turned to number 7, who pondered briefly before stating, "Let me summarize. Just now, the child player eliminated all 5 members of we in succession. That is what transpired. Perhaps you found his final exchange with Ruofing perplexing due to the damage output," DC remarked, "but please note his kill book level, 18. This level explains everything." DC sighed. "Well, your summary is indeed succinct. However, as you pointed out, the child player's kill book now stands at 18 layers, a crucial detail. I believe that not long ago, when we first saw him acquiring the kill book, few would have believed he could stack it up. Now, not only has he stacked it, but it's almost full. And this match doesn't bode well for we. As DC mentioned, the situation on the field has become quite dire for we. Despite we maintaining a lead in kills at 22-16, Han Palace has unleashed a formidable 14-2 streak. With the already godlike Heavenly Fat Fox wielding an impressive 18 stacks of the killing book, the operator of this fox clearly possesses the exceptional prowess to dominate the battlefield. Currently, no one on the Wii side can withstand the fox's damage. Even the sturdiest Olaf is easily dispatched in a single encounter. In a moment of excitement, the team exclaims, "Incredible! The child god of gaming has achieved a pentakill. How is your damage so high?" 1Q and Ruofing is dead. With the killing book at 18 stacks, it feels like victory is within their grasp, as they unexpectedly overturn we in the very first match. In the team's voice chat, everyone is exhilarated. The child god of gaming observes the resurrected trio of top, jungle, and support, along with the soon-to-respawn aircraft, and urges, "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Quickly gather for the Baron." A moment of silence ensues, followed by the Win support questioning, "Can we really do the Baron?" "Absolutely." They respawn slowly and won't dare approach. "If they do, I'll eliminate them." The child god's determination leaves no room for dissent, and his teammates hastily converge to assault the Baron. The Baron falls at a leisurely pace, but with we completely wiped out, Han Palace secures the objective before we can regroup. Returning to base, the child god purchases a seemingly useless large stick, but with the game only 24 minutes in, his inventory boasts luxurious items: Sorcerer's Shoes, Abyssal Mask, Zonia's Hourglass, and the 18-stacked killing book. He then hovers over the Nashor's buff. Heroes with this buff receive additional maximum health and mana regeneration, alongside increased magic and physical damage. This buff is akin to acquiring another major item. His eyes ignite with fervor as he directs his mouse towards W's base. "Come on, everyone, let us push forward." "Are we really going to push straight in? No need for a 41-minute push?" Liang Shaoxin raises a concern. "No need. The opponents have champions like Nocturne, Soraka, and Karthus capable of global ultimates. If we delay, Nocturne can pick off isolated champions. Our Fiora is only moderately developed, so if I'm not in the front line, the 4 of you won't stand a chance against them. Conversely, if we group up, I can initiate the attack. With my current gear, I can eliminate anyone I encounter." "You're right." Yang Shaoxin nods, realizing that having the child god of gaming on their side is a tremendous advantage. This young player not only possesses outstanding mechanical skills but also a superior understanding of the game, complemented by his ability to lead. Moving forward, he resolves to follow the child god's commands without question. Soon, the 5 members of Han Palace march confidently down the mid lane towards W's stronghold. Noticing their approach, Smile pauses, surprised. Is this how Han Palace plays? Just pushing mid with all 5? Who is the shot caller on their team? Ruofing and Strawberry, you two stay out. Continue to farm. We can sacrifice our mid-tier tower, even the second tier if necessary. The 3 of us will hold the high ground. That way, their Baron buff will be rendered useless. With Smile's command, the resurrected Wii team splits into 3 lanes as the bottom duo and jungle position themselves mid, with Karthus heading bottom and Olaf top. The 2 teams engage in a silent agreement to trade towers. While you push for the mid-tier one, I'll take your top-tier one. As you push for the second tier, Karthus and Olaf will simultaneously push for your top and bottom second-tier towers. Wait, child god, something feels off, Liang Shaoxin exclaims, observing the unfolding situation. We can't allow them to trade towers while we have the Baron buff. It's unacceptable. The child god glances at the pushing progress of Strawberry and Ruofing, reassuring him, don't worry, they may think they're ahead now, but soon I'll have them sacrificing their base. Taking the child god's words to heart, Liang Shaoxin follows closely, focusing on pushing down the mid lane. The WE tower defense trio remains calm, adopting a defensive stance regarding the first tower. As Han Palace approaches the second tower, Smile and Nightfall merely throw out a few QS at the approaching minion wave before retreating to their high ground. When Han Palace finally takes down W's mid-second tower, Ruofing has already destroyed the bottom second tower, while Strawberry swings Olaf's axe at the top second tower. With a tower trade of 2 for 2, we is more than satisfied with the outcome. If Han Palace wishes to push for the high ground, we could comfortably relinquish the mid-high ground, allowing Ruofing and Strawberry to continue their farm. Thus, we stands to gain rather than lose, unless Han Palace aims for a decisive finish. However, the problem lies in the fact that Han Palace's minion waves are dwindling, and Ruofing, having taken the bottom second tower, can return at any moment to defend. Though Han Palace possesses the advantage of the Baron buff, their previous disadvantage renders them insufficiently strong to push against all 5 members of We. At this moment, even the audience realizes that Han Palace's decision to push mid is quite foolish, yet the 5 members stubbornly persist, akin to mules crashing against a wall, remaining resolute in their mid lane advance. Wait, are they really going to keep pushing mid? What kind of decision is this? The commentator, Xiaozong, grows increasingly anxious. Even if they take the mid-high ground, we can easily counter with pushes on the top and bottom lanes. Trading a Baron buff for a 2 for 2 exchange is clearly a loss. Are they aiming for a 1-push finish? DC whispers. Without hesitation, number 7 retorts, a 1-push? That's impossible. Not only do they lack the minion waves, but if they dare to assault We's base, Ruofing and Strawberry can return in time to defend. They are wasting their time and precious Baron buff. I simply cannot comprehend why Han Palace insists on pushing as a group. It would suffice for the Child God to lead the front line while the others defend the lanes. The only explanation I can fathom is their youth. Compared to the battle-hardened We, they have failed to maintain clarity at the brink of victory. Now, they must bear the consequences of their inexperience. As We effortlessly counters their Baron buff offensive, it is now We's turn to unleash their power, especially since Ruofing and Strawberry have just experienced a surge in their growth. On the field, Ruofing, approaching the Han Palace bottom high ground with minions, keeps a close watch on his team's situation. Should I return? I can clear the minions. Strawberry can handle the top. No need. Smile confidently directs, advancing towards the 5 members of Han Palace. They can't push. They have no minion waves. Meanwhile, as the charming little umbrella actively collaborated with the Child God of Games to advance through the mid lane, he exclaimed, "Brothers, let us retreat. This push is futile. If we do not withdraw soon, we shall lose the high ground on both lanes." No sooner had he uttered these words than the Child God of Games Fox surged into action, targeting the forward-moving Smile. Smile's initial intention was to cast a long-range ultimate to clear the dwindling minion wave on his side. But the Child God of Games had anticipated this move while pushing the mid lane's second turret and had been awaiting this moment. "Goodness, the Fox is diving the turret," Smile shouted, his voice laced with a hint of excitement. As he spoke, he hurled a smoke bomb at his feet. This defensive smoke bomb acted more like a signal flare, as all 10 players on the field simultaneously sprang into action. Darkness descended. The Nightmare promptly activated his ultimate to shield Smile, yet he refrained from immediately engaging, instead biding his time for the opportune moment. Strawberry and Ruofing ceased their lane control and pressed the B key to return to base. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 from Han Palace had no choice but to bravely charge towards Smile alongside the Child God of Games. However, Smile had maintained a safe distance, and confronted with the Fox, who possessed multiple mobility skills, he swiftly utilized his E skill to retreat. Behind him, Soraka endeavored to heal and protect everyone, wielding her staff to cast her salvation magic. Yet, he could not have anticipated that the first target under the Fox's threat was merely a decoy. The true objective of the Child God of Games was, in fact, Soraka. In her eagerness to save her teammate, Soraka rushed towards Smile, at which point the Child God of Games decisively activated his second, R skill to propel himself towards her. 2 figures raced towards each other through the darkness. So enticing. The alluring voice of Ari echoed in Soraka's ears, filled only with a familiar chill and murderous intent. The sudden turn of events, while Nightmare's darkness obscured the opponent's vision, also rendered his own teammate screens less clear. In the chaos, Soraka caught sight of a red heart and a glimmering magic orb piercing through the darkness, directly transfixing her. Sitting at his computer, Chui was first astonished, then filled with despair, and ultimately a tinge of genuine admiration. This fellow predicted my position even in blind vision. "Brothers, I am down." Chui Yi's exclamation startled his 4 teammates. "What is happening? The battle has just begun, and you are already down? Wasn't Nightmare supposed to enlarge? The Fox has no vision. Furthermore," they pleaded, "for heaven's sake, you have yet to cast any skills. But soon, they found no inclination to be surprised. Especially Smile, who had been radiating confidence moments earlier, now felt his heart sink. Without the healer's restorative powers, and, most crucially, the silence that Soraka provided, how could the child god of games Fox be anything less than divine? In an instant, Smile's impression of the child god of games deepened. This individual had possessed a clear battle plan and objective from the very beginning. He feigned an attack on Smile to draw Soraka in, then, amidst Nightmare's ultimate, executed an audacious play to eliminate Soraka in blind vision while enchanting her to prevent any skill usage. This individual was truly terrifying. In the next moment, overwhelmed by emotion, Smile glimpsed a captivatingly beautiful face emerging from the dissipating smoke of his smoke bomb. Ari's enchanting gaze accompanied a wave of her hand, unleashing eerie flames and an array of otherworldly spells towards Smile's graves. Still echoing in his ears was Chui Yi's declaration, "I am down." As he witnessed the fox repositioning after her third R skill, retrieving her recently acquired Q skill, the deceptive orb, which glided through Graves' body. Following this, Smile's screen went dark. The second Q, empowered by a full 20 stacks of the kill book, combined with the chaotic array of skills, unleashed sufficient damage to obliterate Graves. Damn, what a masterful display. Smile slammed his keyboard, his voice infused with both fury and unmistakable admiration. On the opposite side, Nightmare, ever on the lookout for an opportunity, finally launched himself towards the child god of games Fox after Smile's fall. In mere moments, Strawberry's Olaf and Ruofing's Song of Death would also return to base. Yet, none of this mattered anymore, for the match had concluded. Nightmare had finally launched himself, but the child god of games still possessed the Zhonya's hourglass. No, it was unnecessary. For before Nightmare could inflict any damage, he was swiftly eliminated by the concentrated fire of Han Palace. Strawberry and Ruofing arrived too late. Could they prevent Han Palace's advance? If not, the match would inevitably come to an end. What could they possibly do? Just look at the Fox's equipment, 20 stacks of the kill book, along with the Baron buff. No one could withstand his damage now. The Song of Death immediately flashed in and unleashed his E-skill, while Olaf charged forth with his ultimate. They aimed to clear the minion wave, but the Fox casually dispatched the Song of Death with just a few strikes. Meanwhile, the Berserker Olaf could not withstand the overwhelming numbers and was swiftly taken down, leaving Han Palace to simply attack the base to secure victory. They've done it. The Fox even celebrated the victory with a golden body. My goodness, in the first match of this TGA Grand Finals, an enormous upset unfolded as Han Palace triumphed over Wii. No, more than this upset, the emergence of the child god of games was the greatest surprise. How could this individual be so formidable? He single-handedly caused Wii to stumble. Nevertheless, amidst all this, we must extend our heartfelt congratulations to Han Palace for this triumphant start. As for Wii, I believe they should not harbor any negative emotions. Given their strength, even if they lose one match, advancing from the group stage should pose little difficulty. Indeed, that is the case. They must return and analyze their performance. After all, they had held an early advantage only to be overturned. A few commentators expressed their discontent, and the audience sat in a gloomy silence. The child god of games had dazzled the entire arena with his skill. Yet leading the team to overturn Wii was an entirely different matter. Given that over 90% of the audience were Wii fans, their spirits were understandably low after such a shocking defeat. Some particularly irritable individuals had even begun to hurl insults towards Han Palace's seating area. However, the members of Han Palace paid no heed to these remarks, as W's base was just a few hits from destruction. Little Umbrella and his companions had already set down their mice and leaped up to cheer. Only the child god of games remained transfixed, staring vacantly at the screen displaying the momentous word victory. He was well acquainted with the taste of triumph, yet this familiar feeling failed to stir his heart. Something felt amiss. It was as though the anguish of amnesia returned to shroud him after the game ended. Was it possible that my sole connection to this world is through this game? Hey, child god of games, why are you dazed? We just defeated Wii. Little Umbrella vigorously shook his shoulder. He turned to see the smiles of his 4 teammates. Oh, are we to shake hands? Shake hands. Why would we shake hands? Huh, are we not shaking hands? The teammates looked bewildered, and the child god of games mirrored their confusion before shaking his head and asking, what shall we do next? What next? We have triumphed. We have defeated Wii, and naturally, we should celebrate. But wait, we must remain composed. We are on stage with so many eyes upon us. We can rejoice backstage later, but for now, let us keep our cool. Ah, right. In my excitement, I almost forgot. Let us tidy up the equipment first. As we started to gather our gear, the familiar figure of the young prodigy suddenly appeared, having just unplugged his mouse. A staff member emerged, asking everyone to pause their tidying and to take the stage to acknowledge the audience. Acknowledging the audience? For Liang Shaosan and his team, this was evidently a novel experience. They were not well acquainted with such a tradition, especially as this was their first offline competition. Turning to the side, they noticed the members of We had already stepped onto the stage. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, as if we were the actual victors. However, amidst the cheers, a discordant noise emerged. Hisses and jeers could be faintly discerned. Confused, they then observed a slight figure striding boldly to the center of the stage ahead of the 5 members of We, waving to the audience, inciting the very noise they had heard. What? How did the young prodigy get up there? Wasn't he just tidying up the equipment? Liang Shaosan was astonished. The figure at the center, attracting hisses and jeers, was none other than the young prodigy himself. Was he still hoping to shake hands with We? This boy's obsession with handshakes was quite remarkable. Chuckling, he urged his companions to hurry up to the stage as well. The 4 of them abandoned their half-tidied equipment and rushed to join him. At this moment, the young prodigy had already encountered Chui Yi from If. Looking at this pint-sized figure, whose shoulders barely reached his own, yet wore an infuriatingly nonchalant expression, Chui Yi found it impossible to reconcile this character with the young prodigy he had faced in the game. The young prodigy could read the emotions on Chui Yi's face, but he disregarded them entirely. Upon reaching Chui Yi, he tilted his chin and extended his right hand. Chui Yi was taken aback. The prodigy's audacious demeanor made him want to retaliate. Yet, despite his irritation, he politely bent slightly and shook the young prodigy's hand. At that moment, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. The young prodigy stood tall, his chin raised slightly, while Chui Yi, due to the height difference, unconsciously leaned forward. The contrast was stark. The aura of Chui Yi and We was completely overshadowed by the young prodigy alone. Unaware of the visual implications of his actions, Chui Yi quickly released the young prodigy's hand and turned to greet with Jun Liang and Liang Shaosan. However, as they passed each other, the young prodigy casually remarked, "Big brother, please don't make such poor vision choices in future matches. The Canyon isn't your home." Chui Yi froze, convinced that if they weren't on stage, he would have retaliated. Behind him, the young prodigy continued as a game mentor, shaking hands with Wu Songjun and offering critiques. The early pace was good, but you seemed a bit lost in the mid to late game. Also, timing your entrance could use some improvement. As the conversation continued, Ruofing suppressed the urge to retaliate while listening to the young prodigy's commentary. Your operational awareness is commendable, and your fundamentals are solid, but you tend to get anxious. And your skill execution needs finer attention. You have the basics down, you can withstand pressure, and you're willing to initiate fights. However, if you continue to play it safe, you'll find little future ahead. Sometimes, you need to take a bold step forward. Do you understand? The young prodigy released Cao Mei's hand and walked straight to the last member of the team, Wei Xiao. Cao Mei remained momentarily stunned. He didn't want to retaliate, as the young prodigy's words seemed to resonate deeply with him. "Brother, you played well. How old are you?" Wei Xiao seized the moment to inquire. "I just turned 18 last month," the young prodigy replied, his demeanor calm and unfazed. "You played well too. We should have a chance to spar again." "You're 18? Wei Xiao questioned, incredulous. The young prodigy grinned. "My family is poor. I didn't get enough nutrition as a child, thus my growth was stunted." The conviction in his tone was so strong that even he began to believe it. Wei Xiao's expression shifted to one of doubt. "Let us exchange contact information after this. We can play ranked together sometime." "Sure, I'll carry you then." The young prodigy maintained his brash demeanor and, after no further words, turned back to the equipment area. As he reached the corridor, clutching his mouse and keyboard, he suddenly heard someone call out to him from behind. Turning around, he noticed a commotion at the back of the raucous audience. A somewhat familiar plump figure was being escorted out of the studio by several security personnel. "What is going on?" Yang Shaosan asked, draping an arm around his shoulder. "Nothing," the young prodigy shook his head, casting another glance toward the audience before he and Liang Shaosan entered the player tunnel. Upon returning to the small resting room, the team leader, Jin Haomiao, pushed through the crowd and enveloped the young prodigy in a nearly suffocating embrace. Come, drink some water." He handed the young prodigy a bottle of icy beverage and pointed to a corner sofa. "There's more water over there. Help yourself." "Brothers, do you realize what this victory signifies?" Jin Haomiao exclaimed with exuberance, gesticulating animatedly. "It means we tackled a tough opponent in Group A. If we win one more match, we'll almost secure our spot in the semifinals. We'll be halfway there. Semifinals, brothers. Do you understand what that means?" He paused dramatically, grinning at the young prodigy. The young prodigy looked bewildered. What did the semifinals signify? It was merely the semifinals, not the final championship. Yet Liang Shaosan and the others were not as unfazed as him. They simultaneously extended their hands, mimicking the act of counting money. Jin Haomiao clapped his hands enthusiastically. "Exactly. Money. This tournament is the largest event of the first half of the year, and Penguin Dad has invested heavily, with a total prize pool of 200,000. The champions receive 100,000, the runners-up 50,000, the third place 30,000, and even fourth place gets 20,000. This means that if our group can advance, we'll at least take home 20,000. Huning chimed in, taking a swig from his drink. "I initially thought we'd just come to make an appearance. Even if we got beaten, I didn't expect we'd have a chance to win money." "Indeed," Yang Shaosan sighed, reminiscing, thinking back over the past several months. "We've participated in countless competitions and have barely earned a dime. Finally, we have a chance to see some return on our efforts. Once we take home the prize money, I'll just throw it in front of my parents and tell them, 'See, I'm not just wasting my time. I can earn money now.' By the way, Jean Gu, since we just defeated shouldn't we treat ourselves to a nice meal after the competition?" Yang Shaosan proposed. "It's been nearly a week, and we've been eating burgers for every meal. I'm about to be sick of it. Honestly, it's time you treated us to better food." Jin Haomiao, in high spirits, declared, "We must indulge in a splendid meal. If we triumph over AG Shiwanyo again, let us savor hot pot tonight. I've already thought it through. Aside from the travel expenses home, I'll contribute a bit more, and it will be enough for us to enjoy a delightful feast. Are you sure you want to chip in?" Upon hearing Jin Haomiao's intention to cover the costs, Yang Shaosan felt a bit embarrassed. "Perhaps we should skip the hot pot and settle for something cheaper." "What nonsense is that?" Jin Haomiao's expression turned serious. "As the team leader, if my players have performed well, I should treat you to a nice meal. It would be utterly irresponsible of me otherwise. Rest assured. I sold my dream ship last night for a total of 1,700. That's more than sufficient for a grand meal." He continued, "And after all this, you should all thank Xiao Hai Yushan. You are fortunate to have his support." Jin Haomiao approached Xiao Hai Yushan, playfully shaking him by the shoulders. "Brother, you were absolutely phenomenal just now. I always knew you were good, but today you were on another level. Haha, Xiao Hai Yushan, if you keep this up, we'll always have hot pot to enjoy." Yes. Keep it up, and lead us to the semifinals. No, to the finals. Let us secure 100,000. Just as the jovial atmosphere enveloped the room, the door was abruptly flung open. A stocky, young man rushed in, panting heavily. Instantly, the small team lounge fell silent. All eyes fixed on the unexpected intruder. Feeling the weight of their gaze, the young man appeared somewhat embarrassed, but showed no intention of leaving or explaining himself. He adjusted his glasses and scanned the room, his gaze quickly landing on Xiao Hai Yushan, who was sipping on a drink in the corner. In an instant, visible anger ignited in his eyes. Sensing the tension, Xiao Hai Yushan looked up and met the young man's fiery glare, momentarily taken aback. He recognized this stocky figure. Yet, he couldn't quite recall when or where they had crossed paths. After some reflection, it dawned on him that this was the same chubby character who had caused a ruckus in the audience earlier, only to be escorted away by security. But as he thought further, Xiao Hai Yushan shook his head. His impression of this young man seemed to stretch further back. Suddenly, it clicked. He had yet to regain his memories, but if this young man recognized him, he surely knew his identity. A myriad of imagined scenarios began to unfold in his mind. A devoted elder brother out with his mischievous younger sibling, who had wandered off. The anxious brother searched everywhere until he finally found his sibling. The young man's furious expression mirrored that of a protective older brother, didn't it? With that thought, Xiao Hai Yushan flashed a sincere smile. However, the young man's fury only intensified as he marched towards him. Though he appeared a bit menacing, he still fit the narrative. Xiao Hai Yushan reasoned with himself, but as the young man stood before him, it became apparent that something was amiss. This young man seemed ready to unleash violence. Had the script gone awry? "Hey, what are you doing? Let us talk this over. If I owe you money." Before he could finish, the young man leapt forward, his rotund body crashing into Xiao Hai Yushan like a cannonball, sending him sprawling to the ground. Xiao Hai Yushan, barely standing at 5 feet tall and weighing under 70 pounds, could hardly withstand the impact. He felt dizzy and nearly lost consciousness. Fortunately, Jin Haomiao and Liang Shaoxin snapped back to reality and quickly pulled the young man off Xiao Haiyushin. Liang Shaoxin wasted no time, shoving the young man to the ground and scolding, "What on earth is wrong with you? Are you looking for trouble?" Jin Haomiao and the others helped Xiao Haiyushin to his feet, carefully asking, "Are you all right, Xiao Haiyushin?" Before he could respond, the young man on the floor burst into tears, wailing, "Xiao Haiyushin! Xiao Haiyushin! You still call him Xiao Haiyushin?" This left everyone in the room bewildered. Jin Haomiao, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "What's wrong? Does it bother you that he calls him Xiao Haiyushin?" The young man cried even harder, angrily wiping his nose and shouting, "Damn it! I am Xiao Haiyushin." As he exclaimed this, laughter erupted from half the room. It seemed the young man had lost his mind. To everyone's surprise, he pulled out an ID card. And beside a photo that looked just like him were the words Gu Yin clearly printed. Suddenly, all laughter froze. The young man seized the moment, springing to his feet. If anyone doubted him, he stated, they could fetch a computer, and he would log into his League of Legends account to further prove his identity. As soon as those words left his mouth, someone at the door, eager for the spectacle, dashed off and returned shortly with a laptop. The young man eagerly took it, pressed the power button, and several heads leaned in closely. However, the computer seemed sluggish, and the critical moment of self-verification was not progressing smoothly. Meanwhile, I shifted to Xiao Haiyushin, who sat on the sofa, lost in thought. For him, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within. Just moments ago, he had begun to grasp his identity after suffering amnesia, but now it seemed that identity was on the verge of being snatched away. Who am I, really? As he lifted his gaze and surveyed the varied expressions of those present, he felt as if he were trapped in a grand performance. The narrative was not about distinguishing the true Xiao Haiyushin, but rather akin to a domestic Truman Show. Perhaps from the moment he opened his eyes, a multitude of high-tech cameras had been capturing his every move. Jin Haomiao, Liang Shaoxin, Lu Jilin, the young man, the beaming smiles, Strawberry, Ruofeng, and the enthusiastic audience, they were all mere actors in this elaborate charade. And now, this long take had finally reached its first genuine climax. Yet, for him, it was a tormenting experience. He awaited the director's cue from the shadows, yearning for the moment when those before him would relax and smile, praising him for a performance well done. Or perhaps he longed to escape, like Truman, from the invisible studio and glimpse the authentic world outside. Yet, none of his expectations materialized. What he encountered instead was the anxious, tense visage of Xiao Haiyushin, waiting for his account to log in. In that instant, a bolt of lightning coursed through his mind, illuminating countless fleeting images. Xiaoyu, it's still Xiaoyu. He rescued LPL. Let us congratulate Xiaoyu for attaining the ultimate FMP. In the past few years, LCK had once again loomed like a formidable mountain before LPL. But now we, the LPL, stand as a towering peak before the LCK, and the man atop this summit is none other than Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu continues to unleash his prowess, securing a triple kill, then a quadra, and finally a pentakill. You cannot vanquish Xiaoyu. He is eternally invincible. SKT seeks to mount an offensive, yet none dare to approach IG's tower in Emo's presence. Should anyone attempt, they will face obliteration. Let us once again proclaim that we are champions. No one can remain atop the pinnacle indefinitely. Everyone encounters valleys in their journey. However, failure does not equate to the end. We have ample reason to believe that Xiaoyu shall return with his IG, ready to conquer once more. It is over now, after a season of struggle and effort. It has come to a close. Perhaps we have savored far too many beautiful memories crafted by Emo during the World Championships, making it truly hard to envision a future where he does not qualify for the tournament. The championship is the ultimate aspiration of every esports athlete. Yet perhaps the pursuit of that title is equally beautiful. This may serve as a form of self-comfort, but I firmly believe that in my lifetime, I shall witness Emo once again hoisting the Summoner's Cup. Repeated failures can breed frustration and self-doubt, yet I sincerely wish for Emo to persist, to never retire. The twilight of heroes is the most poignant, but the dream of an old man rekindling his youthful fervor at the pinnacle is equally stirring. Today, after wandering in the valleys for years, Emo has returned with renewed vigor. Having debuted in S12, Emo has battled on the League of Legends professional stage for 7 years. And he is back. Is it truly over? Must we conclude our 17-year journey with League of Legends with a sense of regret in this most pivotal match in history? Images flood his mind in an instant, leaving him somewhat dazed. These fragments are shattered memories, too fragmented to coalesce into any meaningful recollection. Yet, An absurd thought arises within him. He is a top-tier League of Legends professional player, yet in a crucial match, he is consumed by the chaos of time and space. Thrust back to the nascent days of League of Legends in 2012. This narrative bears an absurdity akin to The Truman Show, yet lacks substantial depth, resembling the plot lines of mundane online novels. However, it is precisely these clinching narratives that hold significant weight in his heart. Thus, he slowly rises from the sofa and addresses the anxious crowd awaiting the successful login of their accounts. No need to check. He spoke no falsehood. I am not the child god of the game. He is. The anxious crowd freezes instantly. A multitude of gazes converges upon him at that moment. Just then, the loading screen on the notebook flickers, and the chubby fellow exclaims, "It's logged in. Look at the ID, child god of the game. And here, behold my ranking 2,243 points, fourth in the entire Ionia region. Surely, this cannot be a coincidence." Faced with such undeniable evidence, no matter how ludicrous the situation or how incomprehensible to those present, everything must be accepted as fact. Goodness, my mind is struggling to comprehend this. Team leader Jin Haomiao slaps his forehead vigorously. Dude, what on earth is happening? He is the child god of the game. Who are you? He pouts, striving to grasp fleeting details from the images flitting through his mind. I am Xiaoyu. I'm not asking for your name. I'm asking who you are. Why were you in our lounge, and why impersonate the child god of the game? I do not know. You don't know? Jin Haomiao's voice suddenly escalates, veins protruding on his forehead. Xiaoyu smiled wryly and shook his head, then spread his hands in resignation. I truly do not know, for I have lost my memory. The once boisterous players' lounge fell silent once more, leaving only the childlike spirit of Yushin and Xiaoyu in the room. An awkward atmosphere lingered in the air. As the childlike Yushin finished the last sip of his drink and stole a glance at Xiaoyu, hastily pretending to be nonchalant as he continued to sip water. However, the empty bottle of his drink only served to accentuate his bewildered demeanor. Xiaoyu casually picked up an unopened bottle of energy drink from the side and handed it to the child. Yushin. The child paused for a moment, then took the water with a hesitant hand. After taking a quick sip, he mustered the courage to break the awkward silence. Actually, I just witnessed your performance from below the stage. Your skills are so remarkable that there is no need for you to impersonate me. Xiaoyu chuckled softly. I truly did not intend to impersonate you. I have stated that I am genuinely suffering from amnesia. I opened my eyes to find myself in this very room. Before I could grasp the situation, Jean and the others barged in, cursing. At that moment, when they inquired if I was a child, I pondered and thought that I fit the description of a typical child, so I nodded in affirmation. No sooner had I admitted it than they hoisted me onto the stage. I had no inkling that they were asking if I was the child spirit, rather than simply inquiring if I was a child. Xiaoyu felt a slight cramp in his tongue and took a sip of his drink before continuing. Ultimately, it is the misunderstanding caused by your gaming name. The child, Yushin, also took a sip of his drink and conceded. Indeed, I bear some responsibility for this situation. Had I not arrived late, they would not have been so anxious, and perhaps the misunderstanding could have been avoided. However, I cannot bear the entire blame. The taxi driver was involved in an accident, and I had to spend an additional 20 yuan to hail another cab. Yet, these details have become inconsequential. You claim to remember nothing, yet you somehow know how to play League of Legends so exceptionally well? With a wry smile, Xiaoyu shook his head and remarked, I cannot quite fathom how it came to be, but the moment I stepped onto the stage, everything around me felt remarkably familiar. As for League of Legends, I cannot articulate why, but it is rather mystical. It seems as though I was inherently destined to excel at this game. Sitting before the computer, gazing at its interface, I instinctively knew the necessary maneuvers. Upon selecting a champion, I immediately understood their gameplay and the role they ought to fulfill within the team. Of course, initially, there were some clumsy moments, yet as I grew accustomed, everything fell into place seamlessly. The child, Yushin, stared blankly at Xiaoyu, biting the cap of his energy drink with a crunching sound, before finally stating, Is that for real? It feels like you're recounting a tale. With a resigned chuckle, Xiaoyu replied, I too feel as though I am spinning a yarn, yet alas, this is the truth. Yushin fell silent, and Xiaoyu once again found himself ensnared in the throes of challenging recollections, desperately attempting to unearth meaningful memories from the chaos of his mind. The room descended into silence once more, and after an indeterminate span of time, Yushin spoke again. I pondered for quite a while, and I believe I no longer harbor any anger towards you. I have come to realize that there was truly no need for you to fabricate anything. With your prowess, you could easily secure a place in any team, for there is likely no one else in this world capable of single-handedly dismantling we. Xiaoyu remained silent. Although the child's praise was flattering, he couldn't shake the feeling that turning the tables on Wei was hardly commendable. To him, it was no formidable challenge. Nevertheless, his primary concern lay with his own memories and the circumstances surrounding their leader, Jin Haomiao. As Xiaoyu once again sank into his own thoughts, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from the doorway. The child was instantly alert, and Xiaoyu lifted his gaze towards the entrance. As the doors swung open, a somewhat buck-toothed stranger with glasses cautiously peeked inside. "Hello, hello," he exclaimed, his eyes quickly scanning the room before settling on Xiaoyu's face. He then waved towards the door, and 5 young individuals entered with playful grins. Upon realizing they were not Jin Haomiao and his crew, the child looked at Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression, only to find Xiaoyu deep in thought, seemingly lost in a reverie. At that moment, Xiaoyu's memories began to stir once more. Among the 5 newcomers, 4 appeared vaguely familiar. Yet, akin to his initial encounter with the child, he recognized them but could not place who they were. "Greetings, I am Chen Bo, ID Ping Yiling, the top laner for the CLC team. Hello, I am Lu Benwei, known as White, the mid laner for CLC. Chao Zhiyong here, ID Silvas, the jungler for CLC. I am Luo Sheng, Idaho White Crescent, the AD for CLC. And I am Xiao Chong, known as Chers, the support for CLC." As each individual introduced themselves in turn, Xiaoyu meticulously matched their names and gaming IDs with their faces, triggering a cascade of fragmented memories. "Ping Yiling, Fireman, and Iron?" Xiaoyu murmured softly. Upon hearing his name spoken first, Ping Yiling felt a swell of pride, believing his reputation to be quite substantial. However, his expression soon shifted to one of confusion. Just as he was about to inquire about Xiaoyu's statement, he noticed Xiaoyu's gaze had already moved on to Lu Benwei. "Lu Benwei, Lu Leoi cough, ahem. Offer a stick of incense. Offer a stick of incense. Huh, what is going on?" Lu Benwei, like Ping Yiling, was utterly bewildered. Yet Xiaoyu showed no interest in engaging them, his attention swiftly shifting to Chao Zhiyong, the next in line. "No impression, no clue," he remarked, continuing his stream of consciousness. Next was Luo Sheng, the White Crescent, and a rush of memories flooded back. "Pull? Watch the replay? No mistakes can be tolerated? Am I too gentle while you are rebellious? All of it is scripture? What on earth are you saying?" White Crescent joined the ranks of the confused. This time, Xiaoyu's words were somewhat clearer to the group, but while each word was familiar, together they formed an incomprehensible riddle. As before, Xiaoyu ignored White Crescent's bewilderment and turned his gaze to the last individual, Xiao Chong, Chers. Chers met Xiaoyu's eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable stream of nonsensical remarks. To his surprise, Xiaoyu broke into a broad smile and exclaimed, "Chers. Huh." The suddenly summoned Xiao Chong felt a surge of anxiety, reminiscent of being called upon by a teacher in class. "What's the matter?" A smile lingered on Xiaoyu's face as he casually uttered 3 words. "Close the door." Closing the door is an utterly mundane act, one that hardly evokes any creativity. Chris's motion of shutting the door was no different from that of the average person, yet to Xiaoyu, each of Chris's gestures seemed fluid and instinctive, as if it were etched into his very being. In a nutshell, he was simply relishing the moment. After securely closing the door, Chris turned around to find Xiaoyu still gazing at him with a smile, which made him feel somewhat awkward as he rubbed his hands together, wondering if the lad was a bit eccentric. Earlier, he had spouted a series of nonsensical remarks, and now he was staring at him with an unsettlingly ambiguous gaze. Ahem. Chris cleared his throat lightly and exchanged a glance with Lu Benwei. It was then that Lu Benwei recalled the purpose of their visit and, speaking in a mix of Cantonese and Mandarin, said, "Brother, I just witnessed your performance on stage. Absolutely phenomenal. The few of us came here with no ulterior motives, merely wishing to get to know you better. Let us exchange contact information and perhaps enjoy a meal together tonight or team up for some gaming in the future." Xiaoyu then shifted his gaze towards Lu Benwei and inquired, "What shall we eat? Li Zhuang's white meat? Li Zhuang's white meat? Well, brother, you know about it too." Lu Benwei suddenly became animated, swiftly sitting beside Xiaoyu as if reuniting with a long-lost comrade. "Let me tell you, last year, during my most challenging times with the CCM team, I shared a meal of Li Zhuang's white meat with a few brothers in Chengdu. Oh, just thinking about it now makes my mouth water. This dish holds profound significance for me. Anyone who dined with me last year over Li Zhuang's white meat is undoubtedly my brother. Tonight, I shall treat you to this dish once more, from now on. We are all brothers. What do you say? I'll call our team leader to reserve a table. Observing Lu Bunwei's overwhelming enthusiasm, Xiao Yu found himself at a loss. The words he had just uttered were simply spontaneous reflections of fragmented memories, their true meaning eluding him. As Lu Bunwei genuinely reached for his phone, Xiao Yu hurriedly intervened to prevent any further misunderstandings. Hold on, big brother. You haven't even mentioned why you're here. We have no ulterior motives. Pinji Ling waved his hand dismissively. We just thought you were incredible when you played against Wei, and we wanted to get to know you. You wish to get to know me? Xiao Yu's gaze roamed over Pinji Ling and his companions, and he remarked, Are you implying that you're here to poach me? An awkward expression swiftly crossed the faces of the 5 individuals. Subsequently, Pinji Ling chuckled, Ha ha ha, brother. You're being a bit too blunt. You can interpret it that way, but we genuinely just want to get to know you. Xiao Yu turned to glance at the child, his face adorned with an adorable expression as he said, The competition has yet to conclude. Yet you have come to our team's lounge, attempting to poach players in front of my teammates. This is rather inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? Observing Xiao Yu's candid remarks, which were refreshingly straightforward, both Hirano Aya and the others found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to proceed with the conversation. After a considerable pause, Lu Bunwei finally waved his hand dismissively and remarked, Since you have been so forthright, we shall also drop the pretense. To be frank with you, my friend, the game League of Legends has only been around for less than 2 years, yet Tencent recognizes its immense potential and is eager to cultivate its growth. Thus, they have been actively organizing various competitions to promote the game, and there are even rumors that a formal league will be established next year. Everyone is keen to make their mark in this prospective professional league, which has led to a flurry of team formations. Hirano Aya seized the opportunity to continue, stating, You should inquire further. If we consider that 10 new teams are established each month in our country, it follows that 20 teams simultaneously disband. Consequently, any ambitious team will hasten to recruit talented players, for if you delay, opportunities may slip away. Xiao Yu listened intently to the accounts of Hirano Aya and Lu Bunwei, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity with the current chaotic state of the League of Legends esports scene. Is this truly how things ought to be? It seems rather disorganized. Suddenly, a pivotal question struck him, and he inquired, Do the teams and players not have contracts? Is everyone free to poach each other? Before Hirano Aya and the others could respond, the young boy, lost in thought, let out a wry smile and said, Contracts? Many teams are merely the whims of wealthy individuals. They treat it as a pastime and often neglect it, sometimes failing to disburse wages for an entire year. In my previous team, I played for 3 months without receiving a single cent, ultimately earning more from my side gigs than from them. Hirano Aya quickly added, That's absolutely right. Most lesser-known teams operate in such a manner. However, there are exceptions. Some more prominent teams are quite professional. Our team, CLC, is among the more disciplined ones, offering a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan along with accommodation in a villa. When we achieve results in competitions, the prize money is equally distributed among everyone. Moreover, CLC ranks among the top teams in the country. You should consider this. If you join us, you won't have to worry about Wei, IG, or Ehome anymore. As Hirano Aya spoke, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if envisioning CLC sweeping the nation like Wei. Xiao Yu, meanwhile, was lost in contemplation. At that moment, he recalled nothing, save for the familiarity of the game League of Legends. Thus, he felt compelled to continue playing. Yet, the prevailing environment of League of Legends was still shrouded in chaos and disorder, starkly contrasting with his subconscious understanding. He yearned for a somewhat stable environment to gradually reclaim his memories. Otherwise, he would remain adrift, unaware of his own identity or where he belonged. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, when Hirano Aya mentioned the CLC team's monthly salary of 3,000 yuan along with villa accommodations, the nearby young boy's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to speak, the door swung open. Jin Haomiao entered first, glancing at the unexpected guests with a bemused expression. CLC? What brings you here? Oh, nothing much. We just watched your match and thought you were quite impressive, so we came to introduce ourselves. Chris, ever the master of adaptability, quickly chimed in. However, this room is rather small. It feels quite cramped with so many of us here. How about we gather for a meal after today's match? We'll take our leave for now. With that, he swiftly exited. As he made his escape, Baisia, Hirano Aya, and the others followed suit. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, Lu Bunwei lingered behind, awkwardly rising from beside Xiaoyu, giving his shoulder a meaningful pat before meandering out. As he left, he brazenly swiped the last bottle of iced energy drink. What were they here for? Jin Haomiao casually inquired. He attempted to maintain a facade of nonchalance. Yet the flicker of anxiety in his eyes betrayed him. Xiaoyu observed everything keenly and, without a moment's hesitation, stated, "They are trying to poach me for their team." The expressions of Jin Haomiao and his companions visibly shifted to a state of anxiety. Xiaoyu continued, "However, I have no interest in them. I am rather looking forward to the white meat of Liz Huang this evening." Jin Haomiao felt as though his emotions were on a roller coaster, teetering on the brink of revealing his true feelings. Liz Huang white meat? What is this Liz Huang white meat? Furthermore, CLC is considered a top-tier team in our country. Are you truly uninterested in them? Liz Huang white meat, in my recollection, seems to be a renowned dish, yet it also appears to carry deeper connotations. Xiaoyu struggled to recall the details, yet his memories proved elusive, leading him to shake his head in resignation. Forget it, I cannot remember. However, regarding the CLC team, he harbored a lingering suspicion about the reliability of a few members, thus expressing his reluctance to collaborate with them. Never mind them, he continued. What's the stance of the tournament organizers? Will I still be able to participate? It appeared that in this era, it was commonplace for teams to undermine each other's efforts. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's words, Jin Haomiao and the others promptly dismissed the CLC from their minds, their expressions lightening immediately. You know, Jin Haomiao exclaimed, the organizers are quite audacious. Their exact words were that we host the TGA Grand Prix primarily to promote League of Legends, and undoubtedly, exceptional players are the greatest asset in this endeavor. Hence there is no reason to prevent him from competing. With this revelation, Xiaoyu felt a weight lift from his heart. Haha. A little-known team suddenly emerges as a dark horse, triumphing over numerous established powerhouses, ultimately defeating the formidable we to claim victory. Such a narrative would undoubtedly create a significant impact. But what about me? Can I compete as well? The young player inquired eagerly. Of course you can. If the young prodigy can participate, how could the true prodigy be excluded? Yet, Jin Haomiao suddenly appeared troubled, glancing back and forth between Xiaoyu and the young player. If you were to play, which position will you assume? With Xiaoyu's prowess in the mid lane being indisputable, he was destined to continue in that role. I can excel in any position. I am versatile. Top, jungle, support, ADC, I can do it all. The young player had just witnessed Xiaoyu's match and recognized his dominance in the mid lane, so he freely named the other 4 positions. However, it was evident that prior to their return, Jin Haomiao and the others had already arranged roles for the young player. Lu Jiling, the jungler, remarked, when we played together previously, your performances with Mundo, Nocturne, and Alistar were commendable. I am not in optimal condition today. How about you take my place in the jungle? Absolutely. My Mundo and Alistar are definitely ready. In his excitement, the young player inadvertently slipped into his Hunan dialect. Liang Shaoxin stood by the door and announced, our opponent in the second round is AG Xuanyo, and they are about to take the stage. Their adversary is Ehome, whom we will face in the third round. This is a rare opportunity to scout our opponents. We must go and observe. The organizers had prepared resting areas for each team, albeit in rather modest conditions, lacking air conditioning and computers to watch the live matches. Consequently, to scout their rivals, the group had to venture to the competition venue. However, as they stepped outside and had barely walked a few paces, they heard a raucous commotion emanating from a nearby room. Coincidentally, as they approached the door, it swung open abruptly, and Strawberry emerged, carrying a refreshing breeze. She collided with Xiaoyu, momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? She inquired. Team leader Jin Haomiao replied. We are going to observe the match between Ehome and AG Xuanyo to assess our opponents. Oh, come in then. Everyone is welcome, Strawberry exclaimed, opening the door wider and gesturing for them to enter. Upon entering the room, Xiaoyu was greeted by a haze of smoke and a lively gathering of young individuals animatedly surrounding a laptop. On the screen, the BP visuals of Ehome and AG's swift gameplay were being showcased. To his astonishment, he realized that not all teams' lounges were as modest as theirs. Their space was well appointed with air conditioning and comfortable sofas, offering a far more spacious environment than his own. Yang Xiaosan, seemingly on amicable terms with Chame, nodded in greeting before stepping into the room. Upon entering, he made sure to invite the others. Wow, a room with air conditioning truly makes a difference. Come on in. Watching the match here is far superior to being at the venue. As Xiao Yu observed the youthful crowd indulging in smoking and casual banter, he found several familiar faces among them. Just as he wished to reminisce further, he was abruptly pulled into the room by Xiao Mei. "What's the matter? Do you think we're too inexperienced to watch the match with us?" Xiao Mei's voice boomed, seemingly intent on announcing Xiao Yu's arrival to everyone present. Indeed, the previously boisterous group fell silent, turning their heads to regard Xiao Yu with curiosity. Xiao Yu curled his lips, offering a casual wave to the crowd. "Hello, everyone. Goodness. A master has arrived. Quickly, make way for him. Nose team, didn't you just mention wanting to challenge him for redemption? Well, here he is. Little Umbrella. I've heard that this individual is not the child god of gaming as you presumed, but rather someone you stumbled upon by chance. Goodness. Your Han Palace is about to soar." Although the atmosphere around him was lively, Xiao Yu found himself quite fond of it. A bespectacled, chubby fellow with a head of permed hair approached and offered Xiao Yu a cigarette. "Master, would you like a Zhonghua?" Xiao Yu touched his nose, instinctively wanting to raise his hand to accept, but was swiftly outpaced by Jin Haomiao. "Come on, he's just a kid, and you let him smoke? However, it seems that your LGD enjoys quite the privilege, all smoking Zhonghua. Sai, who's playing mid for Zhongshan FA and Mengmeng Bilia. I can't shake the feeling that without Wu Zhuangtai, Ehom isn't as formidable anymore." Suddenly, someone shouted, pulling everyone's focus back to the match. Han Palace was originally there to assess their opponents, now that the game had commenced. Jin Haomiao ceased his idle chatter and led Xiao Yu to a spot to settle down and watch the match. As they sat down, Wei Xiao casually strolled over. "Hee. We were just discussing that the biggest threats to us at this TGA are Ehom and CLC. With Ehom missing Wu Zhuangtai, their threat has diminished significantly. Who would have thought Han Palace would suddenly emerge? Jin, you're not actually aiming for the championship, are you?" Jin Haomiao replied with a smile. "Our ambitions at Han Palace aren't that grand. Just making it out of the group stage would be a triumph. However, I believe that even without Wu Zhuangtai, Ehom remains quite strong, especially since they eliminated IG to reach the offline finals." IG. Xiao Yu, who had been intently watching the match, was suddenly stirred by those two letters, and a profound, indescribable emotion surged from the depths of his heart. Be it the likes of Xiao Hai Yushan, Liu Benwei, Chris, or Wei, names that had previously triggered his memories, before IG, they all paled in comparison. Subconsciously, he felt an intimate connection with IG, as if League of Legends itself was ingrained in his very essence. IG. I must be part of IG. The spacious VIP lounge remained bustling, yet it seemed that only Xiao Yu and Xiao Hai Yushan were fully engrossed in the match. At the entrance, the other members of Han Palace peeked through the door at Xiao Yu, who was absorbed in the game, then glanced at the empty corridor. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor, as Liang Shaoxin and Jin Haomiao returned with serious expressions. The other players rushed to meet them, anxiously asking, "So, is he from IG?" Jin Haomiao shook his head, "Probably not. I called IG's team leader, Hot, and he said they are indeed recruiting, but there are no candidates yet." Liang Shaoxin added, "I asked IG's Xiao a game, and he said they don't have any new members." The group exchanged glances, and someone muttered, "That's odd. Could it be that Xiao Yu's mind is muddled? He may not be all there, yet how could he claim to be from IG? Who knows? Perhaps his memories are jumbled. But, speaking of which, what should we do about him? Should we report this?" Jin Haomiao, peering through the door at Xiao Yu's focused silhouette, pondered for a long while, then said, "Let us not think about that for now. We'll decide after this TGA concludes. For now, we need to rely on him for results, and he himself has stated that he wants to compete with us, so it wouldn't be fair to dismiss him." Inside, several members of Wei were huddled on a corner sofa, quietly discussing the matter, with their focus naturally on Xiao Yu. "In my opinion, there's no need for discussion. A talent like this is practically in our grasp, and it would be inappropriate not to seize the opportunity." Ruofing fixed his gaze on Xiao Yu, resolutely declaring, "The sooner we act, the better. If what he says is true and he is indeed from IG, that would be disastrous." Strawberry, Wei Xiao, and the others were momentarily taken aback, their minds racing with images of IG possessing Xiao Yu, sending chills down their spines. "But if we recruit him, he would undoubtedly take the mid-lane position. Ruofing, what will you do?" Ruofing hesitated only briefly before decisively stating, "I can switch to another position, but that can be discussed later. The priority is to secure him. We cannot let him go to IG home, nor to CLC." Meanwhile, similar conversations unfolded in various corners of both the inside and outside of the room. Aside from Ehome and AG Sunyu, who were currently engaged in their match, the players from other teams were all harboring their own schemes, their eyes glinting with avarice as they regarded Xiaoyu. As for Han Palace, which naturally had first dibs on Xiaoyu, they had to remain vigilant against the surrounding wolves, assigning Xiao Haiyushun to guard Xiaoyu closely. After all, a powerhouse like him had seemingly sprung forth from nowhere. Whoever could claim him would not only gain an immediate surge in strength, but also lay down a long-term foundation for their team. In a sense, he was still unclaimed, though he bore the temporary title of a Han Palace team member, simply because he had opened his eyes in their lounge. Strictly speaking, he had never formally joined Han Palace, so recruiting him did not necessitate any moral considerations or reservations. Yet, as the focal point of this unfolding drama, Xiaoyu appeared entirely oblivious. The room buzzed with activity, voices chatting, phones ringing, the sound of water being poured. All noise faded away for him. His attention was solely on the match. Even the impactful presence of IG was relegated to the back of his mind. There was simply no escaping the multitude of stimuli that had triggered his memories since he opened his eyes. Ultimately, though, he could recall nothing. Perhaps it was for the best. After all, rather than laboring fruitlessly, he preferred to focus his energy on the most captivating and enchanting game, League of Legends. Thus, engrossed in the match, Xiaoyu remained blissfully unaware as those who had previously crowded around the laptop gradually dispersed, some forming small clusters to whisper, while others hurried to the corridor to dial the team's management. As for Xiaoyu, he only noticed that his surroundings were becoming increasingly spacious and serene. Even after the first match concluded, he logged into his already active League of Legends account on his laptop, continuing to familiarize himself with the game, undisturbed by anyone. 3.5 hours later, Xiaoyu had completely immersed himself in the world of League of Legends. He resembled a sponge resting on a block of ice, gradually absorbing every last drop of melted water until nothing remained. Having thoroughly grasped the game's mechanics, various components, and the abilities of numerous champions, Xiaoyu exhaled in relief. He stretched his arms, yawning, as his joints emitted a series of satisfying cracks. After flexing his fingers a bit, still eager, he prepared to start a match. But suddenly, someone tapped him from behind. Turning around, he saw Xiao Haiyushun offering him a hamburger and a bottle of cola. "Are you hungry?" The team leader said the organizers only provide 1 hamburger and 1 cola per person. He licked the remnants of red sauce from his lips and added, "If you don't want it, I can help you finish it." Xiaoyu contemplated expressing his refusal to eat, yet his stomach, having consumed nothing since he opened his eyes, now protested at the mere sight of the hamburger. The child, feeling a mix of embarrassment and sympathy, offered the hamburger to Xiaoyu with a pained expression. As Xiaoyu took a bite of his hamburger, the door to the room swung open, and Jin Haomiao poked his head in, exclaiming, "What on earth? Why are you eating so late? Hurry up, it's time to go on stage." "Is the competition about to begin?" Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly returned the half-eaten hamburger to the child's hands. He tilted his head back and took a sip of cola before exuberantly dashing out of the room. "Huh, aren't you going to eat?" Jin Haomiao inquired from behind. Xiaoyu, without turning his head, waved his hand dismissively. "I won't eat. Consuming food before a competition causes blood to concentrate in the stomach, resulting in insufficient blood flow to the brain, which in turn affects judgment and performance in the game." What are you talking about?" "Guyan, how can you even think of eating? You have to participate in this match." "Woo-woo, I know I can finish it in just a couple of bites. Let's go." As they stepped once more into the players' tunnel, the familiar scene was now imbued with a different sentiment. Xiao walked at the forefront of the group, devoid of confusion or anxiety. He was filled with anticipation, his heart brimming with excitement, exuding an aura of unwavering confidence. At the end of the long corridor lay a brightly lit stage, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. As he approached, the noise grew increasingly distinct, as if voices from outside were fervently calling out something. Xiaoyu quickened his pace slightly, and the moment he stepped out of the corridor, the surroundings opened up to him. The noise that had persisted for a while suddenly escalated. Han Palace, Han Palace, Han Palace, in stark contrast to his initial debut. This time there were no boos or jeers. A small group of people fervently chanted the name of Han Palace. As Xiaoyu, with his petite figure, led his teammates out of the passage and onto the stage, another wave of voices erupted with different slogans. This time, the cheers surged through the venue like a tsunami. Child God, Child God, Child God. At this moment, the audience had yet to fully awaken from their fandom mindset. They approached the competition with the same fervor as watching football or basketball, driven by a desire to support the strong. "If you are formidable, you earn my recognition." Previously, We basked in glory and fame, and thus I would cheer for them. However, now that Han Palace had triumphed over we, and with Xiaoyu leading the team to a remarkable comeback, he equally deserved my applause. Of course, there were still many die-hard Wii fans present. Faced with the team that had spoiled W's debut, they felt nothing but disdain. In the face of the orchestrator, Xiaoyu, their resentment was palpable. Yet, with their beloved team defeated, they found themselves unable to boo the victors, relegated to simmering in silence, secretly wishing for Xiaoyu to falter in this match. On the stage, amidst the deafening cheers, the 5 members of Han Palace wore expressions as varied as their emotions. Xiaoyu remained calm and composed, waving to the audience below, just as he had done before. Although he was no longer the young child god of gaming, he understood that this fervent applause was directed towards him. The atmosphere, so exuberant, felt strikingly familiar, as if it had accompanied him for a considerable time. Behind him, the true child god of gaming wore a slight smile, his face a canvas of surprise, anxiety, excitement, and a hint of timidity, tinged with a sense of unworthiness. As for Liang Xiaosan and the others, they could only stifle their laughter, contemplating the irony of the situation. This blunder had escalated. After a brief acknowledgement of the audience, the group proceeded to the battleground. Perhaps due to the late hour, the match commenced without delay. Both teams swiftly settled in and adjusted their equipment before diving into the competition. Remarkably, despite the clock striking 9 in the evening, the enthusiasm in the venue remained unabated, radiating warmth and excitement. In the commentary booth, Xiaosong exhibited exceptional enthusiasm, mirroring the audience's anticipation for this match. Number 7 remarked, "There was no way to predict the outcome. In the opening match, Han Palace unexpectedly triumphed over we. Their mid laner, the Child God, delivered a breathtaking performance. Not only did the live audience find themselves captivated, but even I, as both a commentator and a fan of Wii, was enchanted by the Child God's prowess. As we approach the finale of today's contest, could the Child God and his Han Palace team once again deliver a spectacular display? We would soon find out." DC added, "Indeed, the hour is somewhat late, which may account for the rapid progression of this match. AG Xuanyo represents the blue side, while Han Palace is on the purple side. AG Xuanyo is clearly targeting their opponents, banning away 3 mid laners, Karthus, Twisted Fate, and Rise." Number 7 immediately responded, "Yet they have allowed the fox to slip through their fingers, the Child God's fox. AG Xuanyo, being the blue side, must seize it." No sooner had the words left his mouth than AG Xuanyo decisively secured the fox without hesitation. This direct and forceful approach to the banning phase ignited a wave of cheers from the audience. On the stage, Liang Xiaosan expressed his surprise, "Goodness. They are really targeting you. It seems you have very few viable champions left, Xiaoyu. What will you play? Kassadin? Orianna?" Xiaoyu glided his mouse, his gaze swiftly traversing the row of hero avatars, casually remarking, "No rush. I have plenty of options. You all should prioritize securing your heroes first." The Han Palace team now held ample confidence in Xiaoyu. Upon hearing his words, they immediately assisted the young prodigy in acquiring Mundo. While Liang Xiaosan claimed the aircraft for himself, AG Xuanyo swiftly countered by selecting Alistar and Vladimir, and Han Palace subsequently secured the support champion Soraka and the top laner Katarina. Turning back, AG Xuanyo then captured Gangplank and Jim, finalizing their lineup. "So, have you decided what you wish to play? We're just waiting on you." Liang Xiaosan inquired once more. "Huh? Is it time already?" Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyu realized that the only missing piece in both lineups was his mid laner role. His gaze returned to the hero selection interface, where he was soon captivated by a bald-headed, bearded character. "What about this one?" he pondered. To his sides, Liang Xiaosan and the youthful wanderer immediately leaned in, echoing the same question. "Huh? You intend to play that?" Xiaoyu nodded. Is there any issue with that?" Liang Xiaosan shook his head. "Well, there isn't really a problem. It's just that it seems quite obscure. Not many people play it. Have you considered Kassadin? Orianna is also an excellent choice." The child, Yushin, remarked, "Actually, it doesn't matter. If you think you can manage, go ahead and choose. We will follow your lead." Upon hearing Yushin's words, Liang Xiaosan changed his tone. Yes, you're the one in charge now. It's your call. Choose whatever you wish." In the background, the support Huning and the top laner Jin Haoyang also expressed their agreement. Xiaoyu no longer hesitated. Pointing at the screen and addressing Huning on the 5th floor, "Brother Hu, it's him." Huning wasted no time and clicked the mouse directly. A hearty laughter echoed through the headphones, heralding the commencement of joyous times. Thus, the lineups for both teams were firmly established. AG Xuanyo, blue side, vs Hangong, purple side. Top lane, Vladimir vs Riven Jungle. Alistar vs Dr. Mundo mid lane, Ari vs Gragas AD carry, Graves vs Jace support, Janna vs Soraka. The closing match of the first day officially commenced. Wow, it's quite rare for Xiaoyu to select Gragas, a champion not commonly seen. After the selection phase concluded, there would be a 3-minute delay during which the commentators would analyze the lineups. Currently, all attention focused on Xiaoyu's Gragas. DC remarked, as Xiaotsong mentioned. Gragas is indeed a rare sight in competitive play, and even in casual ranks, he is seldom chosen. Could you both elucidate the characteristics of this champion? Number 7 immediately responded, Gragas is not widely played, yet he is a formidable champion. From what I gathered, last year, the creators of League of Legends organized an official tournament in Europe, where the champion was a traditional gaming powerhouse known as FNC. Their mid laner utilized Gragas to lead the team to victory. Gragas is a high-burst AP assassin, capable of inflicting substantial damage, if farmed properly. A single QR combo can eliminate an opponent. However, the issue lies in his clumsiness. His skills are easily dodged. Particularly, his Q ability requires a charge time, with longer charges resulting in greater damage. In competitive matches, players are skilled enough to evade his Q. Moreover, a crucial point is that although he plays mid, he is a melee champion, which presents an awkward predicament. Xiaotsong continued, indeed, as a melee AP assassin, you must prioritize damage and build offensive items. However, this renders you quite fragile. If the opponent continuously harasses you from a distance, you'll struggle. Conversely, if you opt to stand your ground and build defensive items, your damage output will falter. It's a rather awkward situation, and I'm curious about Xiaoyu's reasoning for selecting this champion. Also, notice that he has brought Flash and Teleport. While his Teleport turned the tide against Wii, Gragas may struggle to deal sufficient damage before acquiring key items. Having Ignite would undoubtedly bolster his damage output, so if AG Xuanyo learned from Wii's previous experience and can anticipate Xiaoyu's Teleport, perhaps Ignite would have been a wiser choice. Number 7 concurred. I wholeheartedly agree with Xiaotsong's assessment, and I remain skeptical about Gragas. Nonetheless, Xiaoyu's previous performance was nothing short of astonishing, so perhaps he can work wonders with Gragas. Just then, the match screen came into view, and the game began. As the countdown ended and the game commenced, Xiaoyu habitually opened the item shop, taking his time with his build. Before he knew it, several teammates had dashed out of the base like eager calves. They called for a level 1 skirmish and suddenly realized one player was missing. Upon closer inspection, they found Xiaoyu still shopping. Come on, brother, why are you always so slow to leave the base? Being late can cost us half the game, you know. A startled Xiaoyu, suddenly awakened, looked bewildered. Huh? Why are you all so fast? Is this fast? Do you really need to take so long to buy items? Just grab some shoes or a Doran's blade, and a few health potions. There's no need to overthink it. Complaints poured in from his teammates as Xiaoyu stood in the fountain, momentarily dazed by the stark stone steps before him. Aren't we supposed to wait a bit before heading out? Can we really leave straight away? However, pondering these thoughts was futile, as the level 1 skirmish was already off the table. He hastily purchased a pair of boots and 3 health potions, muttering mine, before finally stepping out. After missing the opportunity, the entire team took defensive positions. At 1:35, AG Xuanyo finally revealed themselves, emerging from the river at Hongong's bottom lane. However, before exiting the river, the support Janna placed a ward at the river's entrance, ensuring that their path was clear before splitting to their lanes. Earlier, in the Wii Lounge, Xiaoyu had a brief encounter with the AG Xuanyo players, but failed to remember their names. Now, as he viewed their IDs in-game, he was utterly perplexed. Each player's ID was a jumbled assortment of incomprehensible letters, leaving him dizzy. As the minions clashed in mid-lane, the landing phase officially began. Xiaoyu had significantly evolved since his match against Wii. Nearly 4 hours of study had deepened his understanding of the game. He recognized that his champion was a melee fighter with short range, and advancing to secure last hits would lead to severe health depletion. Thus, he opted to level his Q ability, Body Slam, and remain behind the minions to secure last hits safely. The opposing Ari, however, was overly aggressive, leveraging her range to incessantly poke at Xiaoyu's health. Yet, her fundamental skills were lacking, as she missed many last hits while attempting to harass, managing to secure only 2 out of a wave. Meanwhile, although Xiaoyu had taken some damage, he had not missed a single last hit thus far. As the second wave of minions approached, Xiaoyu decisively consumed a health potion to restore his health. His strategy was clear: endure the early pressure. And once he reached level 3, he could leverage his W ability, Drunken Rage, to regain health and mana. At that point, Ari's mindless harassment would prove ineffective. However, Ari seemed oblivious to this strategy, seemingly intent on proving herself against this rising star who had previously turned the tide against Wei, persisting in her aggressive poking. The cost of her approach was evident. Xiaoyu had secured 14 last hits, while Ari had only managed 5. Yet, the game had now reached a subtle juncture at 3:22. At this moment, the first wave of vision set up by both teams expired. Both junglers had completed their buffs and reached level 3. On Hongong's side, Xiaoyu's Dr. Mundo, having secured the red buff, proceeded to the top lane for a potential ambush. Meanwhile, AG Xuanyo's jungler, Alistar, took a roundabout route, stealthily positioning himself at the river's brush. The ward placed by Janna at the jungle entrance ensured that Alistar's movements remained concealed from Hangong. A well-coordinated gank targeting Xiaoyu was evidently in the works. At this moment, the audacious fox found himself in a predicament, depleted of blue essence. However, his initial equipment comprised 2 red shoes and 1 blue, prompting him to alter his aggressive stance and retreat to replenish his resources. The long-oppressed Xiaoyu finally exhaled, deftly maneuvering his mouse as the stout Gragas lumbered forward, his beer belly leading the charge as he dispatched a low-health melee combatant with a single barrel. In a flash of white light surrounding him, Gragas finally reached level 3. Thus, everything seemed to align perfectly. The mid-lane confrontation had reached a pivotal moment where a new dawn was imminent. Yet, at that very instant, the fox, hidden at a distance while replenishing his essence, suddenly blinked forward, closing the gap, and unleashed his Q and W abilities, igniting the battle. Meanwhile, the lurking Alistar advanced with graceful strides, brandishing his 2 pale golden horns. Xiaoyu, half sitting on his chair, narrowed his gaze, instinctively halting his finger poised to unleash his E ability, the body slam. The fox had played a clever trick, opting not to cast his E ability, the charm, immediately. Should he recklessly use his body slam to distance himself, the Alistar could follow up with a combination, and even with his flash available, survival would be doubtful. Thus, he needed to deploy his 2 mobility abilities at the most opportune moment to secure a sliver of hope. In this tense moment, Xiaoyu's calm demeanor instilled fear in both the fox and Alistar, but now the arrow was on the string, demanding release. Ehem. He used flash. I can't keep up, Alistar shouted. Damn, his dodging is too effortless. You need to E as well, if you don't force him to use his escape. My combo will also miss. The fox cursed under his breath, calculating how to anticipate Gragas's movements as he watched the barrel's rotund form sway. Beside him, Alistar could no longer contain his impatience. Come on, he is about to reach the tower. Oh, for heaven's sake. The fox, flustered by the outburst, realized that Gragas's ignite was about to expire. With a decisive move, he cast his charm, muttering to himself, the best prediction is to make none. The pink heart rapidly approached the fleeing Gragas, who, seemingly fatigued and thirsty, abruptly halted, lifting the barrel to take a swig. In the next moment, the enchanted heart effortlessly found its mark on Gragas. Instantly, Gragas set down the barrel, turned around, his lips stained with remnants of wine, gazing dreamily at Ari, swaying as he approached with the unsteady gait of intoxication. Yet, after barely 2 steps, he was met with a forceful charge from Alistar, who unleashed a flurry of blows. And the screen flashed the words "First Blood." What the hell? This guy suddenly gave up and stopped running? The fox, bewildered by the unexpected kill, was momentarily dazed by the 400 gold that fell from the sky, unable to comprehend Xiaoyu's previous actions within the game. Could he really be that intoxicated? I sensed something was off back in the Wii lounge. Alistar scratched his head, the gank unfolding so smoothly that it felt surreal. Previously, during their match against Wei, Xiaoyu had been a mechanical prodigy. Meanwhile, his teammates remained oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, only aware that they had secured first blood. Erupting in their voice chat, incredible, pumpkin sauce. Haha, you utterly dominated Ruofting. You've got first blood, you're carrying this game, pumpkin sauce. This is what gaming is all about. Our pre-game strategy sessions for first blood were not in vain. On the other side, chaos reigned in the Han Palace team's voice chat. What the heck, Xiaoyu? Did you really have to give away first blood so quickly? Liang Shaoxin complained while last hitting minions. Xiaoyu gazed at the darkened screen, a visage of grievance etched upon his face, and protested, it's not what you think. The supportive Huning interjected, didn't we mention when banning players that they are undoubtedly targeting you this match? So be cautious. As Xiaoyu opened his mouth to speak, the top laner Jin Haoyang interrupted him, exclaiming, it's going to be a thrilling match. Although the AG Xuanyo players may be a bit older, their prowess is undeniable. If we can defeat them, our chances of advancing will significantly increase. Just then, Xiaoyu, with a cautious glance at the young player beside him, noticed the child had briefly glanced his way. The child, with a warm-hearted tone, reassured him, "Go on. I won't interrupt you." Xiaoyu then expressed, "I encountered an issue with the game earlier. When I pressed W, I was unable to move." Finally articulating the grievances that had weighed heavily on his heart, Xiaoyu awaited solace from his teammates. However, to his surprise, they collectively fell into a profound silence. In that fleeting moment, Xiaoyu sensed that something was amiss. Indeed, the very next second, Liang Shaoxin erupted in exasperation, exclaiming, "You little rascal, are you jesting with me? When the barrel activates W, one cannot move. I must admit, seeing your confident demeanor during champion selection led me to believe you were a master of the barrel. But after all this time, it appears you are not even acquainted with its abilities." Xiaoyu was utterly bewildered as he hovered his mouse over the wine barrel marked W. Instantly, a description appeared before him. Grog from the barrel restores 3,045, 607, 590 mana points after a 1-second casting time. During the casting, he gains a buff that increases his attack power by 3,040, 506, 070 points, while also reducing incoming damage by 1,012, 141, 618. The buff lasts for 20 seconds. Wait, a 1-second casting time doesn't seem right. I distinctly remembered that the barrel activates W. Goodness. You clearly don't know how to play this hero, Yang Shaoxin remarked, observing the confusion etched on Xiaoyu's face. In his fluster, he inadvertently missed 3 minions. Xiaoyu suddenly realized that he had a lapse in memory and quickly grinned. How could that be? I did it on purpose for effect. It's no big deal. After all, didn't I also give a first blood to Ruofeng earlier? As I said, from now on, I shall remain unscathed and demonstrate my prowess. With Xiaoyu's words, his teammates immediately relaxed. Indeed, even against the formidable Wei, Xiaoyu had managed to turn the tide after conceding 2 or 3 early deaths. AG Sunyu, no matter how impressive, could not surpass Wei. On the commentary platform, the 3 commentators, who had witnessed Xiaoyu's first blood from an omniscient perspective, couldn't help but give a thumbs up to AG Sunyu. Wow, AG Sunyu executed that beautifully. Shaotsong earnestly analyzed, clearly. The surprising victory of Han Palace over Wei in the opening match served as a significant wake-up call for AG Sunyu. Hence, from the moment of champion bans, they had a clear target in mind, to focus on Xiaoyu. I banned 3 mainstream mid laners and secured 1 for myself, which limited Xiaoyu's choices significantly. Once the game commenced, their gank strategy was evidently premeditated. The support laid down a control ward early to ensure that Alistair's movements would remain undetected. Simultaneously, the mid lane Fox relentlessly harassed the barrel's health, waiting to strike once reaching level 3, when Alistar would initiate the ambush. In a critical moment, it seemed that Xiaoyu made an error, using his W ability and inadvertently rooting himself in place. Indeed, DC chuckled, that W effectively dashed his hopes of escape. Yet, even had he refrained from using it, his chances of survival would have been slim. After all, the Fox still possessed her ability, and Alistar had successfully flanked him. If the barrel had used Flash, Alistar could have followed up with a double combo, or even a Flash double combo. Thus, Xiaoyu's use of W might have stemmed from the realization that escape was futile, leading him to surrender without resistance. Number 7 shook his head. Your analysis holds some merit, but I do not entirely concur. At that moment, the barrel did have room for maneuvering. The Fox was not yet level 6. Had he opted to flash in for damage, he would have lacked the mobility to pursue afterward. Therefore, Xiaoyu only needed to contend with Alistair's control. Alistair's Flash plus double combo counts as 2 mobility spells, while Barrel's E plus Flash also counts as 2. With proper response, he certainly had a chance to survive. Shaotsong pondered and then conceded, listening to number 7. I too believe that the previous gank was not as straightforward as it appeared. Recalling the sequence, the Fox initiated with Flash, immediately unleashing Ignite, Q, and W for damage. However, she did not use her E right away. She intended to wait for the barrel to expend his mobility before countering with E. Yet, Xiaoyu did not use his mobility, indicating that he was remarkably composed at that moment. Later, when he used W to regain health and mana, it was after the Ignite had worn off. Many might not know this, but in League of Legends, Ignite inflicts grievous wounds, which essentially means it prevents healing. Xiaoyu's choices and maneuvers in the face of the initial gank were meticulous, but ultimately, he used W and inadvertently rooted himself in place. Are you suggesting that Xiaoyu is unfamiliar with the barrel champion? DC inquired. Or did he panic and misclick? Shaotsong glanced at number 7 and shook his head. That seems improbable. Perhaps he intentionally gave away first blood, much like W's Strawberry. As long as Strawberry concedes first blood, we is likely to secure victory. Ah, that is quite plausible. Number 7 chuckled. Let us not forget that when facing Wei, Xiaoyu also behaved unusually, allowing Ruofeng to attack him and conceding first blood. This could be a tactic beyond our comprehension, a strategy of strategic first blood. Shaotsong burst into laughter in that case. Let us continue watching to see if Han Palace's strategic first blood can yield results akin to Wei. Upon respawning, Xiaoyu glanced at his inventory. Thanks to his commendable last hitting, he had amassed 425 gold. This sum was somewhat awkward to purchase the most cost-effective Doran's ring priced at 475. He would need to wait an extended period in the fountain. After some deliberation, he decided to wait until his gold reached 435. At which point he purchased an amplifying tome and promptly teleported back to lane. At this moment, the minion wave had just pushed forward. And Xiaoyu did not miss any minions, which was excellent news. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, after securing his double buffs, proceeded to gank the top lane. Although he did not secure a kill, he did force the opposing Vladimir to use his flash. He then returned to base, following in Xiaoyu's footsteps, and remarked, "I bought you 2 wards to prevent Alistar from ganking you again." Xiaoyu turned his head to glance at the child god of gaming, nodding slightly and simply replying, "Thank you." Unconsciously, his appraisal of the child god elevated a notch. In contrast to Lu Jiling, who previously only wandered the streets and needed direction to engage in games, the child god displayed a remarkable superiority. At the very least, he recognized who the leader of the team was. Supporting the main player and allowing them to carry the team was undeniably a flawless strategy. As the child god re-entered the game, sequentially placing vision wards at the entrances of the upper and lower river, Xiaoyu, with a favorable vision advantage, felt considerably more at ease. Meanwhile, the fox, who had just secured a kill but hadn't yet returned to base, suddenly sensed an increase in pressure. Noticing his dwindling mana, he decisively chose to retreat and restore his resources. As Xiaoyu executed his last blows, he observed the blue circle beneath the fox's feet expand layer by layer, until the fox ultimately teleported back to the base. He was momentarily taken aback, wondering how the fox dared to return home under such circumstances. Upon checking the battle list again to confirm that the fox had selected Flash and Ignite, a smile broke across Xiaoyu's face. "You haven't even brought Teleport, which means you're going to lose a substantial wave of minions." At this point, Xiaoyu dismissed all other concerns. He swiftly cleared the wave with a flurry of Q, W, and E abilities, pushing a large number of minions under the enemy tower. Then, he dove into the river towards the top lane, calling out to the young player, "Come on, Mundo. Let's take a stroll in the enemy jungle together." Huh, the enemy jungle? Although the young player felt perplexed, he still dispatched the 3 wolves with his 2 blades and obediently followed Xiaoyu's lead. Oh, the fox returned to base right before my eyes, now that the minions are at the tower. If we don't seize the opportunity for a coordinated mid-jungle strike while the enemy is outnumbered, it would be a disservice to the fox's goodwill. Xiaoyu patiently elucidated the intricacies of the game, yet the young player, lost in a haze of confusion, was profoundly astonished. Having engaged in League of Legends for an extensive duration, and even partaking in numerous competitions, the child's preconceived notions dictated that once the game commenced, players would traverse the 3 lanes of top, mid, and bottom, with junglers executing guerrilla tactics. Only after amassing a sufficient array of equipment would they unite to push the mid lane together. Prior to that, collective action was reserved for moments such as slaying the dragon, the baron, or engaging in early skirmishes. This division of lanes, known as the 1-1-2 strategy, was adopted from established foreign practices and gradually gained popularity, referred to as the EU style. It is worth noting that when the game was first released last year, players predominantly utilized a 2-1-2 configuration with dual lanes at both the top and bottom. The jungler? It was virtually non-existent. Even the role of support was ambiguous as players, all paying for internet access to partake in the game, questioned why they should sacrifice themselves to assist others. Top lane featured champions like Garen, and bottom lane showcased champions such as Gragas and Misfortune, with a random mage in the mid lane, which was indeed quite exhilarating. Now, Xiaoyu's command appeared to the young player as a novel approach. Rather than waiting for the jungler to initiate ambushes, they instead called upon the jungler to join them in disrupting the enemy's jungle, a strategy that seemed rather promising. Thus, filled with nervous excitement, the young player followed Xiaoyu into the blue buff area of AG Xuanyo. The sensation was akin to stepping into a salon adorned with a pink advertising sign for the very first time. Upon entering, the amiable proprietress warmly greeted them, while a beleaguered Ollie star engaged in a fierce battle against the F4. Was it a wash or a massage? Apologies, but I desire both. Xiaoyu signaled and directed the barrel, with its ample girth, to charge towards the Minotaur. The explosive impact knocked the beast senseless, while the child, Yushin, commanded Mundo to hurl an array of knives with fervor. Ultimately, Xiaoyu concluded the assault with a deft Q-roll of the barrel, sending the unfortunate Minotaur back to its homeland. Xiaoyu indulged in a massage while the child, Yushin, enjoyed a hair wash. The bull-headed QA collected the F4 from the elder and second brothers, leaving no monster behind. To everyone's astonishment, the barrels and Mundo had invaded their jungle. AG Sun Yu's jungler was in a fit of rage, oblivious to the fact that after the child, Yushin, had finished devouring his F4. He sprinted towards his stone golem. Brother, I'm the one suffering here. The mid-lane fox observed the resurrected barrel and began to complain. I just returned home, and this barrel has acquired another kill and a red buff. How am I supposed to play? The bull-headed jungler's confidence waned. It's my fault. I never anticipated the barrel would team up with Mundo to ambush me in the jungle. But it's fine. I'll remain in the mid lane and ensure this barrel meets its end. The fox's mindset improved slightly, and he began to focus on his lane. However, unbeknownst to him, in Xiaoyu's eyes, he had already become the new 300 gold bounty. Upon returning to the lane, Xiaoyu watched as the fox leveled up to 4 after last hitting 2 minions, while he himself had already reached 4.5. The mid lane fox had no flash, and Xiaoyu was set to hit 6 first. Once he did, he could ambush him. The child, Yushin, eager for action, immediately responded, once you reach 6, just let me know, I'll be right nearby. Although AG Sun Yu had secured first blood, their subsequent management of the minion waves was poor, or perhaps Xiaoyu's teleportation had disrupted their rhythm, causing the fox to return to base prematurely and lose nearly a wave and a half of minions. The bull-headed jungler fared even worse, handing first blood to the fox during the initial gank. Later, he was caught in the jungle, losing not only his life, but also the F4 he had labored to secure. After respawning and attempting to claim a stone golem, he found nothing, and in an instant, it felt as though his game was already over. Thus, despite the kill score being tied at 1-1, AG Sun Yu had fallen behind in the game's dynamics. The fox player, Pumpkin Sauce, while not a top-tier player, possessed a decent game sense. He couldn't pinpoint the issue, yet he knew that this barrel, having given away first blood, was a formidable opponent. Consequently, his gameplay underwent a complete transformation. He no longer relied on mindless poke, but instead positioned himself safely, cautiously farming for gold and experience. At 6 minutes and 40 seconds, after attacking a minion, a flash of white light surrounded Xiaoyu. He had finally reached level 6. Child, Yushin, come to the mid lane. Xiaoyu called out immediately, instructing, avoid the river. There might be wards. Approach from the lane, stay behind me, and I can burst the fox back. Without hesitation, Yushin stealthily approached the position in front of the mid lane tower, moving forward while remaining in the minion's vision. As he reached the river's mouth, Xiaoyu took a sip of wine to restore his health and mana, enhancing his attack while reducing damage. After a few harmless steps, he suddenly shouted, go. At the moment the word left his lips, the barrel dashed forward with an E-flash, crashing into the fox, who was still focused on last hitting the cannon minion. The fox, caught off guard, barely registered the sight of a portly figure, reeking of alcohol, colliding with her delicate form. Following this, the barrel tossed an explosive cask, which not only dealt massive damage but also sent the fox hurtling towards the mid-lane tower. The fallen fox had no time to scream before she was met by a burly, disheveled man, brandishing 2 cleavers, charging towards her. At his computer, Pumpkin Sauce glanced at his ability bar. His flash was still on cooldown, and his ultimate was gray. Oh no. He sighed as he heard the fox's anguished scream, the screen fading to black. Wow, Yushin's E-flash into her was stunning. The fox had no room to react. On the commentary desk, Xiaoxi couldn't help but applaud. It seems that after being ganked, Yushin truly offered a strategic first blood. With such proficiency, I can hardly believe he made such a fundamental mistake earlier. DC added, moreover, just before that, he and the bull-headed jungler collaborated to eliminate the opponent's jungler, which was quite unexpected. After these 2 sequences, AG Sun Yu's initial advantage had evaporated, while Han Palace now held a significant edge. The focus of player number 7 was diverted by other matters. Hey, did the director just show the players? I noticed Han Palace seems to have substituted a player. Their jungler, Lu Jilin, appeared to have been replaced by a bespectacled young man. I don't recall this individual during the player introductions at the start. Xiaoxi and DC exchanged puzzled glances. Wait, they substituted a player? We didn't notice. Director, can you switch the camera back briefly? Xiaoxi's influence was palpable at this moment, as she was a prominent figure in the esports scene. Known for her exceptional skills and extensive video tutorials that introduced many players to League of Legends. Following her request, the director swiftly cut to the new jungler, Yushin. Before returning to the match, they then received the director's prompt in their headsets. Xiaoxi listened attentively before explaining, It seems the director confirmed that Han Palace has indeed fielded their new jungler today. While the reasons for this sudden substitution remained unclear, it was evident that the new jungler displayed a remarkable synergy with Yushin. Player number 7 nodded in agreement. Indeed, substitutions during a match are typically a grave risk. We have living examples, like eHome, where their core player, the number 1 in the national server, mysteriously disappeared, forcing the team into sudden personnel changes. The absence of their star player diminished eHome's strength, as they had to shift their support player to the jungle while bringing in a newcomer to fill the support role. Despite the newcomer being an esteemed player with a formidable ID, Call Me Grandpa, eHome's performance suffered noticeably. Similarly, the well-known IG team failed to reach the TGA finals due to unexpected roster changes affecting their strength. However, such a decline did not occur with Han Palace. On the contrary, they appeared even stronger. As the conversation continued, another kill unfolded on the field. Yushin executed a perfect maneuver, sneaking around the vision and ganking the top lane to secure the vampire's life. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, now holding 2 kills, returned to base and purchased the barrel's core early game item, the Chalice of Harmony, 30 magic resistance, 5 mana regeneration every 5 seconds. Unique passive, for every 1 mana lost, increase mana regeneration speed by 1. Back in lane, after last hitting a few minions, Xiaoyu successfully reached level 7, while the Fox had just barely attained level 6. With the game only at the 8-minute mark, a full level difference had emerged in the mid lane, a staggering disparity. Faced with such a gap, the Fox had no choice but to play cautiously, farming under the tower. However, such a strategy might not have posed significant issues in previous matches. As Xiaoyu relinquished his control over the mid lane, his teammates' struggles began in earnest. With a well-farmed state, Xiaoyu merely needed to manipulate the minion wave and unleash a quick Q to collect another wave of minions. Once he swiftly pushed the lane, he dove into the jungle, activating his ranger mode. He first led the child spirit into the jungle for an invasion, then circled back to the top lane for a gank. After dispatching foes in the top lane, he proceeded with the child spirit to the bottom lane for further engagements. In less than 5 minutes, the kill count had escalated to 8-2, with Xiaoyu boasting 4 kills and 3 assists, entering a phase of carnage. Confronted with the suffocating pace set by Xiaoyu, AG's morale began to wane, leading to hasty decisions and frequent blunders. Meanwhile, Han Palace's spirits soared, as if each player was imbued with a powerful buff, exerting pressure across all lanes. Eventually, as the bottom lane's Graves and Janna sought to coordinate with Alistar for a strike on the Little Umbrella, a barrel unexpectedly emerged from the brush, resulting in the demise of both Graves and Janna. This ignited disputes within AG's voice chat. I can't take it anymore. Why is this barrel everywhere? If he hadn't shown up, we would have taken down the bottom lane. Without that barrel, I would have kept the Blade's sister under her tower. You think I'm not frustrated? Our jungle has become their garden. I'm terrified just to farm the 3 wolves. Look at Mundo's last hits. He's stealing my jungle monsters. Pumpkin Sauce, what are you doing? Didn't you secure first blood mid? Can't you handle that barrel? Pumpkin Sauce, equally aggrieved, could only respond, I can't help it. He clears minions too quickly. A Q takes down a wave, and then he disappears. You all need to assist me in catching him. That barrel is the only threat. The jungle Alistar, gritting his teeth as he eyed the barrel's rotund figure, declared, let's catch him. Lu Bin, come with me. The just respawned Janna, equally disdainful of Xiaoyu's barrel, waved her remaining 400 gold, transforming it into a prophet's potion. Let's go, catch him. In an instant, a retaliation squad consisting of Alistar, Janna, and Ahri was formed. Ahri initially placed a ward in the bottom river brush, boldly moving to deward after detecting an enemy ward. Meanwhile, Alistar, having savored a delicious F4, rushed to the river mouth to rendezvous with Ahri, while Janna stealthily maneuvered to the upper river. During the journey, the absence of enemy wards indicated that they remained unaware of her presence, which delighted her. Xiaoyu, calmly last hitting in the mid lane, glanced at Ahri's antics and scoffed. You look like you're about to die. I can't believe the jungler isn't waiting to ambush me. However, upon noticing the enemies Vladimir and Graves still dutifully farming in their lanes, Xiaoyu concluded that not only Alistar but also Janna must be lurking in ambush. The child spirit seemed to sense this too, signaling a warning. Be careful, they might be waiting for you. I'll finish the stone golem and come to assist. However, Xiaoyu shook his head. No worries, you keep farming. If you show up, they won't dare to engage. As he spoke, Xiaoyu aggressively moved closer to the enemy tower, methodically last-hitting minions. With each step, he strayed further from his defenses, prompting the waiting trio to spring into action. Alistar and Ahri launched their assault, charging out of the brush towards Xiaoyu's barrel. In response, Xiaoyu decisively threw a Q into the minion wave, feigning a retreat towards the upper river. But before he could make significant progress, Janna, who had been lying in wait, pounced from the upper river. The pincer move was complete. Retreating to the tower? The distance was too great, and even if he reached it, the three enemies could easily pursue him under the tower. It seemed like a certain doom awaited him. Run, you can't escape this time. Alistar shouted furiously. In such dire circumstances, could one still execute maneuvers? In the Wii lounge, Smile stared intently at the screen, nervously biting his nails. It's over. He can't escape this time, declared the commentator's shout song. The audience collectively gasped in dismay. Yet, at the critical moment, the barrel stood still, reminiscent of how he had initially given away first blood. Suddenly tilting his head to gulp down a couple of swigs of wine. Is he giving up on his actions again? Everyone thought simultaneously. However, after finishing his drink, the barrel abruptly turned 180 degrees and charged toward Ahri and Alistar. Is this guy intoxicated? Is he throwing the game? Scoffed someone in the Wii lounge as they witnessed Xiaoyu's sudden pivot. But Smile's expression shifted, and he bit down harder on his nails. No. He's planning to counterattack. Counterattack? The professional players in the room were momentarily taken aback. On the screen, the barrel, with his hefty beer belly, began to move faster. In a flash, the barrel executed his E-flash, targeting the fragile Ahri. Having previously endured a harrowing encounter, Pumpkin Sauce, like a startled bird, instantly activated his ultimate to flee at the moment the barrel E-flashed. Yet, his reflexes lagged, and despair filled him as he thought, oh no, I'm too slow. However, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. His ultimate successfully activated, allowing the agile nine-tailed fox to escape to safety. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that in that fleeting moment, Alistar, the strongest and youngest jungler of AG, Zhang Haowei, ID, Hyacinth, had flashed in to absorb the barrel's E-flash. The elite players unleashed their full potential, showcasing their extraordinary skills for all to witness. Pumpkin Sauce felt a surge of gratitude for his teammate. But before he could voice his appreciation, he noticed a shadow dart past him, followed by a loud explosion. The barrel's ultimate detonated behind Ahri, inflicting exaggerated damage that stripped away nearly two-thirds of her health. Startled, Pumpkin Sauce glanced at his still healthy health bar, transforming shock into relief and delight. Wow, that was close. The damage isn't quite enough. What kind of insane damage is this barrel dealing? However, it appeared to be of little consequence. A chorus of exclamations, regret, surprise, and disappointment echoed throughout the Wii lounge, the commentary booth, and the audience. After this breathtaking display of skill, Xiaoyu seemed doomed to fall. Yet, buoyed by a newfound confidence after narrowly escaping death, Pumpkin Sauce thought, if the damage isn't sufficient, then it's my turn to shine. Without skills, how formidable can he be? As he prepared for the follow-up, his screen unexpectedly went black. Han Palace TT's child had slain AG's Pumpkin Sauce. The timely appearance of kill notifications at the top of the screen felt like a merciless bucket of ice water splashed onto the faces of Pumpkin Sauce, Bullhead, Jim, and the entire AG Xuanyo team. They could not comprehend it, nor could the audience, commentators, or the multitude of professional players in the Wii lounge. After the barrel's ultimate had detonated, the fox still had health left. How did it inexplicably perish in the end? However, the unraveling of this mystery would have to wait. For although the fox had fallen, the battle was far from over. With the fox eliminated, the barrel, emboldened by youthful fervor, brandished his oak barrel and continued to engage Bullhead and Jim. Yet, as the skirmish progressed, the situation began to take a turn for the worse. The barrel grew increasingly ferocious, while Bullhead and Jim exhibited signs of despair. Those with discerning eyes could see that Bullhead's strength lay in his control, facilitating ganks in collaboration with the jungle while providing a robust front line for the team. However, without allies to assist in dealing damage, Bullhead's own output was insufficient. At that moment, Bullhead did indeed have a teammate, yet it was Jim, an auxiliary champion focused on control, healing, and armor penetration. Compounding this issue, the well-farmed Xiaoyu had reached level 10, whereas Bullhead, who had faced relentless counter-jungling, was only at level 7, with Jim even worse off at level 6. The substantial disparity in levels was akin to the difference between a fully constructed item. Thus, the two were merely offering the barrel a gentle massage as they exchanged blows. After a few rounds, the barrel, leveraging his passive ability, Happy Hour, Gragas recovers 2 maximum health for every skill used within 4 seconds. Found himself regenerating health with each strike. What kind of champion is this? So high in damage and so tanky. Bullhead exclaimed in frustration, "We can't fight this anymore. We must retreat." Retreat? Where to? You can go, but I cannot. The support Jim, witnessing the imminent entry of Mundo with his cleaver, despaired. I just bought a vision ward, and it has barely lasted half a minute. The arrival of Xiaoyu had utterly tipped the scales of the battle. Ultimately, only Bullhead managed to escape with his ultimate, while the Fox and Jim fell in the mid lane. This skirmish, from inception to conclusion, lasted less than 10 seconds. Yet, within that brief span, an abundance of narrative twists unfolded, leaving everyone with a sense of time stretching to the brink of suffocation. Wow, brother, you were incredible. When you told me to wait for you to return, I thought you were trying to bait them. I never expected you to strike back alone, Xiaoyu exclaimed, genuinely in awe of his companion. I was indeed baiting. If you had come, how would they have dared to engage me? They wouldn't have acted first, and I would have had difficulty getting kills. Huh, you had trouble getting kills? Xiaoyu replied, somewhat speechless. Who was it who ganked whom? My point is, there were 3 opponents. To the untrained eye, it appeared as if there were 3 adversaries, but in reality, there was only one. As long as I could eliminate the Fox, the remaining Bullhead and Jim were inconsequential. Xiaoyu maintained an unruffled demeanor, leaving the young child's spirit utterly speechless. Upon reflection, it became evident that Xiaoyu's assertions held merit. The crux of the matter lay in the audacity required to emulate his actions. Who would dare to ensure they could eliminate the Fox with a decisive blow? Shaking his head, the child's spirit could only manage a wry smile. Realizing that this young prodigy was unlike him, or indeed, any professional player he had encountered. Meanwhile, the visibly shaken director finally regained composure and edited the footage of the recent battle for playback. Spectators eagerly awaited the replay, curious about the demise of the bloodied Fox. Perhaps to accommodate the viewers' emotions, the initial replay was presented in slow motion, capturing the audience's breath in anticipation of the Fox's fate. Soon, gasps erupted from the crowd, and shout-song exclaimed from the commentary booth. Wow, it was the cue. The barrel was thrown into the minion wave beforehand. Initially assumed to be an act of desperation to collect minions before his demise, it turned out that the ultimate ability propelled the Fox directly onto the charged Q, resulting in a swift execution. My word, exclaimed Player 7, clutching his forehead in astonishment. How is he so formidable? This level of creativity and gameplay is astonishing. Who knew the barrel could be employed in such a manner? The Fox traced a triangular arc in midair, prompting shout-song's laughter. What is that move called? The legendary triangular kill? Haha, perhaps we should call it the geometric kill for a touch of culture. Player 7 mumbled geometric barrel several times before declaring. It's settled then. From now on, this maneuver shall be known as the geometric barrel. The visual shock of a 3-4-1 turnaround, coupled with the debut of the geometric barrel tactic, shattered AG Xuanyo's psychological defenses. At this juncture, the game was effectively over. AG Xuanyo, being one of the older teams in the tournament, featured an AD, Chun Ronkuan, who was nearing 30. With age comes experience, leading to a more stable mindset. Thus, upon realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, the entire team adopted a radically aggressive strategy, abandoning their previously cautious approach in favor of frequent skirmishes. This shift delighted the audience. As the game reached the 23-minute mark, a staggering 26 kills had been recorded, with a kill ratio of 17-9 in favor of Han Palace. Xiaoyu, the center of attention, boasted an impressive 8-1-8 record, complemented by an astounding 244 minion kills, rendering his arsenal formidable. Sorcerer's Shoes, the ominous evil chalice of Athena, the death cap of the Doomsayer, Azonia's hourglass, and a partially completed Rylai's crystal scepter. At this moment, Xiaoyu was truly the master of the rift, free to roam as he pleased. The 5 members of AG Xuanyo found themselves compelled to flee at a distance of 500 yards, for a single barrel could send them home for a soak in the hot springs. Nevertheless, AG Xiuanyo played with commendable resolve, actively seeking opportunities to engage when Xiaoyu was absent, and they held a numerical advantage. As the game approached the 24-minute mark, after clearing a wave of minions, Xiaoyu ventured into the jungle for a blue buff. At this point, he required no assistance from the jungler. The blue buff was merely a matter of executing an EQ combo. Meanwhile, the young child spirit rallied the bottom duo to secure the dragon. Having tasted victory, he now sought to indulge further, akin to entering a brightly lit establishment upon seeing a red light. After claiming the dragon, he led the charge into the opposing red buff jungle. Upon entry, they encountered an enthusiastic Misfortune who was engaged in combat with Alistar. Isn't it worth a shot? The child spirit mused and acted accordingly, brandishing a knife to clear the way before charging forth. Misfortune, perhaps slightly short on gold for her items, hesitated to leave the nearly depleted stone golem, resulting in a somewhat sluggish retreat. Originally trailing behind Mundo, Liang Shaoxin resolved to confront Misfortune. That stone golem was mine. Why should you linger? Adopting a domineering stance, Liang Shaoxin struck the keyboard, initiating a W for Valkyrie. Then unleashed an EQ combo, first striking Misfortune before any further action. The child spirit, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but marvel at Liang Shaoxin's prowess in the realm of adventure. Not one to fall behind, he activated W for painful burn and administered an E to amplify his potential, joining in the fray with fervor. Even Soraka, trailing behind, began to assert herself, confidently striding into precarious territory for a support champion, brandishing her staff and declaring, "Who dares to challenge my celestial magic?" However, the masses were not swayed by their bravado. Aggressive tactics are often mere bluster. With the absence of the barrel, they were merely three, yet they resolved to engage. Alistar sounded the call to arms, followed by Misfortune, proclaiming, "I shall assist the charge." The vampire, who should have been in the top lane, unexpectedly joined the fray as well. Alistar, the first to initiate the counterattack, executed a perfect two-man knockup on Misfortune, Mundo, and Soraka. The disheartened Misfortune, having lost the stone golem, retaliated with a W smoke bomb, followed by a Q shot. The vampire, drawn by the scent of blood, rushed into the melee, declaring, "Time for a taste." He struck Soraka with his Q, then unleashed his ultimate, Blood Plague, creating a crimson tide that engulfed all three adversaries. In an instant, the ground was awash in blood. The source indiscernible, whether from the vampire or the child spirit's team. The visual impact was undeniably intense. Yet, this was merely the beginning. AG Xiuanyo swiftly assembled all 5 members, with Misfortune unleashing her ultimate upon the unsuspecting enemies, while the fox cast a barrage of spells. In less than 3 seconds, the child spirits trio exemplified the folly of bravado. The rapid conclusion of the skirmish exceeded Xiaoyu's expectations, as did the audacity of his teammates' earlier bravado. Upon reaching the top triangle brush above the dragon pit, Xiaoyu forced himself to halt. Rushing recklessly to aid his fallen comrades would be a fool's errand. Should he fall as well, it would not doom the game entirely, but it would undoubtedly prolong its duration. With a rumble in his stomach, he yearned to conclude the match swiftly. Thus, he paid a moment of silent tribute to his fallen teammates before turning to retreat. However, AG Xiuanyo, riding the high of their recent victory, would not permit him to leave so easily. Thus, the 5 individuals regrouped and began to pursue Xiaoyu with determined strides. Just as Xiaoyu contemplated retreating, he noticed that his pursuers dared to pursue him actively, and his hunger suddenly dissipated. He tilted his head back and took a swig of wine, then tossed a barrel at his feet, waiting for the opportune moment to dash out of the thicket with a swift maneuver. As he emerged from the underbrush, a radiant golden light enveloped him, akin to a rocket igniting its secondary propulsion in midair, and his corpulent form, enhanced by the shimmering effect, appeared right before the pursuing group. With a resounding thud, his ample beer belly struck down Misfortune, Fox, Vlad, and Jim, while he deftly hurled an explosive barrel behind them, sending all 4 soaring through the air, landing precisely in the triangular thicket behind Xiaoyu. There, the rolling barrel, charged with energy, finally detonated. Instantly, a cascade of kill notifications erupted on the screen. Not a single one survived. The fox perished mid-flight. The remaining 3, succumbing to the damage from the rolling barrel, also returned to their base to recuperate. The bull, who narrowly escaped the explosion due to a slight delay, blinked in confusion, wondering what had transpired. Why was he now the sole survivor? Where were his teammates? Brothers, did we win? I pushed their second tower in the top lane. The exuberant voice of Jin Haoyang resonated, tinged with a hint of self-congratulation. Do we still have a Katarina? Xiaoyu seemed to have stumbled upon a new revelation. What? Jin Haoyang, who had devoted 30 years to pushing lanes, was so engrossed in demolishing towers that he failed to perceive the sarcasm in Xiaoyu's tone. Nothing. Xiaoyu swiftly shifted the conversation. Brother Jin, you have made a significant contribution this time. Can we breach the top lane's high ground? Absolutely, no problem. Encouraged by Xiaoyu's words, Jin Haoyang pressed forward, leading the minions towards the enemy's high ground in the top lane. Let us go. Xiaoyu glanced at the fleeing Alistar and casually echoed a remark before teleporting back to base. Following a spectacular 4-kill streak, he returned to base to acquire the embrace of the abyssal fire, complemented by a large blue potion and a rejuvenation elixir, augmenting his spell power by 64 points, based on hero level, providing 15 cooldown reduction, and granting a significant surge in mana and energy that lasted for 4 minutes. As the game reached the 27-minute mark, Xiaoyu was adorned with a formidable ensemble comprising the Holy Grail, the Hat, the Zhonya's Hourglass, and the Abyssal Fire. In stark contrast, the opposing vixen possessed only the Sorcerer's Shoes, the Zhonya's Hourglass, and a singular, ineffective large staff. The disparity in equipment had rendered the match devoid of suspense. After replenishing his gear and managing the minion waves, we prepared to slay the Baron and conclude the game. I was truly famished and eager to finish and grab a bite to eat. Xiaoyu's stomach growled with hunger, urging him to hasten the conclusion of the game. The child playing the Spirit of the Wild, who had just devoured a burger, felt a twinge of guilt and promptly responded to Xiaoyu's call. Wait a moment. I need 200 more to become a berserker. The support character Soraka chimed in. I need 100 to purchase True Sight. Could you spare me a jungle monster? All right. I shall assist you in taking down the 3 wolves. The child Spirit of the Wild swiftly dispatched the last jungle monster in the F4 camp, and soon after, he and Soraka ventured into the lower jungle's thicket. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, Liang Xiaosan, and Jin Haoyang's champion, the Blade Mistress, gathered in the upper jungle near the Dragon Pit. As the trio entered the river, having cleared the jungle monsters, the child Spirit of the Wild suddenly exclaimed, "What the heck? How did Alistar get here?" This outburst sent a chill down Xiaoyu's spine, realizing that dinner would be postponed. Glancing at the lower jungle, he saw that the AG Rapid team had, unbeknownst to them, infiltrated their jungle's depths and was currently assaulting Mundo and Soraka. Despite AG Rapid's considerable disadvantage, the sheer numerical superiority of 5 against 2 compensated for their lack of equipment and level. After a fierce skirmish, both Mundo and Soraka fell. Liang Xiaosan placed a True Sight ward in the Dragon Pit, only to discover the opposing team's ward, feeling quite disheartened. Oh no, they still have vision. We cannot contest the dragon. He proceeded to prepare for a return to the mid lane to defend the second turret. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu shouted, "They have vision? That's splendid. Brother Umbrella, don't leave. Let us take the dragon." Huh? Take the dragon? Just the 3 of us? Yes, just the 3 of us. We shall face their 5 players. Right under their noses. Indeed, we will strike right before their very eyes. Xiaoyu spoke with unwavering certainty, leaving Liang Xiaosan and Jin Haoyang momentarily at a loss for direction. Yet, they found themselves instinctively returning to the entrance of the Dragon Pit. Were you intending to draw them in, and then engage them in battle? Liang Xiaosan vaguely surmised Xiaoyu's plan. Xiaoyu deftly positioned himself at the barren pit, strategically placing a ward at the river entrance of the upper jungle, alongside the wards at the mid-lane river and the brush. Any movement from the opposing team within the river would be illuminated under their vigilant gaze. Indeed, it was time to engage them in battle. As he spoke, Xiaoyu had already initiated the assault on Baron. Liang Xiaosan contemplated clearing the enemy's vision around the barren pit first, but Xiaoyu swiftly interjected. "Do not clear it yet. Let it remain for now. I will handle it." Liang Xiaosan, taken aback, halted his final auto attack in surprise. Both he and Jin Haoyang found themselves bewildered by Xiaoyu's commanding presence. Each of his directives felt like a guiding light, compelling them to follow, despite their initial hesitation. Consequently, the champions Graves and Camille aligned with the movements of the barrel-wielding champion, commencing the assault on Baron, guided by the wards of AG Xiwenyo. Initially, AG Xiwenyo had all 5 members grouped to press the mid lane, dismissing the sight of 3 opponents attacking Baron as a mere distraction to their push. However, as they witnessed the Baron's health rapidly depleting, their composure faltered, and they had no choice but to abandon their mid-lane advance to rush to the barren pit. "Huh. I thought you wouldn't come." Xiaoyu displayed a mischievous smile reminiscent of a cunning old fox, casting a knowingly devious glance at Liang Xiaosan. Brother San, I may need you to purchase the original edition of Dragon Slaying shortly. Liang Xiaosan rolled his eyes in exasperation, a look of deep resentment etched on his face. Again? I'm truly famished. Once we complete this round of purchases, we can head out for an early meal. Trust me. Xiaoyu cast an encouraging glance at Liang Xiaosan and added, however, this time, listen to me. As he spoke, the AG Xuanyo team had already closed in. Xiaoyu cast a glance at their position and immediately consumed a large blue potion. He then raised his hand to eliminate the enemy's ward and began to count. Here they come. Prepare. 13. Go. Huh? Where's 2? Damn it. At that moment, he felt he had reached his limits. Amidst the curses, Liang Xiaosan's reaction was swift. As Valkyrie dove in, she plunged headlong into the enemy camp. AG Xuanyo's 5 members had just reached the center of the river when they noticed the dragon pit shrouded in darkness. The ward that had been deliberately preserved was finally taken out by the barrel. In an instant, their hearts were on high alert. The enemy was preparing to obstruct their vision and execute a sinister plan. Just as this thought crossed their minds, an aircraft flew right above them. Is that a gift? The tension in their hearts was triggered, and without a moment's hesitation, the 5 of them focused their fire and eliminated the aircraft in an instant. This was purely instinctive action, yet they were unaware that in destroying the aircraft, they had unconsciously grouped together. Xiaoyu seized this fleeting opportunity with ferocity. Like a serpent striking, he executed a lethal blow. Cheers! He exclaimed, laughing heartily. W, in a drunken frenzy, tilted his head back and took a swig of old liquor. Then charged through the wall with his E ability, leaping out of the dragon pit. In midair, he unleashed his rapid-fire skills. QRQ, Netherfire. With the Grandmaster's cup, a hat. Netherfire, and the tremendous boost from the large blue potion enhancing his already exaggerated AP, the barrel's Q and our abilities were propelled to unfathomable heights. The rolling barrel exploded first, triggering the even more terrifying our ability, the explosive barrel. The incomprehensible damage erupted like fireworks amidst AG Xuanyo's 5 players. Pin a kill. The sound of the 5 kill echoed throughout the Summoner's Rift. The entire GTV gaming broadcast hall fell into an abrupt silence, followed by an incredible uproar of astonished shouts. In the commentary booth, the audience area, and the players' lounge, everyone watching the match was nearly driven mad by the shocking spectacle. In an instant, the explosion resulted in a 5 kill. Ruofeng cradled his head, his face a mask of disbelief, yet his spirits were lifted. Being obliterated by such a formidable player wasn't so shameful after all. In AG Xuanyo's command center, Pumpkin Sauce and Hyacinth were nearly jolted from their seats in fright. Meanwhile, the architect of it all, Xiaoyu, touched his nose and mused, is the damage truly so exaggerated? This is exhilarating. Meanwhile, Jin Haoyang, who had just rushed to the entrance of the dragon pit, scratched his head. Huh? Is it over? Did it all end just like that? Well, I'm just too hungry. There's no helping it. Xiaoyu gently rubbed his belly and said, let us prepare for a decisive strike. 30 minutes later, the Han Palace team assembled in the middle lane, and after an utterly unremarkable team battle, AG Xuanyo was completely obliterated, leading to the definitive conclusion of the match. Congratulations to Han Palace for securing another victory. In the commentary booth, Xiaotsong mechanically announced the results, his expression a complex blend of relief, akin to the liberation felt after a long day's work, mingled with a tinge of wistfulness. Meanwhile, number 7 remained exuberant, stating, with this, Han Palace has concluded the first day of matches with a flawless record. They have one opponent remaining, Ehome. Earlier, Ehome also triumphed over AG Xuanyo, which means AG Xuanyo's chances of advancing are virtually non-existent. On the other hand, barring any extreme circumstances, Han Palace now firmly holds a spot in the semifinals. Oh dear. I believe we need not be so cautious. DC interjected, given the current standings in Group A, it appears both Han Palace and we will advance. Although we suffered an unexpected defeat against Han Palace in their opening match, their strength is indisputable. I, for one, refuse to believe we will fail to progress beyond the group stage. As for Ehome, they were initially regarded as strong contenders for the championship. Yet the present situation seems rather bleak. At this moment, the audience began to exit the venue in droves. The director relayed a message through the earpiece to Xiaotsong and the others, signaling that it was time to wrap up. As the host, DC curtailed his lengthy discourse, stating, of course, our matches are not concluded yet. Tomorrow, at the same time, we shall return to bring you the continuation of the tournament live. We will also provide a thorough analysis of the advancement prospects of each team in both groups. For now, that concludes today's broadcast. We shall see you tomorrow. Upon returning to the backstage area, many teams had already departed, leaving the environment noticeably subdued. Xiaoyu arrived at the lounge with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, only to be taken aback by the sight of the Wii team gathered at the entrance. The team captain, Jin Haomiao, approached and remarked, "Oh, didn't your match conclude quite some time ago? Why are you still here? Originally intending to return early, I found myself captivated by your match, which caused a delay." Ruoff Feng, observing Xiaoyu, chuckled, "Brother, your performance with the barrel was quite impressive, far surpassing FNC's XPK. XPK? Is he the renowned mage from Europe and America?" Liang Shaoxin seemed to have a vague familiarity with that name. Indeed. He is the one who led FNC to victory in the inaugural official tournament organized by the League of Legends headquarters using the barrel. Jin Haomiao glanced at the Wii members, noticing their wandering gazes towards Xiaoyu. He shifted his position to shield Xiaoyu behind him and said, "You guys are being a bit excessive, aren't you? Trying to poach someone right in front of me? What are you talking about?" Xiaomei feigned ignorance. "We simply thought that since we all stay together, we might as well wait for you. Why be like this?" As she spoke, Xiaomei leaned in and draped her arm around Jin Haomiao's shoulder. "Come on, let us hurry up and get ready. Let us all go out for a meal. We will treat, and you'll cover the internet costs." How does that sound? Xiaoyu did not anticipate the camaraderie between the two teams. As the group exited the broadcasting hall, it was already past 9 o'clock, and darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Upon stepping outside, they noticed a group of people in the distance pointing in their direction, followed by an uproar as they rushed towards them. Xiaoyu was startled by the scene before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a large group of female police officers and cosplayers, including Windgirl and Sorika. However, he quickly relaxed, as it became evident that these individuals had come specifically to see the members of Wind Team. May we take a picture with you? Wow, Strawberry looks so dashing. You are even more handsome in person than on television. Please, let us take a photo together. Smile. Smile. I adore you. Could you please sign my autograph and take a picture with me? Knife Brother, I believe your playstyle with nightmares is incredibly impressive. I have been learning from you, and I hope to someday step onto the professional stage myself. Chui Yi, your smile is so adorable. I really like you. Xiaoyu observed the peculiar individuals adorned in outlandish attire chattering incessantly, a wave of dissatisfaction washing over him. These individuals were nothing but a hindrance. I am on the brink of starvation. Beside him, Liang Shaoxin and the others shared a similar sentiment, yet their annoyance was intertwined with a significant amount of jealousy. With so many alluring and voluptuous young women around, who could possibly remain indifferent? Who among us plays games without the aspiration of engaging in romantic escapades? We are all professional players, yet why are we so thoroughly overlooked? Are we truly unworthy? Nevertheless, despite their irritation, such thoughts remained unspoken. After all, they were part of we, undeniably more popular than us. With a sigh, team leader Jin Haomiao lit a small cigarette. Gazing at the night sky at a 45-degree angle as he exhaled a cerulean smoke ring, Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement within. Pursing his lips as he was about to request a cigarette from Jin Haomiao. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted nearby. Ah, my goodness, is that the child god of play? The mention of the child god of play sent a ripple through the crowd. The sisters, who had been eagerly seeking photographs with the Wii members, lifted their heads like mother cheetahs sensing their prey, their gazes sharp and focused, swiftly honing in on Xiaoyu amidst the throng. Heavens! It truly is the child god of play. How adorable! One particularly striking girl, not only dressed as a bounty hunter, but also nearly embodying the character with her stunning physique, rushed towards Xiaoyu with open arms. No, please don't. With a shrill cry, Xiaoyu attempted to hide behind Liang Shaoxin, yet this towering figure, standing over 6 feet tall like a robust Shandong man, seemed friendlier than Lin Daiyu at that moment, and was swiftly shoved aside by the bounty hunting sister. Consequently, Xiaoyu found himself enveloped in an enormous, soft embrace. Yet this was merely the beginning. Before he could even struggle, others, such as Sorika, the Wind Maiden, and the female marksman, rushed over, eager to join in. Oh my! How adorable! Come here for a hug. I want a hug too. Me too. Don't forget me. The succession of embraces nearly left Xiaoyu gasping for breath. And despite his small arms and legs being unable to withstand the fervent affection of these sisters, he could only weakly extend a finger, pointing at the childlike deity of play, exclaiming, I am not the child deity. He is. Haha. Telling fibs is not the behavior of a good child. Oh dear. Even the look of a trickster is so charming. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, Xiaoyu relinquished his resistance amidst the envious gazes of his teammates. Outside the crowd, the child prodigy of gaming exuberantly proclaimed in his hometown dialect. By my mother, I am indeed the child prodigy of gaming. The TGA Grand Prix is one of the premier League of Legends tournaments in the nation. Though the national server of League of Legends has been operational for less than 2 years, the developers and publishers harbor grand ambitions, envisioning this game as a national phenomenon akin to a 300 million mouse dream. Their confidence is palpable, and they are willing to invest both capital and effort to realize this vision. The TGA Grand Prix serves as the most potent platform and medium for promoting League of Legends, thus it is orchestrated with great fervor by the organizers. All teams qualified for the offline competition are assured accommodations and meals, and should they advance past the group stage, they are entitled to substantial prize money. However, this arrangement seems lacking in sincerity, as participants have traveled from various corners of the country, incurring significant travel expenses that the organizers do not reimburse. As for the promised meals, they consist merely of a hamburger and a bottle of cola per person each day, for a considerable period prior. Gaming tournaments not only offered meager prize pools but also provided no coverage for meals or lodging. To make a name for oneself, one had to bear all expenses for participation. According to Jin Haomiao and his companions, prior to this TGA event, the consensus regarding domestic gaming competitions was that the champion could expect a small profit, the runner-up would break even, while the third place and beyond would incur losses. Yet, despite this reality, participants continued to flock to tournaments. The reasons for this persistence remain enigmatic. Perhaps it is driven by a passion for gaming, an intangible dream, or the desire to prove oneself in a world that often overlooks them. Finally departing the venue, Xiao Yu and his entourage of more than 10 people strode confidently down the streets of the capital. Xiao Yu remained in a state of gloom, while several teammates cheerfully took out their phones to chat with the newly acquainted sisters. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, they arrived at a bustling snack street. Their accommodation was an exceedingly ordinary inn, and upon reaching the 3rd floor, the corridor suddenly brightened. Xiao Yu had gone an entire day without food, feeling utterly famished. His stomach pressed against his back. After a strenuous climb to the 3rd floor, he thought to rest briefly at his accommodation before indulging in a hearty meal. The brightly lit corridor uplifted his spirits. After all, the living conditions appeared quite agreeable. However, it soon became apparent that not everything was as it seemed. The corridor's brightness stemmed from the fact that nearly an entire row of doors stood ajar. Approaching the first door, he peered inside and was taken aback to find 2 burly gentlemen lounging on a bed, engaged in idle chatter. Beside them, another fellow lay on the floor, shirtless. Most striking of all, Xiao Yu recognized these individuals. They were members of the star team. Had they just returned? Had they eaten? A chubby man with a head full of curls waved enthusiastically from the doorway. Ruofing nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Yes, just got back and haven't eaten yet. I plan to head down for a meal shortly." Xiao Yu followed closely behind Jin Haomiao, making his way step by step down the corridor. With each room he passed, he witnessed a similar scene. 2 individuals squeezed onto a single bed while another lay on the floor. Gradually, Xiao Yu came to understand the reason for the open doors. On one hand, it facilitated friendly visits and conversations. On the other, in the stifling heat of the room, devoid of air conditioning and equipped only with a solitary electric fan, leaving the doors ajar allowed for a breath of fresh air. Xiao Yu felt a bit overwhelmed. Is this really the place we are staying? It seems rather shabby. Finally, Jin Haomiao was the first to stop in front of a room, taking out a key to unlock the door. The condition inside was indeed as expected: a single bed, a fan, and a mat laid beside the bed, nothing more. In a moment of bewilderment, Xiao Yu reminisced about the recent scene at the competition, where a multitude of spectators cheered for the players' remarkable skills on stage. Before departing from the venue, an array of youthful and radiant young women approached him, eagerly requesting photographs and autographs. It seemed as though these professional players were akin to stars in the entertainment industry, basking in the adoration of countless fans. Yet, the stark reality before him shattered this notion. This was hardly the treatment befitting a professional player. It should not be like this. Jin Haomiao, sensing Xiao Yu's predicament, pointed towards the bed in the room and remarked, "Xiao Yu, you and Gu Yin will share the bed tonight. Hao Yang, we shall spend the night in the internet CAF." What? Sleep in an internet CAF? Is that really necessary? We have a match tomorrow. Xiao Yu understood that Jin Haomiao's intention was to create a space for himself and the child to relax, which made him feel somewhat guilty. In truth, Xiao Yu was not a delicate person. To be precise, he was unsure of his own identity and what there was to be delicate about. However, the current situation diverged significantly from his expectations and from his subconscious understanding. making it momentarily difficult for him to accept. Don't worry. Jin Haoyang waved his hand dismissively. My brother and I are both night owls. We often stay up for 3 consecutive nights at the internet CAF as if it's a game. You and Gu Yin should get a good night's sleep today. You'll need to be well rested to lead us to victory tomorrow. Gu Yin suddenly interjected. Actually, I can stay up late too. Perhaps I should just sleep at the internet CAF today. Upon hearing the child's words, Xiao Yu lost his composure. Being on the same team meant sharing both blessings and burdens. If everyone else was sleeping at the internet CAF, how could he justify seeking special treatment? Just as he was about to express his thoughts, the Wii team returned, having finished their preparations. What's the matter? Are there not enough rooms? Ruofeng quickly discerned Xiao Yu's awkward predicament. If it comes to that, we still have space. Xiao Yu can sleep with us. Go away, go away. Jin Haomiao waved his hands vigorously. I know your little schemes. If Xiao Yu were to stay with you tonight, would we still have our Han Palace team tomorrow? Alas. Captain Jin, your malice towards us is too great, said Shimei. In my opinion, we should go eat first. We can discuss everything while we dine. Xiao Yu promptly raised his hand in agreement, casually tossing his keyboard and mouse into the room before beckoning the others. Let us go. Let us go. It's time to eat. I'm absolutely famished. He then dashed ahead down the stairs. Not far below, there was a hot pot restaurant. Indeed, we was affluent. Over 10 members from the 2 teams settled at 2 tables. Ruofeng tossed a menu to Xiao Yu with a sweeping gesture, saying, order whatever you like. Meanwhile, less than 30 meters away, several members of Ehome stood outside a barbecue joint, their faces etched with worry as they skewered and drank. Zhang Shenfa maxed down half a glass of beer and let out a burp, pondering aloud. So, are we doing this or not? Spider-Man Luck remained engrossed in his food, uttering not a single word. Facing Zhang Shenfa, the grimly determined Death Notice slammed down his empty beer glass onto the table, exclaiming, damn it, let us do it. He then swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the TGA event organizer. The meal stretched over an hour, during which only Ruofeng briefly mentioned that while we was performing admirably domestically, there remained a significant gap compared to formidable Western teams like M5, TSM, and CLGU. The team's aspirations were lofty, aiming for the WCG, and thus, they could not avoid facing these strong competitors in the future. It was clear that the team needed further adjustments and enhancements. Implicitly, this meant they required reinforcements, with the most straightforward method being to change personnel. The others did not dwell much on this topic. Instead, they engaged in discussions about games and shared anecdotes from their lives, such as someone discovering a minor bug in a game, another developing a new strategy, or gossiping about a certain professional player's questionable morals and misdeeds. Xiao Yu sat quietly beside them, absorbed in his meal, only speaking up after devouring the last 2 meatballs, patting his now swollen belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Jin Haomiao lit a cigarette and remarked to Xiao Yu, you truly have a carefree spirit. Even now, you remain oblivious to your own identity. Yet you boldly follow us in our escapades. Are you not concerned that once this meal concludes, we might conspire to sell you? After spending some time together, Xiao Yu had grown familiar with the group, their initial awkwardness replaced by a comfortable camaraderie filled with laughter, banter, and playful jests. What's the rush? If you want to sell me, you'll have to wait until after the competition, right? We still have a few days. The table fell silent for a moment before erupting in laughter. Jin Haomiao exclaimed, wow, I am really starting to like you more. But seriously, shouldn't you consider reporting this situation? While returning, they had engaged in extensive discussions about how to address Xiao Yu's predicament. Initially, the consensus was to contact the authorities, as they felt ill-equipped to handle such a matter. However, Xiao Yu maintained a rather relaxed perspective, asserting that he had awakened in the competition's backstage, suggesting that his family must be nearby. If they did not arrive today, they would likely come searching for him soon. Furthermore, all he could recall was how to play League of Legends, and perhaps immersing himself in a few more games would jog his memory, even if these events never transpired. Reporting the incident later would not be too late. Oh, this really isn't something to rush, Xiao Yu reiterated. What if we report it and end up with all the formalities, and in the end, I can't even compete and get sent to a welfare institution instead? With a smile, he added, all right, since you've put it that way, let's not dwell on it any longer. What shall we do now? Head back to sleep, or go to the internet CAF for a couple of rounds? Strawberry immediately chimed in, of course, we should go to the internet CAF. Weren't we just saying that we would treat you to dinner, and Hong Wang would treat us to online gaming? It's only a little past 11. The perfect time to go online. The table was filled with youthful exuberance, all of them brimming with energy, and the mere mention of gaming invigorated them. Once Ruofing settled the bill at the front desk, the group set off in high spirits toward the CAF. As they entered, they were greeted by the cacophony of rapid keystrokes, shouts, and the sounds of playful insults, all mingled with the faint scent of smoke. Surprisingly, these seemingly negative elements evoked a sense of familiarity in Xiaoyu, even leading him to feel as though he had returned home. At the bar, a familiar melody wafted through the speakers. I pray for a transparent heart and tearful eyes. Grant me the courage to believe again, to embrace you beyond the lies. The flowing notes were as palpable as a fragrance, intensifying the lingering scent of smoke. They painted vivid images in his mind, conjuring countless nights spent with headphones on, fingers dancing across the keyboard, lost in the enchanting world of Summoner's Rift. Xiaoyu rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the moment he could sit down at a machine and indulge in a game of League of Legends. However, the attendant at the bar cast a disdainful glance his way and coldly remarked, "Minors are not allowed to access the internet." The atmosphere became instantly awkward, as Xiaoyu had not foreseen this predicament. Fortunately, Jin Haomiu reacted swiftly and said to the attendant, "He is not playing. He's just here to watch. Surely, that's permissible?" The attendant nodded in agreement. Watching is fine. Only then did the group proceed to queue up to scan their identification cards. Jin Haomiao topped up each person's account with 50 yuan before finally leading Xiaoyu inside. Xiaoyu gazed around as he strolled through the internet CAF, noticing that the number of individuals engaged in League of Legends was rather modest. The majority were engrossed in a variety of shooting games and dungeon fighter. Everyone tacitly sought out a row of less crowded seats, positioning Xiaoyu in the corner. Jin Haomiao then handed his identification card to Xiaoyu, saying, "You play. I'll watch for a while and then head back to sleep." Xiaoyu, undeterred, skillfully took the ID card and accessed the machine, promptly searching for the League of Legends icon. However, an awkward situation soon ensued. "Where is LOL?" he exclaimed. "By the way, does anyone have an extra account? Goodness, you truly are a talent." The crowd lamented. Guyin, seated beside Xiaoyu, reached for the keyboard and mouse, saying, "I have an account. Let me lend you one." He then thoughtfully explained, "This is the League of Legends client. Nowadays, we generally log in through the client. It allows us to check game statistics and combat power, show jungle respawn times, and even change skins." After deftly logging into the account, he inquired, "So, shall we play a custom match or rank? Which server is everyone on? Are we on the telecom server? Can this internet CAF access the telecom server? If not, shall we switch to the netcom server? That works. I was here a few days ago. This place has dual lines, so both netcom and telecom are fine. Let us head to Ionia." After lively discussions, Xiaoyu successfully located the Ionia icon, featuring two pale purple metallic dragons encircling a light yellow tree. He clicked to log in, casting a fleeting glance at the upper right corner of the game interface, which displayed the ID, Dalian782592. "Wow, what an interesting ID you have," the child remarked with a goofy grin. "It's unavoidable. I get paid to use this one." Meanwhile, another player, smiling, called out, "Is everyone logged in? Let us not duo queue. Everyone click start together, and let fate decide if we rank up or not." "No problem. Let us see who ends up stealing whose points." With that settled, they prepared to commence. In an instant, everyone dove into the ranked match. As time ticked away, Xiaoyu was about to ask Guyin about the song playing at the bar when the familiar horn sounded. The game had begun. Almost immediately, Guyin shouted, "Oh no. We're queued together. Oh my. Secrets make women even more mysterious. The players have arrived. Oh wow, Xiang Duxiu is on our side too." Xiaoyu cast a glance at the chat box in the lower left corner, where Secret Makes Women More Woman had joined the team chat. Gunbuster entered the conversation, followed by Xiang Duxiu, Xiao Haiyushin, and Dalian Chiba Erwujio. "Actor? What actor? Is he a movie star? Do you know that Xiang Duxiu? Is he formidable?" "No, an actor is not a film star. How can you be so clueless? An actor is someone who deliberately plays a role in the game to ensure our defeat." Guyin swiftly clarified that Xiang Duxiu is from the IG team, previously the captain of CCM, known as Xiao Xiao. He is currently ranked 3rd in the national server, and for a considerable period last year and this year, he was the #1 player. A string of letters also refers to a professional player, currently with IG, named PDD. "Oh," Xiaoyu nodded thoughtfully. "If they are that formidable, then we shall win this match." "It's not that simple. Didn't I tell you that Secret Makes Women More Woman is an actor? He will play his role in the game. Is he out of his mind? Why would he do that? To ensure the opposing team's victory. The director is on their side." Xiaoyu is no fool. At this moment, he finally comprehended the situation. Meanwhile, Ruofeng shouted over several machines. Are the players over there with you? Haha, Clear Love is with me and Chenggu. You're in for a rough time. Jin Haoyang chimed in from the side. Have you all entered the game? Damn it, why was Ti queued in? Do you not realize why you weren't queued? Came the retort. This is a match from the top 10 of the national server, with the lowest rank requiring at least 2,000 points. With your measly 1,800 points. It's no wonder you didn't make it. What's so impressive about that? If you're capable, come and play War 3, I'll make mincemeat of you. Xiaoyu ignored Jin Haoyang, blinking his eyes as he once again turned his gaze to the child deity of gaming. What did Ruofeng mean just now? The child deity of gaming, visibly annoyed, explained, Clear Love is the greatest director in our national server, and the secret that makes women more feminine is his top player. Those who frequently play at high ranks in the national server are well aware of this. Damn, what a setup. Xiaoyu scratched his head, sensing that the situation was becoming rather intricate. Just then, the enigmatic player known as the secret that makes women more feminine had already initiated the first ban. Targeting the hero Gragas. Wow, so it begins, huh? Guyan hurriedly typed on the keyboard. Bro, there's really no need to be so direct. Why ban your own hero? However, the enigmatic player paid him no mind and swiftly banned the Fox character as well. Guyan was completely unsettled. This was blatantly orchestrated. He must have watched the afternoon's match and specifically targeted the heroes that Xiaoyu excels with. This won't do. I must take action immediately. Xiaoyu comforted him, saying, It's all right, let him ban. There are plenty of heroes to choose from, and he can't possibly ban them all. As he spoke, the secretive woman finally pressed the third ban card. Meanwhile, Xiang Duxiu and Gunbuster began to alter their strategy, engaging in communication with the secretive woman. Brother, don't just ban heroes without saying anything. What position will you play? The child, Yushin, added, We watched your performance today. You were incredible in mid. Why not take the mid position this time? Guyan immediately responded, The mid from today's match wasn't me, but that's irrelevant now. The real issue is that our first floor seems disinterested in winning. As soon as Guyan sent this message, the secretive woman, having completed her bans, selected Karthus. At this point, Guyan could no longer hold back. Come on, are you seriously intending to perform? You come in without communicating, banned your own team as heroes. And now you're stealing positions. Xiang Duxiu replied, Brother, how many times have you performed in the past 6 months? You previously managed to throw our country's top rank down the drain, and now you're doing this again. Are you set on targeting me? Gunbuster interjected, Forget it. Let's just lock it in. Does anyone want to lock it now? If not, I will. Xiaoyu, who was contemplating which hero to play, hurriedly typed to persuade them. There's no need to rush. Let him play his game, and we will play ours. We can't lose this match. Xiang Duxiu responded with confusion. Gunbuster then remarked, Brother, don't you do your homework on the side while coaching? Do you even understand our current situation? Xiang Duxiu retorted, Do you know who we are? How can you be more arrogant than us? Guyan prepared to type an introduction of Xiaoyu's identity. But Xiaoyu waved his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. He typed in the chat box, Regardless, I'm saying it now. We will just play for points this match. If you're afraid, just lock in your heroes. But the truth is, there are only a few players in the top ranks. Can you guarantee that if we queue again, we won't encounter another performer? The chat box fell into silence for about 7 or 8 seconds before Gunbuster was the first to express his decision. I'll play top lane this match. Soon after, an avatar of an Eastern warrior donned in armor appeared on the second floor, with PDD selecting Jarvan 4. Xiang Duxiu concluded, I can support or fill in any role. You all choose first. Xiaoyu glanced at the child, lost in thought. You should go jungle. This match, I will duo with Xiang Duxiu. He then messaged Xiang Duxiu. Brother, lend me your support for this game. I will play AD. Xiang Duxiu replied. What kind of support do you desire? Xiaoyu, as you wish, choose whatever you excel at. After a brief silence, Xiang Duxiu on the third floor selected Nunu as support, while the child on the fourth floor promptly opted for Mundo. At this moment, the opposing team had already finalized their lineup. Ruofeng turned to shout at them. Hey, aren't you planning to secure a quick victory? There's no need for this. Winning by taking your points feels unjust to me. Xiaoyu responded coldly. Who consumes whose share is still uncertain. His gaze swept over the rows of hero avatars, quickly locking onto a target. With a click of the mouse, he declared, Let us hunt those ensnared in darkness. Thus, the lineups for both teams were finalized. Blue team versus red team top lane. Jarvan 4, PD, versus Fiora, Go-Going, Jungle, Doctor. Mundo Xiao Haiyushin versus Evelyn Clearlove, mid lane. Karthus, secret makes women more womanly, versus Kassadin, Ruofeng, AD carry, Vayne Xiaoyu, versus Ezreal, Wei Xiao support, Nunu, Xiao Xiao, versus Blitzcrank, Kan Nong Bienzo. Haha, that Vayne on the 5th floor is hilarious. In an internet CAF in ZJ City, Jiangsu, a portly man with long hair stuffed a Wallace burger into his mouth while boasting to Ming Kai, who was far away in Changsha, through YY. Did you know? Xiao Xiao, along with Xiao Haiyushin, initially planned to take him down instantly. Yet, this Vayne, brimming with confidence, proclaimed he would secure the kills. The key is, Xiao Xiao and the others actually believed him. He even volunteered to play support, which cracked me up. Meanwhile, Ming Kai and Changsha called for the network administrator to bring 2 bottles of cola, handing one to the curly-haired, Kanong Bienzo, beside him. Such confidence, huh? But we ought to proceed with caution. You saw TGA, that Xiao Haiyushin is exceptionally ferocious. We must avoid any blunders. Shika, secret makes women more womanly, smirked. Hey, who is this guy? I've already taken precautions against him. I snatched his mid-lane pick right away. How much impact can he have playing that pathetic Dr. Mundo? If worst comes to worst, we could just play dirty, disconnect, or intentionally feed Ruofeng a few kills. It would simplify matters. Ming Kai took a sip of cola, though that may be the case. Let us avoid being too obvious. Many eyes are on us at this rank. If it turns into a spectacle, it will benefit no one. Let's aim to perform gracefully. PDD, Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Haiyushin are all skilled players. That Vayne has previously snatched several of our kills. He is quite formidable. Shika gulped half a bottle of cola. Wiping his mouth, all right, I shan't say more. Just one thing, let us watch how our brother performs, shall we? On the other side. At the IG base located in Zhujiang Oasis, Chaoyang District, Xiao Xiao, Sun Yalong, and PDD, Lu Mao, were anxiously awaiting the game to commence. PDD glanced at the screen displaying both teams' lineups and couldn't help but click his tongue. Blockhead, why do I feel we shouldn't have entered this match? That Vayne was clearly overconfident. We've likely been deceived. Sun Yalong grimaced. No way, I picked Nunu first, and he chose Vayne afterward to compliment me. It seems he genuinely wants to win. Moreover, he is using this ID for remuneration. The rates for the top 10 in the national server differ from those outside it. He certainly wouldn't want to lose points. PDD nodded. That makes sense. Goodness, let us hope he can carry us this time. That rascal has frequently snatched my coaching orders. If he messes with my points today, I will definitely report his QQ. As Xiaoyu selected Vayne, Jin Haomiao, standing behind him, couldn't help but pat his sofa in surprise. Wow, you can actually play Vayne? Vayne paired with Nunu is quite formidable. Guyan expressed great confidence in Xiaoyu, particularly in the synergy of the Vayne and Nunu duo in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, upon entering the drafting interface and realizing that Xiaoyu was not playing mid, but had instead opted for Vayne in the bottom lane, Ruofeng and Wei Xiao were momentarily taken aback. Wait a minute, Xiaoyu, aren't you supposed to be playing Death Song? I was hoping to reclaim some glory here, chuckled Ruofeng. Haha, please go easy on me, brother. My skills in the bottom lane are rather lacking, so be gentle with your onslaught. Xiaoyu could discern the mockery in their tones. He felt an urge to retaliate, yet as he lifted his head, he caught sight of the supervisor peering in their direction. Swiftly, he retracted his neck to evade the supervisor's gaze and, suppressing his frustration, remarked to Jin Haomiao. Since we have a player on our side, I suppose I must select a hero capable of single-handedly taking on 5 opponents, hence my choice of Vayne. Seriously? The game hasn't even commenced, and you're already contemplating a solo 5? Jin Haomiao could no longer contain himself. Let us hope that won't be necessary. Xiaoyu replied hastily as the game loaded. Not wishing to waste time, he equipped himself with basic shoes and 3 health potions before venturing forth. Once the game began, Xiang Duxiu exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, frequently typing and signaling, preparing to initiate something at level 1. However, the Reaper stood alone in the fountain, deep in contemplation. Much like Xiaoyu had done earlier, this meant that a level 1 skirmish was out of the question, and the team had no choice but to adopt a defensive formation. Meanwhile, the opposing team, led by the robot, boldly invaded the jungle, treating it like a leisurely stroll before departing with equal grandeur. On the top lane, PDD struggled to contain his frustration, signaling to the Reaper in the fountain and typing in the chat box, "Are you just going to AFK, brother?" Yet, the Reaper remained silent until the adversaries had retreated. My apologies, I suddenly had an upset stomach and rushed to the restroom after selecting my champion. Nothing happened, right? Xiang Duxiu reassured him, no worries. Just play well, and try not to have any issues later. Mystery makes women more alluring. Brother, I may have let you down in a few games before, but today I shall carry you. Xiang Duxiu sensed that this fellow was merely jesting and chose to ignore him. At 1 minute and 40 seconds, the jungle monsters respawned. Gu Yin soloed the F4 camp while Xiao Yu and Xiao Xiao strolled through the jungle before heading to their lanes. This would give their opponents the impression that they were assisting in taking down the red buff, thus obscuring the jungler's route. After a brief meander of 5 seconds, they finally proceeded to the lanes. Xiao Xiao signaled a danger warning towards the triangular bush, indicating that Xiao Yu should be cautious of the robot's ambush. Observing Xiao Yu's cautious approach to the lane, Jin Haomiao expressed his displeasure. What's wrong with this support? Knowing there's a robot on the opposing side, can't he place a ward here in advance? Liang Xiaosan, who had also arrived to spectate, patiently explained, it's not that simple. This is all part of the level 1 teamfight strategy. The opposing jungler is the elusive Evelyn, whose passive allows her to become invisible when out of combat. Notice how Nunu didn't purchase any potions at the start? He saved the gold to buy a true sight ward and 2 fake wards to prevent early ganks. During the level 1 skirmish, they could have grouped together to place a ward at the enemy blue buff. Knowing that Evelyn would start at blue, they could have anticipated her gank route. However, due to the Reaper going AFK in the fountain, they missed the opportunity to place a ward, leaving the enemy jungle in darkness, with no insight into Evelyn's path. As a result, Nunu's True Sight ward is their only safeguard for the bottom lane. Yet, these wards cannot be placed too early, for they will vanish after 3 minutes. If the opposing team times their movements well, they can still execute a successful gank. And if they place fake wards, not only will they fail to detect Evelyn, but they will also lack sufficient vision in the lane. Look. The robot has a True Sight ward as well, aiming to control vision in the lane's brush. Imagine a stealthy Evelyn clearly targeting you in the early game. You would be reluctant to push the lane. Meanwhile, the bottom brush is guarded by a robot with True Sight, compelling you to remain cautious even beneath the tower, as you must guard against the lurking mechanical claws in the darkness. How can one possibly play under such circumstances? You must utilize your wards to their utmost potential to barely survive the early game. Jin Haomiao felt overwhelmed by the information, shaking his head in disbelief. Damn. Is this what high-tier matches are like? The pressure is immense. However, upon hearing this, he found Evelyn and the Robot S jungle support duo rather unsettling. Liang Xiaosan nodded in agreement, but remained silent, unaware that this combination of Robot and Evelyn would soon become WE's formidable secret weapon. In the game, Evelyn had just secured the blue buff and was now gracefully making her way to the bottom lane. The legendary level 2 gank from the factory had begun to take shape, coupled with the synergy of the bottom lane duo, who were reminiscent of garlic paired with cooked meat. After all, one loses half the flavor without the garlic. Upon their arrival in the bottom lane, both sides focused on farming, with no immediate intention to engage. The robot, however, created the illusion of preparing to hook, merely engaging in psychological warfare without committing. As the first wave of minions approached its conclusion and the second wave was poised to arrive, Xiao Xiao enhanced Xiao Yu with Nunu's W. Blood Boil, increasing an allied unit's attack speed and movement speed for 15 seconds. If cast on an ally, Nunu himself also gains the benefits of Blood Boil. The synergy between Vayne and Nunu was formidable, as Nunu SW perfectly complemented Vayne's playstyle. Vayne, being a high attack speed ADC, greatly benefited from the boost provided by Nunu SW. It's worth noting that in this version, the core AD item, Gale Force, only grants 50 attack speed, 30 critical strike chance, and 5 movement speed. Nunu's level 4 W offers an attack speed increase that surpasses Gale Force, while its movement speed enhancement is superior from the outset. Vayne's passive, Night Hunter, grants her an additional 30 movement speed when moving towards nearby enemy champions. The movement speed boost from Nunu's W amplifies Vayne's passive effect. Imagine when Vayne activates her ultimate and pursues an enemy, empowered by Nunu's Blood Boil. It becomes a nightmare for all adversaries. At this point, it was still merely the beginning, as the effect of Blood Boil manifested in a radiant glow enveloping both Vayne and Nunu. The disparity in strength between the bottom lane duo became evident. Under Xiao Yu's command, Vayne moved with increasing agility and aggression, her crossbow bolts glistening with toxic venom. Reaching level 2 was a fundamental aspect of landing strategy in League of Legends. Given the game's mechanics, the side that attains level 2 first inevitably gains a significant advantage in skirmishes. During this period, engaging the opponent could force them to retreat, providing advantages in health, summoner spells, experience, and last-hitting opportunities, potentially leading to a kill. Seizing this opportunity could establish a dominant position for the entire landing phase. with a basic attack. Xiaoyu secured the last melee minion of the first wave, swiftly executing a Q ability to roll forward and then halting his attack by pressing S, while furiously clicking to dodge Easy's Q. His gaze fell upon Xiao's Easy, just in time to witness a golden mystic shot hurtling towards him. Xiaoyu expertly maneuvered Vayne diagonally upwards, maintaining pressure while evading the incoming skill shot. Recognizing his Q had missed and realizing he couldn't secure level 2 first, Xiao had no choice but to retreat. Xiaoyu then redirected his focus towards the melee minion at the forefront of the opposing second wave, unleashing a powerful auto attack enhanced by his Q ability, simultaneously within his own first wave of minions. The last remaining low-health ranged minion fell victim to an attack from the enemy's ranged minion, resulting in a retreat for the pressured player, Smile, who consequently lost both gold and experience from that minion. In the initial clash between the two teams, Xiaoyu and Xiao emerged victorious with remarkable finesse. In the intricate dance of skilled players, it is often the subtle differences that, when accumulated, ultimately determine the outcome. Observing everything with keen insight, Xiao felt a surge of elation. His precise details and minor maneuvers as an AD carry were clearly on point, suggesting that his pre-game bravado was not mere bluster. He proceeded to place a marker in the river, signaling his intention to seize lane control before venturing into the river brush to place a ward to guard against Evelyn. However, just as he approached the river's edge, the recently retreated Ezreal and the robot adjusted their course, advancing past the minion wave towards Xiaoyu's Vayne. Wait, has Evelyn already arrived? A level 2 gank? Upon observing the opposing team's stance, Xiaoyu's mind conjured an image of the moment when Evelyn, having secured the blue buff, would emerge from the brush in the river, poised to strike. He promptly signaled Nunu of the impending danger. Given his positioning in the presence of Flash, even if Evelyn were to approach, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to eliminate him. However, it was Nunu, venturing into the river to scout, who was truly the target of their adversaries. Far away in the IG base, Xiao, astute as ever, sensed the impending trouble upon noticing the movements of the enemy's duo in the bottom lane. Goodness, that fool Evelyn has already descended to the bottom lane. She's not even jungling. No sooner had he uttered these words than Evelyn, adorned with the blue buff, emerged from the thicket, unleashing her signature Q ability, Hate Spike. Although this skill inflicts minimal damage in the early game, its almost non-existent cooldown allows for relentless barrages that can overwhelm any opponent. Seeing Xiaoyu retreat perceptively just as they initiated their attack, both Smile and Curly Hair abandoned their initial intent and redirected their efforts towards Nunu. With the game still in its infancy, securing a kill at this juncture would be more than sufficient. As the enemy relinquished their pursuit of him, Xiaoyu hesitated to abandon Nunu, cautiously advancing once more. His focus was not on the enemy champions, but rather on the minions. Having shared the experience of the first wave of minions with Nunu, he now needed to eliminate just 3 more to elevate both of their levels to 2. At that moment, Nunu might still have a chance. Yet, his intentions did not escape the notice of the opposition. How could they fail to perceive his strategy? With unwavering attention fixed on the computer screen, Smile called out without lifting his gaze, "The support is expendable, Xiaoyu. There is no need for you to accompany him to his demise." As he spoke, he quickly marked Vayne with a signal. Xiaoyu felt an unbearable frustration. Repeatedly subjected to the mockery from Wei Xiao and Ruo Feng, yet daunted by the network administrator's intimidation, he dared not retaliate. This was truly unbearable. At that moment, the curly-haired player, who was poised to launch an assault on Nunu, cast a glance at the Q ability he had been clutching tightly in his hand. Seemingly grasping Wei Xiao's intentions, he continued to advance towards Nunu, appearing to block the latter's escape, but after taking a few steps, his position became exceedingly precarious. In an instant, amidst the chaotic clash of minions, a minuscule opening emerged. The curly-haired player's gaze sharpened, his nimble fingers deftly tapping the Q key. The mechanical claw of the robot, seemingly able to navigate through obstacles, pierced through the ranks of minions, reaching out towards Xiaoyu's Vayne. This hook was a remarkable blend of cunning strategy and technical prowess. Yet, what renders League of Legends so captivating is the exhilarating interplay between top-tier awareness and skillful execution. Much like the myriad occurrences in this world, in order to fulfill one's desires, one must exert effort and then leave the rest to fate. And this so-called fate need not be confined to the literal interpretation of divine will. It could encompass a myriad of external factors. At this moment, the curly-haired player had executed everything a robot could possibly achieve. The remainder depended solely on Xiaoyu's response. As the merciless iron claw tore through the mass of minions, it was mere moments away from colliding with Vayne, whose relatively fragile form adeptly retreated with the enhanced mobility granted by her remaining health, narrowly evading what could have been a fatal blow. Evelyn's level 2 gank not only startled the players within the game, but also captivated the onlookers outside it. "Wow, what a devious hook!" exclaimed Liang Xiaosan, only to swiftly shift his tone. "Wow, such a quick reaction. What an extraordinary dodge." Xiaoyu, donned with headphones, was intensely focused, barely catching the words of Liang Xiaosan amidst the cacophony of shouts behind him. However, he had no time to pay heed to such distractions. Before him, the two waves of minions engaged in combat had become entangled. Suddenly, the combatants attracted the ire of the minions, shattering the typical one-on-one clash. Both sides' minions pivoted their weapons, launching attacks at the enemy heroes, threatening their respective leaders. In the midst of the chaos, Xiaoyu had already dispatched 2 low-health minions. His gaze swiftly darted towards a third melee minion and the beleaguered Nunu, whose health had dwindled to less than a third, teetering on the brink of demise. Yet, his survival thus far could be attributed to the dividends of Evelyn's second-level gank. At this moment, while Evelyn had reached level 2, Ezreal and the robot remained at level 1, unable to unleash their full early-game potential. Moreover, the robot had inadvertently directed his Q ability towards Xiaoyu. An opportunity had arisen. In the depths of despair, Xiaoyu glimpsed a sliver of hope, his gaze fixated on the last melee minion across the battlefield. With a deft sidestep to the wall, he executed a sequence of AUA, and the minion, at full health, was instantly obliterated. 2 beams of white light illuminated Vayne and Nunu, heralding their ascension to level 2. For Xiaoyu, this upgrade simply meant the ability to allocate an additional skill point. Yet for Xiao Xiao, this elevation offered a glimmer of survival. With his health barely above 30, it surged past 100 in an instant. Of course, this minor health boost was insufficient to alter the tide, merely allowing the enemy a few more attacks. However, the rapid activation of the Q skill was poised to shift the balance. "Devour them whole." Nunu roared as his Wraith, beneath him, opened its massive maw and lunged at the minion below. The full health minion nearly met its demise, while Nunu's health surged dramatically. The Q skill, Consume, inflicted between 500 to 900 points of damage on the target minion, restoring Nunu's health by 125 to 345 plus AP bonuses. How did he level up so quickly? Is Vayne's wave clear that efficient? That minion was dispatched in an instant. The duck that had been served on a platter suddenly flapped its wings, attempting to flee, leaving Xiaoxiao in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the other side in Changsha, Juama shared the same perplexity. Did Vayne just obliterate that full health minion? Nunu was just a breath away from leveling up. Beside him, the comm factory manager reassured, "It's all right. We can still secure a kill. Ignite him." "What are you saving it for?" Juama felt a pang of regret. Nunu was destined to perish, so he had intentionally withheld the ignite, not anticipating the enemy duo's sudden upgrade. Yet, as the factory manager pointed out, Nunu was still a distance from the turret. His demise was inevitable. Filthy fool. Just as ignite was applied, Vayne's cold voice pierced the air, accompanied by a silver arrow streaking forth, sending Xiao Xiao's Ezreal hurtling away with Vayne's E, condemn. "What? Is she targeting me specifically with her E? How infuriating." Xiao Xiao was flustered. Nevertheless, the absence of his primary damage dealer on the battlefield increased Nunu's chances of survival by another 20%. Believing himself doomed, Xiao Xiao stumbled a few steps, then activated his flash, narrowly escaping back to the safety of his turret. The chilling structure loomed like a sentinel, its magical crystal shimmering with radiant light, ready to unleash its wrath upon any enemy that dared to enter its range. After laboring so diligently, the prospect of ending up empty-handed was utterly unacceptable to Xiao Xiao and his team, particularly Minkai, who had sacrificed time farming to assist with the gank. Failing to achieve any reward would be a bitter loss indeed. "Damn it. You run." Minkai, fueled by frustration, followed with his own flash, reactivating his W, Dark Frenzy, and leveraging a 3-second speed boost to deliver an AU combination. The Dark Q skill, Rupture, struck mercilessly upon Nunu, intent on claiming his first blood. At a critical moment, a flash of white light appeared as Xiaoyu decisively used his heal, replenishing Nunu's health, despite the ignite still lingering on Nunu, diminishing the healing's efficacy. It was more than enough to instill despair in the already beleaguered Evelyn. She was merely level 2, a frail champion, and could not afford to chase into the turret to inflict further damage. The best outcome would be a 1-for-1 exchange with Nunu. For Evelyn, who needed to farm to level up, a trade with a support meant conceding the game. Weighing her options, Minkai's resolve softened, and he decided to retreat. However, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Ezreal, previously knocked back by Vayne's E, transformed into a beam of light, executing a long-distance maneuver with his E-flash, and unleashed a well-timed Q, First Blood. The mystic shot struck true, finally extinguishing Nunu's life. Haha, Xiaoyu, how was my E-flash Q? Did you think you were the only one capable of minion farming and leveling up? Xiao Xiao reveled in the thrill of taunting, relishing the moment as his opponent seethed in silence, collecting the first blood reward. In the tumult of battle, Nunu, despite his struggles, ultimately fell, yielding 4 points in the process. Xiaoyu curled his lips and replied, "It's nothing. They used 2 flashes and 1 ignite. It's not a loss." Meanwhile, witnessing Nunu's demise, Ming Kai's mood lifted slightly. However, upon reflecting on the recent gank, he felt an unsettling dissonance. It shouldn't have been so arduous to eliminate just one Nunu. "Mao, did you sense something amiss?" he inquired. "I was level 2 when I ganked." The opposing team surely had no inkling. Why was it so challenging to secure a kill? Wan Mao, being an old acquaintance of Ming Kai, recognized the peculiarities in their encounter. The combination of a jungler and support, Robot and Evelyn, had been their secret weapon for climbing ranks. Now, as Ming Kai pointed it out, Wan Mao too began to sense the oddity. He glanced at Vayne, who was farming under the tower, recalling how she had deftly evaded his Q. Originally proud of his skillful Q through minions, he believed it could make the highlight reel. Yet, he ended up being outplayed instead. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. Vayne. It was that Vayne, Wan Mao exclaimed. When Nunu was on the brink of death, she instantly eliminated a minion, allowing Nunu to level up. Otherwise, Nunu would have perished long ago, and we wouldn't have wasted 2 flashes and an ignite chasing him. Ming Kai too experienced an epiphany, murmuring, "Yes. It was the sudden level up. How could she have killed that minion so swiftly? Was it a bug?" The two pondered for an extended period, but could not fathom the rationale. However, as Smile returned to base for supplies, he recalled Xiaoyu's swift execution on the minion. Sensing a clue, being a top-tier Vayne player himself, Smile had an intrinsic understanding of the champion. The event had transpired in a flash, ordinarily. Vayne could dispatch a melee minion with an auto-attack followed by a Q, but not at the speed exhibited by Xiaoyu. Even with Nunu's W Blood Boil, his attack speed would not suffice to achieve such a remarkable feat. The crux lay not in the AQA combination itself, but in Xiaoyu's strategic positioning against the wall prior to executing the maneuver. By positioning himself closely to the wall, he performed a wall-rolling Q with exquisite precision. After the initial auto-attack, he immediately canceled the attack's animation with his Q. During the Q roll, being against the wall expedited the animation, effectively bypassing the casting time. Rising from the roll, he could follow up with another auto-attack, resulting in a reset of his basic attack. This individual had mastered the intricate interplay of hero mechanics and map dynamics to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to unleash 3 attacks in the blink of an eye, ultimately obliterating that pivotal minion. Had there been the slightest delay, Nunu would have undoubtedly met his end much earlier. Reflecting on this, Smile's emotions grew increasingly complex. Xiaoyu was truly formidable. Such meticulous micro-operations, unless honed through dedicated practice, seemed implausible to execute in a real match. No, to be precise, even the most elite professional players would struggle to refine their skills to such a degree. Smile believed he could not achieve it. In fact, if he hadn't meticulously recalled Xiaoyu's every action, he would have been oblivious to the potential of the game. Yet Xiaoyu seamlessly executed such maneuvers, and with impeccable timing. It was worth noting that earlier, this young man had been playing mid lane on the TGA stage, and now he transitioned to AD with equal ferocity. Upon entering the game, seeing him as AD instead of mid lane, he and Ruo Feng had exchanged a few jabs at him. In hindsight, their mockery seemed utterly foolish. Xiaoyu, a player of unfathomable prowess, wielded the champion Vayne, renowned for her late-game capability to single-handedly conquer entire teams. The mere thought of him potentially achieving such a feat sent shivers down Wei Xiao's spine, prompting him to hastily message Evelyn. "Please, jungle, come to the bottom lane to assist with Vayne. Something feels off about her. Our composition lacks hard crowd control, and if she gets rolling, we may find ourselves in dire straits." Ming Kai promptly responded, "I've noticed, this Vayne is formidable. Rest assured, I will prioritize the bottom lane." However, despite his resolve to focus on the bottom lane, Ming Kai understood that he could not recklessly rush in. This was the highest tier of professional players, where the stakes were as high as in an actual tournament. Although their previous gank had succeeded, it had cost them 2 flashes and 1 ignite. Moreover, Evelyn's early game primarily revolved around farming, only revealing her true ganking potential after reaching level 6. As such, he needed to farm for a while before engaging. A hasty gank could lead to his own demise. Thus, The rhythm of the game, which had begun with a burst of excitement, gradually settled into a more measured pace. During this time, Xiaoyu managed to gank the top lane, forcing a flash from the enemy Akali. Meanwhile, the so-called actor of the game, the champion Sona, had not made any questionable moves thus far, merely falling slightly behind in farm against Kassadin. At the 6-minute mark, although the bottom lane had not seen any additional kills, several intense skirmishes had taken place. Initially, Wei Xiao had secured first blood, converting his 400 gold advantage into a Doran's blade, which should have made his landing phase easier. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Emboldened by his multiple flashes and the support of ignites from his team, Xiaoyu relentlessly sought to engage Wei Xiao. Since the conclusion of the TGA opening match earlier that afternoon, Wei Xiao had frequently discussed Xiaoyu with Ruo Feng, who had described Xiaoyu's aggressive mid-lane style, always seeking to trade blows during the landing phase. Due to his exceptional skill, anyone daring to engage him would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage. As a result, after several exchanges, players had to be wary of being soloed out by him. Xiaoyu's style with Vayne mirrored this aggressive approach. He exhibited numerous unexpected and subtle maneuvers, always looking for opportunities to whittle down his opponent's health. This intensity in lane left Wei Xiao feeling uncomfortable. Despite possessing the equipment advantage, he found himself being pressured. Moreover, Xiaoyu's fundamental skills were solid, allowing him to farm effectively while engaging in trades, resulting in a lead of nearly 10 minions. Frustrated by the unfamiliar predicament, Wei Xiao began to feel anxious. He glanced at the robot lurking in the bushes and could not help but type, "Brother, could you hook someone? Since the start, you've missed every vein." The robot, with a response, replied, "It's not that easy. Her movement is peculiar, and she has AQ for mobility, making it hard to hook her." Wei Xiao retorted, "Then how am I supposed to play? You're just standing behind me while the enemy Nunu occasionally freezes me." Ming Kai, sensing the brewing tension in the bottom lane, quickly reassured, "Don't rush. I'll hit level 6 after I finish red, and then I'll come to assist you." Meanwhile, Xiaoyu advised Gu Yan, "Evelyn should be hitting 6 soon. You'd best position yourself for a counter gank. I believe she is planning to catch me." Gu Yan nodded. "On my way." With that, he dispatched several minions before making his way to the bottom lane. In a curious synchronicity, both teams began to converge on the bottom lane. However, Ruo Feng, having pushed his mid-lane wave, was the first to return to base, replenishing his health before heading straight to the bottom lane. In the Zhenjiang Internet CAF, Sika, the player controlling Sona, keenly sensed Ruo Feng's intentions and prepared to inform his teammates of a missing call, only to hesitate. He thought, "Never mind. Kassadin has returned home, so it's not my concern if he doesn't appear in my lane." If someone could observe the game from a divine perspective, they would notice that as the junglers reached level 6, both teams began to amass forces in the bottom lane. Zhu Mao signaled to Ming Kai, indicating that the river and Tribrush had vision wards. Ming Kai nodded, understanding that those wards must remain undisturbed. Moving them would alert the enemy. Thus, he opted for a wide approach, making his way from the second tower towards the intended gank. As he emerged from the jungle, he encountered Kassadin, who had just exited the high ground. They exchanged knowing nods before stealthily advancing towards the bottom lane's first tower. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu's Mundo had also stealthily positioned himself in the bottom Tribrush. It was now a moment for skillful outplays. Both sides suspected that their opponents were lying in wait, and thus, the first to act would likely suffer the consequences, while the counterattack would reap the rewards. However, Xiaoyu remained unaware that Kassadin had also arrived. This skirmish was essentially a 4-on-3. As for the absent Sona, after pushing the wave, he had chosen to recall in the upper river brush, oblivious to the enemy's vision monitoring his every move. With a decisive command from Ming Kai, Sona has recalled, "We have the numbers, let us go." Zhu Mao's robot immediately activated its W ability and charged from the brush, ready to engage. Yet, this scenario had unfolded too many times. Wei Xiao advanced fearlessly, unleashing an E ability towards the robot before activating W to brawl. As for the robot's Q, he dismissed it entirely. "Go ahead, hit me. If you do, I'll retaliate with my Vayne, who is more than capable in a 2v2. If you miss, then you've wasted an opportunity." However, if the robot failed to land its Q, it became a liability for its team. At that moment, Zhu Mao's robot took a hit from Nunu's E, and even while using W, it found itself immobilized by Frost, struggling to move. Nunu's E could inflict substantial magic damage while slowing the robot's movement significantly. As Zhu Mao's robot stumbled awkwardly, desperately attempting to find an angle to hook Vayne, Wei Xiao's Nunu remained steadfast, mirroring the robot's every move. "You want to hook my ADC? Not a chance. If you want to hook, aim for me." Perhaps irritated by Nunu's persistence or seeking to improve his Q's accuracy, the robot finally abandoned its pursuit of Vayne and hooked Nunu instead. Meanwhile, Wei Xiao's Ezreal ceased farming and began to assault Nunu. Our jungler has arrived. Prepare to engage. Xiaoyu swiftly made a judgment. The lurking Mundo immediately dashed out of the underbrush. As he reached the lane, he beheld Evelyn revealing her form. Her sharp stilettos had shattered countless hearts, and her curved brows guarded the secrets of your enchanted garden. Ming Kai, while listening to the princess, cleverly approached Nunu, lifting his foot as Evelyn's crimson heel struck Nunu's backside. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That hurts terribly. Laughing, Sun Yalong observed his health plummeting at an alarming rate and hurriedly executed a Q ability to devour a minion for healing, then desperately retreated. Brothers, I've already absorbed a barrage of skills. Now it's your turn. Xiaoyu skillfully maneuvered Vayne, drawing distance while primarily targeting Evelyn. Due to the dual-lane nature of the bottom lane, neither side had yet reached level 6. The robot, having exhausted its Q ability, was rendered ineffective, making it irrelevant in the ensuing skirmishes. At this moment, Ming Kai's Evelyn dashed with remarkable speed. Her W, Dark Frenzy, possessed a passive effect upon striking an enemy champion. It would grant her a burst of 4-8-1-2-1-6-2-0 movement speed for 3 seconds, stacking up to 4 times. The active effect allowed Evelyn to dispel all slow effects and gain an additional movement speed boost of 3-0-4-0-5-0-6-0-7-0 for 3 seconds. Moreover, securing kills and assists would refresh the cooldown of this skill. Although Ming Kai had yet to activate W, he had previously stacked the passive on Nunu using his Q ability. With this significant movement speed enhancement, she swiftly distanced herself from Vayne, preventing her from triggering the 3-layer passive of W, Silver Bolts. As both parties engaged in a strategic tug-of-war, Xiaoyu remained cautious. It was only when Guyan's Mundo entered the fray that he executed a forward roll with Q, forcefully unleashing a 3-hit combo. Evelyn's health plummeted by nearly a third. While the curly-haired robot found itself ensnared by Mundo, its health rapidly depleting. They were at a disadvantage, having previously expended their abilities on Nunu, only to be ambushed by Mundo. However, this scenario was predicated on the assumption of a 3v3 engagement. Once the lurking Kassadin behind the first tower was factored in, the actions of Curly Hair, Ming Kai, and Smiley transformed into a far more audacious enticement. You were insignificant, utterly inconsequential. Xiaoyu's Vayne had just executed a forward roll, unleashing a 3-hit combo when Ruofeng's Kassadin shattered the void, leaping forth from behind the turret. What on earth? How is Kassadin here? How could I possibly know? Xiaoyu and Gu Yin engaged in a brief yet eloquent exchange, employing the exquisite essence of our national culture. Without further ado, they comprehended that the responsibility lay with the ill-fated miss who had perished. However, this was not the moment for retribution. The pressing concern was how to navigate the perilous situation at hand, or more aptly, how to escape with their lives. The sudden arrival of Kassadin dramatically altered the tide of battle. Nunu, who had just endured the brunt of the initial wave of abilities, barely had time to react before Kassadin's flash, followed by a second cast of his ultimate, struck him down. Subsequently, Xiaoyu's Vayne became the prime target of aggression. As Kassadin turned back, he unleashed a Q ability, the Void Ball, which instantly manifested a small white circle above Vayne's head. The Void Ball, Kassadin fires a projectile from the void, dealing magic damage of 80,130,180,230,280, 7 times ability power, to the target and silencing them for 1.8222 6 seconds. Xiaoyu's fingers hovered over the E key, yearning to pin the Kassadin against the wall, yet all he heard through his headset was the frantic tone of a busy signal. His demon judgment could not be cast. Alas, this skill can also silence. What a trickster. Xiaoyu's composure began to fray. The silence effect not only prevented him from utilizing his hero's abilities but rendered summoner spells, including Flash, utterly useless. In that moment, Vayne found herself in a state of utter helplessness. Seizing the opportunity is imperative. The individuals present were no amateurs. A rare chance lay before them, and it could not be squandered. The night, my veil. Evelyn decisively unleashed her ultimate, Embrace of Pain, enveloping Vayne in a flurry of dark spikes, draining her of a significant portion of health while imposing a formidable slowing effect. Now was the time to strike. Grinning, Easy took advantage of the moment, executing an arcane shift forward, eager to unleash his damage upon Vayne. A series of abilities rained down upon her, swiftly reducing her health to below 1/3. In less than 10 seconds into the fray, Nunu fell first, leaving Vayne battered by a lethal combination of attacks. Mundo, however, managed to maintain a decent state thanks to his ultimate, but in the current predicament, should Vayne fall, he too would surely meet his demise. Meanwhile, the curly-haired robot mirrored Nunu's role as bait, now flashing a red health warning. Although Mingkai's Evelyn was also feeling the pressure from Xiaoyu upon activating her ultimate embrace of pain, she could siphon the anguish from any hero struck, gaining a shield of 150, 225, or 300 health points, lasting up to 8 seconds. Having hit 2 targets with her ultimate, she had thus acquired a shield of 300 health points, ensuring her survival. Henceforth, a devastating defeat seemed all but inevitable. After being hit by Evelyn's ultimate, Xiaoyu's movement speed was evidently restricted, and having previously pursued an enemy, he found himself distanced from the safety of the tower. With no escape route available, he chose to press forward relentlessly, hacking away at the curly-haired robot. In the chaos, he neglected to observe Xiaoyu's movements, convinced that Xiaoyu had no room to maneuver and was destined to follow Nunu's fate. Yet, despite his thoughts, he involuntarily glanced at Vayne, discovering she was still fighting for her life. As the silence from Cassidon's Q skill dissipated, he swiftly cast a healing spell to regain some health while pursuing the curly-haired robot toward the river. It seemed he had come to a realization. The best outcome now was to trade his life for that of the robot. This transaction was not difficult to achieve, as under the relentless pursuit of Xiaoyu and Guyin, the robot ultimately became the second casualty of the battle. Xiaoyu's acquisition of this kill could be deemed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. However, the perpetrator of murder is perpetually hunted. With less than 100 health points remaining, Vayne would undoubtedly become the next target to fall. Yet, at the moment when Yuan Mao collapsed, Xiaoyu abruptly exclaimed, "Punish the cannon minion." This startling shout caused Guyin, seated beside him, to flinch, instinctively obeying Xiaoyu's command and delivering the punishment to the nearby cannon minion. All right, a little profit is better than none," Guyin murmured under his breath. The punishment was instantaneous, the damage manifesting immediately, leaving the cannon minion with a mere sliver of health. Vayne's basic attack, with its trajectory, unleashed a silver crossbow bolt that cleaved through the air, ultimately impaling the cannon minion and transforming it into a pile of gold coins. However, while the silver bolt was still airborne, Xiaoyu had already flashed into the river's brush without a backward glance. Huh? What is he doing? Is flashing not valuable? The childlike god of play was utterly perplexed by Xiaoyu's maneuver. With so little health left, insufficient even to withstand 3 basic attacks from Ezreal, what was the significance of that flash? Or did he believe that if he flashed quickly enough, the enemy would be oblivious to his whereabouts? Such thoughts flickered momentarily in the childlike god's mind before he was left gaping in astonishment. "You still flashed? Show me if you can escape today." Mingkai immediately followed suit with his own flash, while Ruofeng unleashed his ultimate ability in pursuit, vowing to eliminate this individual who had previously humiliated him in the TGA opening match. As for Mundo, his level 1 ultimate would not restore much health, and he was already running on fumes. Dealing with Vayne first would be prudent. Within the river's brush lay a true sight placed by Nunu, making a blind venture into the brush unwise without vision. Nevertheless, Vayne's meager health posed little threat, prompting Mingkai to act decisively, plunging into the brush without hesitation. Yet, upon entering, he found himself baffled. What the hell? Where is she? The brush held no bloodied Vayne, just a true sight and nothing more. This was illogical. Was it some supernatural phenomenon? Vayne had clearly flashed into the brush, and so many eyes were watching. How could she have vanished into thin air? Did her Q ability allow her to roll over walls? Nonsense. He had never heard of such a thing. Mingkai's mind was a muddle, lost in the empty brush. He was not alone. Ruofeng and Wei Xiao were equally bewildered. In the midst of their confusion, the elusive Vayne reappeared. I have heard the cries of the ignorant. Armed with her crossbow, Vayne entered a cold-blooded mode of hunting, revealing herself outside the brush with a swift roll, landing a basic attack followed by a cancellation of the attack animation with Demon Judgment, pinning Evelyn against the wall. She then repositioned to evade Cassidon, delivering a final blow that triggered the W ability, the Silver Bolts, which coincidentally dealt a critical hit, reducing Evelyn's health to near 0. What in the world is happening? Cassidon, what are you doing? Hurry and eliminate her. Mingkai shouted, unleashing arrows in a frenzy, but Vayne's health lingered precariously on the edge of annihilation. Just a tad more damage would suffice for her demise. Yet, Ruofeng felt equally aggrieved. It wasn't that he was unperturbed, but rather that he had run out of mana. Cassidon's ultimate, Rift Walk, allowed him to teleport to a nearby area, inflicting magic damage on enemies within. Furthermore, If he crossed the rift again within 7 seconds, it would cost an additional 100 mana, dealing even more magic damage. In his haste to dispatch Vayne, Ruo Feng had already utilized his 3 segments of the ultimate, depleting his mana reserves to near emptiness. He could not execute his 4th ultimate. After all, who could have anticipated that Vayne would suddenly reach level 6? Kassadin, devoid of mana before the nearly lifeless Vayne, did not appear foolish. But Kassadin without mana before a Vayne who had just entered the ultimate phase seemed particularly foolish. Chengge, eliminate Vayne first. Don't worry about Mundo, just take her down. Feeling powerless, Ruo Feng could only seek assistance from Wei Xiao. Wei Xiao, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that their meticulously orchestrated 4 versus 3 engagement could still yield a profit if only a single support was traded, even if Vayne claimed the kill. However, should it devolve into a 2 for 3 exchange, with both kills going to Vayne, the situation would no longer be favorable. Thus, Wei Xiao made a swift decision, disregarding Mundo entirely, flashing into the fray against Vayne. The moment he landed from his flash, he unleashed a preemptive Q. Yet, Xiaoyu skillfully sidestepped this lethal spell. The crossbow was once more aimed at Ming Kai's Evelyn, the trigger pulled, the mechanism firing a pale silver bolt that was propelled by the top bowstrings, piercing Evelyn's chest and securing the kill. A 1 for 2 exchange. The battle swiftly transitioned into a 2 versus 2 scenario. Evelyn had been eliminated by Vayne's last-ditch effort, a reality unacceptable for Wei Xiao's side. Yet, even as their mental state teetered on the brink of collapse, they had to maintain composure. For Xiaoyu's individual showcase was far from over. With but a sliver of health, he darted about like a flea, and yet, he simply could not die. For heaven's sake, can you just hurry up and perish? Wei Xiao was becoming increasingly frustrated, charging after Xiaoyu, only to suddenly realize that Mundo had yet to be dealt with, and was now swinging his cleaver towards him. Mundo was a disruptive force, if one engaged with him. They would find him to be nothing but a tank, utterly ineffectual. But if ignored, his damage could be surprisingly high. Watching his health plummet, Wei Xiao felt a chill of despair. Could it be that we will lose in the end? At the critical moment, Ruo Feng could no longer contain himself, flashing directly in front of Xiaoyu to deliver an unremarkable basic attack. Yet, this seemingly ordinary attack harbored great significance. Kassadin's W, Void Blade, possesses a unique passive. Each of Kassadin's basic attacks siphons energy from the void, restoring a varying amount of mana based on the target. Thus, this simple flash attack rejuvenated Ruo Feng's nearly depleted mana reserves. After enduring for so long, Kassadin finally regained the ability to raise his arm, now charged with void energy. The Q ability, Void Sphere, required a progressively increasing mana cost based on level, but the W ability could be cast for a fixed cost of merely 25 mana. With the mana at his disposal, he had enough to cast the W and eliminate Vayne's last remaining health. However, upon raising his arm, Kassadin looked around in confusion. Vayne had once again vanished from sight, retreating into the brush. Oh no! Ruo Feng, caught in Kassadin's vision, felt the urge to smash his keyboard. But then he realized something amiss, glancing at Wei Xiao's Ezreal, who was now on the verge of death from Mundo's relentless assault. Chengge, be careful, be cautious. Not of Mundo, but of Vayne. As the words fell, the intangible thicket by the river, which had aided Xiaoyu countless times, seemed to quiver, stirring even the surface of the water into ripples. Vayne's Q had cooled down, and under the enhancement of her ultimate ability, this nocturnal hunter, adept at preying upon foes in the darkness, seamlessly melded into the night. The enemy, targeted by her gaze, could perceive nothing but a crossbow bolt, dipped in a silvery toxin, hurtling towards them. In that critical moment, with a calm demeanor, Smile attuned his senses, launching a Q into the air based solely on instinct. The bolt whizzed past, narrowly missing, while Ezreal's energy projectile collided in midair, each finding its mark. The notification of a kill illuminated the screen, as both Xiaoyu's Vayne and Smile's Ezreal fell simultaneously. Seriously, he can call that a trade? Ruo Feng lamented in despair, yet once Kassadin raised his arm, infused with void energy, it could not be lowered without purpose. Thus, Ruo Feng channeled all his pent-up frustration onto Mundo, successfully securing a kill before the battle concluded. The exchange was even at 3 for 3, but Vayne's acquisition of 3 kills was a grievous blow to Smile and his team, akin to striking a vital artery. This was merely a casual ranked match. The randomly matched teams, lacking communication, rendered the atmosphere in the chat box utterly silent. After what felt like an eternity, a solitary message finally appeared in the chat. Going? The question mark sent Smile into a frenzy. Why on earth has that Vayne reached level 6 already? while I'm still half a bar away from hitting 6. Xiaoyu is currently awaiting resurrection, chuckling softly against the sofa as he hears the call of the smiling specter. Evelyn was caught at level 2, and after Nunu met his demise, I single-handedly devoured 2.5 waves of minions under the tower. Is that even possible? The smile on his face falters as he shakes his head in wry amusement, opting for silence as he dons his headphones once more, his expression abruptly shifting to one of gravity. His competitive spirit has been thoroughly ignited. It was one thing to be overturned in the TGA opening match, but if Xiaoyu, now transitioning to AD, were to simultaneously dominate him and secure victory, he would find that utterly unacceptable. Taking a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure, Smile steadies his mindset. Although Vayne had just claimed 3 kills in swift succession, Smile now holds 2 kills in his grasp. The game has merely commenced. Upon resurrection, Smile promptly purchases the Radiant Glory and acquires a control ward, signaling for the dragon. Xiaoyu produced the yellow fork and, upon exiting, signaled to Xiaolong, typing in the chat box, "Xiaolong, keep an eye out." Nunu responded with a 1. PDD. Observing the flurry of signals and messages in the chat, suddenly remarked to Sun Yalong, "My dear, you and your team are displaying remarkable zeal in the bot lane. With this dragon engagement, I, Lu Mao, must lend my assistance." "Oh, are you coming? I can make my way there. This Katarina is exceptionally slippery. After facing her in lane for so long, I have yet to secure a single kill. Perhaps I should head to the bot lane for a few takedowns before dealing with her." "Then do come. This Vayne is formidable. If we rally around her, victory is assured." PDD deftly tapped the keyboard, and after replenishing supplies, the prince dashed from the fountain towards the bot lane with a seamless EQ combo. Meanwhile, Katarina, also back for supplies, adjusted her course upon noticing the signal from Smile indicating a pinch at the dragon pit, stealthily making her way there. Ruofeng, having returned home to acquire the catalyst, crossed paths with Katarina on his way out, prompting a puzzled expression. Gogoing stated, "The prince from the top lane has returned home before me. He is likely headed for the dragon as well. I shall join the fray." Ruofeng, feeling overwhelmed, thought, "Surely not. We just engaged in a skirmish, and now another is upon us." However, Smile greatly approved of Gogoing's initiative, encouraging, "Onward, let us continue the fight. This Vayne is without her ultimate. We hold the advantage in skills." The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, and merely 8 minutes into the game, a second major team battle was brewing. Nunu stood above the dragon pit, having just placed a ward, only to discover an opposing ward already present in the pit. "Oh no, PDD, hurry. The enemy has placed a ward in the dragon pit. A confrontation is imminent." Upon spotting the enemy ward, Smile realized that their adversaries shared the same ambition of contesting the dragon. Yet, glancing at Vayne, who was still clearing minions in lane, he grew concerned. "Vayne, you like your ultimate? Can we engage in this dragon skirmish?" Xiaoyu, without a moment's hesitation, affirmed, "Let's fight." This fellow is a bit too restless. While other Vayne players typically focus on early development before unleashing their power in the late game, he seems fixated on combat right from the outset. PDD remarked, "Just look at his demeanor. Let's fight." Truly chilling. Just then, he noticed Sun Yalong casting a meaningful glance his way. Initially taken aback, PDD's eyes suddenly brightened. "Wait. Does this guy not have a team?" Sun Yalong leaned in, lowering his voice. "Let me tell you, that Brad Zwoye has been getting awfully close to the captain. I've heard they're contemplating kicking me out and bringing in his buddies from Nanjing." PDD was taken aback. "Seriously? Those guys from Zwoye's crew? They can't be some no-name players, can they?" Sun Yalong nodded vigorously. "Exactly, that's them." PDD tossed his mouse aside, panic gripping him. "Those players are utterly inexperienced. They can barely play League of Legends. Square block, I came to IG for you. I want to achieve results. If you leave me to play with those novices, I won't stand a chance." Just then, footsteps echoed nearby as a group of slender youths swaggered down the corridor, casually holding a bottle of soda. They glanced over, but said nothing. Once they passed, Sun Yalong continued, "Let us focus on the game for now, and afterward, we can grab a late-night snack and chat." PDD picked up his mouse again, redirecting his focus to the game, though he muttered incessantly, This is terrifying. It's truly terrifying. Here I am, playing ranked at midnight, and suddenly I hear such alarming news. We absolutely must find a way to bring this Vayne into our team. Otherwise, IG may very well disband." As the two discussed the potential rise and fall of IG, the game had escalated into a state of intense confrontation. By the 8th minute, both teams had assembled and were clashing in the river near the bottom lane. The previously passive Thresh, who had refrained from reporting a miss or providing support, now joined the fray. The dragon in the pit quivered at the sight of the 10 heroes sharpening their blades outside. After all, it could only provide each team member with a mere 190 gold. It hardly seemed necessary. In truth, the dragon had gravely underestimated its significance, as both teams were merely using it as a stepping stone to engage in battle. With combat imminent, both sides had no shortage of initiation methods. The only difference was that Xiao Yu's side had an actor with divided loyalties. As both teams anxiously sought an opening to engage, Thresh executed a flashy maneuver, attempting to unleash his deathly spells upon the enemy. His Q skill detonated beneath the feet of Fiora, successfully whittling down her health. Sika, seated at his computer, felt a sense of satisfaction with his damage, but his gaze shifted toward the far-off Rumble. Hundreds of miles away, Rumble seemed to sense Sika's intent and shared an unspoken understanding as he launched his hook, pulling Thresh closer. Before Thresh could fully land, Rumble activated his ultimate, silencing him. Then, Ruofing S. Kassadin stomped onto Thresh's face, and the others followed suit with their combo, resulting in Thresh's swift demise. At that moment, Sika took a bite of his burger and muttered, "This isn't good. This performance is a bit rough, and my skills need more refinement." He then struck the keyboard with one hand, feigning the activation of skills and pressing his ultimate. Even before the team fight commenced, the mid laner had fallen. Despite Thresh's passive allowing for a brief 7 seconds of skill usage posthumously, the ensuing battle was already exceedingly challenging for Xiao Yu's team. Yet, challenging does not equate to impossible. In pursuit of Thresh's demise, Ruofing and the others clustered together. PDD seized the moment, charging in with an EQ combo, proclaiming, "Behold my might, unstoppable." It must be said, PDD's execution of the simple EQ combo was unlike that of ordinary players. His sequence was swifter, smoother, and far more precise. In an instant, Fiora, Kassadin, and Rumble were lifted into the air. Then came the cry of Demacia, the phrase that filled him with unparalleled glory, as his ultimate, Cataclysm, was unleashed. The EQ combo lifted 3 foes, while his ultimate ensnared them within its grasp. Upon landing, he activated his W, the Golden Shield, and the entire sequence flowed seamlessly. Under normal circumstances, it would have undoubtedly warranted a perfect score. However, with Thresh already eliminated and the primary Vayne lacking her ultimate, charging in with the EQ combo now seemed like a reckless gambit. Should we really proceed? Xiao Yu began to doubt, suspecting they had more than just one actor on their side. Sun Yalong turned to PDD. Disbelief etched on his face. "Are you in such a hurry to grab a midnight snack?" Just as the two shouted, they caught sight of a shadow, a black figure relentlessly pursuing the prince. It was Xiao Yu's Vayne, without the enhancement of her ultimate. Vayne's power and skill ceiling were significantly diminished. Yet, for Xiao Yu, the absence of his ultimate did not impede his mastery. Adjusting his position, he rolled forward with AQ, closing the distance and executing an E, pinning Ruofing S. Kassadin against the wall of the princess ultimate. In the blink of an eye, the pinned Kassadin followed Thresh into the void. Another kill was claimed by Vayne. In that instant, everyone except Xiao Yu and PDD was left bewildered. Ruofing scratched his head, staring at the now darkened screen. A large question mark hovering over his head. How had he been eliminated so swiftly? What impeccable coordination, what a perfect E. PDD had not anticipated that Xiao Yu would be the first to charge forward beside him. And that perfectly timed E was nothing short of exhilarating. It nearly compelled him to shout in delight. Turning to Sun Yalong beside him, PDD's frustration boiled over. Square block. "Have you seen enough?" "Huh? Oh." Sun Yalong suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting as he charged forward, "Let us fight today. No retreat until we're dead." PDD, judging by his appearance and demeanor, might seem like a typical brawler. Yet, in truth, he was akin to Zhang Fei, outwardly rugged but possessing the finesse to wield a needle with precision. His earlier initiation appeared reckless, yet it was anything but. After Thresh was swiftly eliminated by Rumble's hook, PDD immediately followed up with his ultimate, coordinating seamlessly with Thresh's E, which effectively split the enemy formation in two. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Yu's team, though at a disadvantage, had a brief opportunity to capitalize on a 4 versus 3 scenario. If they could eliminate just one foe, the subsequent team fight would still be a 4 versus 4, and the outcome was still uncertain. However, PDD had his sights set on Rumble, as Fiora possessed her flash, and Kassadin had his ultimate. Only Rumble had exhausted his escape during the earlier skirmish. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yu's Vayne swiftly followed up, pinning Kassadin against the princess ultimate and eliminating him. This level of awareness, skill, situational judgment, and forward driving style was precisely to PDD's liking. In his view, it is rather challenging to find a player within the professional realm who excels in every aspect. In Zhenjiang, while Sika was indulging in hamburgers, he witnessed Ruofing being swiftly eliminated, nearly choking on a piece of spicy chicken leg. Cough, cough. Goodness, big nose. How could you be taken down so easily? He cast aside his burger and quickly surveyed the battlefield, comprehending the situation at a glance. His E, in conjunction with Jarvan's R, had severely fragmented the opposing lineup, with Ezreal and Evelyn being the primary sources of damage for their team. They found themselves unable to advance and inflict harm. Should I deactivate my E? Sika pondered, his finger hovering over the E key, but ultimately shook his head. Never mind. That would be too reckless. There will be other opportunities. In the game, the sequential demise of Xiao and Kassadin provided both sides with a reason to continue the fight. After all, it was a 4v4 scenario, and all were on equal footing. Why should he retreat? Was he inferior to the opposition? Mere seconds passed before Xiao's passive faded, followed closely by the disintegration of Jarvan's ultimate. It was as if someone had shouted 1, 2, 3, go, and chaos erupted in a 4v4 brawl. The skirmish lasted nearly 20 seconds, culminating in the lone survival of Gogoing's Riven, adhering to the principle that the last player standing claims victory. This team fight was a triumph for Smile and his allies, albeit a Pyrrhic one, yet a tangible victory nonetheless. However, the victors found little joy in their success, as during the skirmish, Xiaoyu's Vayne secured 2 kills and 1 assist. PDD's Jarvan netted 1 kill, while the child prodigy Yushin's Mundo claimed another. On the opposing side, Ruofing earned 1 kill, Smile acquired 2, and both Evelyn and Riven each took down an enemy. At this juncture, Xiaoyu's Vayne boasted a score of 5-2-1. In contrast, while Smile also held 4 kills, the late-game potential of Vayne vastly surpassed that of Ezreal. Furthermore, based on Xiaoyu's performance in the opening 8 minutes, no one doubted his ability to dominate team fights in the late game. Unfortunately, there was no need to wait until the late game. By the 12th minute, Xiaoyu acquired attack speed boots and the core AD item, Bloodthirster. At this point, he had emerged from the early game disadvantage. Watching Vayne become increasingly self-sufficient, Smile decisively opted to roam, with his first assistance directed towards his comrade PDD. Gogoing, who had maintained an advantageous lane position throughout, was entirely unprepared for Nunu's appearance in the top lane, despite pushing his mechanics to the limit. The combination of Jarvan and Nunu proved too formidable, and he ultimately fell midway. Sun Yalong's roaming escalated the game into a chaotic melee. Having failed to land a Q on Xiaoyu's Vayne since the beginning, he abandoned the lane and entered a roaming phase. During this roaming, he suddenly realized that his inability to hit Vayne was not due to his lack of skill, but rather Vayne's exceptional positioning. As long as he was not matched against Vayne, neither Xiao, Mundo, nor Jarvan and Nunu could escape his relentless grasp. His spirits soared. This was the performance expected of a robot. In a mere 2 minutes, he first dashed to the mid lane, landing a Q on Xiao that resulted in a quick elimination by Kassadin and Evelyn. He then cleverly positioned himself to take down Mundo, who was farming the wolves behind a wall. This momentum was unstoppable, and while both sides exchanged kills, by the 18th minute, Smile's team had gained a 6-kill lead. During this time, Xiaoyu and Smile continued to farm steadily in the bot lane. This outcome was undoubtedly what Smile's team had hoped for. While Vayne was formidable in the late game, allowing her to farm safely posed a significant threat. However, without their primary carry, the team gradually fell into a disadvantage. What could one do alone when the top, mid, and jungle arrived at a well-developed state to confront her? Under the simmering tension of the unfolding situation, Xiaoyu glanced at his economic panel and promptly quickened his pace, pushing the minion wave to the enemy tower. Smile, adhering to his previous strategy, allowed the wave to push into the tower while maintaining solid fundamentals to secure his farm. However, after clearing the wave, Xiaoyu began to click rapidly, maneuvering Vayne at the edge of the enemy tower's attack range, skillfully kiting back and forth. Suddenly, he seized the moment when Smile attempted to last hit a cannon minion, stepping forward to poke him, then executing a Q to roll forward, canceling the attack animation to fire another arrow. Following this, he repeated the technique with an E, canceling the Q's attack animation, triggering W's triple hit, while simultaneously repositioning to escape the tower's aggro. Confident in his position beneath the tower, Smile believed Vayne could not kill him and thus felt secure in taking a basic attack. After all, compared to a cannon minion, receiving a basic attack was hardly significant. However, As Xiaoyu rolled forward with his Q, Smile's brow furrowed in concern. Was he attempting to tower dive me? No, he was becoming desperate, aiming to whittle down my health. Vane's quick succession of AUE to trigger W's triple hit was merely fundamental maneuvers. Realizing this, Smile decisively executed an E to arcane shift to the side. Just as he leapt away, Vane's E indeed went off. However, due to the arcane shift, Ezreal, who should have been pushed back, took an unexpected turn and got pushed against the wall. Fortunately, the distance was insufficient, and Ezreal did not trigger the stun. This was precisely the effect Smile sought. Having been outmaneuvered by Xiaoyu's micromanagement, he seized this opportunity to regain control. Upon landing, the attack effect from arcane shift struck Vane, followed by a Q into W, and then a forward movement to deliver a basic attack, unleashing a devastating combo that resulted in astonishing damage. At this point, having already endured a hit from the tower, Vane's health plummeted. He had initially planned to use AUE to trigger W's triple hit for damage, but with Ezreal pushed away, he could only suffer a loss. In exchange, he took a hit from the tower but aimed to quickly escape its aggro range. The tower's first strike was not particularly painful, making the exchange advantageous for him. Yet, Smile's arcane shift dramatically shifted the tide, and his positioning was impeccable, enabling him to counterattack immediately. Still within the tower's range, Xiaoyu dared not retaliate, opting instead to flee in defeat. Fortunately, he had pushed a substantial wave of minions to Smile's tower, prompting Smile to refrain from recklessly pursuing. Having narrowly escaped, Xiaoyu arrived at the bush in front of the first tower, hesitating momentarily before realizing his precarious state did not permit him to remain in lane. He had to retreat. Observing Xiaoyu's reluctance to leave, Smile chuckled. What's this? Reluctant to go back? If you have the courage, stay. Wait until I finish this wave of minions and see if you survive. Already pressing the B key, Xiaoyu clearly did not wish to act rashly, preparing to return to base to restore his health. However, just as he was about to complete his recall, he abruptly canceled it, taking a step sideways and slipping into the nearby bush. The recall animation created a visual misperception for his opponent, leading them to believe he had successfully returned to base, a technique not particularly advanced. Yet, in the nascent era of League of Legends, just over a year since its inception, such subtle tricks were not widely known. Xiaoyu was uncertain whether his clever ruse could outsmart the opponent known as Smile. However, he found himself short on funds, and returning to the city under these circumstances would result in being unable to acquire vital equipment. Thus, he resolved to venture forth courageously. If Smile detected his trickery, Xiaoyu had a suite of abilities, dashes and healing, at his disposal, rendering it improbable that he would fall victim to a solo kill. Conversely, should Smile be ensnared by Xiaoyu's ploy, he could relish a bountiful wave of minions beneath the turret, replenishing his resources before returning to purchase gear. Moreover, if Smile returned to base with an overly relaxed demeanor after clearing the minion wave, Xiaoyu might even seize the opportunity to eliminate him. In the underbrush, Vane held her breath, her icy gaze piercing through the foliage, fixated on the oblivious Ezreal, who was casually farming minions. As Ezreal drew nearer, Vane cautiously retrieved a health potion from her inventory, slowly unsealing it and tilting it back to drink. The surge of vitality coursed through her, swiftly mending her wounds. Before long, Ezreal had successfully pushed the minion wave to the turret and sought a position to retreat. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Vane's eyes. Ezreal's positioning presented an opportunity. Yet, she refrained from acting hastily. As the consummate predator, she knew precisely when the moment to strike would be most opportune. With Ezreal poised to complete his recall, Vane recognized that the time had come. She activated her ultimate ability, Final Hour, and with a deft maneuver, she executed a rolling Q skill to evade and advance. Instantly cloaked in invisibility, Vane deprived Ezreal of any inkling of impending peril, adjusting her stance and angle as she unleashed her skill, Condemn. Unbeknownst to the leisurely shopping Ezreal, he was about to be ensnared by Vane's deadly embrace. Let them find solace. Her chilling words echoed like a priest's sermon, as her crossbow unleashed a flurry of bolts. The AQ combination triggered her W's triple hit, causing Ezreal to bleed profusely. At that moment, Smile, engrossed in his shopping spree, sensed something amiss. His gaze snapped back to Ezreal, just in time to catch sight of the stun icon vanishing above his head. Stunned, he pondered, what is happening? Why haven't I returned to base? Where has my health gone? Wait, is that Vane? Has she activated her ultimate? Wasn't she just about to recall? Surely, this game must be bugged. A popular adage in League of Legends asserts that when being pursued by Vane, one must either retaliate immediately or surrender altogether. For once Vayne unleashes her triple hit, one's fate is sealed. Yet, Smile dismissed such trivialities with disdain. The instant the stun concluded, he promptly employed his E and flashed to escape. Having been ambushed by Vayne during his shopping excursion, he felt the sting of another basic attack land upon him, and with the critical strike from the red buff, his health plummeted below half. Meanwhile, Vayne, having stealthily consumed her health potion in the brush, had restored a significant portion of her vitality. Thus, Smile had no choice but to flee. Yet Xiaoyu was resolute in his intent to kill, as Smile utilized his E and flashed to evade. He pursued with his own flash. Although he had slightly less mobility, Vayne's passive, Night Hunter, granted her an additional 30 movement speed when chasing. And this effect tripled during her ultimate. In this version of the game, Vayne could outpace her quarry, a notion that may seem absurd but was undeniably true. With Xiaoyu having acquired the red buff, which provided a percentage movement speed increase, coupled with the passive effect allowing him to bypass unit collision, the circumstances aligned perfectly. As he activated his second Q, Ezreal found himself mere inches from Vayne. Smile, unwilling to concede defeat, swiftly expended his heal, replenishing his health while momentarily accelerating himself. Yet Vayne flew forth as if propelled by the winds, gliding atop the heads of the opposing minions. As she maneuvered, her attacks flowed seamlessly. Upon triggering her third W's triple hit, Ezreal was on the brink of demise. Xiaoyu's offensive was relentless. After firing another crossbow bolt, he abruptly ceased his pursuit and began to calmly deliver the finishing blows. With a confident glance back, he either emerged victorious or found himself in a predicament. Xiaoyu did not falter. The smiling Ezreal ultimately fell before his own tower. With no opponent to contest him, Xiaoyu swiftly cleared the minion wave and seized the opportunity to dismantle the bottom turret. Although this kill resulted in but a single head, the entire arena resonated with shock. Following the solo kill, the smiling Ezreal could no longer maintain his lane presence. Even sheltered beneath the tower, he risked being ambushed and slain by Xiaoyu. This shift constituted a strategic upheaval for the entire match, with Ezreal unable to hold his ground alone. It necessitated that Curlhair stay in the bottom lane to protect him. Stuck in the bottom lane, Curlhair's previous roaming momentum was abruptly halted. The advantages they had painstakingly accumulated were set to be gradually eroded. Most critically, how to manage the now fully powered Vayne. Chingu, what happened? We cannot quite accept this death. Ruofeng, who had secured 3 kills at the start, was not lacking in development. Yet he now found scant confidence in their chances of victory. Smiling rubbed the back of his head, exuding frustration. It's my fault. I was careless when I recalled the base and let him take me by surprise. Ruofeng attempted to bolster Smiling's confidence, asserting, no worries, I'm developing well. Once Kassadin comes online, he can handle Vayne. I can eliminate her in an instant. Smiling remained silent. Theoretically, Kassadin could indeed contend with Vayne in the late game. After all, Vayne is fundamentally a fragile champion, susceptible to Kassadin's burst damage. However, the pressing question was whether Xiaoyu's Vayne would allow herself to be dispatched so easily. Smiling harbored a growing inclination, yet he deemed it unnecessary to voice it and potentially dampen his teammates' spirit. Moreover, the responsibility for Vayne's ascendancy rested largely upon himself. Nonetheless, the game had not yet reached a point of hopelessness. They were not limited to Kassadin alone, as Evelynn also possessed the capability to infiltrate the backline. Should they perform adequately during team fights, there remained a possibility of eliminating Vayne. Ruofeng entertained similar thoughts, adjusting his posture as he prepared to embrace the mantle of carrying the game. Yet, scarcely had this sense of duty emerged than Vayne, having pushed down the bottom turret, brazenly marched to the mid lane to engage in a duel. Ruofeng hurled a Q at Vayne, intent on testing her strength. At the moment he raised his hand, Vayne unleashed her own Q, executing a fluid kiting maneuver. Her crossbow's firing rate was astonishing, seemingly launching 3 arrows in rapid succession. The burgeoning sense of purpose within Ruofeng was instantly shattered. He found himself grievously wounded, retreating without a backward glance to his tower, and bitterly remarked to Smiling, "It seems we cannot contend with this Vayne. Let us continue playing. There may yet be a chance. After all, we cannot concede. Our pride won't allow it." Smiling replied helplessly, then proceeded to the bottom lane to farm. His thoughts strayed from the game as he reflected on the myriad encounters he had faced against Xiaoyu. He had been thoroughly outplayed, and though he was loath to accept this reality, it remained an undeniable truth. Upon further contemplation, he recognized how the Vayne, boasting a record of 6 kills, 2 deaths, and 2 assists, had rapidly transformed into a formidable force within a mere 20 minutes, equipped with Berserker's Greaves, a Bloodthirster, a Vampiric Scepter, and a Blade of the Ruined King, capable of reducing Kassadin to half health within 3 hits. How had she evolved into such a powerhouse? It stemmed from 4 pivotal skirmishes. The first skirmish occurred when Evelyn, at level 2, ambushed the bottom lane. As they were poised to claim Nunu's life without contest, Vayne executed an impressive Q wall roll to secure a minion kill, unexpectedly leveling herself and Nunu to 2. Though they ultimately succeeded in slaying Nunu, they expended a considerable number of summoner spells in the process. This set the stage for Vayne to solo farm 2.5 waves of minions beneath the tower after Nunu's demise. This foreshadowing proved crucial when their jungler and mid laner reached level 6 and ganked the bottom lane. During the ensuing battle, Vayne and Mundo combined their might to dispatch the robot, subsequently securing a cannon minion with her smite and auto attacks, swiftly amassing substantial experience to hit level 6. Following this, Vayne utilized the stealth effect of her ultimate to engage in a battle of vision in the bushes, deftly maneuvering to maximize her damage output, ultimately trading herself for both Evelyn and Ezreal. After this encounter, Vayne had claimed 3 kills and exhibited early signs of dominance. During the dragon fight at the 8-minute mark, after the death of the Requiem user, Jarvan seized the opportunity to counterattack, and Vayne, sensing the moment, swiftly eliminated Kassadin. Following this brutal team skirmish, they netted 2 more kills and began to assume a menacing presence. In retrospect, it is noteworthy that during the dragon fight, Vayne had no ultimate, and the advantage lay with Smiling's team. Yet, Xiaoyu had still agreed to engage in this fight, seemingly indifferent to the outcome of the team battle. He simply desired to brawl, to exchange kills with the opposition. For Vayne, trading kills with the enemy was undoubtedly advantageous. Even if the entire team suffered losses, as long as he emerged victorious, it sufficed. After all, Xiaoyu had chosen Vayne with the intent of single-handedly carrying the game in the late stages. Subsequently, Xiaoyu employed a clever ruse during his recall, catching Smiling off guard. Xiaoyu claimed kills, farmed minions, and dismantled towers, heralding the unstoppable emergence of the demonic Vayne. As Smiling replayed these scenes in his mind, he found his spirits lifting. Losing this match was merely an outcome, but the invaluable lessons gleaned from this experience were a treasure beyond measure. The intricate details of Xiaoyu's gameplay, the subtle maneuvers that require extensive contemplation to fully grasp, have indeed proven advantageous for Wei Xiao. This includes his awareness of timing for unit upgrades. Upon first glance, one might attribute his success to mere fortune, as he frequently finds himself on the cusp of crucial experience upgrades at pivotal moments. Yet, who can assert that he did not foresee this and thus made subsequent strategic decisions? Moreover, maintaining a composed mind amidst the chaos of team battles, while keenly observing every detail that favors oneself, is a commendable skill in its own right. Acknowledging someone's excellence is not a daunting task. Wei Xiao readily recognizes Xiaoyu's prowess, even holding him in high esteem and resolutely deciding to recruit him to Wei. After adjusting his mindset, Wei Xiao approached the game with a more zen-like attitude. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had entered a frenzied hunt mode. Wherever he ventured, enemies along his path were compelled to retreat. Those daring enough to linger at a distance dared to approach experience, while the more timid refrained even from that, standing outside the experience zone contemplating their existence. During this time, Gogoink's Riven, believing that as a semi-tank warrior, dealing with a fragile AD would not pose much of a challenge, summoned Evelyn to subdue Vayne's arrogance. However, as the battle commenced, Xiaoyu swiftly retaliated with his ultimate ability, rendering Riven, who fancied herself a semi-tank, as fragile as parchment before him. When Vayne unleashed her second W, Riven was left with a significant health deficit and had to retreat to heal. Confronted by a Vayne who had ascended to the status of a formidable antagonist, each death of her opponents only amplified her terror. After vanquishing Riven, Xiaoyu returned to base to acquire the most aggressive AD item, Infinity Edge. At this juncture, Xiaoyu's arsenal comprised Berserker's Greaves, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, and 2 components of the Bloodthirster. To him, the opposing 5 lacked any semblance of tankiness, thus he refrained from purchasing the armor penetration bout Lord Dominic's regards, opting instead for dual Bloodthirsters to maximize his damage output. For lifesteal, a single Bloodthirster sufficed. Should the match extend, he might consider crafting a Bloodthirster. But Xiaoyu believed the game would not last long enough for him to acquire it, as they were currently overpowering their foes. Upon departing, Xiaoyu called for his teammates to gather at the Baron Pit, intent on forcing a team fight over the Baron. Jarvan Mundo and Nunu promptly arrived at the Baron Pit, while the tempo of the game was somewhat hindered by the delayed arrival of the Song of Death, who was busy pushing the top lane. Xiang Duxiu urged, "Death, hurry to the Baron pit. Don't stall the rhythm." "I'm just a bit short on gold for my item. Coming right away," replied the secretive lady. "How can you be pushing the lane with no mana left?" "What use is a death without mana?" retorted the child of the Wanderer. "No worries, I'll just grab a blue buff," she responded. "Isn't that just delaying the tempo?" Gunbuster interjected. "Oh, you four go ahead and start the Baron. I'll secure the blue and can still join you if the enemy approaches." In the internet CAF in Zhenjiang, Zika was typing furiously while relaying information to Ming Kai, who was far away in Changsha via YY. "Hurry, hurry. You all need to head to the Baron. They've begun engaging it. I'm out of mana. But I'll coordinate with you shortly, and they won't be able to find fault with our approach. Quickly." 3 seconds later, Riven and the robot led the charge, with Evelyn sneaking around, while Ezreal and Kassadin took their positions at the back line. The 5 of them advanced toward the Baron River. Meanwhile, the Song of Death, busy securing the blue buff, stood idly as a human target. The enraged ancient golem raised its mighty arms and struck the Song of Death with tremendous force. After 2 blows, the Song of Death was left with barely any blue mana, and his health had dwindled by a third. Ding ding ding. Just as Wei Xiao and his team entered the river, they were fully exposed to the enemy's vision. PDD, Sun Yalong, and Gu Yin frantically pinged their signals, indicating that a fierce battle was imminent. In this moment, Xiaoyu swiftly tapped a key in the chat box and pressed enter. As soon as the words appeared, PDD's prince became the first to stir with excitement. The phrase "initiate the fight" was ingrained deep within the essence of the 4th prince, akin to the fervor of Demacia. However, before PDD could make his move, a dark crimson shadow dashed forth from the jungle and directly flashed onto the face of the robot. Upon closer inspection, it was the Requiem. Yet, his condition was dire. The moment he landed, before he could even gather himself, he was instantly reduced to a mere 300 gold. The swiftness of the process and the rapidity of the event left Xiaoyu and his companions utterly astonished. Immediately, the chat box in the lower left corner began to erupt with activity. "Secret makes women more womanly. What the hell? Secret makes women more womanly. I just got obliterated. Secret makes women more womanly. What the hell? Secret makes women more womanly. Why is the blue buff still alive? Secret makes women more womanly. What the hell? Secret makes women more womanly. I'm out of mana." A barrage of messages struck them like a flurry of fists, nearly causing Xiao Yu and his friends to choke on their disbelief. This individual, had he rehearsed this performance beforehand? The entire sequence epitomized one word: speed. It was truly astonishing. The flash was swift, the demise was swift, and even the typing that followed was swift. The only uncertainty lay in his prowess elsewhere. Furthermore, during the earlier skirmish over the dragon, he had intentionally put himself in a precarious position, allowing the robot to hook him and eliminate him. Yet, even after his demise, he continued to cast spells, whether intentional or not, ultimately resulting in a successful disruption of the opponent's formation alongside PDD. This time, he had clearly refined his craft. After engaging with the blue buff for an extended period, he not only failed to secure it but also reduced himself to a sliver of health. Subsequently, he flashed into the crowd, offering up a kill, and the poor fellow was out of mana. His ability, Desecrate, spread beneath the feet of the adversaries, only to swiftly recede like a tide. As for the ultimate ability, it was utterly impossible to unleash. You may argue that I was simply a fool, yet you must concede that I was indeed powerless. Otherwise, it would be merely an awkward attempt at disparagement. I curse you. You might say, is this what it means to be an actor? It was utterly terrifying. Xiaoyu has finally come to a realization. He had been rather naive, believing that he could secure victory by taking on 5 opponents single-handedly. In reality, however, there were 6 adversaries. Despite Xiaoyu's commendable mindset, he was momentarily distracted until Ming Kai, who had successfully flanked the enemy, unleashed his ultimate ability. At that moment, Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim inwardly that things had gone awry. Ming Kai's decisive attack struck 4 of them, and without hesitation, he charged towards Xiaoyu. Ruofeng and Gogoing were equally relentless, aware that if they eliminated Xiaoyu's vein, victory would be within their grasp. Caught off guard by a perfectly executed ambush, Xiaoyu exerted every ounce of effort to take down the Blade Mistress, only to ultimately fall to Ming Kai. Consequently, the tides of battle shifted overwhelmingly in favor of the opposition. The team fight resulted in a 2-4-5 exchange, with Smile, Evelyn, and Kassadin reaping the rewards, subsequently seizing the Baron with ease. In the early stages, the immense advantage that Xiaoyu had accumulated was entirely squandered in a single wave. Gunbuster, what a disgraceful performance. You pitiful player. Is this how one plays a game? Xiang Duxiu, aren't you afraid of facing official penalties for such blatant throwing? Xiao Haiyushin, damn. I've taken note of this match. In our next encounter, you'll see how I perform when you wish to win. Secret makes women more feminine. Wait. Can I really be blamed for this? I was doing splendidly in the top lane. It was you who insisted I come to slay the dragon. Xiang Duxiu. So you chose to attack the blue buff and reduce your health, only to blink into danger? Secret makes women more feminine. As a low mana death singer, all I could do was auto-attack the blue buff. Can you really fault me for that? Besides, it was Vayne who typed for me to join. Now everyone else blaming me? Xiao Haiyushan, why didn't you call us over sooner to assist you? Just because Vayne said to engage doesn't mean it was an order for you. Secret makes women more feminine. When I was pushing the lane, you all accused me of slowing the pace. I dared not ask you to help with the blue buff. Vayne's message was vague. I had to respond. Otherwise, I would be criticized again. Plus, I misjudged the blue buff's health and thought I could finish it off with an auto attack. When that failed, I had no choice but to engage. This isn't my fault. Gunbuster. Now, being an actor requires a remarkable ability to fabricate excuses. My friend, you certainly have it tough. Secret makes women more feminine. I'm trying to have a reasonable discussion, but you refuse to listen. Fine, let us just play well and hope for the best. People without shame are truly invincible. Guyan ripped off his headphones and tossed them onto the table, his composure shattered. He had never encountered such shamelessness. After throwing the game to such an extent, the audacity to act as if nothing was amiss was astounding. Did he truly believe everyone was oblivious to his actions? He clicked to surrender. Swiftly, two others followed suit. Upon witnessing the situation, Xiaoyu promptly cast a dissenting vote and turned to Guyan, exclaiming, "What is the matter? We were having fun and could potentially win. Is there still a chance of victory?" Even the death song is no longer being concealed. It has turned into an overt act of surrender. Xiaoyu glanced at his equipment and declared, "If I say we can win, we shall win. Trust me. If we lose, I will forfeit my hamburger to you tomorrow." Guyan couldn't help but smile, observing Xiaoyu as he redirected his focus back to the game. His bittersweet smile gradually solidified into a contemplative expression as he sensed an ineffable quality emanating from Xiaoyu. Was it optimism, or perhaps confidence? Or was it resilience? An unwavering determination? No, it was a fervor that transcended these descriptors. It was an audacity more profound than mere self-assurance, a tenacity more intense than simple persistence. Throughout history, those who rise to prominence in their respective fields, those destined for greatness, invariably possess an element of obsession in their character. This extreme trait is undeniably infectious. Guyan felt himself swept away by this infectious spirit. He donned his headphones once more, took a couple of deep breaths to recalibrate his mindset, and resumed the game. Meanwhile, PDD and Xiao Xiao were embroiled in a heated debate with Sigo, the subject matter having shifted from the game itself to jests regarding each other's family members. Through their banter, it seemed that PDD had yet to concede defeat. The tally stood at 3 votes in favor and 1 against, granting him the power of life and death over the match. However, his reluctance to make a decision stemmed not from a belief in victory, but rather from a desire to exchange further barbs with Sigo. The chat window had devolved into a torrent of profanities, the kind that would be obscured by asterisks in a few years' time. Suddenly, a message emerged in stark contrast, as pure as a lotus flower. Dialian 782592. Stop arguing. Sigo, do you really think the opposing team will win this round? From now on, feel free to throw the game, but I assure you, your director will not emerge victorious. The once vibrant chat window fell silent, until Gunbuster interjected, "Wow, this Vayne brother is quite confident, huh? Well then, I, Lu Mao, shall accompany you to victory in this round." Shortly after, a system notification appeared. Surrender vote has failed. At the Internet CAF in Zhenjiang. When Sika noticed the 2 votes against surrender, his features contorted in dismay. "What are you doing? Even at this point, you refuse to concede? I truly do not wish to perform for you any longer." Ming Kai's voice resonated through YY. "No need to be so disheartened. We have the Baron buff. Prepare for a decisive push." Sika assessed the situation on the battlefield, shook his head, and remarked, "A single push might be challenging, but I can coordinate another attempt with you." After speaking, he procured a Rylai's crystal scepter before heading out. This action appeared innocuous at first glance. Yet a closer inspection of his equipment revealed a rather shabby array. At the 26-minute mark, he possessed nothing more than a pair of sorcerer's shoes, a lich bane, and the recently acquired Rylai's. If one were to view his inventory from a first-person perspective, it would become evident that the subpar state of his gear was not merely due to poor development. Rather, he had intentionally retained over 2,000 gold pieces without spending them. After claiming the Baron buff, the team led by Xiao smiled as they sounded the horn for their counterattack. Following the clearing of the minion wave in the top lane, the assassin swiftly joined her teammates in the mid lane, while Kassadin split-pushed in the bottom lane, establishing a formidable 4-1 push strategy. In the midst of the unfolding battle, PDD's Jarvan 4 stationed himself in the bottom lane, while the remainder of his team fortified the mid lane. Defending the first and second towers in the mid lane proved to be a formidable task, as Vayne, with her formidable damage output, possessed rather mediocre wave-clear capabilities. Similarly, Nunu and Dr. Mundo lacked the necessary prowess to hold the line. Although the Requiem could defend, his equipment was woefully inadequate, rendering his damage output insufficient. During the defense of the second tower, he carelessly positioned himself and was ensnared by the Blitzcrank's hook, narrowly escaping with a flash just in time. Seizing the opportunity while the Requiem returned to base to recuperate, the team, led by Smile, pressed forward and successfully dismantled the second tower in the mid lane, subsequently advancing towards the high ground. At this juncture, as the defending party, Xiaoyu refrained from making any rash movements. Any misstep could result in a catastrophic loss. However, there was one who dared to act. Upon returning to the fray, the Requiem, recognizing his role as the team's wave-clear cornerstone, gallantly approached to attempt to eliminate a siege minion with a well-placed Q. Yet, to his chagrin, he was swiftly hooked by Blitzcrank. With no flash available, he met his untimely demise, much to his dismay. Ding, ding, ding. Countless signals immediately pinned onto the Requiem as his misadventures became increasingly absurd and undeniable. It's fine. We can afford to lose 1 or 2 lanes. As long as we avoid a complete wipe, I just need my 3 core items. Upon voicing this sentiment, Xiaoyu felt a peculiar unease. That phrase did not quite belong to him. Nevertheless, his words instilled a sense of resolve within the remaining teammates, who endeavored to defend the towers and delay the enemy's Baron buff. If the towers fell, they would concede them without hesitation. The opposing team had only 2 viable initiation methods. One was Evelyn sneaking around from behind, and the other was Blitzcrank landing a hook. However, these approaches were not particularly reliable means of engaging. With the enemy team firmly entrenched in their high ground, Evelyn found herself devoid of opportunities for a flank. Relying solely on Blitzcrank's hook, and without the Requiem's collaboration, initiating a team fight proved to be a daunting challenge. Unable to commence a proper engagement, their current advantage was insufficient to withstand the assault of 4 enemy players dismantling their outer towers and the base crystal. Thus, after securing the 2 high ground towers, they had no choice but to retreat as the Baron buff timer approached. Failing to push through this wave, their only avenue to conclude the game lay in awaiting the next Baron. Aside from that, there were no alternatives. The dragon could only offer limited economic benefits and would not significantly influence the prevailing situation. Consequently, matches at this stage often devolved into drawn-out, tedious affairs akin to the binding of an elderly woman's feet, unpleasant and protracted. In closely matched contests, the leading team, unless endowed with a substantial advantage, found it exceedingly difficult to demolish the opposing base crystal. I need gold. Before the Baron respawns, I must acquire a Mercury's treads. Xiaoyu articulated his needs in the chat box. Gunbuster replied, no problem, you can have all the super minions from both lanes. I'm currently stalling for items. Whether I consume the gold is of little consequence before the next team fight. Guyan added, I will place wards in the jungle for you. When the jungle camps respawn, you can farm them. Xiaoyu nodded. This was not the time for pleasantries. The upcoming team battle would determine victory or defeat, and he was the sole player capable of carrying the team, necessitating his optimal development. Prior to their annihilation in the Baron fight, Xiaoyu's growth had been unparalleled. Although the catastrophic defeat had disrupted their momentum, his robust foundation ensured he was still in commendable form. At this moment, several teammates had entered a state of complete resource deprivation, funneling all available assets towards Xiaoyu, whose economy began to surge at an astonishing rate. In less than 3 minutes, he devoured the mid lane, then the bottom lane, and subsequently the jungle, relishing every moment of his farming spree. Upon returning to the jungle to secure a wave of F4, he had amassed enough gold to purchase equipment. Pressing the B key to return home, Xiaoyu glanced at Nunu and Mundo, who remained by his side like loyal bodyguards, a peculiar sensation washing over him. I am single-handedly claiming all 3 lanes. I must not recklessly perish in the team fight. Upon returning to base, Xiaoyu transformed, his gear now strikingly formidable. A pair of Berserker's Greaves, an Infinity Edge. 2 Bloodthirsters, a Vampiric Scepter, and a Quicksilver. Goodness, my friend, what do those 2 Bloodthirsters signify? Is such aggression truly necessary? Double Bloodthirsters? What is this? 2 Bloodthirsters and an Infinity Edge. It would be wiser to opt for a Bloodthirster to enhance survivability, otherwise, the opposing team will charge at you and eliminate you in an instant. PDD and Sun Yalong were taken aback by Xiaoyu's equipment. The sight of the 2 Bloodthirsters gleaming side by side dazzled their eyes. They had never anticipated that Xiaoyu's so-called 3-piece set consisted of 2 Bloodthirsters alongside an Infinity Edge. Xiaoyu harbored a reluctance to engage in incessant typing. However, given that his teammates had generously relinquished a considerable amount of resources, he felt entitled to an explanation, both emotionally and logically. With a measured patience, he elucidated, if they were to collectively assault me, I would inevitably be eliminated, regardless of my 2 Bloodthirsters. Therefore, it is more prudent to maximize damage output. In a disadvantageous situation, the more one seeks stability, the less promising the future appears. Only by amplifying damage can one seize opportunities. Furthermore, their composition lacked the means to launch a unified attack against him. At most, only Kassadin, Evelyn, and Akali could reach him. Thus, he opted for a Mercury's treads. As for his survival probability, he acknowledged the limitations and resolved to enhance his margin for error through skillful maneuvering. PDD and Sun Yalong were momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, it seemed that Xiaoyu's understanding of the game was indeed sound. During a losing match, focusing on damage was a valid strategy. The confidence that radiated through his words nearly transcended the screen. In the IG base, Sun Yalong and PDD exchanged glances and, in unison, declared, "We must do everything in our power to recruit this individual to our team." As the game progressed to the 30-minute mark, the Baron re-emerged. The team led by Smile promptly gathered at the Baron pit, having sensed that their opponents were diligently nurturing Vayne to preclude any unforeseen complications. They understood the necessity of securing the Baron without delay. In this scenario, the fallen barracks of Xiaoyu have been resurrected. A few individuals swiftly organized their minion wave and proceeded to approach the Baron pit as a cohesive unit. At first glance, it appeared as though both sides were merely preparing for a skirmish at the Baron pit. However, in reality, it was Team Smile that had orchestrated a cunning stratagem. You are compelled to engage in combat with us. Even if we have laid an ambush, you must bravely charge forward regardless. In the preceding minutes, Xiaoyu could focus on unimpeded development, albeit at the cost of relinquishing control over the vision in the entire upper jungle to their adversaries. Devoid of sight, they could only advance slowly towards the Baron pit as a group. Meanwhile, Ming Kai's Evelyn had stealthily positioned herself behind their group. Ming Kai expertly managed Evelyn's invisibility range, ensuring his presence remained undetected while signaling to Vayne with subtle gestures. Ruofeng immediately unleashed 2 ultimate abilities in succession. Although casting Kassadin's ultimate repeatedly would escalate mana expenditure, it would also compound the damage. At this moment, the damage from Kassadin's ultimate had reached a formidable crescendo. As Xiaoyu and his companions stealthily emerged from their jungle at dusk and reached the river, a mechanical arm suddenly sprang from the shadows. The unfortunate victim was none other than the Reaper. This outcome did not come as a surprise to the group, who even found it somewhat acceptable. After all, traversing in the dark, devoid of vision, made one susceptible to ambushes and robotic hooks. In this regard, it was preferable for the actor to be ensnared rather than others. At the very moment the Reaper was caught, the leading Mundo swiftly planted 2 true sight wards, illuminating the encroaching darkness ahead. The robot unleashed an E-energy fist, propelling the Reaper skyward. Fragile as paper, the Reaper was swiftly eliminated upon landing. Compared to the extraordinary feats displayed during the previous Baron fight, this time's demise was far more acceptable. At the very least, he had forced the robot to expend 1 Q and 1 E, and with his blue mana intact, he activated his passive immediately upon death. PDD was eagerly anticipating this moment. As the Reaper SE skill spread across the ground, he promptly executed a swift EQ combo. Then came the rallying cry of Demacia. His ultimate ensnared the robot, the Blade Mistress, and the vulnerable Ezreal, who dared not linger amidst the prince's ultimate. Utilizing his E-skill, Arcane Shift, he distanced himself and began his assault. Why aren't you following? Smiling Ezreal, now equipped with 3 items, Blade of the Ruined King, Bloodthirster and Infinity Edge struck the prince with each auto attack, each hit akin to a piercing blow to PDD's vital arteries. However, it dawned on him that they were not in a competitive match. They lacked team voice chat, and only Sun Yalong beside him could hear his calls. Fortunately, having someone to respond alleviated some of his pressure. Sun Yalong quickly cast Blood Boil on Vayne before maneuvering Nunu to follow PDD's lead, deftly bypassing the prince's ultimate to unleash an Ice Blast on Ezreal. Smiling could have repositioned to evade Nunu's approach, but he chose not to. He exhibited no intent to dodge. He noticed that Xiao Yu's Vayne was not engaged in battle, with only Nunu and the prince approaching. The prince was ensnared within his own ultimate, entangled by the robot and the Blade Mistress, rendering him unable to assist. How could Nunu alone pose a threat? Ezreal, struck by Nunu's skill, felt an icy chill wash over him, each step becoming laborious as he left a trail of frost in his wake. Even raising his hand became a struggle, his attack speed significantly reduced. Meanwhile, PDD's situation grew increasingly dire. Despite his efforts, he felt on the verge of defeat. Yet the robot and Blade Mistress remained resilient. What, then, was Vayne doing? Why did she not join him in the fray? At this moment, Xiaoyu was not reluctant to engage. He had become acutely aware of the looming peril. When the Reaper was dispatched, Ruofeng's Kassadin had merely spectated, showing no intent to assist. Moreover, Xiaoyu keenly observed that Kassadin's mana had inexplicably diminished. What did this indicate? It suggested that Kassadin had preemptively stacked his ultimate, ready to leap into the fray. However, his solitary advance was evidently insufficient. Where was the elusive Evelyn, who had yet to make her presence known? The night is my veil. Evelyn's menacing voice resonated as she unveiled herself, her ultimate, Agony's Embrace, enveloping both Vayne and Mundo. Not far off, Kassadin, who had been poised for action, finally made his move. His strike was as elusive as a gazelle's leap, initiating with a flash to close the distance before unleashing another blade, upon Vayne. Observing the imminent threat, Xiaoyu felt compelled to commend Ruofeng for his seemingly audacious flash. Kassadin's Q could silence his foes, with the duration escalating as the skill leveled up. A fully leveled Q could impose a staggering 6 seconds of silence. Such a length of time was unfathomably oppressive in a team fight, rendering the enemy's primary carry powerless to cast any spells. Kassadin had already stacked his R twice, enhancing its damage while significantly increasing its mana cost. In his current state, he could only use his ultimate 2 more times, necessitating immediate action to inflict lethal damage alongside Evelyn and eliminate Vayne. The flash Q silence was pivotal in constraining Vayne's ability to evade damage through her own flash or Q. You are insignificant, utterly worthless. Ruofeng had meticulously planned his approach. As his Q was unleashed, he activated his ultimate and stepped forward. Yet, at the moment his Q struck Vayne, a brilliant white light flashed around her. The silence mark that had just appeared above Vayne was instantly dispelled by the radiant light. So swift was the timing that had Kassadin's Q not dealt damage, Ruofeng might have believed his Q had vanished, for Vayne had not been silenced at all. The die was cast. With the silence evaded, Vayne activated her ultimate and rolled, vanishing from sight. Ultimately, Kassadin's ultimate missed its mark, and Evelyn subsequently lost her target. Do you think I acquired my Quicksilver for no reason? Xiaoyu's lips curled into a disdainful arc as the first crossbow bolt found its mark in Kassadin. The Red Cross offers a remarkable 50 attack speed, 30 critical strike chance, and an additional 5 movement speed. With Xiaoyu's dual Red Cross build, these attributes are effectively doubled, resulting in a critical strike probability of 60. Furthermore, the Infinity Blade grants an impressive 70 attack power, 25 critical strike chance, and elevates critical damage from 200 to 250. Thus, Vayne now possesses a staggering 95 critical strike chance, rendering each of her auto attacks nearly a guaranteed critical hit. Xiaoyu's expression had not yet darkened to the point of inciting public ire. His initial arrow successfully triggered a critical hit, coupled with the additional damage from his Q skill, causing Ruofeng's Kassadin to lose a third of his health in an instant. Nonetheless, Ruofeng proved to be quite formidable. Although he was momentarily startled by Vayne's damage, his hands remained deftly engaged in combat. He swiftly executed his final R ability. As his mana was insufficient to unleash another ultimate, the high cost yielded significant rewards. This time, Xiaoyu's extreme maneuvering could not evade the damage from Kassadin's ultimate, resulting in a substantial loss of health. Added to the previous damage from Evelyn's ultimate, Xiaoyu was left with barely a third of his health remaining. Yet, He did not remain idle. With the dual Red Cross and Nunu's W ability enhancing his attack speed, he entered a frenzied state, seemingly capable of releasing 3 arrows in a single second. As Kassadin approached, Xiaoyu unleashed his second arrow, once again achieving a critical hit, followed by a third arrow. This arrow was poised to trigger W's triad, ensuring Kassadin's demise. However, just as the third arrow was about to reach Kassadin, a sharp sound rang out as Ruofing executed the Zonya's hourglass in the nick of time. As the golden light flickered, a blinding white light suddenly intervened. Mingkai's Evelyn flashed directly onto Vayne, her crimson high heels slicing through the air towards Vayne's lower back. Why must women complicate matters for one another? A bitter thought crossed her mind. The most venomous of hearts shall prevail, and with your defeat, I shall seize victory. Guyan, who had been steadfastly guarding Xiaoyu, felt a chill of despair wash over him as he witnessed Evelyn's decisive move. With his lone mundo lacking any form of crowd control, he felt utterly powerless at that moment. Yet, in this critical juncture, Vayne was enveloped in a radiant white light. Was it healing? Guyan's heart skipped a beat. Could there be a glimmer of hope? But soon, he dismissed the notion, realizing that mere healing would not suffice. However, he quickly recognized that he had underestimated the situation. The light surrounding Vayne was not solely healing, or perhaps it was much more than that. With her health dwindling, Vayne shot a crossbow bolt at the incoming Crimson Heels. But as the arrow was released, she deftly dodged to Evelyn's rear. The launched bolt appeared to be magically redirected, piercing straight through Evelyn's back. The powerful bolt sent Evelyn flying, her heels narrowly missing a strike on Vayne as they veered away at the last moment. Guyan blinked in disbelief before erupting with a shout. What the hell? E-Flash. Vayne can still E-Flash. His exclamation startled Smile, who was nearby. What E-Flash? What's going on? Just moments ago, Ruofing had been boasting about an imminent kill. Had it not transpired? Suddenly, he noticed Ruofing's unusual silence. Wasn't this the moment for an explosive turn of events? An ominous feeling began to rise within him as he couldn't resist switching his view to the other side of the battlefield. As soon as he did, he saw Chong Wei attacking the enemy, with Evelyn pinned against the wall, while Vayne's bolts rained down upon her, as if she were merely a target. The sound of arrows striking echoed. 3 arrows, 3 critical hits, followed by the triggering of W's triad, resulting in an explosive damage output that ultimately vanquished Evelyn. What? She was just countered? Smile could hardly believe his eyes. He sensed that something monumental was about to unfold in this team fight. Just as he was lost in thought, he noticed more combatants entering the fray, Robot and Katarina. It dawned on him that the earlier ambush by the prince and Nunu had ended in their downfall. Nunu, in his final moments, attempted to unleash his ultimate but was interrupted by Robot's energy punch. As for the prince, his fall was comparably swift, just slightly lagging behind Evelyn's demise. Now, the battlefield had shifted to a 4 versus 2 scenario. Although Ruofing's Kassadin was gravely wounded, Xiaoyu's Vayne was similarly low on health. The moment to surge forward and conclude the battle had arrived. Xiaoyu seemed to realize that he could no longer continue the fight, so after eliminating Evelyn, he promptly began to retreat towards the mid lane. However, while he could escape, Mundo could not. A few players surrounded him and unleashed a flurry of blows. The young player, Yushin, attempted to eliminate Ruofing's Kassadin, but fell short on damage and was left to succumb in frustration. Just as Ruofing's invulnerability was about to expire, Vayne, who had initially feigned retreat, suddenly executed a Q roll, disappearing from sight once more. Ruofing immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Vayne, Vayne, beware of Vayne, he shouted, while frantically pinging the area where Vayne had vanished. Yet, all was in vain. His mana was depleted, rendering him incapable of casting his ultimate, and he had just used his flash. He could only watch as Vayne reappeared and delivered a basic attack that forced Kassadin out of the team fight. After successfully claiming Kassadin's life, Xiaoyu seemed consumed by bloodlust and decided against fleeing. He pivoted his crossbow, aiming it at the Blade Mistress. At that moment, she had no skills available and began to retreat, while Smile and Juanmu pressed forward. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu remained composed, meticulously managing his attack range. He would not pursue, but would strike anyone within reach. With his current equipment, any target would falter under his onslaught. Juanmu's robot was already low on health and had just taken an arrow from Vayne, which left it reeling. No, 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 we can't fight. He is still healing. Smile shouted, oblivious to the fact that his robot companion could not hear him due to the lack of voice chat. However, none were foolish. As top-tier players in the national server, they understood the situation without needing reminders. Yet, The robot appeared bewitched, showing no intention of retreating, instead marking Vayne as a target. Smile suddenly grasped the robot's intent, halting his retreat. The next moment, the robot indeed launched its Q mechanical claw towards Vayne. At that instant, Smile felt his heart stop. This Q had the potential to turn the tide of battle. If it connected, the game would conclude. Throughout the match, I haven't landed a single Q on you. Just give me this last one. Yuan muttered, fixated on the screen. Yet, reality was harsh. Vayne merely shifted her position, evading the mechanical claw. Damn it. How is this even possible? Juanmu's mindset crumbled, but then he noticed easy targeting Vayne with a well-timed Q, perfectly intercepting her movement. For a moment, a flicker of hope reignited within him. However, the already cornered Vayne executed another ground roll, vanishing once more, followed by a lethal crossbow shot that claimed the robot's life. Oh no. Juanmu removed his headset, turning to meet Mingkai's signature despondent gaze. They both shrugged in unison, resigned. There's nothing we can do against a Vayne like that. Meanwhile, Vayne, having swiftly dispatched 2 opponents, had replenished her health through life steal. She had transformed from the hunted to the hunter. I can't believe this. Didn't Tiwi say to protect Vayne while engaging? Why are you two diving into the backline? Can you even take them down? As the screen darkened again for Guyen, his focus shifted to the distribution of resources. In his eyes, the game was already lost. The failure in the team fight was partly due to the misplay by the Deathsinger, but Prince and Nunu's reckless dive into the backline could not be overlooked either. And Prince, fine, but what was Nunu doing there? You're supposed to support the AD, leaving me to follow you? PDD and Sun Yalong, under Guyan's barrage of messages, exchanged glances and simultaneously scratched their heads. Did we not protect the AD? I don't know. I thought I did. PDD typed furiously. I initially intended to coordinate with the Deathsinger for damage, but his equipment was too weak to contribute anything. Sun Yalong chimed in. I gave W to Vayne before diving into the backline. I used my ultimate to split the battlefield and held them off for quite a while. I was actually helping. Split the battlefield? Was that necessary? Just stick to protecting Vayne, and we wouldn't have lost. Guyan's frustration persisted as he continued typing, but soon noticed that PD and Sun Yalong had stopped responding, sensing something amiss. He glanced at the left side of the screen and saw that Vayne's icon was still illuminated. He abruptly turned to Xiaoyu's screen and discovered that Xiaoyu was still in control. At that moment, Easy and the Blade Mistress were fleeing in disarray while Vayne, with the wind at her back, swiftly closed in on the Blade Mistress. A seamless AQ combo dispatched her, and she pressed on to pursue the fleeing Easy. The frail and helpless Easy simply could not outrun Vayne and was soon caught. With a single arrow, a critical strike from her crossbow eliminated him instantly. Pentakill. The sound of the 5-kill notification reverberated across the canyon. Guyan's eyes widened as he shook Xiaoyu's couch in exhilaration. Wow, Xiaoyu, you were truly a god. Xiaoyu was nearly jolted off the sofa, chuckling wryly. Please don't say that. I dare not claim to be divine. I haven't even submitted an application to the gods for my vain play. In Hubei's HC city, the night was serene, with every household already ensconced in slumber. The bustling city, having stirred throughout the day, finally fell into a tranquil hush. In an ordinary residential complex, a beam of light streamed through the gaps in the curtains of a third-floor window. Inside the room, a chubby boy was intently fixated on the screen before him, which was showcasing a timely League of Legends match. This was channel 90007 on YY, the live broadcast channel of the Wii team, one of the most popular streaming platforms at the moment. Another channel that could rival it was 90,001, dedicated to the IG team. Wow, this person's Vayne is incredible. The entire match is filled with meticulous maneuvers. How did that E-flash even come to mind? Why didn't I think of it before? The chubby boy's eyes sparkled with admiration as he watched Vayne relentlessly pursue and eliminate opponents. The host on the channel, with a smile on his face, began to spectate the game, quickly locking onto the first-person view of the player. As an AD player himself, the boy often watched the streams of the current top AD player, who went by the name of Smile. Recently relocated to Huizhou due to school transfer and registration issues, he found himself with ample time, spending his days immersed in gaming. After dining alone, he had played ranked matches for 4 hours, planning to relax by watching a stream. He instead became entirely captivated by Smile's Vayne. After watching the entire match, the boy felt as though he had unlocked a new realm of understanding regarding the AD position. His excitement grew increasingly restless. With the game's outcome no longer in doubt, he decisively exited YY and opened League of Legends. Perhaps I should practice Vayne SE Flash. Should I add him as a friend first? He mused, closing the custom game creation interface, navigating to his friends list, and entering the username dialien782592 to request friendship. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, having secured a pentakill, returned to base and procured a bloodthirster. His equipment now boasted a dual red cross, one infinity edge, one bloodthirster, and a quicksilver pendant. Just a step away from achieving 6 completed items by upgrading the quicksilver pendant to a quicksilver blade. However, it was no longer necessary after respawning. His teammates regrouped and decisively concluded the match. Victory! The opposing base has yet to explode, and Gu Yin ostentatiously exited the game early. Xiaoyu, you carried us to victory this match. That's remarkable. A sudden realization struck me regarding the TGA competition. Today, you had played 3 games in total, winning all 3, with a pentakill in each. On the summary page, PDD and Sun Yalong activated their taunting mode. Gunbuster, I heard you all are professional players. We let one actor play, and you still couldn't win. How can you call yourselves professionals? Xiang Duxiu, to the director on the opposing side, I must say, you still owe the Death Song performer their fee. They certainly put forth great effort, but you all were simply too weak and disappointing. You smile when beautiful. Shut it. Does this match even involve you two? It was solely Vayne's brilliance that secured the victory. Gunbuster, regardless of who led the charge, the end result remains our victory. If you disagree, feel free to challenge me. Xiang Duxiu, adding 26 points is so exhilarating. Gunbuster, wow, I'm at 2,432 points now. One more win, and I'll be the top player in the national server. Clear love, you must strive harder. Xiang Duxiu, Vayne, grant me a friend request. We could duo queue sometime. I'll even gift you a skin. Gunbuster, I want to add you too. Frustrated, smile, feeling the weight of the taunts. Abruptly left the game and logged off completely. Xiaoyu softly called out, are you not playing anymore, Chenggu? With a smile, he approached, pretending to strike Xiaoyu. I'm done playing. My mindset has crumbled, and besides, I can't compete with you. By the way, don't you have your own account? If you do, let us add each other as friends for easier communication in the future. Xiaoyu frowned, as a vague recollection of his account surfaced, yet it remained elusive. Seeing Xiaoyu's bewildered expression, Wei Xiao shook his head in resignation, saying, never mind, don't overthink it. Just let me know when you recall your account. I must take my leave now. There's a competition tomorrow, so you all should head back and get some rest. Following this, Ruofeng and Chumei also exited the game in succession. After Wei Xiao departed, Xiaoyu glanced at his screen once more and noticed several friend requests cascading from the bottom right corner of the game interface. Upon opening the application, Xiaoyu discovered a multitude of individuals from the previous game session, including Gunbuster, Xiang Duxiu, and even Clear Love, along with variations of canon and secrets that enhance femininity. In addition to them, there was a friend request from Uzi. Uzi? Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. That ID seemed remarkably familiar. Could it be that they were here to request an application from him? Why are you lost in thought? Gu Yin leaned in to glance at Xiaoyu's monitor. Oh, it's just a teammate from earlier adding him as a friend. You should accept it. Liang Xiaosan gently placed a hand on Xiaoyu's shoulder from behind and remarked, goodness, I never expected you to excel at AD as well. Vayne is quite a challenging champion to master. Wow, after the match, so many people are adding you as a friend. This surely reflects a tremendous recognition of your performance. Even Uzi has sent you a friend request? He wasn't in the game earlier. Why the sudden addition? Xiaoyu turned to inquire, do you know Uzi? Liang Xiaosan shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity. Gu Yin elaborated, he is a recently emerged high-ranking solo player, primarily playing as an AD carry, specifically Vayne. I have faced him numerous times. His landing style is quite aggressive, and his mechanics are exceptionally sharp. He currently ranks 5th on the national server, consistently maintaining a position within the top 10. However, the Jarvan and Nunu from earlier are truly formidable. PDD and Xiao Xiao from IG are just as renowned as the prominent players from Wii. At this point, Gu Yan's expression shifted to one of concern. Oh dear. This complicates matters. They added you as a friend with the intention of connecting, but this account belongs to me. It's just a top 10 account. Why not simply hand it over to Xiaoyu? Jin Haomiao, with an air of indifference, responded, given Xiaoyu's skill level, he could effortlessly reclaim a top 10 account another day. It's hardly a daunting task. Gu Yin waved his hand dismissively. No. It's not about the value of the top 10 account. It's the ID of this account. Upon hearing this, Jin Haomiao suddenly comprehended the situation. The business of account boosting in League of Legends has become a lucrative industry. Gu Yan's top 10 account, linked to a boosting QQ number, could generate a substantial supplementary income monthly. Thus, it is indeed rather complicated to simply transfer the account to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, can you not recall your QQ number? Jin Haomiao casually asked, not expecting Xiaoyu to remember anything. Yet, Xiaoyu gazed at the screen, lost in contemplation. Xiaoyu logged out of the children's account for the game and reopened the League of Legends login page, succumbing once more to contemplation. Jin Haomiao and the others set aside their tasks, their expressions taut with anticipation as they fixated on Xiaoyu. The League of Legends account is akin to a personal QQ number. Should Xiaoyu truly recall his QQ number, it would transcend merely recovering his gaming account. Surely, there must be a few friends on his QQ list, and by reaching out to them, he could potentially reconnect with his family. The group remained transfixed on Xiaoyu, who, in turn, was engrossed in the login screen. After a span of 3 or 4 minutes, he finally raised his hand to input a sequence of numbers, followed by his password. Xiaoyu let out a long sigh, feeling the tension not only from his teammates but also within himself. He raised his hand and pressed the enter key, only to be met with an immediate notification stating that the password or account was incorrect. Please try again. Damn it. Several of them cursed in unison, having been on edge for half the day, only to face such a disappointing outcome. Xiaoyu scratched the back of his head, chuckling dryly a couple of times. He gazed at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, contemplating the glaring incandescent light above for an extended period, before he began to re-enter his password. Halfway through, he sensed something amiss, prompting him to delete and retype it. This cycle continued for 3 or 4 iterations, until he once again pressed the enter key, only to be met with the infuriatingly merciless message, password or account incorrect. Please re-enter. Damn it, it felt right. Xiaoyu once again let slip a curse, his demeanor no longer as resolute as it was in the game, evidently perturbed. Could it be that I've misremembered the QQ number? He pondered. Indeed, my QQ number consists of merely 7 digits, 6 less than required and 8 more than permissible. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 11 digits? How could there be an 11-digit QQ number? It was true. Such a lengthy QQ number was indeed implausible. Come. Allow me to search for it on QQ. Gu Yin turned to log into his QQ account, endeavoring to recall the string of numbers Xiaoyu was grappling with. As attention shifted towards him, Gu Yin casually hovered his cursor over his profile picture for a moment. Once his personal level and various green and yellow diamond icons appeared, he proceeded to open the search box. Oh, a crown and 2 suns. Your account level is quite impressive, someone remarked, extending a compliment. Gu Yin smiled shyly, suppressing the urge to grin, though the pride etched across his face was inescapable. He resembled a child showing off a toy before friends, feigning nonchalance amidst their praise. With swift fingers, Gu Yin entered the digits, only to be met with the message, the number you were searching for does not exist. Ah, I knew it. Where could there possibly be an 11-digit QQ number? You must have remembered it incorrectly, he exclaimed, feeling exasperated after such fruitless effort. I had even hoped to locate your family through the QQ number. What a waste of time. How about I treat you to some pig brain at the barbecue stall for a little brain food? Jin Haomiao jested, waving his hand dismissively. No worries, Xiaoyu. You'll eventually recall it. There's no rush. If all else fails, I could give you my number, or you could create a new account. I'll buy you an experience card, and you'll level up to 30 in no time. Gu Yin bit his lip, then declared, I can't lend you my account that's been boosted by a professional. But I do have 3 accounts in the top 10. I'm willing to part with 2 of them. You can just change the names. There's no need for that. I wouldn't dare take your account, especially since reaching the top 10 is no small feat, but I appreciate the sentiment, Xiaoyu replied optimistically. I think I'll create a new account myself. But Jingu, you must promise to buy me that experience card. You can't go back on your word. Jin Haomiao patted his chest confidently. Ha! You underestimate me. As soon as you apply for a QQ number, not only will I purchase you an experience card, but I'll also throw in a month of double gold coins and 2 skins as a bonus. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu promptly registered a new QQ account, diligently adding friends one by one before embarking on the registration of his League of Legends account. The steps were straightforward, yet upon reaching the nickname section, Xiaoyu found himself lost in contemplation once again. Others chimed in with various suggestions, such as sentenced to 10 years for being handsome, a touch of sorrow, your tenderness, and smoking harms the lungs, not the heart. However, he dismissed them all, as a voice within him seemed to cry out for simplicity. Ultimately, he decided not to overthink it and typed emo directly on the keyboard. A swift press of the enter key confirmed the availability of the nickname, and thus his account was officially registered. Oh, what does this mean? An English name as well. You look like you just graduated from kindergarten. And yet you've chosen an English name. Surely, you must be joking? Observing the three letters together, it appeared as though even foreigners would struggle to comprehend its meaning. Xiaoyu gazed at the new ID, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. Emo is a genre of rock music, translating to emotional rock. Thus, emo embodies emotion. Everyone was momentarily taken aback for 3 seconds before erupting into a commotion. Goodness, surely you didn't just make that up on the spot? Don't try to fool us into thinking we're ill-informed. Beside him, Guyan had already acquired the answer from Baidu, pointing at the monitor and exclaiming, "No, no, no, look, this is indeed not a fabrication. Haha, Xiaoyu, at your tender age, you listen to rock music? Rock music? What is it? Rock is like. Haha, how am I supposed to know what rock is? Isn't it just that loud music? Xiaoyu, enlighten us. What is rock music? How on earth would I know what rock music is?" Xiaoyu remained utterly focused, his gaze unwavering as he responded with remarkable decisiveness. His eyes were fixed intently on his freshly minted League of Legends account, a look reminiscent of a parent's adoration for their newborn child. Little did you know, my friend, that what I just said was nothing more than casual banter. Xiaoyu's responses were somewhat perfunctory, yet they conveyed an undeniable truth. From the moment he opened his eyes until now, he often uttered phrases whose meanings eluded even him. For instance, phrases like Li Zhuang Bai Ro, Chris, close the door, and write an application. It was as if upon encountering the game League of Legends, a sense of familiarity surged within him, allowing him to grasp the mechanics with astonishing speed. After playing 3 matches, he effortlessly dominated all his opponents. Everything seemed etched into his very being, a manifestation of instinct. When creating an account earlier, the moment he saw the nickname field, he instinctively filled in the name Emo after a brief moment of contemplation. His explanation of those 3 letters also flowed forth effortlessly. However, if one were to delve deeper into their significance, Xiaoyu would find himself at a complete loss, with no recollection whatsoever. After aimlessly clicking through various pages with a mouse in hand, he rubbed his palms together, brimming with excitement, and turned to Jean Haomiao, inquiring, "Brother Jean, where are my double gold cards and experience cards?" At 1:30 in the morning, the barbecue stalls outside began to close up and head home, as was customary. It was an utterly ordinary night, yet amidst the trivialities of such a night, inconspicuous events unfolded across the nation. These seemingly minor occurrences would ultimately alter the trajectory of League of Legends' future. In Hubei Province, HC City, a chubby fellow who had just exited the 90007YY live broadcast channel was engrossed in practicing various micro-operations with Vayne. His expression was one of focused determination, thoroughly enjoying the practice, while in his heart, he had already designated Vayne as his champion of choice. After WE's 5 members left the internet CAF, they began to discuss animatedly. They all felt it imperative to recruit Xiaoyu. This young man was exceptionally talented, excelling in operations, awareness, and mindset. He was top-notch in every aspect. Indeed, this individual could instantly elevate the strength of an entire team. Without a doubt, even formidable teams like IG, CLC, and Ehome would find it challenging to contend if he remained with Hangul. However, he had already represented Hangul at TGA today, so any attempts to recruit him would have to wait until this TGA concluded. By the way, what about that robot and Evelyn we faced today? They seemed quite formidable as well. Are they professionals? And if so, from which team? One of them wondered. Evelyn has a keen sense for ganking, along with solid rhythm and operations. Had it not been for the monster that is Xiaoyu, the opposing team would have surrendered long ago. I walked down with the robot, and it was evident he possesses skill. I added him as a friend, hoping to duo with him someday. We can ask them tomorrow whether they are professional players. If not, we might consider inviting them to join us. Meanwhile, in Changsha, 1,000 miles away, after finishing the game, Ming Kai and Wan Mao added Xiaoyu as a friend, but before Xiaoyu could accept, they logged off. Damn, that Vayne is simply unreasonable. It's hard to believe a player could perform like that, Ming Kai said, tilting his head back to finish the remainder of his half-empty bottle of cola. Wiping his mouth with a sigh, looks like the timeline for reaching the top of the national server has to be pushed back. I've missed out on earning a couple thousand during these days. Yeah, Wan Mao replied nonchalantly, but he appeared to have something on his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up. Just now, WE's Ruofeng and Wei Xiao added us as friends. Do you think they want us to join their team? No way. Ming Kai, still troubled by the points he recently lost, glanced at Wan Mao and replied, they probably just wanted to add friends. Think about it. With WE's current record, they have no need to replace anyone, right? Wan Mao seemed reluctant to shatter his hopeful illusion, shaking his head as he said, In the afternoon's TGA opening match, we was stomped by Hangul. The mid laner, Xiaohai Yushin, who was the jungler playing Mundo, completely outclassed Ruofing in lane, leading the team to a comeback single-handedly. True, that Fox played exceptionally well. However, Xiaohai Yushin's Mundo was merely average. Ming Kai remarked. It was indeed quite average, but that was because Zika took his position. Had he been assigned mid lane, we might have faced an even worse defeat. Indeed, Ming Kai nodded, suddenly realizing something. You can't possibly think we genuinely wants to recruit us, right? I believe instead of contemplating joining we should focus on improving our own team. The Internet CAF League is just around the corner, and it would be great to recruit that Vayne. Dream on. That Vayne might very well be a professional player. Even if not, with his level of skill, he would have already attracted the attention of top-tier clubs. Right, has the discussion with Zika concluded? Is he coming or not? One Mao shook his head. The Teletubby has already gone to negotiate with him, but I heard he seems inclined to try out with LGD first. Ming Kai was disappointed by the news, sigh. Everyone is eager to join those big clubs. The truth is, many of those clubs aren't necessarily stronger than us. I've seen plenty of teams that don't measure up to our strength. One Mao, however, had a different perspective. But what good is strength if we cannot secure a stable position in a major club and earn more money? We're not getting any younger. These words cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Ming Kai bit his lip, staring at his elongated shadow cast by the streetlight, lost in thought. One Mao lagged half a step behind Ming Kai. From his vantage point, he couldn't discern Ming Kai's expression but sensed his turmoil and distress. The streets were eerily quiet in the early hours, with only the sound of their footsteps occasionally breaking the silence. After a prolonged moment, the footsteps of the one in front halted. Ming Kai turned to look at Wan Mao, placing a hand on his shoulder. Let us make one more push. If this time doesn't work, then we'll let it be. At the entrance of Zhujiang Garden, PDD and Sun Yalong, with grilled fish in one hand and skewers in the other, indulged in a feast before washing it down with a sip of cola and letting out a satisfied belch. Honestly, I'm truly frustrated after watching we play at TGA in the base today. How did we end up in a position where we couldn't even qualify for an offline tournament? Sun Yalong wiped his mouth with a napkin. Do you think I'm in a good mood? I'm at the point where I don't even want to play professionally anymore. It would be better to stream with Bien Bien on YY. However, after so many years of playing games, I still haven't achieved anything significant. At this moment, I truly cannot accept giving up. PDD interjected. Who could accept that? My return is solely for the sake of achieving results. But apart from you, and me and IG, who else do we have? Do they even deserve to play professionally? Absolutely not. Sun Yalong scoffed. They don't even know how to play League of Legends. Yet they want to compete. They don't train at the base, spending all day watching Korean dramas and anime. PDD slammed his hand on the table. That's why we absolutely need to change our roster. Left Duck is still thinking about having Hot kick you out. The one who should be leaving is him. Sun Yalong's emotions flared up. Exactly. But I've thought about it for a long time, even though Left Duck plays Three Kingdoms kill with Hot all day. Hot is still quite sensible. I believe IG is at a critical juncture. You must stand by my side so that we can change our current situation. Someone like Left Duck has to go. Kick him out. We definitely need to. PDD nodded decisively. But if we kick him, we won't have enough players left. Sun Yalong, with an air of confidence, remarked, I have been contemplating the matter of recruiting players lately. The mid laner from TM Team, known as Zeta, is quite formidable. He shares a good rapport with Tabe, who has already discussed matters with him before leaving. I have his contact information, and he should be able to join us in a few days. Additionally, there's Chen Xinlin, also known as Shadow. He appears to be enjoying his current streaming endeavors. But if we were to extend an invitation, I am certain he would return. You, I, Chen Xinlin, and Zeta, along with one more player. I'm particularly optimistic about the mid laner from Hongguang Team, a young talent named Yushin. I have already added him as a friend. But I suspect many teams are keenly eyeing him, making it uncertain whether we can secure his commitment. Aside from him, there is a reliable duo queue partner of mine, known as Uzi, who currently ranks among the top 10 in the national server. I have already inquired about his interest in joining our team, and he seems quite enthusiastic, although he is still quite young and needs to discuss it with his family. Moreover, I encountered a remarkable Vayne today. I supported him throughout the match and could discern his exceptional skill. He is the most impressive AD I have encountered thus far. PDD's eyes sparkled with interest as he said, that Vayne seems promising. Let us reach out to him. If we can bring him on board, we'll truly soar. Sun Yalong thumped his thigh in agreement. Indeed, that Vayne is definitely a viable candidate. I'll inquire about his intentions as soon as we return. At that moment, Xiaoyu remained blissfully unaware of the numerous teams that had set their sights on him. He was currently reveling in the world of League of Legends. As a newly created account in League of Legends, he could not engage in ranked matches, only in normal games and against bots. Furthermore, he could only select a single rune and one mastery. Even the Flash Summoner spell would only unlock at level 7. Jin Haomiao initially intended for Xiaoyu to use his account or to purchase a fully leveled account, as starting from level 1 would be an inefficient use of time. However, Xiaoyu held a different perspective. When the first bot match commenced, he instantaneously recalled a sense of familiarity intertwined with novelty. It reminded him of his initial encounters with League of Legends, first practicing with Ashe in the practice mode, followed by a simple bot match to hone his skills. Yet, these memories felt distant, almost alien. Nonetheless, the very remoteness of those recollections rendered the feelings of caution, novelty, and anticipation all the more precious. With the aid of a double experience card, Xiaoyu swiftly ascended to level 7, and upon unlocking Flash, he ventured into normal matchmaking. This marked the opening of a new realm. In less than 5 matches, various lane compositions unfolded: 2 tops, 2 junglers, dual mid laners, and even a tri-lane with 2 players heading bottom, only to encounter a lone support player, resulting in a makeshift lane of 1 AD and 2 supports. Through the screen, Xiaoyu could sense the disdain from the 2 players in the duo lane towards the unwitting support who had intruded as an unnecessary third wheel. Nevertheless, this situation was relatively favorable, far superior to those instances where players would squabble over positions, leading to incessant bickering from start to finish. The lane arrangements were eclectic, and players' item builds were equally erratic. For instance, Ashe opted for a hat, Ryze for an Infinity Edge, and Kog'Maw for a Rage Blade, with one player even building 3 pairs of boots. When questioned about such an unusual choice, the player unapologetically replied, "To run fast." Such instances were plentiful. Yet Xiaoyu found these players endearing, quickly bonding with them. "Brother, it's been over 20 minutes, and you still only have a pair of boots. Where has all your gold gone?" "I'm saving up. I'm nearly at 6,000. Once I reach 6,300, I'll buy myself a thresh." Xiaoyu, controlling the Sword Saint, was engaged in battle while simultaneously conversing with a teammate who had been swiftly eliminated. To his astonishment, the teammate's response left him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the opposing team, lacking any sense of honor, noticed Xiaoyu's stillness and mistakenly assumed he had disconnected, swiftly converging upon him to deliver a flurry of blows. Ultimately, Garen's ultimate ability descended upon Xiaoyu, claiming his first blood. Yet, all of this seemed trivial now. Xiaoyu merely sought a quiet space to reflect and comprehend the meaning behind his teammate's earlier remark. "Hey, what's wrong? Have you seen a ghost? Or are you simply being bullied in a match that barely reaches level 10? Guyan approached, carrying 2 buckets of instant noodles. Xiaoyu was still reeling from the shock. "My teammate entered the game and spent 20 minutes without acquiring any equipment, only to inform me that he needed to accumulate 6,300 to purchase the Requiem. What? Is that truly absurd? Indeed, it is that ridiculous." As Xiaoyu spoke, an untimely growl emanated from his stomach. "Hee, is this cup of instant noodles meant for me?" He reached out eagerly to grasp it. However, Guyan swiftly drew the noodles closer to his chest. "Hold on, the hot water at the internet CAFISNT very hot. You continue playing while I mix the noodles for you." "Mix the noodles?" Xiaoyu paused in surprise. "No need to mix them, they're really not raw." "What? Is there even a distinction between raw and cooked noodles?" Guyan halted his mixing motion. "If you don't prefer them mixed, then let it be." Xiaoyu gently slapped his own mouth, realizing that he had just spoken nonsense once again. Glancing to the side, he noticed that the row of machines he occupied was now deserted, leaving only himself and Guyan. Hastily, he shifted the conversation, asking, "Have Jean and the others already left?" "They left long ago," Guyan replied as he flopped onto the sofa, still holding the fork in mid-motion of mixing the noodles. "You should take a look at the time. It's already bright outside." Upon glancing towards the entrance, Xiaoyu was met with the sight of dawn breaking outside. Indeed, it was already past 5 o'clock. Guyan reached into his pocket and retrieved a package of Shiwang roasted sausages. After tearing it open, he handed 2 sausages to Xiaoyu, tossing the remaining 2 into his instant noodle cup, and remarked with a smile, "I purchased these on the train during my journey here." Xiaoyu gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "What a righteous act." Having resurrected, he had already claimed an astonishing 43 kills and was fully equipped. After consuming a bottle of health potion, he charged straight down the mid lane. Just as he encountered 3 opponents defending their tower, Xiao unhesitatingly activated his ultimate ability and surged forward. With the awakening of his Highland bloodline, Master Yi swiftly dispatched one foe with a single strike and dismantled a defensive tower with 6 decisive blows, hastily concluding the match. Grabbing a cup of instant noodles, he savored a bite of the savory sausage before relishing the noodles, ultimately enjoying a delightful sip of the broth. The noodles, prepared by Guyan, were indeed delectable. Rapidly finishing his meal, Xiao, having appeased his hunger, wished to embark on another game. At that moment, Jin Haomiao strolled in from outside the internet CAF, remarking, "Haven't you two had enough fun? It's already dawn. Hurry back and catch some sleep. There's a match this afternoon." Once they returned to their modest inn, those who had returned early the previous night were already awake, thus sparing Xiao and Gu Yin from sleeping on the floor. Though energized while at the internet CAF, they soon succumbed to slumber upon lying in bed. Their sleep was profoundly restful, yet awakening proved to be less than pleasant. As they opened their eyes, the commotion outside the room was quite raucous. Gu Yin, equally bleary-eyed, clearly had also been abruptly awakened. Upon opening the door, they happened upon a familiar face passing by. "Hey, what's going on? A fight has broken out." "What? Who's fighting?" The individual appeared eager to witness the commotion, disregarding Xiao entirely. Xiao and Gu Yin hastily returned to their room to don their clothes, then hurriedly made their way to the scene of the incident. Upon arrival, they discovered a crowd gathered at the doorway of a room, from which shouts and cries could be heard emanating. As Xiao squeezed through the crowd, he quickly recognized the individuals involved in the altercation. Lu Benwei was being dragged outside by a group, vehemently pointing back at the room while unleashing a torrent of curses. On the ground, Chris lay sobbing uncontrollably, muttering between tears, "I don't want to fight anymore. I just want to go home." Although Lu Benwei did not appear particularly robust, his temper was undeniably fierce. Even after being pulled from the room, he continued to shout, growing more irate as others attempted to restrain him. It was only when the hotel manager rushed over, stating that anyone wishing to fight should immediately leave, that he finally settled down. The hotel manager, keen to maintain a peaceful atmosphere for business, was dismayed to see the commotion stirring up guests from other floors. He hastily urged the onlookers to return to their rooms. "What on earth is happening? Aren't they all teammates from the same squad? Why are they fighting?" Guyan, filled with curiosity, returned to his room and promptly inquired with Liang Xiaosan, who had been involved in breaking up the scuffle. Liang Xiaosan shook his head with a wry smile. "What else could it be? It's obviously about a woman." After the match concluded yesterday, Lu Benwei had met a girl who was into cosplay. He learned that she portrayed a female police officer and had even performed on stage that afternoon. She was quite lovely and had an appealing figure. Her name was Zhao Mengwei. They shared a meal afterward, and as they parted, Lu Benwei had arranged to play games with her that evening. However, he waited until midnight without her arrival, only to discover the next morning that Zhao Mengwei had spent the night duo queuing with the very individual who had just been beaten, prompting Lu Benwei to confront him. Wait. During the competition, he fought a teammate over a woman he met on site? Xiao found it difficult to accept such matters. "Oh, by the way, that Lu Benwei mentioned yesterday he would treat me to Li Zhuang's white meat. I wondered why there had been no follow-up." Only to discover he was off to accompany a girl. Jin Haoyang's expression instantly took on a suggestive tone. "This is indeed a perk of our profession, Xiao. Being young, may not comprehend just how fervent those girls can be. Just heed my advice. As long as you excel in gaming, I assure you, you shall never lack for female admirers, all of whom will willingly approach you." Lu Zhiling added, "You remember the former captain of Wei, right? His name was iiMedia. Why was he ousted from Wei? His lack of skill was one aspect, but primarily, it was due to his unscrupulous actions taken under the illustrious banner of Wei. Given his demeanor, one can only imagine the number of girls who would throw themselves at him." "All right, enough of that," Jin Haoyang interjected, waving his hand to halt the conversation. "Xiao and Gu Yin have only just embarked on their professional journey. Can't you set a better example for them? Going pro isn't merely about attracting fans, it's fundamentally about achieving results." "I'm not like iiMedia," he retorted. "I merely used him as an example for them to learn from. And I never said you were like iiMedia," Jin Haoyang remarked as he glanced at his phone. Noting it was nearly 10 o'clock, "Let us tidy up and grab a bite before heading to the venue. We can't afford to be late again after yesterday's delay." The group first indulged in some Lanzhou beef noodles before making their way to the competition venue. It was mealtime, and the GTV Gaming Broadcasting Hall was still buzzing with excitement. After all, TGA featured more than just League of Legends. At that moment, The quarterfinals of the CF project were in full swing, with the Southwest Region S Eternal Mark team facing off against the North China Region S Happy Life team in a do-or-die match. As they mingled in the crowd, they observed for a while. Each of them, sporting a backpack and wielding keyboards and mice, portrayed the image of esports players, yet the surrounding individuals paid them little heed. Jin Haoyang mused that with his looks and identity as an esports player, he too could encounter a stunning cosplayer like Liu Banwei. To his surprise, a beautiful girl cosplaying his knife sister approached, greeting him, yet her gaze remained fixated on Xiaoyu, barely sparing Jin Haoyang a glance. This young lad, while still in his youth, would undoubtedly become quite the heartthrob as he matured. Jin Haoyang, feeling slighted by the indifference of the knife sister, glared resentfully at the seemingly innocuous Xiaoyu. Yang Shaoxin nodded in agreement. There is no doubt about it. Absolutely. At that moment, Xiaoyu, clutching his cheek where he had been playfully pinched, gazed longingly at the departing figure of the knife sister. Although he appeared endearingly naive, a burgeoning charisma was already beginning to emerge in his features. In just 2 or 3 years, he would undoubtedly transform into a captivating young man. Amidst the cheers, the crowd's attention was drawn to the competition unfolding on stage. Xiaoyu may not comprehend CF, yet Jin Haomiao and his companions are undoubtedly experts in the field. According to their assertions, should they be provided with the necessary equipment, they could easily hold their own against the 2 esteemed teams on stage. After all, the Han Palace Club is most renowned for its CF project, and through constant exposure, their skills have reached the threshold of professional players. As the match neared its conclusion, Eternity's Mark emerged triumphant, securing victory in the competition. Consequently, all events scheduled for the morning came to an end. Upon returning to the backstage lounge, it became apparent that the Wii team had already arrived. The room resembled yesterday's gathering, filled with competitors engaged in lively banter. Given the sweltering heat, it would be foolish not to utilize the air conditioning, so everyone readily joined in the jovial conversation. Just as the chatter began to gain momentum, the CLC team made their entrance. The morning's tearful Chris, who had expressed a desire to return home, was now reconciled with Liu Banwei, whom he had previously vowed to defeat. The two were now thick as thieves, as if nothing had transpired earlier. Liu Banwei approached Xiaoyu with a playful demeanor, offering an apology and explaining that he had to leave abruptly after yesterday's match due to an urgent matter, hence missing out on the opportunity to enjoy the Li Zhuang white meat together. He insisted that they must make arrangements to dine together after their afternoon match. From the very beginning, Xiaoyu harbored a certain disdain for Liu Banwei, yet he was too indifferent to confront him directly. However, Liang Shaoxin, showing no regard for his feelings, boldly inquired, "The urgent matter you mentioned, could it possibly be dining with a girl? You were rather untrustworthy yesterday afternoon." Xiaoyu was persistently mentioning that meal of yours featuring white meat, yet after the match, you all vanished without a trace. Liu Banwei's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? No girl. I truly had an urgent matter yesterday." "What urgent matter?" retorted his accuser. Everyone from LGD saw it. Shortly after the match concluded, you all left with a cosplaying policewoman. Liu Banwei's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he protested, "Nonsense. That was merely a fan of mine." He proceeded to articulate a series of convoluted excuses, claiming it was just a matter of convenience and a simple meal, which elicited laughter from the crowd, filling the lounge with a jovial atmosphere. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and a member of the event team peered in. "Is anyone from the Han Palace team here?" Yes. Jin Haomiao waved his hand. "What's the matter?" "Oh, you are the team leader of Han Palace, right? Perfect. Could you step outside for a moment? We need to discuss something with you." With that, the door was promptly shut. Jin Haomiao stood up, utterly perplexed, muttering to himself, "What's the matter? What could it possibly be?" As he spoke, he gestured for everyone to continue their conversation and quickly exited the room. Xiaoyu was suddenly seized by an ominous premonition. He vaguely sensed that what the person had been about to say was likely not a good omen. The cheerful atmosphere in the room lingered, and everyone promptly resumed their light-hearted chatter. Xiaoyu waited anxiously for a considerable time before the door finally swung open once more, and Jin Haomiao entered with a pale and grim expression. Upon seeing his countenance, a profound silence enveloped the room. Jin Haomiao regarded his team members, ultimately fixing his gaze on Xiaoyu for an extended moment. Xiaoyu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him and could not help but inquire, "What on earth is happening?" Jin Haomiao erupted in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it. I have no idea which scoundrel reported us, claiming we violated regulations during yesterday's match. We have been disqualified." Jin Haomiao's words struck the crowd like a thunderclap. leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. Disqualified? What does that mean? Are we barred from future competitions? This cannot be serious. How could we be disqualified? On what grounds? And who could be so malicious as to report us? After a brief silence, the room erupted into chaos, with everyone speaking over one another, voicing their opinions, expressing their bewilderment, and conveying their shock. Xiaoyu was equally perplexed. How could it be that the match was suddenly cancelled? Brother Jean, is it because I was reported? But weren't we told just yesterday that I could take the field? Xiaoyu was utterly unable to accept this outcome. He had hoped to gradually regain his memories through the competition. Jin Haomiao shook his head and patted Xiaoyu's shoulder firmly. It's because of you. The informant stated that you did not report and are not on the list submitted to Han Palace. Thus you are ineligible to participate. However, do not carry the burden of this. It is not your fault. Xiao. Xiaoyu slapped the back of his head. The frustration within him was beyond words. Liang Shaoxin gently patted him and turned to Jin Haomiao, asking, Brother Jin, do you know who reported it? Jin Haomiao, lacking the spirit to converse, merely shook his head. The other members of the teams in the room had begun to assert their innocence. Ruo Feng spoke first. We would never engage in such a trivial act. Although we lost to you in the first match, it is not difficult for we to advance. The members of AG Sunyu added. Such unscrupulous acts have nothing to do with us. The teams from Group B were even more indignant, insisting that Han Palace's performance had no bearing on them, and they had no need to resort to such underhanded tactics. It must have been Ehom who reported it. Xiaoyu's astonishing words rendered the room instantly silent. Yet, upon reflection, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would realize that Ehom was indeed the prime suspect. The four teams in Group A comprised we, Ehom, Han Palace, and AG Xuanyo. Those who possessed even a cursory understanding of the participating teams would likely conclude that we and Ehom would effortlessly advance from the group. However, who could have predicted Xiaoyu's sudden emergence, as he toppled we and then proceeded to dominate AG Xuanyo? Not only are they now contenders for the championship in the eyes of many, but Ehom had previously eliminated IG to secure a place in the offline tournament. On the very first day, one of the two available spots was snatched away by the unexpectedly formidable Han Palace. In order for Ehom to advance, they would have to engage in a fierce struggle against we. Could they possibly prevail? Coincidentally, the situation surrounding Xiaoyu had stirred considerable commotion among the competing teams yesterday. With his participation deemed a clear violation of regulations, was it not necessary to report him? After all, as Ruofing had just stated, even if we were to lose a match, their chances of advancing remained largely intact. Meanwhile, AG Xuanyo faced 2 consecutive defeats on the first day, rendering their prospects bleak. By eliminating Han Palace, Ehom would be the most direct beneficiary. With this realization, Jin Haomiao rose and rushed out. Yang Xiaosan, Jin Haoyang, Lu Jilin, and Hu Ning followed closely behind, with Jin Haoyang grabbing a chair on his way out. Hey, hold on. Don't be rash. The others paused momentarily before shouting and chasing after them. Yet, they were all 17 or 18, with the oldest barely 20, if they weren't spirited. What could be called youthful? Mere seconds later, a brawl erupted amidst the clamor of their voices. Half an hour later, both Han Palace and Ehom's teams found themselves escorted out of the venue by a dozen security guards. The group of young men appeared quite disheveled, with Xiaoyu trailing at the back, looking the worst off, a bloodied forehead covered by a tattered piece of tissue. Upon entering Ehom's lounge, he had witnessed Lu Jilin and Hu Ning being brutally subdued on the ground by a single opponent. Xiaoyu seized a mop from the corridor and dashed forward, only to be flung aside by a single arm, his forehead colliding with the corner of a table, causing it to bleed. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu remained resolute, fixating on Li Weijun, the individual who had thrown him aside, while continuing to confront Lu Jiling and Hu Ning. You, Han Palace, exhibit such disgraceful conduct, do you? Engaging in fights, even brawls, devoid of any sense of legal awareness? Tencent aspires to elevate the League of Legends professional league, huh? With the likes of you. Morally bankrupt internet-addicted youths? You should abandon that notion at once. A middle-aged woman, seemingly around 40 and with a face heavily coated in makeup, pointed at Xiaoyu and his companions, unleashing a torrent of ire. It is said that she is one of the main organizers of this TGA Grand Prix. The overpowering scent of her perfume made Xiaoyu want to sneeze, yet her spittle sprayed upon him like a garden hose, leaving him drenched. He could only suppress the urge to sneeze, fearing her saliva might enter his mouth. I shall inform you, even if you were in the right. Your blatant misconduct is indefensible. Should you choose to assault others, I will not let you off lightly. For we at TGA do not require teams of your ilk. While I have yet to change my mind and call the authorities to apprehend you, you are to vacate the venue immediately. Under the blazing midday sun, a few youths trudged out of the venue, their plight palpable. The myriad of scrutinizing gazes pierced them like daggers, subjecting them to a second round of judgment. They felt aggrieved and enraged, yet dared not glance back at those eyes, hastening their steps while lowering their heads. Yet, the vast square in front of the competition venue seemed endless, an interminable journey. The tissue soaked with sweat on Xiao Yu's forehead was torn away, and the dried blood tugged at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Ugh! Xiao Yu spat disdainfully, tossing the tissue onto the ground with a flick of his wrist. A sound of sobbing reached his ears, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld Guyan, who walked ahead, his shoulders trembling subtly. Xiao Yu hastened a few steps to stand beside Guyan, gently patting his back. Why are you crying? Losing a fight, and then weeping? Isn't that rather shameful? Woo-woo, I came to BJ to compete, and my grandfather painstakingly gathered 200 yuan for me. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Guyan once again resorted to his Hunan dialect. Xiao Yu was contemplating how to comfort Guyan, but the gash on his forehead began to bleed profusely once more. The scalding blood trickled down along his eye socket to the corner of his eye, rendering him unable to open it. Just as he was about to wipe it away, a clean wet wipe was suddenly extended towards him. Without glancing at the person offering it, he accepted it and dabbed at the corner of his eye. Then, he pressed down firmly on Guyan's shoulder, reassuring him. Do not worry, I promise that in the future, I will ensure you rise above and repay your grandfather. As he spoke, the wet wipe in his hand had already absorbed a considerable amount of blood. Xiao Yu intended to flip it over for further use. To his surprise, another pristine wet wipe was presented to him, accompanied by a voice as warm and gentle as a spring breeze. You can discard that one. It has already become soiled. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, turning his head to the side to behold a girl of similar age, clad in a blue and white school uniform. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she tilted her head and offered a gentle smile. Beneath her long lashes, two bright, large eyes transformed into crescent moons. Her playful little canine teeth sparkled with a glistening sheen under the sunlight. Xiao Yu felt a wave of dizziness, as if he were intoxicated. The first thought that sprang to his mind was the gaming ID, you are beautiful when you smile. At that moment, a young girl waved a wet wipe in front of him, bringing him back to reality. He took the wet wipe and dabbed at the blood on his forehead. What happened to you? The girl inquired. Oh, this is... Xiao Yu initially intended to say that he had been beaten up, but at the moment the words were about to escape his lips, he felt a tinge of embarrassment and swiftly altered his statement. Oh, it was just a bump against the corner of the table. He chuckled as the young girl revealed her adorable little tiger teeth, then took out her phone. I know you're the child prodigy, Xiao Yu. I watched your match yesterday. Could we take a picture together? Huh? Xiao Yu was rather taken aback. The misunderstanding regarding his and Guyan's identities had escalated into a complete debacle. Previously, he was indifferent to being mistaken for the youthful spirit of a child, but at this moment, he found himself particularly concerned. Observing that the young girl had already activated her camera, Xiao Yu pointed to the wound on his forehead and then gestured towards his teammates who had already distanced themselves. Let us forego this one. I'm not exactly camera-friendly in my current state. After saying this, he turned on his heel to chase after his teammates, but after a couple of steps, he felt a pang of regret, mustering the courage to call back. You can add me on QQ. Perhaps we can find a chance to take a picture together later. My QQ number is 6095. On the way back to the inn, the atmosphere was heavy with gloom, and almost no one uttered a word throughout the journey. Upon finally returning to the inn, the group intended to convene in their rooms to discuss their next steps, only to discover the old innkeeper standing at the entrance like a guardian deity, with several travel bags at his feet. Xiao Yu has always firmly believed that when one is beset by misfortune, every encounter will inevitably be a dismal one. At this moment, the peculiar behavior of the innkeeper clearly boded ill. Indeed, as they approached, Jin Haoyang pointed at the innkeeper's feet and exclaimed, What on earth? Isn't that my travel bag? My bag is here too. And mine. The group hastily retrieved their belongings from the ground. Jin Haomiao, suppressing his anger, confronted the innkeeper. What does this mean, owner? The innkeeper scoffed disdainfully. The person who booked your rooms has contacted me. Your reservations have been cancelled. I told you, your kind, who only know how to play games, are hardly refined individuals. Aside from gaming, all you do is brawl, playing in the morning and fighting at noon. Hurry up and gather your things. You are not welcome here. With that, he turned and slammed the door shut behind him. as if remaining in their presence any longer would taint him with their perceived vices. At this, not only Yuan, but also the assistant Hu Ning felt tears welling in their eyes. A group of individuals had laboriously traveled to Beijing for a competition, many of whom had scrimped and saved to afford the journey. The event organizers had promised to cover meals and accommodations, yet upon arrival, they discovered that they would be crammed into a tiny room with a single bed, enduring sweltering temperatures exceeding 30 degrees, and if there was not enough space, they would have to sleep on the floor. In terms of sustenance, each person was allotted merely a hamburger and a bottle of cola per day. Although the prize for this year's TGA Grand Prix was substantial, did the other teams not realize they had little chance of claiming it before arriving? Yet, they came unreservedly. Driven by what purpose? Surely not for a single hamburger, a bottle of cola, or that stifling, dilapidated inn. They were simply passionate gamers, harboring a vague dream of esports. What harm did that cause? Why must they endure such blatant malice, even if others looked down upon them? Why did those involved with the TGA event harbor such animosity towards gamers, especially when they were the ones organizing the competition? Within a mere hour, they had been reported and disqualified from the competition, forcibly removed from the venue, and subsequently expelled from the inn. The series of blows dealt by this unfamiliar city rapidly accumulated within their hearts, breeding feelings of grievance and helplessness that could shatter their psychological defenses in an instant. As the team leader, Jin Haomiao, though slightly more mature in age and social experience, was still just a young man in his 20s, unaccustomed to facing such adversity. Under the blazing sun, his mind was blank, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. Brother Jin, our top priority is to find a place to stay and then contact the club. Huh. Jin Haomiao was momentarily slow to react. Upon lifting his head, he realized it was Xiaoyu. What did you say? I said we first need to secure a place to stay and then reach out to the club. Xiaoyu reiterated his previous words, gesturing for Jin Haomiao to observe their dazed teammates. Lowering his voice, he urged, "You are the cornerstone. You must hold firm, no matter what." Upon hearing Xiaoyu's admonition, Jin Haomiao regained some clarity. After deep contemplation, he finally turned to Xiaoyu and asked, "Where is there even a place to land?" Xiaoyu curled his lips and remarked, "I suspect our funds are running quite low. Do you have any acquaintances in BJ? If not, do any of them?" Jin Haomiao immediately shook his head, but then seemed to recall something and promptly took out his phone. "I used to have a friend from my professional gaming days. His family owns an internet CAF in BJ." The call was quickly connected, and after approximately 5 minutes of conversation, during which he succinctly conveyed their current predicament, the other party generously extended an offer of assistance. The group of 7 hailed 2 taxis by the roadside, and upon stating their destination, the vehicles set off towards the outskirts of the city. Xiaoyu, being of a slender stature, shared a vehicle with Yang Xiaosan, Lu Zhiling, and Jin Haoyang, while Jin Haomiao, Guyan, and Hu Ning occupied another car. Xiaoyu and Lu Zhiling, along with Jin Haoyang, sat in the back seat. Upon entering the vehicle, they remained silent, leaning back and gazing out at the bustling traffic. Lost in contemplation of life, this introspection ultimately led to tears. Xiaoyu found it difficult to console them, so he pretended not to notice anything to spare them from embarrassment. Reflecting on the tumultuous events of the past day, he felt a surge of frustration. His brief experiences since opening his eyes had been nothing short of vibrant. However, rather than lamenting being kicked around like a dog, Xiaoyu was more concerned about the absence of matches to play. Yet, upon introspection, he realized he was surprisingly magnanimous. All these vexing incidents only dampened his spirits for a mere 10 minutes before he began contemplating the path ahead. His foremost desire was to continue competing. As he indulged in his thoughts, the sky outside gradually darkened. A glance out the car window revealed that they had left the bustling heart of the capital behind and entered the suburbs. Just before nightfall, the vehicle came to a halt at an intersection. After disembarking, Jin Haomiao surveyed the surroundings and pointed to an internet CAF across the street. "That's the one." "Sister, could you bring me 20 more skewers?" shouted a man with a scruffy beard, who appeared quite affable. His name was Jiang Yongbin, the friend Jin Haomiao referred to, who once played professionally and now operated an internet CAF in BJ. "Come on, don't just stand there, eat up." Jiang Yongbin warmly welcomed them. "It's not just because my sister owns this place that I'm saying this. The dumplings here are genuinely delectable. Everyone in the area knows it." By now, it was already past 8 in the evening. Since waking up that morning, they had only consumed a bowl of Lansao beef noodles, and hunger had set in. Yet, being young and somewhat shy, the events of the day weighed heavily on everyone's spirits. They were not well acquainted with Jiang Yobin, and with Jin Haomiao stepping out to make a phone call, They hesitated to pick up their chopsticks. "Hey, you must be Jin Haoyang, right? Do you remember me?" Jiang Yongbin quickly changed tactics when his initial approach fell flat. "It must be nearly 3 years now. Back when I played professionally with your brother. You were just a kid. Look at you now, all grown up. I recall those days when we could barely afford a meal. And your brother took us to your home for a few days of free food. It was I who taught you the ropes of War 3. So, what do you think? Your brother was lying, was he? The orc race truly has potential, doesn't he? Indeed, Jiang Yongbin's words resonated with the youthful heart of Jin Haoyang, finally bringing a smile to his face. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yongbin continued, "We who pursue professional gaming lead a difficult life, yet our passion for it is undeniable. What can we do? If you love this path and choose to walk it, encountering some troublesome situations is inevitable. So, since you're here, don't be shy with me. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Once you're full, you can rest, and by morning, all troubles will seem distant. Come on, dig in. The dumplings will get cold." It must be said, Jiang Yongbin had a remarkable talent for lifting spirits. He likely was the team's morale booster during his professional days. Encouraged by his enthusiasm, the group, who had felt stifled all day, finally began to eat. Devouring 4 plates of dumplings in a whirlwind, prompting Jiang Yongbin to order 2 more. Just as the new plates of dumplings arrived, Jin Haomiao returned from his phone call. Sitting down, he noticed the collective gaze of 5 or 6 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Unfazed, he casually grabbed a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. "Oh my, it's so hot. It's burning me," he exclaimed. "What, are you competing with someone for food? Have you never had fresh dumplings before?" "Of course. They're hot right out of the pot." Jiang Yongbin handed him a bottle of icy Sprite, which Jin Haomiao gratefully sipped, feeling somewhat relieved. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he shook his head and said, "Sigh, the club's old man is busy, and I couldn't get through to him. Well, now is the time for a meal and some joy. Your old man might be off enjoying himself somewhere. You can try again tomorrow." Jiang Yongbin patted Jin Haomiao on the back, applying a firm pressure on his shoulder. While others busied themselves with skewers, only Xiao Yu noted these subtle details. He suddenly thought that Jiang Yongbin would make a suitable team leader, possessing a high emotional intelligence and a knack for uplifting others. However, Xiao Yu was more concerned with Jin Haomiao's earlier reaction. In a hurry to eat a freshly made dumpling, he had, under the guise of being burned and wiping sweat, discreetly dabbed at his eyes, then pressed a hand to his forehead to shield his expression. When he finally lowered his hand, the steam rising from the dumpling illuminated his flushed face, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the difference between his red eyes and the rosy hue of his cheeks. They told 2 distinct tales of emotion. Xiao Yu was almost certain that the old version of the phone was not simply failing to connect. Rather, the feedback received after the connection was established was exceedingly poor. Xiao Yu glanced at Jiang Yongbin, yearning to ask him for a cigarette. He was acutely aware that his nascent esports career with the first team might come to a swift conclusion within a day. The very existence of the Han Palace team by tomorrow seemed uncertain. However, since Jin Haomiao chose not to disclose the truth to everyone, Xiao Yu refrained from making a fool of himself. After all, they had endured enough adversity that day. Perhaps, after a night's rest, there might be a turn of events come morning. "Brother Jiang, I heard you were once a professional player too. What game did you play?" Xiao Yu initiated a conversation, hoping to lighten the mood at the table and provide Jin Haomiao with some emotional space. Jiang Yongbin quickly seized the opportunity. "We initially played CS, then switched to CF. But our skills were lacking, and we never achieved any notable results. Our best performance was reaching the semifinals at the 2008 WCG, only to be ruthlessly eliminated. But we were defeated by Death Alliance, the eventual champions. Losing to the champions is not a loss in my book." As they reminisced, Jin Haomiao's mood improved considerably. Sipping a Sprite, he remarked, "I remember the captain of Death Alliance. I think his name was Lord Gang. That guy's AK was truly formidable." Jiang Yongbin chuckled. "Exactly. I've always felt we lost because of him. Of course, I also held back. Otherwise, it would be hard to say." Lighting a cigarette, Jiang Yongbin gazed at the ceiling fan, and under the light, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. "You see, we gamers are also nourished by our youth. Age is crucial for professional esports players. I was only 26 back then. What a prime age. But, in reality, it was quite the opposite, competing against those 17 or 18-year-olds. Their reflexes were unmatched, and their aim was sharp. After that tournament, I realized I wasn't cut out for it anymore. So I retired." Jin Haomiao fell into deep thought, silently smoking. Fortunately, Jiang Yongbin remembered his role in maintaining the atmosphere and suddenly slapped the table, exclaiming, "Ah, I just remembered. Back when we reached the semifinals, there was a prize of 1,000 yuan, which we never received. Damn, now that you mention it. I was thinking of buying a golden Alaska with that money." Jiang Yongbin burst into laughter. Looking back, those times were tough, but they were also nostalgic. Even when we sometimes struggled to make ends meet, we still found joy. Although I'm doing well now, I'd jump at the chance to relive those days if I could turn back time. Unfortunately, those days are gone, and I'm no longer young like you. Turning to Xiaoyu, he added, "By the way, I watched your match yesterday. You're the one who played the fox and barrel, right? Do you play League of Legends too, brother Jiang?" Xiaoyu inquired. Jiang Yongbin nodded. Of course. Tencent is vigorously promoting it, and the number of players in internet cafes is growing exponentially. Hey, Lao Jin, I genuinely believe that League of Legends will soon reach the popularity of Crossfire and DNF. So, you all must persevere. Young talents like Xiaoyu and that chubby fellow have great potential. Don't miss this golden opportunity. Jiang Yongbin, perhaps caught up in the moment, inadvertently touched upon a sensitive topic. Realizing this, he quickly shifted back to Xiaoyu. By the way, what is your rank now? Jiang Yongbin gave Xiaoyu a meaningful glance, recognizing that this youngest member was also the most sensible in the team. He smoothly continued, "I'm not doing well. I'm barely at 1,000 points. You're so skilled. You must help me out sometime. Let us not postpone. Let us do it tonight." Xiaoyu replied eagerly. "Sounds good. I may not have many skills, but I can definitely get online." Jiang Yongbin said cheerfully, "But after your exhausting day, do you really have the energy to play?" "I'm fine. I haven't tucked a game all day, and my hands are itching," Xiaoyu exclaimed. "But I don't have an ID card." Jiang Yongbin scoffed. "You think that matters to me? I own an internet cafe." He then stubbed out his half-finished cigarette. "As for sleeping arrangements, I plan to put you all in the staff dormitory on the 3rd floor. There are a few rooms available, though the conditions are modest. I hope you don't mind." Jin Haomiao and the others quickly waved their hands. "Not at all. We're grateful for your hospitality. Otherwise, we'd be sleeping on the streets." "All right then, we've finished eating, so shall we check out the place where we'll stay?" Years ago, Jiang Yongbin's family owned an arcade. With the rise of online gaming, the arcade gradually lost its market, prompting them to transform it into an internet cafe. The Xiaoyao Internet Cafe spans 3 floors, with the 3rd floor storing outdated equipment and a few rooms designated for staff dormitories. The 1st and 2nd floors comprise the gaming area, boasting over 2,000 machines, making it the most well-equipped and popular internet cafe in the vicinity. Growing up in arcades and internet cafes, Jiang Yongbin naturally encountered video games early on, ultimately leading him to pursue a professional path. After enduring a few years of hardship and realizing it wasn't his calling, he returned home to take over the family business. Being the proprietor of such an internet cafe, Jiang Yongbin is indeed a true rich second-generation heir. Even without the cafe, merely owning 3 floors, even if they are in the suburbs, is impressive enough. Jiang Yongbin first took everyone to the 3rd floor to inspect the living arrangements, and it was undeniable that the environment was far superior to the hotel they had previously occupied. Once settled, Jin Haomiao and the others opted to rest in their rooms, while only Xiaoyu, carefree and untroubled, thought about going online. Eventually, Guyan could no longer suppress his restlessness and also chose to go online. During this time, Jiang Yongbin learned about Xiaoyu's extraordinary backstory, gaining a new understanding of his carefree attitude. When he asked Xiaoyu why he hadn't reported to the police sooner, Xiaoyu explained that he initially planned to do so after the competition, but upon arrival, he was reported, leading to a series of unfortunate events that left him too disheartened to seek help. Being a warm-hearted person, Jiang Yongbin offered to take Xiaoyu to the police station the following day, stating that while it might be uncertain whether they could directly locate his family, at the very least, he should file a report. In recent years, advancements in technology have allowed the police to establish a dedicated database for missing persons. If Xiaoyu provided a DNA sample and his family also registered with the police, the database could assist in reuniting them. Even if his family remained elusive, it would at least be crucial to secure a residence and obtain an ID card. Otherwise, navigating life would be exceedingly difficult. After some contemplation, Xiaoyu found the reasoning sound and agreed to report the matter to the police station the following day. Jiang Yongbin, utilizing the Internet CAF's backend, directly connected 3 machines together and, upon seating himself, warmly invited Xiaoyu to assist him in leveling up. Guyan offered to help Xiaoyu acquire an account from the boosting group, one with approximately 1,000 points, which would be perfectly suitable for duo ranking with Jiang Yongbin and could also yield some extra income. Xiaoyu currently finds himself devoid of any financial resources, and the funds allocated by the club to Jin Haomiao have dwindled significantly. Furthermore, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seems unlikely that they will be able to secure additional financial support from the club. Faced with an uncertain future, Xiaoyu is in dire need of money, an abundance of it. His sole expertise lies in playing League of Legends, and engaging in account boosting has become his primary means of earning income. Now, let us log in. Xiaoyu pushed the keyboard towards Guyan, who promptly requested an account through YY. This account, initially rated at 1,024 points, soared to 1,500 points within 2 days, earning 500 yuan. Xiaoyu then pulled the keyboard back and glanced at the upper right corner of the interface, where the ID was a string of incomprehensible letters. Xiaoyu's last gaming session took place in the early hours of today, when he was busy leveling up his new account. At this moment, as thoughts of his original account surfaced, he suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something significant. However, after pondering for a considerable time, he could not recall what it was that eluded him. Jiang Yongbin, whose ID was once that of a professional CF player, seemed to possess an undying passion for esports. Despite having stepped away from professional play for many years, he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to duo with Xiaoyu, and after they exchanged friend requests, they promptly created a room to commence their game. In less than 10 seconds, they found their opponents. Wow, that was quick. Just the other day, I mentioned how many people are currently playing League of Legends while I was having my meal. Jiang Yongbin exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Oh, I'm in the first position. Which champion should I ban for this match? Whatever you wish to play, I'll help you secure it. No need, no need. Xiaoyu replied, you can ban and select freely. I'm comfortable playing anything, so there is no need to assist me in choosing. Xiaoyu was still troubled by the nagging feeling that he had forgotten something significant. A glance at the game revealed that he was on the 5th floor, and the chat box was bustling with teammates vying for positions. Jiang Yongbin wielded the power to ban and select heroes, and after executing his bans, he swiftly chose his ace champion, the Mighty King. Following him were Cardmaster, Frost Archer, and Olaf, leaving Xiaoyu with only a support position available. Jiang Yongbin continued to scold his teammates for not yielding the position to Xiaoyu, while he had already begun to consider his options for a support champion. The owner of this account had evidently invested a considerable amount of money, boasting a plethora of heroes and numerous skins. Ultimately, Xiaoyu selected Fire Mage as his support. Are you intending to contend with Cardmaster for the mid lane? He seems quite formidable and unwilling to relinquish his position. No worries, let him have mid lane. I'll manage just fine as Fire Mage support and will still secure kills. Xiaoyu casually selected an aggressive talent build worth 3,000, then remarked to Jiang Yongbin. Brother Jiang, it's better for the Barbarian King to take Flash and Ghost instead of Flash and Ignite. Ghost? Jiang replied. It seems everyone else is opting for Ignite. I'll trust your judgment, but how could those players possibly understand like you do? Just as Jiang Yongbin switched to Ghost, he noticed his teammate had already begun to express their discontent. The AD champion, Frost Archer, was notably displeased with Xiaoyu's support, Fire Mage, bluntly stating that if he didn't want to play, he should just quit. Xiaoyu, disinterested in engaging with him, found himself at the mercy of Jiang Yongbin, who could no longer tolerate the situation and urged him to cease his disparagement. Consequently, Han Bing seized the opportunity to redirect his ire towards Jiang Yongbin. Upon entering the game, Han Bing transformed into a silent sorcerer, uttering not a word as he shadowed Jiang Yongbin to the top lane, where he began to claim minions for himself. What on earth? Is this guy out of his mind? How is this gameplay even possible? Jiang Yongbin, taken aback by such a teammate in their first duo match, felt his composure shatter. No worries, we can still secure a victory, he declared. What? We can actually win? Before he could finish his thought, a notification flashed across the screen. Fireman has slain Sorka. Jiang Yongbin nearly choked on his own surprise, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The kill notification appeared so vividly that he could hardly believe it. Had they truly achieved a kill? And a 1 versus 2 at that, merely 3 minutes into the game. The opposing bottom lane seems inexperienced. If you can keep Han Bing in the top lane, we might just clinch this match. Is there really such a strategy? Jiang Yongbin mused, marveling at the audacity of this young player mercilessly dominating the Wii team. Suddenly, he felt a surge of hope and typed to Han Bing. If you continue to steal my minions, I might just log off. Han Bing remained steadfast in his stoic demeanor, responding with silence while intensifying his focus on last hitting. Seeing his ploy succeed, Jiang Yongbin occasionally typed a few words to provoke Han Bing, igniting his enthusiasm for farming in the top lane. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu in the bottom lane had already entered slaughter mode, achieving 3 kills within 5 minutes. After reaching level 6, when the enemy jungler attempted to ambush him, he retaliated with Fireman's astonishing AE damage, executing a 3-for-1 counterattack. At the 8-minute mark, Xiaoyu demolished the first tower in the bottom lane and then roamed to the mid lane, collaborating with Cardmaster to eliminate the opposing Karthus. This led to a sudden eruption of discord among the enemies, as Karthus publicly declared his intent to secure a kill in the mid lane. Clearly, Karthus was a man of his word, and he delivered on his promise. Xiaoyu, displaying his own sense of fairness, persuaded Cardmaster to handle the pressure in the bottom lane while he accumulated kills in the mid lane to stack his power. 17 minutes into the game, the opponents, their morale completely shattered, surrendered any semblance of defense. Xiaoyu, with an impressive record of 17 kills, 0 deaths, and 4 assists as Fireman, led his team in a decisive push through the mid lane, concluding the match in a single wave. What an effortless victory! Jiang Yongbin's face radiated joy. Is Fireman truly this formidable? I must acquire him for myself. Xiaoyu gazed at the settlement page, murmuring, each victory grants me 22 points. If I win over 20 times, I could reach 1,500. It may be challenging before dawn, but I am certain I will succeed by noon tomorrow. At that moment, Guyan had just entered the game and was astonished to see that Xiaoyu had already completed his first match. Although it was merely a game of just over 1,000 points, the efficiency of this practice was truly astounding. Having tasted success, Jiang Yongbin was about to urge Xiaoyu to continue queuing when a little girl with twin ponytails dashed over, exclaiming, "Daddy, Mommy says it's already 9 o'clock. It's time for you." Is it already 9? Jiang Yongbin bent down to lift the little girl onto his lap, gesturing toward the astonished Xiaoyu and Guyan, saying, "Come, Wan, greet your older brothers." "Hello, brothers." The little girl was quite perceptive, waving at Xiaoyu and Guyan. "Greetings, greetings." Xiaoyu and Guyan waved goodbye to the little girl, yet their hearts were tumultuous with a myriad of emotions. It turned out that Jiang Yongbin had already become a father. Jiang Yongbin casually shut down his computer, for he had promised his wife that he would play games no later than 9 in the evening. After rising from his seat, he suddenly lowered his voice and said to Xiaoyu, "My account currently stands at 1,124 points. Within 3 days, I can elevate it to 1,700 for 1,000 yuan. Are you in?" Xiaoyu was taken aback for a moment, instantly recognizing Jiang Yongbin's good intentions. The notion of boosting ranks was merely a fade. The true aim was to enable him to earn money. "Brother Jiang, you have already assisted us tremendously. If you genuinely wish to improve your rank, I can help you with that. There is no need for you to offer me money. That simply won't do. We must keep matters separate if you accept payment. I shall provide you with the account tomorrow. If you refuse, I shall seek assistance elsewhere." Xiaoyu turned to Guyan, seeking his opinion, but Jiang Yongbin urged, "What are you looking at him for? We're all grown men here, so stop hesitating. Just give a clear answer. Are you in or not?" Since they had already made their stance clear, Xiaoyu did not wish to be overly sentimental. "I need the account by tomorrow at the latest, and I promise to credit you with 2,000 points. Jiang Yongbin slammed the table, declaring, "Then it's settled. 2,000 points, 2,000 yuan. What? Why only 2,000? Xiaoyu yearned to engage in further debate, yet Jiang Yongbin had already taken his daughter in his arms, exclaiming, "Let us depart, Wan. If we linger any longer, Mother shall become irate." Beneath the shadows of the night at the foot of Xiangshan, the Qingqing community stands as a testament to opulence. In the invaluable heart of Beijing, this luxurious enclave spans 250,000 square meters and boasts a mere 151 villas, each possessing private courtyards and gardens ranging from 700 to 1,200 square meters, allowing the scent of wealth to waft through the air even from a distance. In her chamber, Xiaoyu lay upon her bed, a phone clasped in her hands. Despite her heavy eyelids signaling fatigue, she resisted the embrace of sleep. For over an hour, she had maintained this state, her initial anticipation gradually morphing into a profound sense of discontent and minor resentment. The clock on the wall ticked rhythmically, and as the hour hand crossed the 12th, Xiaoyu could no longer withstand the urge. With a gentle closure of her eyes, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, far in the suburbs, Xiaoyu celebrated yet another victory, his score climbing to an impressive 1,191 points. After nearly 4 hours of relentless effort, he began to feel a sense of monotony. Guyan, seemingly struggling to advance in points, inquired of Xiaoyu, "Would you care for some instant noodles? Perhaps we should take a brief respite." Xiaoyu nodded and said, "I do not want the old pickled vegetables. Anything else is fine." Guyan stood up and walked towards the bar, murmuring, "Isn't the old pickled vegetables delicious? I actually quite enjoy them." Xiaoyu Dao, I don't quite fancy it. There seems to be an unpleasant odor reminiscent of stinky feet. Guyan shot Xiaoyu a disgruntled glance, exclaiming, "How could there possibly be a smell of stinky feet?" Before long, the child, Yushin, returned with an abundance of delectable treats. "Goodness, have you won the lottery? Didn't your grandfather just give you 200 yuan? No. It was Brother Jiang who instructed the front desk staff, saying that if we wished for something to eat in the middle of the night, we should not be charged. So, I took a bit more, hee. Wow, you were truly generous. But you shouldn't eat. I'll take care of it myself." Wait. I meant you're generous, but I too am quite practical. At this moment, Xiaoyu quickly yielded, realizing it was not the time to be obstinate over trifles. Guyan then handed him a pack of instant noodles, along with a bag of potato chips and a box of luncheon meat. "By the way, just now Wei Xiao sent me a message asking for your QQ number. He wishes to add you as a friend, and I have provided it." Xiaoyu was preoccupied with handling the luncheon meat, absent-mindedly nodding his head. Yet, in the next instant, he froze in place. "This is bad. This is dire." Guyan was taken aback as he watched Xiaoyu toss the luncheon meat aside and frantically attempt to log into his QQ account. "Hey, is it really necessary? It's merely that Wei Xiao wishes to add you as a friend, isn't it?" Xiaoyu disregarded Guyan and swiftly logged onto the QQ account he had just registered the previous day. Instantly, the iconic notification sound echoed through his headphones. Xiaoyu swiftly clicked on the pulsating penguin icon in the lower right corner of his desktop, and 2 friend requests promptly appeared on the screen. One was from You Smile Beautifully, requesting to add him as a friend, with a timestamp of 11:56. The last request came from an emo girl, marked at 1:24. Xiaoyu firmly tapped his head and muttered to himself, "I knew I had forgotten something, this forgetful mind of mine." Guyan, still perplexed by the situation, interjected, "Yes, that S-Smile, his QQ nickname is the same as his League of Legends ID. By the way, who is this last emo girl? Could it be an old friend of yours? After all, your League of Legends ID is emo, isn't it?" In truth, Xiaoyu was equally bewildered by this nickname. Could this truly be the QQ number of the girl who had handed him wet wipes earlier that afternoon? What an uncanny coincidence. With a mix of apprehension, Xiaoyu accepted 2 friend requests and then opened the chat window of the last emo girl, intending to greet her, yet found himself at a loss for words. How should he initiate the conversation? After much hesitation, Xiaoyu ultimately decided to seek advice from Guyan. Without a moment's thought, Guyan suggested, "Just send a smiling face emoji. Yes, that smiling emoji. Are you sure it's reliable?" "Trust me, it's definitely reliable." "All right. I'll take your word for it." Xiaoyu nodded solemnly, as if to further convince himself, then clenched his teeth and pressed send. The yellow smiley face transformed into a stream of data, swiftly traversing half of Beijing, arriving at the foot of Xiangshan. Ding dong. The crisp chime of a phone notification echoed in the quiet room. Xiaoyu jolted awake, hastily groping around the bed until she finally found her phone. Unlocking it, she was overwhelmed with joy upon seeing the friend request accepted. Opening QQ, the seemingly harmless and courteous smile stirred a flicker of emotion within her. "Humph. You added me this afternoon, and only accepted now? And you still have the nerve to smile." She promptly replied with an enraged emoji. Hey, a message. A message. Guyan seemed even more excited than Xiaoyu, staying awake so late just to reply immediately. "Surely, you've been anxious these past days trying to find her. Quickly ask, where exactly is your home?" What are you saying? I don't understand." "What do you mean you don't understand? Isn't this your old friend? The name even has emo in it. Ask him where you live. What your parents' names are. This makes no sense. I only registered this QQ account yesterday. Where would my old friends add me? This is a girl I met this afternoon at the TGA venue." "A girl?" Guyan stared at Xiaoyu as if he were a stranger for a long moment. Then said, Well, you with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, you're hiding it well." "Xiaoyu? Wet wipe sister? You're the wet wipe sister? That's truly unpleasant." In 3 sentences, the 2 hearts hanging in the chat box simultaneously relaxed. The code matched. "How do you know my name? This afternoon you still called me Little Child God of War, didn't you?" I just knew. I also know that because you're not the Little Child God of War, your team was reported and disqualified from the competition. I even know that the injury on your forehead was inflicted by the home team. How do you know everything? Do you know someone in the tournament organizers? Don't ask, I just know. Enough, I won't chat with you anymore. I have to sleep early. I have things to do tomorrow. But remember, you kept me waiting from afternoon until midnight. I'm keeping tabs on this. I'll settle it with you later. The other side quickly sent 3 messages, and their avatar turned gray. Xiaoyu could only manage to type a brief goodnight before the conversation abruptly came to a close, leaving his heart feeling desolate. Just as he was about to close the chat window, the gray avatar lit up once more. This time, it was a voice message. Look at the time. It's time to say good morning, you fool. Indeed, it was the voice of Wet Wipe Sister, but in the background, there were other sounds, seemingly related to hurrying to sleep or catching an early flight. Xiaoyu changed her contact name to Wet Wipe Sister and reluctantly closed the chat window. A sudden feeling of unease washed over her, and she turned to see Gu Yin, slurping instant noodles with a look of disdain directed at her. How did you two meet? Is she beautiful? I recall you haven't engaged in many solo activities. How did you manage to sneakily charm a girl? Just focus on your noodles. Come on, that's not fair. Share some details with me. Enough chatter, finish your meal and get back to work. Right now, we are guests under someone else's roof. Although Brother Jiang is quite considerate towards us, we cannot rely on him indefinitely. We need to earn some money. Upon mentioning this, Gu Yin also set aside his curiosity. After devouring a few more bites of noodles, he patted his stomach and said, "You're absolutely right. I have a task that could land in the top 20. If I strive to win 3 more rounds tonight, I should be able to complete it, which would net me around 1,000 yuan. At this point, he cast a glance at Xiaoyu, his expression a mix of complexity and intrigue. Xiaoyu replied with irritation, "Speak your mind. Your hesitance is quite discomforting to witness. However, if your intention is to inquire about that girl, I suggest you refrain from doing so." No. What I meant to say is, do you think we will still be able to compete in the future? Compete? What could possibly hinder us? As long as we properly report next time, we should be fine. Surely, today's incident will not lead to our complete exclusion. No. My point is, upon our return, the club owner will undoubtedly be quite furious. Xiaoyu hesitated before responding, carefully weighing his words before he spoke. Gu Yin, remember, we currently have no money, which makes everything inconvenient. However, if we have money, even if the club disbands, we will not starve. As long as we do not starve. Given our abilities, it will not be difficult to find a new team. Therefore, it is futile to think of anything else now. We must diligently complete our tasks and earn as much as we can. Do you understand? Gu Yin looked at Xiaoyu, paused for a moment in silence, and nodded. Yes, you are right. Making money is the priority now. We have eaten well, so let us begin to accumulate points. Once they resumed their quest for points, the two of them played vigorously until dawn. Perhaps due to their youth, both were full of energy. After experiencing so much during the day, they managed to stay awake all night, emerging at dawn still spirited and showing no signs of fatigue. At this point, they were unaware of just how crucial abundant energy is for a professional esports player. By 6 in the morning, Xiaoyu's account had reached 1443 points. He opened the match history, which displayed a clean streak of victories, having not suffered a single defeat throughout the night. On the other hand, Gu Yin only needed to win 3 more matches to complete his task, but he was placed in a higher rank, which slowed his matchmaking process. Often, by the time Xiaoyu finished a match, he had yet to find an opponent. To make matters worse, he lost a match in the middle of the night, which meant he needed to play 2 more games to make up for the lost progress. This represented the greatest challenge faced by a substitute player. Efficiency was paramount, especially at higher ranks where even a single defeat was intolerable. Fortunately, Gu Yin was also quite skilled. As dawn approached, the matchmaking speed increased, allowing him to carry 3 consecutive matches and successfully enter the top 20 of the national server. With the task completed, Gu Yin breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Xiaoyu, who was controlling iiMaster to eliminate opponents with reckless abandon. Upon glancing at the match statistics, he saw 36 kills, 2 deaths, and 7 assists. What is your current score? Will you reach 1500 today? Xiaoyu gently touched his nose and proceeded to operate with one hand without delay. It was not even a full day yet. It was now 7 o'clock. And in another hour, the task would nearly be complete. An hour? 1500 points? Ah, didn't you say yesterday that you reached 1500? Could I have remembered incorrectly? No, I mean, you gained 500 points overnight. Ah, was it that difficult? Gu Yin observed Xiaoyu's utterly indifferent expression, feeling both admiration and an urge to punch him. Xiaoyu, noticing Gu Yin's skepticism, promptly returned to the city to replenish his equipment and restore his status. He then rallied his teammates to group in the mid lane, swiftly concluding the game. Opening the scoreboard, he turned the screen towards Gu Yin and said, "See, I told you I wasn't deceiving you." Previously, while waiting in line, Gu Yin had observed Xiaoyu play a few matches. Given Xiaoyu's prowess, it was evident he could dominate without restraint in this tier. However, Upon examining the score sheet now, Guyan realized that Xiao Yu's mastery extended far beyond merely controlling the Thunder in the lower ranks last night. The scoreboard displayed a sea of green performance indicators, devoid of any hint of red. His most frequently used champion was Master Yi, with each match yielding no fewer than 20 kills. And the overwhelming majority of games concluded within 20 minutes, with several even finishing in under 20. It was evident that from the moment the match commenced, he swiftly overwhelmed his opponents, leading them either to forfeit at 20 or to crumble under pressure, abandoning the mid-lane defense and allowing a straightforward push. Such occurrences might be excused for 1 or 2 games, but an entire night of over 20 matches with such a terrifying consistency was beyond comprehension. Guyan felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth as he silently apologized to the souls fallen beneath Master Yi's blade, astounded by the brutality displayed. What an intense slaughter, he thought. Yet, there was no alternative. This tier held little significance for him, and regardless of how many matches he played, there was no real improvement to be gained. He could only regard it as a mere transaction, aiming to conclude swiftly and collect his rewards. By the way, he added, it seems you have a particular fondness for Master Yi, don't you? Xiao Yu shrugged. It wasn't so much about liking it as it was the swiftness with which this hero dispatched foes. All right then, continue your slaying. I've completed my tasks for this account. Once the other side goes online, these 2 accounts can be synchronized. How do we handle the payment? Just clock in, right? By the way, do you have a bank card? Do I look like someone who possesses a bank card? I don't even have an ID. Then what shall we do? What can we do? Just transfer it directly to your card. That works. Later, I can withdraw it and give you cash. No need for that. Just keep it in your card for now. However, I do hope to take on some more challenging tasks in the future. It would make the game more enjoyable and profitable. At 8:30 in the morning, Xiao Yu finally finished his tasks. With summer in full swing, young students began to trickle into the internet CAF. Guyan handed 2 tasks over to the members of the boosting group and turned to Xiao Yu, asking, are you tired? Are you going to sleep when you get back? Xiao Yu originally intended to upgrade his account, but upon hearing Guyan's words, he suddenly realized a troubling thought. Why haven't Jean and the others come down yet? Surely, they aren't still mourning over yesterday's events, are they? I don't know. Perhaps they are still reeling from it. Not everyone is as carefree as us, Guyan murmured. Xiao Yu shook his head, sensing that matters might not be as straightforward as they appeared. Fortunately, there exists a common trait among the Chinese people. They are easily swayed by words. Each person embodies the spirit of Cao Cao, ready to act upon mere suggestion. As the 2 continued their conversation, Jin Haomiao and his entourage descended with great fanfare. Xiao Yu gazed into the distance, and his heart sank abruptly. Every face was etched with sorrow, and many were burdened with heavy bags. This was decidedly ominous. You 2 should cease your games for now. Let us dine together, for there are matters to discuss. Jin Haomiao's tone was composed. Yet even the slow-witted Guyan sensed something amiss at that moment. Brother Jin, I possess a considerable capacity for endurance. To give me a hint, surely the matter at hand is not a pleasant one? Xiao Yu swiftly powered down the machine and, as he rose, could not help but inquire. Jin Haomiao turned back, sighed, and replied, yes, our team has disbanded. The club owner has absconded. They found themselves once more in the familiar dumpling restaurant, occupying the same table as the day prior. The entire Han Palace team, from the captain to the players, along with the recently joined Xiao Yu, sat in silence around the table, 7 individuals enveloped in their thoughts. In truth, this was perhaps for the best. Hu Ning, not particularly fond of smoking, took a deep drag from his cigarette, only to succumb to a fit of coughing. We are no longer children, despite claiming to be professional players. We merely spend our days gaming in internet cafes. I want to hide it from you all. Before coming here, my family had already arranged a match for me, intending for me to marry. Yet, after so many years of playing games and achieving a degree of success, I am loath to simply abandon it all. Hence, I argued with my family for quite some time, and ultimately, they conceded to allow me to join you. However, I made a promise before leaving. If I do not achieve any significant results this time, I shall obediently marry and seek employment like any ordinary person. Hu Ning, the eldest in the team at 25, indeed found himself at the age where one typically settles down. Yet, prior to his confessions, none had been aware of the immense pressure weighing upon him. Jin Haomiao opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately chose instead to take a deep drag from his cigarette, allowing a large plume of smoke to envelop his face, concealing his expression behind the haze. Xiao Yu could empathize with Jin Haomiao's feelings and understood that at this juncture, No one had the right to advise Hu Ning. As he articulated, this group of individuals constantly proclaimed themselves as professional players, yet at their core, they were merely a collection of internet-addicted youths loitering in cyber CFS. The allure of being professional players was a mere facade. Clubs were often backed by affluent sponsors, a pleasant facade that belied the harsh reality. Beneath the glitzy exterior lay a grim truth. Years without a salary, relying solely on meager competition bonuses and occasional boosting services to sustain their ability to game while avoiding starvation. Perhaps teams like we could guarantee a stable income for their players, but how many such teams existed in the domestic sphere? Moreover, a salary of $5,000 to $6,000 per month at we was not particularly impressive in the broader job market, where numerous opportunities offered similar or better remuneration with greater long-term stability, not merely a fleeting career dependent on youthful vigor. To illustrate, one need not look far for examples. Even Han Gong, a well-regarded club in the country, found its League of Legends division among the top 8 in the national tournament. Yet, this prestigious team faced the same plight as others, players who struggled year after year without pay, subsisting on instant noodles, often too frugal to add a sausage. Ningguo, I understand this TGA has dealt a heavy blow to you, but in 2 months, the OGN summer season will commence. Shall we strive once more? Wu Junyang sought to rally hope, asserting that with Xiaoyu and Gu Yin on their side, they were no longer the same, they were stronger now. Indeed, Ningguo. Lu Jilin chimed in, with over 2 months until the OGN summer season, we can seek sponsorships and find a new club. Hu Ning raised his head and downed half a bottle of snow beer, wiping his mouth as he spoke. Brothers, do you not comprehend? Even if we were to win the championship, what would it matter? To others, we remain a bunch of aimless, internet-addicted youths. After the competition, we return to cyber CAFS, scrimping and saving while awaiting our prize money, enjoying a few days of relative comfort only to revert to instant noodles and bread. Can we support our families with the scant wages from the club and those paltry bonuses? Can we afford a home? Will anyone regard us with respect? No. Aside from allowing us to spend more time online and purchase a few virtual credits, it serves no purpose whatsoever. Consider Jiangge, he has left gaming behind, enjoying a warm family life, far superior to our plight. He comes from a well-off family and can step away from gaming to become a businessman. But what about us? In a few years, when our gaming days are over, with no spouse, no home, and no job, how will we survive? Will we continue to rely on our parents? After all these years, it's time to mature, brothers. His words, though softly spoken, resonated profoundly, plunging everyone into silence. Indeed, every situation possesses duality. The realm between black and white is an endless expanse of gray. Every professional gamer may profess their love for the game, espousing dreams, attempting to envelop themselves in all manner of beautiful rhetoric. From one perspective, this holds true, yet from another, one finds themselves cloistered in a dimly lit cyber CAF, losing the ability to earn a living, subsisting on a meager allowance from parents to merely scrape by. Perhaps one possesses a talent that enables them to triumph over countless others who share the same gaming aspirations, ultimately standing atop the highest podium. But then what? Excelling in a corporate environment, outperforming all colleagues, is a tangible reward. Can one truly capitalize on their gaming prowess? Are they not still just internet-addicted youths? Enduring hardship is not fearful. The real fear lies in the absence of a future. Pursuing a professional gaming career is a path fraught with uncertainty and devoid of promise. However, I have heard whispers of Tencent striving to establish a legitimate league that may take shape as early as next year. Gu Yin, with his low emotional intelligence, remained silent, still contemplating how to further persuade Hu Ning. Hu Ning, with a wry smile, patted Gu Yin on the shoulder. You are still young, and many experiences lie ahead of you. I have been entrenched in this circle for nearly 5 years. Since my first year, people have been proclaiming that the next year will be better, that it will be more regulated. Yet, how many years have passed, and nothing has changed? I do not wish to dampen your enthusiasm, including yours, Xiaoyu. You excel in League of Legends, and I hope you find a better future through it. But I also hope you do not suffer a tragic fate because of it. Especially you, Xiaoyu. Your background remains a mystery, and you must be aware of your circumstances. Xiaoyu curled his lips in disdain, glancing around before he casually withdrew a white cigarette from Jin Haomiao's possession. He then produced a lighter and ignited it, taking a deep drag. The acrid smoke swirled within his lungs for a moment before he exhaled, murmuring with satisfaction, "Ah, that feels good." Xiaoyu's series of actions unfolded with a dexterity reminiscent of his champions, Vayne, Gragas, and Ari, leaving everyone in a state of astonished disbelief. Shortly thereafter, He seized a bottle of beer, deftly clinking it with Hu Ning's, and tilted his head back, downing the entire contents in a single motion. Brother Ning, my situation differs from yours. My mind is a blank slate, save for the knowledge of how to play League of Legends. Since yesterday, fragments of memories have flitted through my mind, yet they bear little significance, merely connected to League of Legends, the specifics of which are likely known only to a ghost. Thus, I must press on. Perhaps one day fortune will favor me, and everything will come flooding back. However, I must assert that regardless of what the future holds in my gaming journey, I shall continue on with determination. Should Tencent indeed establish that so-called league next year, I will certainly take the plunge for you, and I shall share a portion of my future career with you. Hu Ning said nothing, picking up his remaining half bottle of beer, mirroring Xiao Yu's actions as he clinked his bottle against Xiao Yu's before downing it in one go. It was then that Jin Haomiao spoke up. Now that the air has been cleared, I shall not withhold any longer. Hu Ning has already booked his train ticket for this afternoon. My brother and I are planning to secure tickets for the 9 o'clock train. Jiling, what are your plans with Xiao San? Lu Jiling replied in a subdued tone. I intend to return to my hometown tomorrow. Liang Xiaosan took a sip of beer before looking up at Xiao Yu and asking, what are your plans? You have no identification or residence registration. Surely you cannot end up homeless? Jin Haomiao interjected. You could accompany us back to Zhengzhou. Once there, it would be in my domain, and I can look after you. Your identification can be replaced gradually. Xiao Yu, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, I can sustain myself through my current practice matches. Brother Jiang mentioned yesterday that he would accompany me to the police station to file a report and gradually obtain a new ID. Therefore, I intend to stay here a while longer, perhaps to find a team. I am resolutely committed to pursuing this path in League of Legends. Even if I encounter insurmountable obstacles, Gu Yin immediately responded, I will join you. If we do not make a name for ourselves on this journey, I shall be too ashamed to face my grandfather upon my return. Liang Xiaosan nodded in agreement. Then I shall accompany you both for a few days. In fact, I was contacted recently by a newly established team based in BJ. I will reach out to them and inquire if we might join forces. Jin Haomiao raised his glass and proclaimed, Very well. You three are undoubtedly the strongest in our team. Since you wish to continue competing, I shall wholeheartedly support you. They exchanged contact information, assuring one another that they would offer assistance whenever needed. Now, we have said all that needs to be said. Let this meal serve as our farewell feast. Despite the robust exchanges earlier, the atmosphere grew heavy when the term farewell feast was uttered. Only Gu Yin remained unfazed. He abstained from alcohol, quickly downing half a cup of tea, and said, Enough talk. Let us order. Hu Ning was the first to depart. When the moment of parting finally arrived, even the carefree Xiao Yu felt a tumult of emotions akin to a mixed bag of flavors. Following him were the brothers Jin Haomiao and Jin Haoyang. Before leaving, Jin Haoyang entrusted his phone to Xiao Yu, while Jin Haomiao left behind 500 yuan. The farewell felt like a wound that could never fully heal. After bidding farewell to Jin Haomiao and Jin Haoyang, it was time for Lu Jilin to take his leave. Thus, the League of Legends team at Han Palace Club disbanded. When or if they might reconvene was no longer of consequence. The following day, Xiao Yu set aside a full day for administrative matters. Jiang Yongbin took him to the police station to file a report, where the process of obtaining a new ID required a plethora of procedures and documents, compelling Xiao Yu to wait with patience. After exiting the police station, Jiang Yongbin led him to procure a new mobile phone card. Upon returning to the internet CAF, Xiao Yu realized that a new chapter in his life was about to unfold. Guo Junyang busily contacted the team he had mentioned earlier, and they informed him to await further news, promising a response within 3 days at the latest. Since being inspired by Xiao Yu's determination to prioritize earning money, Gu Yin had plunged into an intense practice regimen. His performance in ranked matches far surpassed that in competitions. He had mastered all 5 roles: top, jungle, mid, AD, and support. Due to his relentless ascent, 4 of the top 10 players in the national server were his accounts. Recently, discussions had begun to circulate in forums about him, with titles such as Ranked God, Climbing Machine, and Prodigious Youth emerging in abundance. Ultimately, a comparison of the most formidable players in the national ranked scene resulted in him being dubbed one of the 3 pillars of the national server. The other 2 pillars were Ruofeng and Clearlove, who had encountered both Xiao Yu and Gu Yin just days prior. The term 3 pillars of the national server implied that upon encountering any of these 3 in ranked matches, one could simply lie back and await the spoils. Xiao Yu is currently occupied with boosting Jiang Yongbin's account, a lucrative endeavor worth 2,000 yuan. Given the substantial assistance Jiang Yongbin has provided, Xiaoyu. Despite his reluctance to engage in lower-tier matches, must bow to the allure of monetary gain. Jiang Yongbin indeed harbors a fondness for the game League of Legends. As Xiaoyu aids him in ranking up, he observes intently from behind, both admiring the gameplay and absorbing the techniques. After a full day of effort, Xiaoyu finally elevated the account to 1,800 points. However, during dinner that evening, Jiang Yongbin, feeling confident that he had grasped the essence of Xiaoyu's skill, succumbed to the temptation of playing himself. This indulgence led to a disheartening streak of 3 consecutive defeats, resulting in a staggering loss of 54 points. Xiaoyu has been unable to find time to upgrade his account in recent days. He had hoped to play through the night after finishing his meal, believing he could nearly achieve his goal and then enjoy his account. However, to his astonishment, he lost 54 points during just the time it took to eat, leaving him in disbelief. Jiang Yongbin also felt embarrassed and openly suggested increasing Xiaoyu's funding. Xiaoyu, feeling reluctant to accept, replied that if additional funds were to be provided, they would need to pay for the internet service normally in the future. Only then did Jiang Yongbin relent. Since Jiang Yongbin had created a predicament, Xiaoyu naturally had to assist in rectifying it. Upon reclaiming his account, Xiaoyu immediately embarked on a new journey to climb the ranks. As Jiang Yongbin's account reached over 1,600 points, the caliber of opponents matched began to show a marked increase. In the past, Xiaoyu could effortlessly select any champion and dominate the battlefield, relentlessly pursuing the enemy to their demise. However, now he must carefully assess the team composition before making a judicious choice of hero. It is not that Master Yi is incapable of securing victory at this rank, but rather that he must maintain efficiency in his gameplay, striving for a swift and secure triumph. Yet, it is evident that this champion does not fulfill such requirements, with a sound reminiscent of a blade being unsheathed. The new match has commenced. Xiaoyu was fortunate this time, securing the second floor, thus eliminating the need for auxiliary support. After the first floor's bans, the jungler was selected as Dragon Lady, and Xiaoyu promptly locked in Card Master on the second floor. In the afternoon, Jiang Yongbin had observed Xiaoyu's Card Master play, which was nothing short of a delight. He decimated his opponents in lane and provided global support with his ultimate, leaving the adversaries utterly defenseless. Currently, Jiang Yongbin's greatest pastime is watching Xiaoyu elevate his rank, and before each game, he diligently checks the opponent's performance using the Duo 1 box. This occasion was no exception, but upon investigation, a rather unusual discovery was made. To his astonishment, the opposing Master of Metal boasted an impeccable record across 2 pages, consistently achieving over 20 kills per match, much like Xiaoyu, also a professional booster. Xiaoyu cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Yongbin's computer screen and shrugged indifferently. It matters not. However, upon further reflection, he realized that they were not limited to just the Metal Master as their booster. Easy was also among them. Look. In a single match, encountering 2 boosters piqued Xiaoyu's interest. He glanced at Easy's performance, which was comparable to that of the Metal Master, both boasting nearly 20 consecutive victories. Xiaoyu shook his shoulders, adopting a markedly serious demeanor. Upon entering the game, he promptly communicated with his teammates, informing them that the Iron Man and Easy were smurf accounts, urging them to play conservatively in the bottom lane, and suggesting they wait for his assistance once he reached level 6. However, while his teammates verbally acknowledged his advice, their actions betrayed a complete disregard for it. Within less than 3 minutes of the match's commencement, the bottom lane fell victim to Easy, who secured first blood, and shortly thereafter, the top lane succumbed to a solo kill by the Iron Man. In contrast, the Fox, who was matched against Xiaoyu, evidently prepared for a passive victory, lurking beneath the tower and utilizing skills to farm minions, thereby denying Xiaoyu any opportunity for a solo kill. In the early stages of the match, Xiaoyu failed to establish a significant advantage in the landing phase, while the opposing duo unleashed a relentless killing spree, treating their counterpart as mere minions to be dispatched. At the 17-minute mark, the kill count stood at an alarming 7-26, with Xiaoyu's team securing only 7 eliminations compared to the 26 of their adversaries. Xiaoyu felt a bit bewildered. As he witnessed the flames of battle reignite in the bottom lane, he promptly activated his ultimate ability to provide support, boasting an impressive record of 6 kills, 0 deaths, and 1 assist. However, upon landing, he was swiftly eliminated by Ezreal's barrage of attacks, an AQWA combo that left him utterly defenseless. Goodness, that hurts so much. I suppose it's time to concede. Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears, only able to type on the public screen, "Brothers, we can't win this round, let it be." Then he switched to all chat. "Let's push mid. as the crystal of their base shattered. Xiaoyu finally experienced his first defeat since opening his eyes in the Han Palace Players' Lounge. Gu Yin and Guo Junyang had been eagerly awaiting this moment. The instant the base exploded, Xiaoyu hadn't even had the chance to click to end the game before they approached him. Wow, you finally lost. Who was the opponent that managed to defeat you? Losing one match is just losing. If I never lost, wouldn't that make me invincible? Xiaoyu endeavored to maintain an air of nonchalance, reminding himself that it was merely a game, and losing would not cost him anything substantial. However, upon speaking, outsiders discerned an unusual undertone in his voice. Was he truly upset? It seemed improbable that Xiaoyu, with his resilient mindset, would allow an ordinary rank match to provoke such emotions. Jiang Yongbin consoled him, remarking, "Oh, I detect a hint of defiance in your tone. Surely, it's not that serious. It's merely a standard rank match." Guo Junliang chimed in, "Exactly. Losing one match costs you 21 points, while winning adds 25. With your skill, you could easily recover 2,000 points in a single day." Gu Yin added, "Your prior winning streak was formidable. The system will inevitably match you against stronger opponents, so do not dwell on a single loss." Each of their sentiments held merit, yet as Xiaoyu listened, an unsettling feeling grew within him. At that moment, his near-obsessive desire to win startled even himself. He found it difficult to come to terms with the recent defeat, despite it being merely an inconsequential match against casual players. No, something was amiss. This almost fanatical fixation on victory could potentially be a valuable asset. Yet it could just as easily lead to disaster. Xiaoyu endeavored to calm himself, acutely aware of the uniqueness of the personality traits he was currently exhibiting. His amnesia had robbed him not only of his identity but also of his character and various preferences in life. For instance, during the farewell dinner yesterday, in a moment of despondency, he unconsciously seized a cigarette from Jin Haomiao, smoking it with surprising finesse. Furthermore, his capacity for alcohol was remarkable. He could effortlessly down an entire bottle of snowflake beer, and after a hearty belch, he conversed as if nothing were amiss, his demeanor untroubled and composed. Xiaoyu sincerely feels as though he is engaged in a cryptic game, gradually unraveling the enigma of his own identity as time unfolds. He appears as a child of merely 10 years, yet adeptly indulges in smoking and drinking abilities that hardly merit commendation. In this nebulous self, another layer of mystery has been unveiled. He is a zealot, obsessively driven by the pursuit of victory. It is precisely this obsession that propels Xiaoyu to conduct a rapid review of the recent match within the confines of his mind, ultimately arriving at a realization. He had deviated from the optimal strategy. Confronted with a formidable opponent, he should not have chosen a champion-like card that is designed for swift support and rhythm control, as these attributes can only be effectively utilized upon reaching level 6 and acquiring the ultimate ability. Unfortunately, his teammates were unable to endure until that moment. They had already succumbed before he could offer assistance, rendering him incapable of overcoming the adversary when the time came. Thus, he should have opted for a champion capable of securing kills from the outset, engaging in a direct comparison of lethality with the opposition. If his kills were not accrued as swiftly as those of his teammates, victory would be elusive. Jiang Yongbin, Gu Yin, and Guo Junyang listened in astonishment as Xiaoyu engaged in such profound self-reflection over a mere loss in a standard ranked match. What was he doing? Was it truly necessary? Xiaoyu paid no heed to Gu Yin and the others. He had already clicked to initiate another match, embarking on a new round of ranked gameplay. Almost instantaneously, the system matched him with an opponent, and upon entering the room, Xiaoyu found himself once again in the 5th position. However, unlike his previous nonchalant demeanor, where he claimed to be capable of playing any role in carrying the game, he now approached the situation with a different mindset. Upon realizing he was in the 5th position, he promptly declared, "5th position mid laner. If not granted, I shall concede." Behind him, Gu Yin interjected, "You really don't need to take that approach. Simply inform them that you are a 5th position substitute, and your record is verifiable." "Oh, is that so?" Xiaoyu suddenly came to a realization and quickly added, "5th floor, rank boosting, performance verifiable." After a brief silence in the chat box, it immediately buzzed with excitement. "Wow, so you really are a booster. How many consecutive victories have you achieved? Just today. You seem to have had an off day with a 4-game losing streak. It appears the last match was a complete disaster. Damn, previously it was like slaughtering pigs. Truly terrifying." Ahem, Jiang Yongbin cleared his throat. He was indeed the chief culprit behind the 4 consecutive defeats. Xiaoyu glanced back at him, and then typed, "It was my cousin playing just now." "Oh, I see. So what position do you wish to play?" "Mid." "All right. No problem. This game rests upon your prowess, O master. Amidst the continuous flattery from his teammates, it was finally Xiaoyu's turn to select a hero. He hesitated not for long, directing his mouse towards the red-haired maiden. Are you ready to deal with the trouble? Wow, Katarina. Is this the moment to unleash the slaughter? Xiaoyu had just finalized his selection when Gu Yin was the first to exclaim in excitement. Wu Junyang, who had been engrossed in Deep Abyss gameplay, abandoned his session to witness the impending storm that Xiaoyu would unleash in the canyon. As the countdown approached its conclusion and he was about to enter the loading screen, Xiaoyu let out a soft exclamation. Wow. Jiang Yongbin echoed in surprise. It's them again. The previous match had featured the Iron Man and Easy on the opposing team, but this time, Iron Man had been replaced by Nocturne. And Easy by Akali. Are they playing together? Gu Junyang inquired. Jiang Yongbin quickly accessed the statistics of both players through a gaming platform and responded, no. They are not a duo. They merely happened to face each other in consecutive matches. Wow, what terrible luck to encounter the same opponents twice in a row. Gu Yin remarked from behind Xiaoyu. That's just how this rank is. It can be quite challenging. Xiaoyu flexed his fingers, coldly remarking, this time. It may not merely be my misfortune. Perhaps it is theirs. Soon, the loading bar completed, and the game commenced in earnest. In the mid lane, Xiaoyu finds himself pitted against Akali, a matchup he relishes. After all, facing a Smurf is far more preferable than having teammates inadvertently hand over kills. Moreover, the thrill of directly confronting someone who has taken his share of resources reignites his fierce competitive spirit. When enemies meet, the animosity is palpable. Xiaoyu's aggressive landing style has always been formidable, but this time it has reached a new level of audacity. At the very onset of the first wave of minions, he boldly engaged in a health trade. At 3 minutes and 14 seconds, the Nightmare seized the opportunity to ambush Xiaoyu and Akali when their health was low. However, Xiaoyu swiftly retreated into the jungle, drawing Akali out of tower range before executing a precise E-step to close the distance, applying Ignite, and unleashing the damage from his W, Death Steal, while simultaneously triggering a speed boost to deliver 2 swift auto attacks. Akali was left with barely a sliver of health, attempting to flash back to the safety of her tower, but the moment she did, Katarina's Q had already been cast, and the bouncing daggers claimed her last breath, resulting in first blood. After the kill, Xiaoyu flashed over the wall into the river, realizing Xiaoyu was about to escape. The Nightmare immediately followed suit with his own flash. Yet, he overlooked the fact that Katarina's ultimate had a cooldown of 15 seconds after a kill, while her other abilities refreshed instantly. Utilizing the refreshed E-step, Xiaoyu deftly maneuvered over the wall, successfully evading the Nightmare. Faced with an ambush, he calmly retaliated and then executed a graceful escape, leaving his opponent in the dust. In this initial skirmish, Xiaoyu emerged victorious, outsmarting 2 challenger accounts, claiming 1 life, and baiting out 2 flashes, only to slip away seamlessly. As this spectacle unfolded, the onlookers, including Gu Yin and others, began to sense that this match was destined to escalate into a dramatically exaggerated massacre. Indeed, this proved to be the case. At the 7-minute mark, during a dragon fight, Xiaoyu unleashed a deadly flurry upon his adversaries, securing 3 more kills. Katarina, a champion of significant prowess akin to a more powerful version of Master Yi, becomes utterly ruthless when she gains an advantage. Especially for a player of Xiaoyu's caliber, even the slightest edge can snowball into an overwhelming lead. What he possesses now is not merely a small advantage, but a substantial 4 kills. The slaughter commenced at this moment. By the 17-minute mark, the kill count stood at 21-5, but this time the roles were completely reversed, with Xiaoyu boasting 21 kills against his opponent's mere 5. Xiaoyu's personal performance is nothing short of astonishing, boasting a record of 20 kills, 0 deaths, and 1 assist. With a participation rate of 100 in team engagements and an identical kill participation rate. In stark contrast, his counterpart Akali, a hired player, finds himself in a rather dire predicament, recording only 1 kill, 8 deaths, and 1 assist. Another hired player, Nocturne, fares slightly better with 2 kills, 0 deaths, and 0 assists. Although his record is positive, it pales in comparison to Xiaoyu's formidable Katarina. Unlike the previous match where Xiaoyu felt helpless, the 2 hired players on the opposing team evidently believed that there was still a chance to turn the tide, as the message regarding the mid lane push never materialized in the chat. However, it was clear that Xiaoyu was playing with a sense of personal vendetta this time. If they wished to continue the fight, he was in no rush to push towers, as he was intent on furthering his own kill count. By the 28th minute, the match had already witnessed 46 kills, with Xiaoyu single-handedly accounting for 32 of them, far exceeding the duration of the game itself. The entire Summoner's Rift bore the remnants of Xiaoyu's carnage. Despite the two hired players' refusal to concede, a glance at Katarina's impressive inventory, featuring Sorcerer's Shoes, a fully stacked Magi's Soul Stealer, Zhonya's Hourglass, a Rabadon's Death Gap, and a Hextech Rocket Belt, revealed that their teammates' morale had crumbled under the pressure. At the 31-minute mark, having amassed 35 kills, Xiaoyu finally exhibited a moment of mercy, leading his teammates to conclude the match. In the IG base, PDD was still engaged in a heated exchange with his AD player just moments before the Nexus exploded. His final message, left unsent, was interrupted by the game's conclusion. "I'll smash you. This Katarina is from this tier. I swear I'll never play League of Legends again." Sun Yalong, casually strolling over with a cigarette in hand, remarked, "What's up? Even hired players can be so brutal. Need me to lend a hand? Oh dear, look at how Akali is playing. 2133. No wonder your teammates are flaming you." Frustrated, PDD retorted, "You haven't seen this Katarina's mechanics. She's definitely a hired player, probably one from Clearlove's team. This scoundrel not only snatched my order, but is now playing sniper too. There is just no respect for industry norms." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Zhenjiang, Zika stared at the glaring red defeat emblem on his screen, feeling as though his Wallace burger had suddenly lost its appeal. Damn, this must be PDD's hired player. Wait. With skills like that, I do believe he is from PDD. He mused. But this Akali, well, I can't blame him. That Katarina is simply too fierce. At that moment, Xiaoyu remained unaware that the two hired players he had decimated in the last match belonged to the largest high-end coaching organizations in the national server, PDD's Endless Studio and Clearlove's Dream Studio. All he knew was that after such a slaughter, his spirits had significantly lifted. Upon entering another ranked match, he felt a surge of delight when he noticed that the opposing Akali was indeed a familiar face from the last game. However, the earlier Nocturne was absent, indicating that these two were not a duo. This time, the opponent selected Ezreal again. Judging by his performance, it was evident that he had a repertoire of champions. But Ezreal was his most favored. As the match commenced, the opposing team sent a question mark, to which Xiaoyu paid no mind, focusing instead on the game as he swiftly eliminated the enemy mid laner, followed by the Ezreal. By the 25th minute, the opposing team could no longer withstand the onslaught and opted to surrender. Upon exiting the game and preparing for another ranked match, a friend request suddenly popped up in the corner of the screen. It was from the previously defeated Ezreal. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiaoyu accepted the request. Almost immediately, a message appeared. "Bro, we're both in this hired player business. Can you spare me a chance?" Xiaoyu felt perplexed. Yet he replied to the other party, "I am not targeting you. I am merely playing ranked matches, and it is the system that dictates the matchups. I have no control over it." PDD responded, "In that case, provide me with a number. How much would you be willing to delay your queue by half an hour? Alternatively, while I am in the queue, refrain from queuing until I have entered the game." Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with interest. Could this be a novel avenue for wealth generation? He promptly responded, "Give me a number, and I'll see if I can accept it." 300, came the swift reply. The deal was sealed. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyu turned to Guyan and said, "Please send me your bank account number. It's a windfall of 300 yuan. Guyan initially appeared bewildered, but as Xiaoyu elucidated the circumstances, he quickly brightened and willingly provided his account number. PDD acted with remarkable efficiency. Within 5 minutes of receiving the account details, the money was transferred. "Xiaoyu, ever the honest soul, tight, the money has been received, you may queue up. And I shall wait for you to enter the game before I proceed." However, today's peculiarities seemed to have multiplied. Xiaoyu patiently awaited PDD's entry into the game before continuing his rank matches, only to encounter his previous nightmare once again. When Jiang Yongbin examined his match history, it became evident that he excelled with two champions, Malphite and Udyr. During their first encounter, he had dominated the lane with Malphite, achieving 7 kills within 10 minutes and demolishing Xiaoyu's top lane turret. This time, he once again selected Malphite, unleashing a flurry of kills in the top lane. Yet, Xiaoyu's Kog'Maw wreaked even greater havoc in the bottom lane, and when the team fight commenced, he executed a flawless retribution, concluding the match by the 26th minute. In Zhenjiang, Shikali Haoyu was infuriated but, after regaining his composure, promptly emulated PDD's approach by sending a friend request to Xiaoyu. "Fine, I cannot defeat you. But perhaps we can be friends?" Li Haoyu grumbled as he dispatched the request. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, situated in the outskirts of BJ, couldn't help but chuckle upon receiving the friend request. Guyan, prepare your bank card. Yet another who? unable to prevail, seeks to join. After paying a protective fee of 500 yuan, Xiaoyu made the same promise to Shika as he had to PDD. And the three embarked on their respective journeys to climb the ranks. At present, the top of the iiMedia rankings was held by Ruo Feng, closely followed by Xiang Duxiu, Pai Xiaoxiu, Jianingzi, Gunbuster, Xiaohai Yushun, and Clear Love, all with ambitions to seize the coveted title of the number one on the national server. They all coveted the throne and stood ready to ascend at any moment. Ruo Feng, with a score of 2,234, had established himself at the pinnacle. Any match exceeding 1,900 points was regarded as a definitive top-tier game on the national server. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Xiaoyu surged to 1,844 points. After a quick instant noodle break, when he re-entered the game, he and Gu Yin were astonished to find themselves matched in the same match. With 10 players on each side, Xiaoyu's 1,844 points marked the lowest in the match, while both opponents and teammates boasted scores starting at 2,000 points. The intensity of the game escalated abruptly, as if a switch had been flipped. In the previous match, Xiaoyu was casually eliminating opponents. But he soon found himself placed in the top tier of the national server, leaving him somewhat unprepared. Fortunately, his solid skills prevailed, despite a back-and-forth battle throughout the game. He ultimately secured victory without much peril. However, from that moment onward, Xiaoyu's queue times began to lengthen. Upon re-entering the game, he was matched against opponents boasting scores exceeding 2,000, including the formidable Liang Xiaosan. Clearly, Xiaoyu's remarkable winning streak had led the system to categorize him among the elite players, despite his score not being particularly high. He was no longer part of the 1,800-point matches. Nevertheless, such matchups had their advantages. Each victory now guaranteed him a minimum of 30 points. The downside was that the previous ease of swiftly pushing through the enemy had vanished. Moreover, these matches consumed considerable time, with the entire process from queuing to banning picks and concluding the game taking nearly an hour. After merely 4 games, dawn had already broken outside. In the latter part of the night, Xiaoyu had achieved 5 wins and 1 loss in the high-stakes matches, propelling him to a score of 1966. Wu Junyang appeared somewhat dispirited. Just as he suggested quitting to catch some sleep, he received a message on QQ. He glanced at it, and his expression transformed dramatically. "Brothers, the team we contacted earlier has replied. They still need players." Yet, as he continued to speak, his voice dwindled, and his initial surprise shifted to a blend of embarrassment and disappointment. Xiaoyu curled his lips in disdain, having long anticipated that matters would not proceed smoothly. "What's the matter?" Gu Junliang sighed as he observed Xiaoyu and Gu Yan. "They only need one person." Gu Yan immediately lowered his head in disappointment, while Xiaoyu maintained his composure and asked, "Have they confirmed when the interview is?" "Tomorrow," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but exhale a sigh of resignation. "Well then, we might as well forego sleep. Let's head over to the dumpling restaurant next door for one last meal together." Gu Yin, born in 1997, was merely 15, still very much a child. Gu Junyang, born in 1993, was 19 and, in a strict sense, still a youth as well. In recent days, the three had spent their time in an internet CAF, practicing games together, and during their leisure moments, they fantasized about all joining the same team and embarking on a professional journey anew. However, news soon arrived that the team only required 1 member, and they urged an early arrival for the tryout, lest they seek others. Having recently faced separation, they found themselves once more at the crossroads of parting, with Gu Yin and Gu Junyang as tender hearts struggling to bear the weight of disappointment, wilting like frostbitten eggplants. At this juncture, it was the youngest, Xiaoyu, who assumed the role of the mediator. Once seated, he promptly handed the menu to Gu Yan. "Order first. This is your forte." With the menu in hand, Gu Yan seemed to regain some spirit, quickly selecting several dishes before sinking back into his gloom. "Come on, you two. There's no need for this," Xiaoyu urged, tapping the table. "I had expected this outcome all along. They couldn't possibly take all 3 of us at once. Just think about it. They're not a startup team without any players. They've been planning for quite some time and undoubtedly have a few candidates in mind. Recruiting more members likely only pertains to filling specific positions. The 3 of us cannot all join the same team unless we form our own. But we are barely able to support ourselves, let alone establish a team. So, let us be realistic. Separation is inevitable. However, let us try to think positively. If fortune smiles upon us, perhaps the next time we meet, it will be as opponents on the battlefield. The thought is rather exciting, don't you think?" After Xiaoyu's analysis and persuasion, Wu Junliang's mood improved somewhat. "Indeed, you make a valid point. However, The issue is that they require someone. And who among us will go? It must be you. Xiaoyu replied without hesitation. Although our acquaintance is brief, I regard all of you as good friends. And thus I shall speak candidly without concern for emotional subtleties. To be frank, disregarding the fact that this team was established through your connections among the three of us. You, Brother San, are the eldest. Both Guyin and I surpass you in terms of strength and potential. Therefore, with this opportunity before us, it would be best for you to seize it first. Guyin and I will have our chances in the future. Guo Junyang nodded, acknowledging. What you say is the truth, and I find nothing objectionable about it. Guyin finally ceased his reticence and remarked, Xiaoyu's reasoning is quite sound, so Brother San, you should proceed with confidence. Furthermore, since that team is located in BJ, should the trial not yield favorable results, you can always return to us. Damn. Xiaoyu was genuinely amused by Guyin's lack of tact. Can you not speak? We haven't even begun, and you're already voicing defeatist sentiments. Pa. Guyin hurriedly slapped his face, exclaiming, No, that's not what I meant. Xiaoyu waved his hand, rising to fetch a bottle of beer from the freezer. He poured a glass for Guyin and Guo Junyang, and filled one for himself as well. Come, let us drink to this, he exclaimed. Brother San, go over there and perform splendidly. If the team proves reliable, you must stay. I wish you never have to return to us. Guo Junyang nodded in agreement, saying certainly. And I also hope you both find a team soon. May the three of us reunite on the competition stage before long. Clink. The three glasses met with a crisp sound as the three young men, filled with the anticipation of meeting again on the field, faced yet another farewell. Xiaoyu's exuberance was quite remarkable. Upon returning from the dumpling restaurant, he completely abandoned any thoughts of sleep and instead activated his gaming machine to continue grinding for points. Although he had portrayed a mature demeanor at the dumpling restaurant and had approached issues with a notable openness, the departure of Guo Junyang weighed heavily on his heart. Alone and bewildered in the capital, with memories entirely erased, he felt like a rootless water fern, adrift in the tumultuous currents of the river. After finally encountering a few trustworthy individuals, he found them departing one after another within mere days. Once Guo Junyang left the next day, he would be left in this unfamiliar city with only Guyin for companionship. Guyin was merely a Navi child. Whenever challenges arose, Xiaoyu would have to look after him. In that fleeting moment, Xiaoyu experienced a profound sense of confusion and helplessness for the first time. He yearned to pursue a professional career to secure his place, yet where could he find a team willing to accept him? As noon approached, Xiaoyu finally managed to elevate Jiang Yongbin's account to 2,000 points. Jiang Yongbin was at the amusement park with his wife and child today and was not at the internet CAF. So Xiaoyu logged out of his account and onto QQ, only to find his friend Wet Wipe's sister's avatar still grayed out. In truth, since that fateful night, her QQ avatar had not illuminated again, and he had no idea what she had been up to during this time. The absence of her vibrant avatar, devoid of even a simple greeting, made the heartache of their once intimate exchanges painfully apparent. Feeling rather bored, Xiaoyu intended to log onto his League of Legends account to level up when the music playing at the bar startled him. Goodness! Could the internet CAF manager be reading his mind? The song was astonishingly fitting. Nevertheless, it must be said, the melody was rather delightful. Xiaoyu was about to inquire with the network administrator about the song currently playing when he noticed Guyin and Guo Junyang rushing down from the second floor. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Hold your tongues for a moment. Let me gather my thoughts. Before Guyin could utter a word, Xiaoyu raised his hand and took a deep breath before asking, what is the name of the song playing at the bar? Huh? Both Guyin and Guo Junyang were momentarily taken aback. What on earth are you talking about? Gray Avatar, by Su's song. Guo Junyang provided the answer. Oh, Gray Avatar. Xiaoyu glanced at the gray avatar of the sister with the wet wipes and couldn't help but chuckle. Well, that is indeed quite fitting. Now, what is the bad news? Spill it. Guyin finally replied, it's not bad news. IG just messaged me on QQ, expressing their desire for you to join their team. Once you're in, you can choose your position. Furthermore, the salary is 7,000, including meals and accommodation, plus you'll be living in a villa. If you wish to go, you can start today. IG? Xiaoyu echoed, a spark igniting within him. Indeed, they have been keeping an eye on you since TGA. That day at the internet CAF, the prince and Nunu you encountered were IGSPDD and the captain, Xiao Xiao. They have been contemplating inviting you to join their ranks. This is an invitation, not a mere trial. Once you go, you'll be directly on the team. Guo Junyang, concerned that Xiaoyu might not grasp the distinction between an invitation to join and a trial, took the time to clarify. In that moment, Xiao Yu felt a genuine stir of excitement. The first time he heard the name IG, it had deeply resonated with him. He had always felt a peculiar familiarity with it, even believing at times that he belonged to IG. Now, the prospect of joining IG was within reach, and the generous compensation made the decision seem effortless. Yet, he found himself hesitating. Guyan, did they mention how many members they require? Xiao Yu endeavored to suppress the tumult of emotion swelling within him and posed a soul-stirring question to Guyan. If I were to leave, what would you do? Would you be left to train alone? Guyan was taken aback, standing frozen in place, his phone held aloft. Xiao Yu shook his head with a wry smile and said, I won't be going. A few days ago, Brother Zhang took me to the police station for registration. I still have to wait for my ID card. You should go to IG on my behalf. Me? Go for you? Guyan replied incredulously. Yes, you go for me. Xiao Yu affirmed, nodding with a calm tone. I am Xiao Yu, but in the hearts of many. The one who shone brilliantly at TGA is the kid god of gaming. This is a muddled affair. Many people still do not grasp the situation. So IG may not truly understand who they are really seeking. When Xiao Yu transformed the TGA stage into a personal showcase, he consistently operated under the pseudonym Child God of Gaming. Even when Guyan took Lu Jilin's place in the second match, the director offered no extensive introduction. At the commentary table, Xiaocang and others merely informed the audience that Guyan was the new jungler for Han Palace, while Xiao Yu remained the Child God of Gaming. Consequently, there were very few who truly understood the identities of Xiao Yu and Guyan. Only the tournament organizers and a handful of players from the teams participating in TGA were aware. As for IG, they had not secured a spot in the TGA offline finals. Inquiring about the inside scoop from members of other teams, after Xiao Yu's match against Wei, he had already caught the attention of rival teams. Nearly every team sought to recruit Xiao Yu, and under such circumstances, would anyone divulge the actual truth to IG? Xiao Yu, skeptical as ever, remained unconvinced, leaving IG in a state of uncertainty. In such circumstances, it was indeed plausible for Guyan to step in for him. However, the thought that IG might discover he was not the individual they sought lingered in his mind. Guyan felt a stir of ambition, yet confidence eluded him. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Given his prowess, securing a position in a team that couldn't even reach TGA would surely be a breeze. Yet, what would become of you if both of us departed? I shall continue to train here. Once my identification card is ready, I will get in touch with you all. Guyan's eyes welled with tears as Xiao Yu graciously offered him the opportunity to join IG, a gesture of immense kindness that he fully understood. Yet, he was reluctant to leave Xiao Yu alone in the internet CAF and stubbornly shook his head. No, what does it matter if we both leave? You and I can manage on our own. Before Guyan could finish his thought, Xiao Yu firmly interrupted him. He had little patience for prolonged sentimental exchanges and desired to take control of the conversation. Do you truly believe that my abilities would prevent me from finding a team? Or do you think I would starve here? I have stated that I must wait for my identification card. An opportunity to join a team has presented itself. We must not squander it. If I let this slip away and they find someone else in a few days, it would indeed be a lost chance. Please, do not burden yourself with guilt. I genuinely do not mind. Without my identification card, even if I were to join IG, I would be unable to participate in official matches. Thus, the course of action I propose is the most advantageous. If you feel truly compelled, perhaps you could assist me in obtaining a bank card using your identification? Without my own bank card, I would have no means to receive payment for my training services in the future. Having reached this point in their conversation, Xiao Yu finally ceased his pretense. With a smile, Guyan remarked, if I use my ID card to open an account for you, are you not concerned that I might later report the card lost and abscond with your funds? Xiao Yu spread his hands and remarked, as I mentioned, I have no choice. I lack an identification card and can only rely on others to assist me in obtaining a card. You can report a loss to the bank, and so can others. Trusting others may not be as prudent as trusting yourself. Wu Junyang, who had remained silent, patted Guyan on the shoulder and said, all right. Stop overthinking it. Xiao Yu's intellect surpasses ours. Despite being the youngest among us, his psychological maturity far exceeds that of both of us combined. Thus, if one person must remain here, he is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Guyan nodded, finally ceasing his internal conflict. All right, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will remember this favor, and when I achieve success in the future, I shall not forget you. Xiao Yu chuckled and said, your commendable performance guarantees your place in IG. That alone suffices as my reward. Moreover, do not forget our agreement to meet on the battlefield. Once I obtain my identification card, I shall certainly seek out a team. When the time comes and you find yourself at my mercy in the arena, do not claim I lack compassion. Once you settle in over there, do give me a call. And you too, should anything arise here, reach out to us. What nonsense is this? What could possibly concern Xiao Yu in my presence? Enough chatter, let us be on our way. The driver has waited long enough. And we've already incurred an additional 5 yuan in fuel costs. The vehicle finally set in motion. Gu Yin and Guo Junyang leaned out of the window, reluctantly bidding farewell to Xiao Yu with a wave. It was not until the car emerged into the bustling traffic, gradually vanishing from sight, that Xiao Yu lowered his hand and let out a deep sigh. Jiang Yongbin remarked from beside him, I had thought you had truly matured to the point of viewing life and death with indifference. Who would have thought you too possess emotions? Xiao Yu chuckled bitterly, saying, I am not a robot. I undoubtedly possess emotions. Having lost my memory, I opened my eyes to find that the few individuals I once knew have all departed, leaving me utterly alone. How could I not feel something? Jiang Yongbin gazed at Xiao Yu and remarked, I never anticipated that while others found their teams, you would be the last one remaining. I heard Gu Yin mention that IG specifically sought you out, yet you relinquished that opportunity to Gu Yin. Do you realize that IG stands as one of the premier clubs capable of rivaling we, the best in the country? Such a splendid opportunity. And you simply let it slip away. What were you thinking? Xiao Yu curled his lip. Gu Yin comes from his hometown in Zhengzhou. His parents are divorced, and he grew up under the care of his grandparents. This time, he managed to ask his grandfather for 200 yuan. He told me that in his entire life, he had never seen such a large sum of money at once, and thus he is determined to achieve something noteworthy, not to disappoint his grandparents. He needs this opportunity more than I do. I am unencumbered and can survive as long as I don't starve. Moreover, I believe finding a team should pose no difficulty. Leading a squad against those so-called strong clubs should also be manageable. Jiang Yongbin walked behind Xiao Yu, observing the diminutive figure ahead, his emotions increasingly complex. Could this boy truly be merely around 10 years of age? To his surprise, he is quite loyal and remarkably confident. I can accept his loyalty. But is there truly any confidence on display? What I just expressed was merely the truth. Brother Jiang, you witnessed TGA, and I indeed dominated we. Haha. Perhaps my choice of words was inaccurate. You are not confident, but rather utterly arrogant. Nevertheless, it is true that you possess the foundation for such arrogance. Jiang Yongbin sighed genuinely, then shifted the conversation. You should remember that at the police station, they informed you that the process for obtaining your ID would be quite troublesome and difficult to complete in a short time, correct? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh again. Of course I remember, but what can be done? For now, I can only take it one step at a time. By the way, Brother Jiang, I have pushed your account to 2047 points. The extra 47 points are a gift. You must pay the agreed-upon fee for the boosting service, as I can't afford to be without some money in my current situation. Upon returning to the internet CAF, Xiao Yu first ascended to the upper floor for a nap, awakening to find it was already evening. He picked up his phone to discover 2 missed calls from Gu Yin and Guo Junyang. Xiao Yu returned their call, and both expressed that they had already arrived at the club, reporting that the situation was fairly good. Whether they could remain would depend on the results of the trials over the next couple of days. After hanging up, Xiao Yu first indulged in a plate of dumplings next door, then returned to the internet CAF and requested the manager to set up a machine for him. Jiang Yongbin had specifically instructed all the managers that Xiao Yu could access the internet without an ID or payment, as the machine could be activated directly from the back end. Once the machine was ready, Xiao Yu ambled over to his seat. Although there were many people around him, he felt a profound emptiness within. He powered on the computer, first logging into QQ, then YY, entering the training channel that Gu Yin had added him to before his departure, and finally opened the Duo 1 League of Legends client. This sequence had become his standard routine upon logging in. However, after opening the Duo 1 client, Xiao Yu suddenly found himself at a loss for what to do next. Should he continue leveling up his account to level 30, or should he take on a task in the training channel? Neither option sparked much interest in him. He simply did not feel inclined to play games at the moment. Leaning back in a despondent manner, he caught sight of a fellow nearby who was smoking. Xiao Yu felt an immediate itch of desire. Though he was not heavily addicted to smoking, he found himself yearning for a cigarette during idle moments, a fact even he struggled to reconcile. What kind of environment had nurtured him to such an extent that, at such a tender age, he was already drawn to smoking? Lost in these tumultuous thoughts, a sudden series of beeps echoed through his earphones, jolting him upright. Glancing to the bottom right corner, he noticed the avatar of Wet Wipe's sister pulsating incessantly. Xiao Yu hurriedly clicked on the message and found a video sent to her. The footage seemed to capture the vibrant atmosphere of a live concert, where several foreign gentlemen strummed guitars, plucked the bass, and pounded the drums with a distinctly rock flair. However, the lyrics eluded Xiaoyu's ears, drowned out by the cacophony of thousands of exuberant spectators shouting and leaping in time with the rhythm. As the video drew to a close, the camera panned to reveal a girl with twin ponytails, known as Wet Wipe Girl, adorned with radiant, fluorescent designs on her cheeks. Her small canine teeth peeked out as she grinned like a fool. The video concluded with a close-up of her beaming face, leaving Xiaoyu momentarily entranced. Until another message pinged in. What are you up to now? Nothing much, just feeling a bit bored. Are you abroad? Yes. I'm at the Glastonbury Festival on Avalon Island in England. Xiaoyu was utterly unfamiliar with these foreign titles and truly did not know how to respond. Just then, a message from Sister Wet Wipe arrived. I would like to recommend a song to you, Every Breath You Take. My mother has recently been confiscating my phone, which prevents me from staying online on QQ frequently. I will be back to normal in a few days. Lately, I have been playing League of Legends, but I have been losing continuously. When you have time, please take me along to play. Xiaoyu observed the incessant stream of messages and promptly responded, no problem. Well then, let's discuss it later. Oasis is about to make its appearance. By the way, what is your name? Xiaoyu inquired hastily. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu softly murmured the name, casually opening the Kugo music application on his desktop and searching for Every Breath You Take, clicking play. As the soothing sound of the electric guitar enveloped him, Xiaoyu leaned back once more, lost in the melodies and the sweet yet fleeting memories of their earlier conversation. As the song concluded, he opened his eyes and straightened his posture, the previous feelings of melancholy and confusion having dissipated entirely. He opened YY, navigated to the training channel, and typed directly, "Are there any orders available? Preferably in the higher tiers." Higher tiers? What constitutes as high? 1600? 1700? You must be the newcomer introduced by the child Yushin yesterday. I still don't know your capabilities. What is your rank in the national server? Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and candidly replied, my account in the national server is only at level 17, thus I am unable to engage in ranked matches. However, I have previously played on an account that surpassed 2,000 points, and my win rate was quite satisfactory. Xiao interjected, come on, my friend, are you putting on airs? You have yet to reach the maximum level on your own account. Yet you boast about playing on someone else's account with 2,000 points and claim to have a decent win rate. Who are you trying to fool? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, this is a legitimate boosting community. Without a reliable introduction, you wouldn't even gain access to this channel. So, be straightforward and just state your actual score. Brother, your pretenses hold no weight here. We have plenty of skilled players among us, and those who have reached 2,000 points in the national server are well known to us. Prior to this, the accounts that Xiaoyu had played were all taken over by Guyan, except for the one belonging to Jiang Yongbin. This was his first attempt at handling orders independently, and he truly did not anticipate encountering such a situation. However, in the pursuit of profit, one must not shy away from hard work, so he patiently attempted to clarify, stating, I am not pretending. Everything I say is the truth. Frustration welled up within him. He could no longer tolerate the situation and suggested that a supervisor impose a mute on the individual in question, or, if necessary, expel him altogether. There was an immediate consensus among the others to proceed with the expulsion. What on earth? Xiaoyu was in a state of urgency. It was his first time accepting an order, and he was on the verge of being dismissed. Just as he was about to type an explanation, a garish and colorful message sprang forth. Zika, is he a child that you brought in, Yushin? Indeed. It seemed to be a response from the management. Zika, can you handle a game with a score of 2,100? Xiaoyu, capable of fighting. Zika, shall we have a match? Xiaoyu, certainly, however. A match with a score of 2,100 is considered the pinnacle of the national server, where one encounters only professional players. Shika, do not ramble on. Simply tell me whether we can compete. If not, just say it plainly. Xiaoyu, you have misunderstood. What I meant is that there should be an increase in payment. Zika first drew Xiaoyu into a channel where only the two of them were present, then sent over an account. Upon logging in, Xiaoyu discovered that the account owner was identified as Icebox Brother with a score of 2097. Just after logging in, a game invitation popped up in the lower right corner, beckoning him to join a match. What the? Upon seeing this ID, Xiaoyu immediately lost his composure, realizing after some contemplation that this Zika was none other than the actor from a few nights ago, the infamous Dead Song. What the hell? I pulled you in, come on. Zika remained oblivious to the fact that Xiaoyu was the one behind the ID Li in 782592, and continued to urge Xiaoyu to accept the invitation without delay. Remain calm, remain calm. Earning money is not a shameful endeavor. Xiaoyu first engaged in a mental dialogue with himself before graciously accepting the invitation to enter the room. What position do you play? As soon as he stepped inside, Zika inquired. Me? I can play any position. Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly. Damn, that's impressive. Let us get started then. I hope your skills are as formidable as your words. With that, Zika initiated the game. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, the peak hour for gaming. Within just 2 minutes of queuing, they were matched against their opponents. Upon entering the game, Zika instinctively checked the IDs of their teammates. While Xiaoyu was more concerned with his own position in the lineup, luck was on their side. Xiaoyu found himself in the third position, while Zika occupied the first. Wow, we're fortunate this round. Our teammates are all fierce players. Zika exclaimed excitedly over the voice chat. It was then that Xiaoyu glanced at the IDs of their teammates, Xiang Duxiu, Lovelin, and Uzi. Xiang Duxiu was familiar to Xiaoyu. He was the captain of IG, known as Xiao Xiao, and had recently played as the support Nunu in a match that had garnered attention. He was uncertain about the other two players. He contemplated asking Xiang Duxiu about Guyan's performance on their side, but decided against it. Meanwhile, Zika had already begun conversing with Xiang Duxiu. Wow, it's you again. Is your director still on the opposing team? Can you refrain from performing today? Xiang Duxiu jested. Zika responded. I always play seriously. Let us avoid the nonsense. Just play well and don't drag us down. Watch me carry the game. All right. I'm keen to see how you carry this match. I'll duo with the player in the fourth position, and we'll head down together. Xiang Duxiu replied. Uzi chimed in. Don't ban Vayne. I'm unbeatable with her. As long as you all don't feed excessively in the early game, I'll carry us to victory in the late game. Lovelin added, since you're going down, can I take the top lane? Sure, go ahead. Zika typed. Meanwhile, he communicated with Xiaoyu through YY. Bro, you should go mid. I'll handle the jungle. Didn't you say you could play any position? Okay. I'll go mid. Xiaoyu agreed. It was a rare occasion where all 5 players were satisfied with their positions, allowing for a swift ban and selection process. The opposing team was equally efficient, and within 5 minutes, the compositions were finalized. Blue side, Xiaoyu's team top lane Vladimir, jungle Luder, mid lane Zed. Bottom lane Vayne Alistar. Red side, top lane Riven, jungle Mundo, mid lane Fizz, bottom lane Ezreal Janna. As the countdown concluded and the game transitioned to the loading screen, Zika exclaimed through the headset, wow, the opposing team isn't bad either. This is going to be a quality match. Xiaoyu is not well acquainted with the top-tier players on the national server. Upon closer inspection of the opposing team's IDs, he notes that the top laner, playing as Kled, is named iiMedia. The jungler, Mundo, goes by Alienware. The mid laner, playing as Fizz, is White. The ADC, Ezreal, is TS. And the support, Janna, is If. Xiaoyu gazed at the string of English IDs, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, and inquired, is the opponent formidable? To which the response came, formidable? The mere fact that you pose such a question compels me to once again question your earlier claim of casually achieving a score of 2,000. Were you merely jesting? Zika's voice was muffled, as if he were consuming something. While the enigmatic figure known as Anger for iiMedia remained a constant presence in the higher echelons of the national server, the jungler was Ehom's Luck, who had once ascended to the pinnacle of the national rankings. The mid laner was the current mid from CLC, and the bottom lane featured Easy, the AD from Ehom Death Announcement, alongside the support from Wei. Would you not agree that they are indeed formidable? After listening to Zika's introduction, a surge of anger welled up within Xiaoyu. Ehom's jungler, Lucky, and their AD, Death Notification. Damn it, I was reported by Ehom and subsequently disqualified from the competition. I was merely brushed aside by Death Notification, which led to my forehead colliding with the edge of the table, drawing blood. The wound has yet to heal. This is utterly infuriating. I end up facing my adversary in my very first match after hiring a booster. Well then, let me vent my frustrations in the game first. Brother, be cautious in the mid lane. That player, White, is quite formidable, and the Fishman is among his most proficient champions. Zika, ever considerate, advised. If it becomes too challenging, focus on your development and wait for me to assist you with a gank. Xiaoyu now exhibited an unprecedented level of focus, coldly asserting, rest assured, this round cannot be lost. I haven't struck hard enough yet, so you needn't pay me. Such confidence. Zika chuckled, if that's the case. Should you truly decimate the opposing team this match, I guarantee you will have an unending stream of offers in the future." Amidst their banter, the countdown concluded, and the game commenced in earnest. As soon as they entered the game, the chat box erupted with activity, with Xiang Duxiu eagerly greeting White. From the chat alone, one might presume they were as close as brothers. Conversely, the opposing team, comprised of Death Notice and Cookie, initiated their taunting, inquiring if Xiao wished to join eHome. Especially since eHome had secured a spot in the TGA offline tournament at the expense of IG, whose members had either departed or proven inept, leaving the team without prospects. Xiao, however, remained unfazed, retorting, "Do not be so arrogant. Our team has undergone a significant overhaul, and with the addition of a formidable player today, it won't be long before you witness the prowess of the new IG." Upon reading these words, Xiao felt a surge of joy within. It seemed another formidable contender had emerged today. Was it not referring to Guyan? Evidently, he had garnered recognition from IG. Suddenly, several signal alerts appeared beneath Xiaoyu's feet. Xiang Duxiu cautioned, "Brother, exercise caution in the mid lane. Your opponent is White. Should you falter with this champion, it could render you ineffective for the entire match." Uzi added, "I faced him in a couple of matches yesterday, and he consistently played as the fish man. He strikes hard, so you must truly be vigilant." Xiaoyu could not help but feel a twinge of irritation. Why did everyone seem to believe he was destined for defeat? He typed, "Stop focusing on me. Make sure you all don't get crushed yourselves. This match is a matter of personal vendetta for me, and I cannot afford to lose. So, play your game well, try not to feed too much, and await my carry." Goodness, my friends, I have matched up with a formidable player who immediately instructed us to limit our feeding, claiming he would carry us. In the IG base, Sun Yalong burst into laughter upon reading Xiaoyu's message. Guyan, who had just arrived at the base, eagerly remarked, "Who is this audacious individual? Sun, take this seriously and show him what a top-tier professional player is capable of." "I don't know him, just a guy called Icebox. Apparently a newly ranked account that has recently surfaced. I haven't seen him before." Sun Yalong felt flattered by the praise. "I suspect it might be a smurf account. But this match won't be easy. The opposing team consists entirely of professional players, White, Lucky, Death Notice, and Chui EF. Moreover, this guy claims this match is his personal vendetta. I wonder who he has a grudge against on the other side." Guyan and Lu Zhihao, who had also recently joined IG, gathered behind Sun Yalong, eager to witness the rank prowess of the old captain. Zeta immediately noted the AD supported by Xiao. "Wow. Your support is Uzi. I've matched with him before. He plays aggressively and has quite the temper. His vein is exceptional." Guyan replied, "I've encountered him frequently as well. I even have him on my friends list. But speaking of Vayne, I know someone who plays even better." "Are you referring to that Vayne you matched with a few nights ago, the one with the smurf account?" Sun Yalong inquired. "Indeed," Guyan nodded, withholding Xiaoyu's name, as the IG members were yet unaware that it was Xiaoyu, not Guyan, who was showcasing outstanding individual prowess on the TGA stage. Sun Yalong nodded in agreement. "Yes, that Vayne is indeed formidable. I had intended to reach out to him for a trial, but I could not make contact. I've played alongside this Uzi for a while now. His Vayne is aggressive, even reminiscent of that other Vayne." "Ah, the match has begun. Let us stop our chatter. I need to assess our Master Knife's capabilities and see what this so-called vendetta is truly about. By the way, Guyan, do you have a grudge against eHome too? I heard you were reported by them, resulting in your disqualification from the competition. So isn't this match also your vendetta?" Sun Yalong's comment jolted Guyan. Indeed. He harbored grievances against eHome. If this Master Knife's vendetta was also against eHome, could he be Xiaoyu? Was this Icebox account merely a recent smurf? With this thought, Guyan redirected his focus towards the mid lane. At that moment, the minion wave had already clashed, Xiaoyu, having learned W at level 1, prepared to eliminate the opposition. Both Master Knife and Little Fishman were melee champions, yet Master Knife's W was a ranged skill, allowing him an advantage at level 1, provided he played his cards right. Xiaoyu's lane style has always been one of aggression, relentlessly pressuring his opponents even when he appears to be at a disadvantage. Upon acquiring his W ability at level 1, Xiaoyu immediately embarked on a menacing positioning, daring the enemy fishman to approach the minions, threatening him with his W. However, White is known for his fiery temperament. The moment he encountered the unfamiliar idea of Icebox Bro above the assassin, he instinctively dismissed the threat posed by the enemy. "What is this mere Icebox Bro to me? A professional player like myself will not be intimidated. You dare to flaunt your prowess and pressure me while I attempt to last hit the first 3 minions? Very well, I shall claim those minions." With that, Lu Binwei cleverly utilized his E ability, leaping over the fray of low-health melee minions and landing precisely to secure all three. Xiaoyu had anticipated this moment. As the fishman descended, he swiftly unleashed his W, aiming to eliminate the threat. The returning spinning blades inflicted wounds upon the fishman, yet Xiaoyu miscalculated his positionings, having overextended himself. As the fishman landed, he unleashed an area of effect magical damage that struck Xiaoyu directly. The fishman's E ability not only dealt damage but also applied a slow effect. Observing that the assassin was caught beneath him, Lu Benwei raised his trident and jabbed the assassin twice. So you wish to play the tough guy, do you? Despite your bravado, you still fell beneath me. Your execution was lacking. What are you trying to portray? While Lu Benwei chastised and struck, he too endured 2 segments of damage from the assassin's W. Nevertheless, the base damage of the fishman's E surpassed that of the assassin's W, rendering this exchange favorable for Lu Benwei. The wounded assassin could only retreat in disarray, hiding behind the minions to recover with a health potion. Lu Benwei also consumed a potion, a smirk curling his lip as he remarked, "Brother, League of Legends is a game of nuances, and your execution leaves much to be desired." Although this level 1 skirmish did not result in a kill, the victor emerged with spoils. Lu Benwei could now confidently approach the minions to last hit. Unbeknownst to him, as he began to aggressively farm, Xiaoyu was already communicating with Zika through voice chat, suggesting a gank in the mid lane. Just 1 wave is all we need. If it succeeds, this game will conclude. While ganking at level 2 was not out of the question, the fishman possessed both his E and flash, leading Xiaoyu to doubt the gank's efficacy. Zika, not merely a tool for others, possessed his own judgment regarding the situation and discerned that a mid-lane gank would yield little benefit, potentially disrupting his own momentum. Xiaoyu continued, "I can catch him. I deliberately bought a foolish champion at level 1, and now the little fishman has become quite inflated. If I strike hard later, I will undoubtedly seize him." "Hold on, my friend. Could you articulate your thoughts more clearly? What do you mean by strike hard to catch him?" "I mean to flash and stun him." "So, you intend to go all out, is that it? Then let us do it." Zika, with a somewhat reckless temperament, finished off the F4 camp in quick succession and then slipped into the brush of the lower river. At this moment, the first wave of minions in the mid lane had been cleared, and the second wave was arriving. Xiaoyu maneuvered cautiously, seizing the opportunity to attack the minions and preparing to reach level 2. However, Lu Benwei had been waiting for this very moment. After winning the health trade at level 1, he now held the initiative to hit level 2 first. The little fishman raised his trident, and with a regular auto attack, Xiaoyu's minions fell one by one. A flash of white light surrounded the little fishman as he ascended to level 2. In an instant, Lu Benwei activated his Q ability, Naughty Strike, and directed it towards Xiaoyu's master knife. Upon closing the distance, he raised his trident and began to thrust relentlessly. Xiaoyu had no choice but to retreat. If he insisted on attacking the minions to reach level 2, he would be mercilessly struck by the enemy fishman several times. By the time he attained level 2, he might very well have succumbed to the fishman's relentless assaults. Lu Benwei, utterly exhilarated, laughed heartily. Come on. Why don't you attack the minions? If you've got the guts, then strike." He remained blissfully unaware that while he fervently attacked the male assassin, he had inadvertently strayed far from the safety of the turret and into the vicinity of the bottom river. At this moment, Xiaoyu had already lost half of his health, yet he remained unperturbed. He calmly spoke to Zika, who was concealed in the bushes. "No need to rush. He is holding on to his E skill. I'll signal when to advance." As he spoke, he launched his W ability once more, sending out a fan-shaped barrage of shurikens that first grazed the fishman and then struck the enemy minions. In the exchange, the fishman merely lost a bit of health. But the enemy minion that Xiaoyu had intended to attack earlier had transformed into a bounty of gold. Consequently, Xiaoyu's male assassin ascended to level 2 as well. Another body lay in the gutter. With his newfound power, Talon instantaneously blinked behind the fishman, igniting his target as his cold blade aimed for the fishman's throat. A plume of crimson erupted, and a small white circle appeared above the fishman's head. E-skill, assassination. Talon flashes behind the target, silencing them for 1 second. While his attacks against that target inflict additional damage of 369, 1215 over 3 seconds. Although Talon's E-skill does not inflict as much damage as his Q-skill, what Xiaoyu sought at this moment was not raw damage, but rather that precious second of silence. Forward. With a command from Xiaoyu, Zika's Udyr surged forth from the underbrush. He meticulously adhered to Xiaoyu's earlier directive, taking 2 steps before executing a flash to close the gap. In the form of the mighty bear, he struck the unsuspecting fishman, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. As Talon's silence concluded, Udyr seamlessly transitioned into his control abilities. The combination of Talon's silence and Udyr's crowd control effectively incapacitated the fishman for a full 2 seconds. First blood. The kill notification reverberated throughout the summoner's rift as Xiao Yu's Talon successfully claimed the life of the fishman. In Valoran, 3 masters of the blade, notorious for their lethal prowess, are tied to the Du Cacao family. My father, myself, and Talon. Come challenge us, if you dare. Katarina Du Cacao. However, Katarina's admonition, echoing across realms, failed to reach Lubinwai. At this moment, he displayed the exuberant style of his early streaming career, vociferously exclaiming like a baboon. How did this Udyr find me here? Why is he ganking me at level 2? He quickly typed, UD has no flash. Lucky. Bro, take it easy. Lubinwai. I know. I was careless, but it's all right. This Zed is inexperienced, his execution is lacking. I can turn this around. Meanwhile, Zika exuberantly shouted, Wow, bro. Your feigned foolishness is quite the bait. I apologize for doubting you earlier. Xiao Yu refrained from engaging in other discussions with Zika and directly took charge. You will clear the upper jungle next, right? After that, should we initiate a gank on the top lane? Go for the top lane gank. I currently lack flash, so it would be futile, wouldn't it? My jungle progress is already lagging behind. There's no need to chase after anyone. After clearing the minion wave, Xiao Yu returned to base and procured 2 long swords. All you need to do is make an appearance in the top lane, just to let the opponents know you've arrived. Huh? What do you mean? Zika struggled to keep pace with Xiao Yu's thought process, only to suddenly realize that Xiao Yu had returned to base, equipped himself, and then set off directly towards the bottom lane. Weren't you just at level 3? You're heading for a gank in the bottom lane? You're the mid laner, not the jungler. Don't worry, just show your face in the top lane, and you need not concern yourself with anything else. At this moment, the bottom lane duo had just reached level 3, and neither side had returned to base, resulting in a lack of vision control. The initial wave of vision established earlier had just expired, creating a vacuum of sight for the opposing bottom lane. Uzi's aggressive and fierce playstyle, coupled with Sun Yalong's strong pressure, allowed them to engage in a skirmish at level 2, successfully depleting their opponent's health. After seizing the advantage in the first exchange, they relentlessly maintained their superiority in the lane. Ezreal and Janna were forced to retreat under the turret, struggling to secure farm. However, Death Notice remained calm, displaying solid fundamentals. And, with the damage augmentation from Ezreal's Q and Janna's shield, he efficiently farmed under the turret. Hence, while they were indeed pressured in lane, their development remained largely unaffected. In this version, junglers typically enlist the assistance of the bottom lane duo to secure the red and blue buffs before transitioning to clear the upper jungle. Excluding the level 2 gank strategy for the bottom lane, both junglers should be focused in the upper jungle during this phase. As Xiao Yu approached the river, Zika had already made an appearance in the upper lane as instructed. Udyr, a hero renowned for his formidable ganking capabilities, can effectively utilize his forms for tankiness, damage, and crowd control. However, the absence of flash in the early game significantly diminishes his ganking potential. Thus, Zika's gank, though somewhat lackluster, bore considerable significance. Upon seeing Udyr, the opposing Akali instinctively chose to retreat, only to turn back and attempt to counterattack moments later. Zika quickly deduced that the enemy jungler was lurking nearby, signaling a retreat and hastily returning to the jungle to farm. At this juncture, Xiao Yu swiftly adjusted his perspective, monitoring all 3 lanes simultaneously. He observed the situation in the top lane and arrived at the same conclusion as Zika. The enemy jungler was indeed present in the upper lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the unfortunate fishman had just re-entered the lane to farm. Consequently, the enemy bot lane duo found themselves isolated and vulnerable. Thus, Xiao Yu made his way across the river to the entrance of the enemy's bot lane jungle, signaling to Easy and Janna. Upon noticing the signal, Uzi and Sun Yalong were momentarily taken aback, realizing their male champion had somehow managed to infiltrate the enemy jungle. What? How did our male champion get here? Is he planning to dive the tower? Uzi and Sun Yalong both pondered aloud, their voices tinged with curiosity, but their hands were already hastily pushing the wave, clearly anticipating a tower dive. Sun Yalong, having overlooked the male champion's movements earlier, remarked with surprise, "It seems this male champion has some tricks up his sleeve. We can go for it." At the same time, he messaged the male champion, "Focus Janna first. Easy has his E, making him difficult to kill." Unexpectedly, the male champion promptly responded with a divergent opinion. "Kill them all. 2 in a row, pin Vayne against the wall with Easy, and finish them off. If all else fails, just tower dive until you die. Wow, this male champion is quite aggressive, but it seems worth a shot, Uzi exclaimed with growing enthusiasm. Sun Yalong concurred, we can give it a try. I can trade with them. If I die, it's still a gain. As they spoke, the minion wave had already reached the tower. Xiaoyu noticed Easy and Janna positioned too closely and swiftly signaled 3 urgent warnings. Without hesitation, Sun Yalong initiated with his bullhead's Q and flash, propelling both Easy and Janna into the air. Uzi, controlling Vayne, rolled forward with his Q, adjusting his position, and upon landing, pinned Easy against the tower with his E ability. Although Bullhead's Q only provided a brief 0.5 seconds of control, Janna had managed to escape the stun just in time. She ignited the Bullhead and summoned a gust of wind, shielding Easy from incoming damage. Despite the sudden downturn in his status, Death Announcement maintained his composure, expressing in a humorous northeastern dialect, "What the heck? You think you can dive me this easily? That's ridiculous. Oh gosh, when did this male champion come down?" Suddenly, a male champion emerged from behind, wielding 2 longswords after securing first blood. Death Announcement was left stunned. With a vengeful glare, Xiaoyu struck ruthlessly, executing an E ability to slice through Easy. The dazed yellow-haired champion, just regaining consciousness from the stun, was met with Xiaoyu's seamless EAWQ combo. The frail figure of Easy had no chance to withstand such assault. Even with Janna's windshield, he was rendered incapable of casting any spells and succumbed to the onslaught of damage. Following Easy's demise, the solitary Janna trembled beneath the tower, awaiting her own doom. Within 5 seconds, both Easy and Janna fell, with Xiaoyu claiming Easy's head and Uzi taking Janna's. Remarkably, the Bullhead, who had initiated the dive, managed to escape the tower's range without a scratch. In a stunning 0-for-2 exchange, the game was nearly decided. The mid lane has fallen. The enemy jungler comes up to gift first blood, and the male champion misses the call. I lost 3 waves while being tower dived. What's the point of playing now? Following his death, Death Announcement immediately began furiously typing to communicate with the mid laner, Lu Benwei. Lu Benwei was no pushover either, matching Death Announcement's typing speed. Watch your mouth. The male champion just returned to base. Are you blaming me for not calling misses? Death Announcement retorted, why could he return so easily, equipping 2 longswords? Wasn't it your fault for getting caught at level 2? Continuing their heated exchange, Death Announcement exclaimed, you need to kill him when he returns. Otherwise, I'll be watching you get wrecked. Are you looking for a fight? You die and come to blame me, thinking I'm too easygoing? If you were in front of me right now, would you dare speak to me like that? Lu Benwei shot back. You think you're something? Where are you? Do you want me to come over and deal with you? I'm in BJ. Come over and face me. If you don't, you're my grandson. Damn it. I'm not in BJ right now. I can't get there that quickly. Just wait. When we meet in a match, I'll make sure you regret it. While Lu Benwei and Death Announcement continued their friendly banter, Xiaoyu returned to base to purchase another longsword and 2 wards before heading back online. At this point, the Fishman was still equipped with only a Doran's ring. Facing off against the male champion armed with 3 longswords, he stood no chance in a fight. Consequently, Xiaoyu seized control of the lane. At 5 minutes and 24 seconds, after pushing the minion wave to the enemy tower, Xiaoyu vanished once again from the mid lane. Observing Xiaoyu slip into the upper river, Lu Benwei promptly signaled the top lane, alerting them to Xiaoyu's potential movement. However, in reality, Xiaoyu did not head towards the upper lane, but instead infiltrated the enemy's red buff jungle. Previously, when Xiaoyu dove the tower in the bot lane, Zika had feigned a gank in the upper lane, leading the enemy Akali to momentarily flee before contemplating a counterattack. This sequence of events substantiated that their jungler was indeed providing support from behind. This also indicated that the enemy jungler, like Zika, was assisted by the bot lane duo in jungling, progressing upward. With knowledge of the enemy's jungling route, Xiaoyu deduced that at the 5-minute and 30-second mark, the enemy would likely be at their red and blue buffs, which had yet to respawn, while other small camps were just refreshing. At this moment, neither side had established vision, allowing Xiaoyu to preemptively place a ward in the brush near the enemy's red buff and the F4 camp before returning to lane to continue farming. Just as he returned to lane, the ward in the F4 brush detected the movements of the enemy's newly spawned F4. Xiaoyu glanced at the time, 6 minutes and 9 seconds. It was slightly slower than expected. It seemed that this Mundo was not particularly adept at jungle farming. At this rate, his red buff would likely respawn around the 8-minute mark. Xiaoyu calculated the time and said to Zika, in a moment, the red buff on the opposite side will respawn. We can stealthily ambush Mundo in their jungle. Zika replied, oh, are we stirring up trouble again? Xiaoyu nodded and said, Indeed, we must capitalize on this. I possess lane control in the mid lane. If we do not utilize it properly, would your initial effort to assist me in securing first blood be in vain? Oh, oh, I understand. I shall follow your lead, replied Zika, nodding rapidly like a chick pecking at grains, though his mind was already pondering the implications. While he comprehended terms like lane control, it was the first time he had encountered such jargon. However, this was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was Xiaoyu's gameplay. He had merely assisted in a gank at level 2 to secure first blood, and shortly thereafter, he independently ventured to the bot lane, successfully outmaneuvering both the enemy Ezreal and Janna. Upon his return, he calculated the respawn time of the enemy jungle camps, proceeded to place wards in the opposing jungle, and then devised a plan to ambush the enemy jungler. Such a frenetic pace left Zika, who merely needed to follow orders, feeling somewhat breathless. Not to mention whether the opponents could withstand such pressure. He had never before encountered a mid laner with such an approach. Typically, players would exploit their advantages to suppress their lane opponents. Yet this individual, upon gaining an advantage, roamed the map, spreading that advantage to his teammates. One might argue that his incessant roaming could hinder his last hitting, ultimately squandering his lead. However, the reality was that his last hitting remained in perfect sync with the timeline, while the Fish champion, who lingered in lane, fell further behind in farm. Zika found it difficult to comprehend how Xiaoyu managed to maintain his lane dominance while darting across the map. Perhaps a thorough review of his gameplay recordings would yield clarity. Nevertheless, one thing Zika could ascertain was that Xiaoyu's style was unique, sophisticated, and avant-garde. Unlike traditional mid-laners, who typically rely on junglers to dictate the game's tempo, Xiaoyu was a mid-laner who orchestrated the rhythm of the entire match. Moreover, the tempo was exceptionally tight. All Zika needed to do was obediently follow commands, and the enemy team was on the brink of collapse. At 7 minutes and 34 seconds, Xiaoyu had reached level 7, and their jungle's blue buff had respawned. Come, let us secure the blue. After acquiring it, we shall venture into the jungle to ambush Mundo. Zika promptly urged Xiaoyu to claim the blue buff, recognizing the necessity of supporting their team's carry. Xiaoyu, exhibiting no reluctance in utilizing his skills, swiftly cleared the minion wave before making his way directly to the blue buff area. Upon witnessing this, Lu Binwei surmised that Xiaoyu intended to secure the blue buff, and thus refrained from hastily reporting a missing opponent. However, as Xiaoyu plunged into the blue buff territory, vanishing from Lu Binwei's sight, he promptly informed Zika through YY, "We won't make it to the blue. Let us first ambush Mundo. We can secure it afterward." Consequently, after Xiaoyu and Zika convened in the jungle, they altered their course and stealthily infiltrated the enemy's red buff area. Just as they stealthily entered the brush near the opposing red buff, the silhouette of Mundo appeared within the vision range of F4. At this moment, Mundo was blissfully unaware that he was unwittingly advancing towards his demise. After dispatching the F4 with his dual cleavers, he ambled towards the red buff, commencing his assault. Yet, just as the red buff was left with a sliver of health, a sudden, unanticipated smite descended, claiming the red buff that Mundo had labored over. Lucky, seated at his computer, momentarily froze, blinking in confusion. "Where's my red buff?" In response, a swift, white figure emerged, a master of assassination, Talon, who immediately dashed behind him and with a single strike, severed his throat, rendering him speechless. Following this, Badur, replete with the freshly acquired red buff, burst forth from the brush, greeting Mundo with a powerful bare paw to the face, stunning him, before seamlessly transitioning into tiger form to unleash a flurry of slashes. In a fierce confrontation, Xiaoyu's Talon plunged his blade into the lower back of Mundo, unleashing a barrage of damage with his Q ability, which triggered a bleeding effect. The arterial hemorrhage left Mundo in a state where survival seemed impossible. A kill was secured once more. How could Zed and Udyr be lurking around my red buff? Can you even play mid lane? Lucky vented his frustration to Death's declaration, his words igniting a fire that left Lu Binwei, who was still farming in mid, utterly bewildered. Wait, didn't Zed go for blue buff? While Lucky and Lu Binwei continued their heated exchange, Xiaoyu had already summoned Sika to join him in an aggressive 3-on-1 tower dive against the top lane's Katarina. In a fit of rage, he transformed into the Canyon Hunter, adding to the friendly discourse aimed at Lu Binwei. Though the game was far from over. It was only 9 minutes in, and there remained 11 minutes until the dreaded 20 kills. These 11 minutes would be Xiaoyu's opportunity for vengeance. Upon returning home, he procured the first item, the mysterious blade, known colloquially as the Kill Blade, coupled with a brutal power to synthesize the spirit of the spectral wraith. The bottom lane became the initial hunting ground for Xiao Yu's rampage. After Death's declaration was forcibly slain beneath his own turret, his mindset shattered. Yet Xiao Yu had no intentions of letting him off the hook. After diving the tower, he stealthily positioned himself in the brush between the enemy's first and second turrets, planting a vision ward to ensure the area was clear of enemy sight before patiently waiting. Soon, the Wind Girl, with her impressive movement speed, passed right by him. Ignoring her, Xiao Yu's focus was solely on Death's declaration's Ezreal. Before long, Ezreal appeared, and without hesitation, Xiao Yu executed a flawless combination of EWAQ, swiftly eliminating him. The technique previously used against Smile was now employed against Death's declaration. After securing the kill, Xiao Yu stepped on Ezreal's lifeless body to return home. However, just as the teleportation was about to complete, he cancelled it and flashed back into the brush where he had been lying in wait. To the naked eye, it appeared as though Xiao Yu had indeed returned to base. If not for the small map revealing his true position, even laughing would have been convinced of his departure. Moments later, Ezreal re-emerged, this time with newfound caution, launching a Q ability from a distance towards the brush. Yet, in the very moment before he released it, Xiao Yu activated his ultimate, Shadow Assault. Utilizing the 2.5 seconds of invisibility and movement speed boost post-activation, he deftly dodged Ezreal's Q and swiftly closed the distance. Unbeknownst to Ezreal, who had no vision in the brush, Talon materialized right before him, employing the same tactics, his E ability for engagement and silence, followed by a flurry of damage until the second R ability struck, leaving Ezreal crumpled to the ground. Death's declaration, taken aback, nearly threw his mouse in frustration. Regaining his composure, he began a tirade of blame. Zed, are you out of your mind? You just keep targeting me. Wind Girl, can you even support? I've been killed by Zed so many times, and you couldn't even place a ward? He ranted. You, little fish man, are just in mid-lane farming. Let's see if your last hits can save this game. What a brainless fool. And the jungler, why the hell isn't he down here? He sighed, acknowledging that the jungler was indeed a teammate and sitting right beside him, deciding not to disrupt team unity. As Xiao Yu continued to treat Ezreal as mere fodder, he recognized that Death's declaration would not fall for the same trick again. With a satisfied grin, he returned home with a 7-layered kill blade and purchased the spirit of the Spectral Wraith, now dripping with Ezreal's blood. Let us raid their jungle. Mundo no longer deserves to feast on the beasts. Sika shivered at the thought, realizing that Xiao Yu's initial claims of a feud were no mere bluster. There was indeed a significant grudge between him and Death's declaration. Deep in thought, Sika pondered whether, if he were in Ezreal's shoes, having been caught and killed repeatedly, he would have already given up. He recalled Xiao Yu's intention to hunt the jungler. Could it be that his animosity extended beyond just Death's declaration to include Lucky as well? Did that mean he had a vendetta against Ahom? With a heart full of questions, Sika followed Xiao Yu boldly into the enemy jungle, where the once proud Dr. Mundo became a pitiful soul, slaughtered repeatedly. Mundo endured more than mere death. Xiao Yu illuminated the entire jungle with his wards. Sika established a base in Lucky's territory, fervently counter-jungling, while Xiao Yu remained in the jungle, capturing Lucky's Mundo. In no time, Mundo's death toll began to rival that of Ezreal. Observing others suffering a similar fate seemed to balance Death's declaration's psyche, and he resumed his gameplay, though he shifted from the bottom to mid lane, seeking to torment Lu Binwei for the disparity caused by his earlier mistake. Why should you, little fishman, who fed first blood, cause Dead to rampage across the map while you play unbothered in mid? Death's declaration thought, yet before he could settle into his new strategy, Xiao Yu stood forth to vindicate Lu Binwei. Xiao Yu entrusted the jungle to the already well-developed Zika, while Sun Yalong's Nunu left Uzei in the bottom lane to frolic alone, joining Zika in the jungle for some mischief. As for Xiao Yu, once he activated his ultimate, he tower dived and swiftly eliminated Death's declaration's Ezreal. Meanwhile, Lu Binwei, who was also farming in the mid lane, was untouched by Xiao Yu. What an astonishing situation. This Zed seemed to be fixated solely on hunting down Ezreal and Mundo, neglecting the little fish entirely. Uzei chuckled, remarking that this so-called vendetta was merely a personal grudge against Ahom. Wow, this player is rather intimidating. I must be cautious not to offend him in future ranked games, for I certainly do not wish to be subjected to such relentless pursuit. Sun Yalong beamed with delight, exclaiming, haha, this match is too easy. This Zed has avenged us IG, as we were eliminated by Ahom and could not enter TGA. I must add this Zed as a friend. Death's declaration and Lucky were utterly overwhelmed, meeting their demise repeatedly upon leaving the fountain. It was evident to anyone with a semblance of awareness that Xiaoyu harbored a personal vendetta against Death's Declaration and Lucky. As the game progressed, aside from his initial kill on the little fish, Xiaoyu had only tower dived to eliminate Ezreal and gifted the kill to Yu Zi, and killed Darius in a similar manner. He had not once touched the trio again. In nearly 20 minutes of frenzied slaughter, he relentlessly pursued Ezreal and Mundo. Eventually, Ezreal and Mundo opted not to leave their fountain, resorting instead to typing insults aimed at Xiaoyu. Yet, Xiaoyu paid them no heed, seeing their reluctance to engage. He led his teammates to push mid lane. The opposing team, lacking the will to resist, abandoned their defenses and watched helplessly as their base succumbed to destruction. As the two outer turrets fell, Xiaoyu suddenly typed, "Slowed down the push, let me secure one more kill." He then activated his ultimate and charged into the enemy fountain. Equipped with a fully stacked killing sword, Yumu's ghost blade, an armor-piercing bow, and a bloodthirster, Zed's damage overflowed, swiftly eliminating Ezreal within the enemy fountain. At that moment, Xiaoyu finally responded to Death's Declaration and Lucky. "Remember this, in the future, when you encounter me, you'd best eliminate me at once or face the consequences." "Wow, brother, you are truly ferocious," Zika thought to himself, reflecting on his earlier doubts about Xiaoyu's prowess. He was elated, not only because the match had been effortlessly won, but also due to the discovery of such a formidable player. There would be no need to resort to underhanded tactics to climb the ranks. With sheer skill, he could ascend honorably. He even envisioned the Vayne he had encountered days prior. Had he possessed such a Zed then, Vayne would hardly have been able to flaunt her prowess. As soon as Xiaoyu exited the game, a flurry of message notifications sprang up in the lower right corner of the game interface. Upon clicking to view them, he found they were all friend requests. In the chat box of the settlement page, the message from Death's Declaration continued to harass Xiaoyu. "You little brat. I've never encountered you before, so you must be deliberately seeking me out, right? If you have the guts, just tell me who you are. When have I ever offended you? Don't play these childish mind games with me. If you dare, let us create a room now for a solo match. Whoever loses must call the other father. Do you have the courage?" Xiaoyu added friends in succession and glanced at the chat box, discovering that Death's Declaration was still spewing vitriol. He replied, "Are you in elementary school? Soloing in a father-son match? If I ignore you today, will you be so enraged that you'll smash your computer?" After sending the message, he promptly exited the settlement page. Meanwhile, within the Ehome base, Death's Declaration was furiously typing, his face flushed. Upon reading Xiaoyu's response, his countenance reddened even further. When he noticed that Xiaoyu's ID had turned dim, indicating he had indeed exited the settlement page, he momentarily froze before seizing his keyboard and smashing it against the computer monitor. The scattered keycaps exploded across Lucky's face. Yet he dared not utter a word and quietly tidied up the keyboard and mouse before sneaking away. In the IG base, all the team members were gathered behind Sun Yalong. Sun Yalong had already logged out of the game, and the screen displayed IG's live broadcast channel 90001. He had been streaming earlier, and after the game concluded, he arranged for the recording to be retrieved. Both Gu Yin and Ji Hao had already watched that match, but Sun Yalong felt it was essential for them to analyze the gameplay of that male assassin together. At first glance, it seemed he had simply gained an advantage in the mid lane and then roamed the map indiscriminately to secure kills. However, in reality, he was not just aimlessly running around. Each of his ganks was meticulously planned. Thus, Sun Yalong believed it was crucial to study his rhythm, as it might prove beneficial during their own matches. "Come on. I had my Warcraft RPG all set up, and now you've called me over." PDD ambled over with a half-hearted demeanor, casually pulling out a chair to sit down. Let us not end up like that day when we analyzed the Vayne footage, only to conclude that the player was simply skilled, with no real strategy at play. Sun Yalong waved his hands in disagreement, insisting, No, this time is different. This male assassin truly dominated with his rhythm. We must investigate it thoroughly." At that moment, Xiaoyu was unaware that his final remark on the settlement page had utterly broken Death's Declaration, leading him to smash the base's computer. After exiting the settlement page, Xiaoyu immediately queued for another match with Zika, initially hoping to encounter Death's Declaration and Lucky once more. But that was destined to be impossible. Throughout the night, Xiaoyu and Zika played 4 matches, achieving victory in every single one. According to their prior agreement, Zika would earn 300 for each win on the Ice Chest Brother account, while losses would incur no deductions. Thus, after calculating their net wins, Xiaoyu earned a total of 1,200 yuan that evening. After a night of collaboration, Xiaoyu realized that although Zika had previously engaged in unsavory tactics, he was nonetheless quite skilled in League of Legends. Moreover, Zika was remarkably efficient, less than 5 minutes after their fourth-ranked match concluded. He transferred the funds to Xiaoyu's account. After agreeing to continue their duo queue the following afternoon at 7, Zika logged off. Xiaoyu glanced at the time. It was 4:30 in the morning. In the midst of summer, the sky was already on the verge of dawn. Xiaoyu reopened Kugo music once again. Continuing to listen to Every Breath You Take as recommended by Xiaoyu, his mind swirling with thoughts. In a single evening, he earned 1,200 yuan. Whereas he had heard from Jin Haomiao and others that Han Gong's monthly salary was merely 1,500, and that figure was only nominal. The actual payment date remained a mystery even to the old version himself. Comparing the two, it seemed that a professional gaming career truly offered no prospects, leading Xiaoyu to question whether pursuing such a path was even worthwhile. Lost in these contemplations, Xiaoyu felt a wave of drowsiness and decided to turn off the device and retreat to the third floor to sleep. When he awoke, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After freshening up, he went next door for a plate of dumplings, then returned to his computer. He logged into his account to level up, awaiting Zika's online appearance so they could duo queue for practice. This gradually became Xiaoyu's daily routine. This monotonous existence persisted for over half a month. During this period, through Zika's introduction, Xiaoyu made the acquaintance of Clearlove and learned that the organization of practice partners he belonged to was founded by none other than Clearlove himself. Xiaoyu, Zika, and Clearlove can be regarded as the elite players within the organization, specializing in boosting accounts with ratings exceeding 1,800 points. Previously, Zika was labeled as a performer in the high-tier matches of the national server, which was unrelated to the boosting activities. It was merely a strategy employed by Clearlove to ascend to the top of the national server rankings, thereby promoting the boosting group. And he discreetly enlisted Zika's assistance in this endeavor. Xiaoyu's prowess is undoubtedly formidable, and the capabilities of Clearlove and Zika are equally impressive. Over this period, the three have collaborated seamlessly, delivering exceptional performance as substitutes, resulting in remarkably outstanding results and steady, prosperous earnings. Xiaoyu earns a stable income of over 1,000 yuan each day, and within a fortnight, he has accumulated nearly 20,000 yuan. However, the monotony of this existence soon becomes tiresome for him. This life feels akin to a prison devoid of light, and Xiaoyu senses that he is ensnared, which is far from the life he desires. After yet another night of gaming until dawn, he groggily shuts down his machine and collapses into bed. It is unclear how long he has slept, but the jarring sound of the telephone awakens him. Upon answering, he discovers that it is a call from Zika. Xiaoyu, with half-closed eyes, press the answer button. Hello, brother. May I ask you something? Do you wish to pursue a professional career? Professional career? Xiaoyu instantly perked up. Where will we play? Which team? Do I need an ID? It's a new team. You, me, and Ming Kai. The other two members are unfamiliar to me. The location is in Changsha. Shika explained. So, do you need an ID? My situation is complicated. I'm not old enough, hence I don't possess an ID. If I don't have an ID, can I still compete? Are you seriously so young that you can't even get an ID? Is that true? Not exactly. As I mentioned, my circumstances are quite intricate, and it's hard to explain in a few sentences. Just tell me, is it possible to participate without an ID? It should be fine. We first need to compete in the city championship, which is all online. Who will check your ID? As long as your parents consent to your trip to Changsha, everything should be all right. Okay, when do we depart? The sooner, the better. Today is the 13th, and the city championship starts around the 20th. All right, send me the address, and I'll message you later. On July 14, 2012, the rain began to fall at 6 a.m., bringing a refreshing relief to the scorching heat of Beijing. Are you really not going to reconsider? Aren't you afraid of being deceived? Xiaoyu gazed out at the swiftly passing fields, the gentle rain rendering everything a blur. It was during the moment when he and his companions were expelled from the TGA competition that he met a girl. Upon learning that his gaming ID was emo, she persistently introduced him to a variety of rock music, and in his leisure moments, he diligently explored this new world. Before deciding to venture to Changsha, he experienced a twinge of hesitation. He even mused that the comfort of residing in an internet CAF, where daily sustenance was assured and the freedom to surf the web was at his fingertips, was rather appealing. He had often convinced himself with the reasoning of I'll wait a few more days until my ID is processed before taking the next step, allowing himself to linger a bit longer in that familiar place. However, just last night, he stumbled upon a captivating tale of the legendary rock and folk artist Bob Dylan. In his earlier days of obscurity, Dylan sang in bars, earning a mere 25 a night to stave off hunger. One fateful day, he was presented with a thick stack of contracts from Columbia Records. Without a second glance at the details, he flipped to the final page and inscribed his name. The individual who handed him the contract was taken aback, questioning whether he feared being deceived. Dylan replied, "What do I have to lose? I simply wish to make music." In that moment, Xiaoyu resolved to embark on his journey to Changsha, recognizing a kindred spirit in Dylan. He, too, had nothing to lose. His sole desire was to pursue a professional career in gaming. As the vehicle sped onward, they arrived at the airport half an hour later. With Jiang Yongbin's assistance, Xiaoyu purchased a plane ticket to Changsha using a temporary identification issued by the police station. Just before boarding, Jiang Yongbin advised him, "Call me when you arrive, and don't hesitate to reach out if you encounter any difficulties. If you find it hard to persevere, the doors of the Xiaoyao Internet CAF will always remain open for you." Xiaoyu nodded and expressed his gratitude. "Brother Jiang, thank you for your care during this time." "Such words are unnecessary," Jiang Yongbin replied with a glance of disdain, though he quickly composed himself and said earnestly, "Xiaoyu, I believe you will become a professional player, and indeed, the very best among them." As the plane ascended, gradually piercing through the clouds, Xiaoyu gazed down at the shrinking city below. A wave of doubt washed over him. Would he return? He should, but he aspired to come back in a more glorious manner. Not in a state of despair like a stray dog seeking refuge in the Internet CAF of Jiang Yongbin. Donning his headphones, the soothing melody of every breath you take enveloped him, allowing Xiaoyu to relax swiftly. He closed his eyes gently, embarking on the next chapter of his life. The July heat in Beijing was unbearable, and Changsha was no less oppressive. Upon disembarking the plane, Xiaoyu nearly succumbed to the sweltering heat. He hurriedly exited the airport, raising his hand to hail a taxi. "Driver, to Yuhua District, Dongjing Street, please turn on the air conditioning." After quickly stating his destination, he leaned back against the passenger seat, exhaling deeply. The driver was prompt, rolling up the window and activating the air conditioning. Yet, they hadn't traveled far before the driver pulled over to the roadside, rolled down the window, and called out to the crowd gathered at the bus stop. "Anyone heading to Yuhua District?" Xiaoyu felt somewhat discontented. After all, he had not expressed any desire to share a ride. However, upon glancing at the driver's arms, which were as thick as his own thighs, he chose to remain silent. Shortly thereafter, a corpulent individual, swaying unsteadily while clutching a backpack, hurried over. He appeared to be suffering under the sweltering heat, his complexion ashen, as if he might faint if he lingered outdoors any longer. "Driver, I need to go to Yuhua District, Dongjing Street." The driver responded, "Perfect, that's exactly where we are headed. Get in." He welcomed the hefty man aboard and then shouted to the crowd, "Is there anyone else heading to Yuhua District?" When he saw that the crowd remained unmoved, he pressed the accelerator and departed from the airport. Xiaoyu occupied the passenger seat, occasionally glancing at the corpulent figure seated behind him through the rearview mirror. He was not particularly short, standing at approximately 1.80 meters, yet his weight appeared to be no less than 250 g. His somewhat lengthy bangs obscured half of his eyes, yet instead of an enchanting melancholy, they conveyed a sense of restraint and suffering. He seemed to be in considerable discomfort. When Xiaoyu gazed at him, he too stole a glance at Xiaoyu through the rearview mirror, but soon averted his head, turning his attention to the window outside. Xiaoyu was aware that staring at others for too long was quite impolite, yet when the individual spoke earlier, Xiaoyu couldn't shake the feeling that his voice sounded somewhat familiar. As the vehicle merged onto the highway, the driver initiated a conversation with Xiaoyu, inquiring about his place of origin and the purpose of his visit to Changsha. Xiaoyu was acutely aware of his juvenile appearance and understood the prudence of not divulging personal information to strangers. Thus, he concocted a fabrication, claiming to be from Beijing and visiting Changsha to see relatives. During their idle chatter, Xiaoyu suddenly sensed something amiss. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed the portly fellow with his head buried in a bag, seemingly engaged in a peculiar form of performance art. After a while, when the man lifted his head, Xiaoyu astutely noticed a grotesque mixture of yellow and white substances clinging to the corners of his mouth, an utterly repugnant sight. He had vomited right into the bag. Xiaoyu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, while the hefty man, oblivious to the discomfort, opened the car window, seemingly intent on allowing fresh air to circulate and dispel any unpleasant odors that might be detected. However, the driver remained unaware of the unfolding situation and promptly advised, "Hey, buddy, could you please close the window? I'm running the air conditioning." The hefty man furrowed his brow, eager to explain, yet he seemed hesitant, fearing that speaking too soon might betray his earlier distress. Xiaoyu quickly reacted and promptly helped to absolve him, saying, "Oh, it's nothing, master. He might be a bit carsick." Now that the car is moving and the window is open, it's not hot anymore. So there's no need to turn on the air conditioning. As he spoke, he rolled down the window of the passenger seat, prompting the driver to cease his complaints and silently switch off the air conditioning. After approximately half an hour on the road, they finally arrived at Dongjing Street in the Yuhua district. Once they reached their destination, Xiaoyu and the chubby guy each handed the driver 50 yuan. As they watched the driver depart, the chubby guy sat down by the roadside and said to Xiaoyu, "Brother, I can't thank you enough for earlier in the car. I almost felt like I was going to die." The word brother momentarily stunned Xiaoyu, as he suddenly realized why the chubby guy's voice sounded so familiar. During the days spent in the internet CAF leveling up, he often heard that phrase pronounced with a Zhenjiang accent. "Oh my, you must be Zika, right?" The chubby guy was taken aback, staring blankly at Xiaoyu, before his eyes, squeezed almost shut by his chubby cheeks, sparkled with surprise. "Wow, you were Xiaoyu. What a coincidence. When you spoke the first sentence to the driver before getting in, I felt it sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. But when you called me brother just now, I recognized it immediately. Encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land is one of life's great joys." Although Xiaoyu and Li Haoyu were not particularly close friends, they had spent half a month gaming together, thus certainly qualifying as old acquaintances. "If you had recognized my voice earlier, we could have avoided giving that driver an extra 50 yuan. That guy charged us double, perhaps due to his newfound joy." Li Haoyu's expression had brightened considerably, no longer resembling the sullen demeanor from earlier. He scrutinized Xiaoyu and asked, "How old are you this year? 10? Well, something like that. I don't have an ID. Anyway," Xiaoyu replied, not wishing to delve into his background. He then turned the conversation to Zika. "What happened to you in the car? I saw you throwing up. It was my first time on a plane. After landing, I felt awful. And once we got in the car, I couldn't hold it anymore." Li Haoyu shook his head, a look of reminiscence on his face. "But we are truly fated, coming from different places and yet sharing the same car after our flights. By the way, didn't Ming Kai say he would be waiting for us at a CAF nearby? Where's that CAF?" He looked around and said, "Forget it. I'll just call him directly." Just as Li Haoyu pulled out his phone, it rang ahead of him. It was a call from Ming Kai. "Isn't it odd how everything is so coincidental today? I was just about to call you." "Hello, where are you?" "I'm at an intersection." "Oh, I see you." After a brief exchange, Li Haoyu waved across the street. Xiaoyu followed his gesture and saw a youth, slightly taller than him, approaching with a youthful face. "Is that Clear Love? He sounds so mature when he speaks, but he looks like just a kid." A few days ago, while leveling up, Xiaoyu had duo queued with Ming Kai and had the impression that he should be someone a bit older, akin to Jin Haomiao. Additionally, when Li Haoyu invited him to join the professional team, he mentioned that Ming Kai had assembled it. Surely, someone capable of forming a team couldn't just be a mere child, right? "Don't even mention him. He certainly looks older than you," Li Haoyu exclaimed, getting up from the ground. "But he does seem a bit young. This is my first time seeing him in person. You two look so young. I feel positively seasoned in comparison." Xiaoyu turned his head to glance at Li Haoyu, unable to suppress a shiver as he felt that the figure standing beside him was not a person, but rather a small mountain. "How old are you this year?" Xiaoyu inquired. Li Haoyu replied, "I was born in 93, so I am merely 15 this year, still not of age. Yet, in comparison to both of you, it feels as though we do not belong to the same age group." At that moment, Ming Kai had reached the crossroads and waved at Xiaoyu and Li Haoyu, signaling for them to cross the street. Xiaoyu glanced at Li Haoyu's bag and remarked casually, "Perhaps you should tidy up your bag first. You certainly can't present that as a gift upon meeting someone." Only then did Li Haoyu comprehend the implication. "You go ahead and find a way to stall for me. I absolutely cannot let anyone else know about this situation with my bag." Xiaoyu nodded and waited for the green light to cross the street. Upon reaching Ming Kai, he too scrutinized Xiaoyu from head to toe, his expression one of astonishment as he said, "Hello, I am Ming Kai. You must be Xiaoyu. You seem rather small, don't you?" Xiaoyu could only respond with a foolish grin, chuckling, "Well, what can I say? It's how my parents raised me." He then pointed to Li Haoyu, who was dumping vomit into a trash bin across the street, remarking that his bag had been sullied by some filth. "If only he and I could balance each other out," he laughed. Shortly thereafter, once Li Haoyu had dealt with his bag, he approached and greeted Ming Kai, who then led the way towards the team base. Xiaoyu was taken aback that Li Haoyu had not discarded his backpack, so he discreetly took a step aside, positioning Ming Kai between himself and Li Haoyu. Ming Kai, with his cheerful disposition, complimented the outgoing nature of Li Haoyu, while Xiaoyu, possessing both intellectual and emotional intelligence, navigated the initial awkwardness of their meeting with ease. The trio soon found themselves engaged in lively conversation as they walked along. Li Haoyu recounted the incident of their coincidental ride in the same taxi with Xiaoyu to Ming Kai, who in turn informed them about their gaming team's upcoming online competition. This tournament is held weekly, with a prize of 1,000 yuan for the champion. This week, they had advanced to the finals and would be competing against LGD for the title that evening. Xiaoyu was filled with excitement upon hearing the news. He had not anticipated a competition so soon after his arrival, although the prize money paled in comparison to what one could earn through boosting. The significance of participating in an official match ultimately outweighed that of mere boosting. The trio strolled along, engaged in lively conversation, but as time passed, Xiaoyu began to feel a sense of unease. They had been walking for nearly 20 minutes, yet the base was still nowhere in sight. He turned to Ming Kai and inquired, "Ming Kai, where exactly is our base? Why have we been walking for so long without arriving?" Shika, already drenched in sweat, chimed in, "Indeed, why did you ask us to meet you so far from the base?" Ming Kai paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face, as if genuinely pondering why he had chosen such a distant location for their rendezvous. After a brief silence of about 5 or 6 seconds, he pointed ahead and replied, "Just call me Ming Kai. Kaiga sounds rather odd. The base is just up ahead. We will arrive after we pass that intersection." Xiaoyu and Li Haoyu exchanged glances, their expressions steeped in frustration. "Why did you make us wait at that intersection?" they queried. Ming Kai's evasiveness was astonishingly nonchalant. As they passed the previous intersection and turned left, they came upon an internet CAF named Cloud Network Club. Ming Kai gestured towards the CAF's prominent sign, declaring, "Behold our training base. Come, I shall introduce you to our comrades." From the outside, Cloud Network Club appeared quite pleasant, which lifted Xiaoyu's spirits considerably. However, as he followed Ming Kai through a labyrinth of twists and turns into a modest inn, an ominous premonition began to intensify. This inn bore a striking resemblance to the accommodations provided for players during the TGA event. Was this truly where they were to reside? Indeed, Ming Kai approached a room, extracted a key, and unlocked the door, revealing a space intended for rest. The curtains were drawn, casting a dim light within. Xiaoyu took a moment to acclimate before surveying the room's contents. It was a small chamber containing merely a bed, upon which 2 individuals were soundly asleep. The floor was strewn with makeshift bedding, and an antiquated fan whirred feebly overhead. This was far inferior to the accommodations arranged by the TGA event organizers. At least in that establishment, 3 individuals shared a room with 1 person on the floor. Here, however, it seemed 6 or more would be crammed together. How could anyone possibly find rest? Shika's expression mirrored his discontent as he addressed Ming Kai. "Did we not agree that our living conditions would be of a higher standard?" Ming Kai pinched the bridge of his nose, reassuring him, "Fear not. We shall relocate by tomorrow. For now, we must make do." With that, he entered the room and flicked on the light. Among the 2 sleeping figures, one, a slender fellow, slowly opened his eyes and fumbled for his glasses. The other, evidently displeased, muttered something incoherent before rolling over and resuming slumber. Ming Kai pointed at the bespectacled young man. "This is Feng Zhuojuan, affectionately nicknamed Curly due to his childhood perm. And that is Ouyang Weiqi, known as Yuzu in the gaming world. We often refer to him as Yuzu as well. Curly, meet our new teammates, Xiaoyu and Li Haoyu. Li Haoyu is Shika. Pachio and Hanazawa Kana should be informed of our new arrivals. Let us invite them to dine together." The dining venue was a quaint little restaurant, where, upon settling into a booth, Ming Kai handed the menu to Xiaoyu and Li Haoyu, signaling them to place their orders. Xiaoyu picked up the menu and felt somewhat bewildered. Although the menu boasted a plethora of dishes, the initial 2 characters of each item were strikingly uniform, predominantly featuring either wild mountain pepper or chili, followed by a stir-fried accompaniment. Xiaoyu perused the menu for quite some time, but failed to find a dish devoid of spice. Consequently, he casually ordered the wild mountain pepper sautéed with cured meat and then handed the menu to Ming Kai. Shortly after placing the order, 2 lean young men rushed into the establishment, scanning the room until their gazes fixated on Ming Kai, who approached them with a cheerful demeanor. "What brings such good fortune today? Are you treating us to a meal?" Upon hearing this, Ming Kai introduced, "Oh, we've welcomed 2 new members to the team. This is Xiaoyu, and this is Li Haoyu." However, the smiles on the faces of the 2 men instantly froze. Observing their expressions shift, Xiaoyu felt a pang of concern. He realized these 2 individuals were the ones being replaced. Yet, Ming Kai had certainly not informed them prior about their impending dismissal. Xiaoyu cast a glance at Li Haoyu, who remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, cheerfully beckoning the 2 young men to take their seats. Hanazawa Kana, With an expression devoid of emotion, settled down and coldly addressed Ming Kai. After all these years, my brother, you would so easily cast us aside. Are we truly inferior to them? Pashu, seated beside Ming Kai, spoke with equal hostility. Ming Kai, this is not how one conducts affairs. If you intended to dismiss us, you should have informed us earlier. You only chose to notify us after the newcomers had already arrived, did you not? Just as Li Haoyu opened the refrigerator. Intending to inquire what beverages Hanazawa Kana and Pashu desired, he finally regained his composure, sheepishly closing the fridge door and scratching his head as he took his seat again. Beneath the table, he nudged Xiaoyu with his toes, seemingly urging him to say something. Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at Li Haoyu, silently chiding him for his lack of emotional intelligence. At such a moment, what business did they have in engaging in conversation? The matter at hand was purely a result of Ming Kai's mismanagement, and the two fellows they had overshadowed were currently simmering with indignation. As outsiders, it would be unwise for them to speak indiscreetly, as a careless remark could easily ignite conflict. Though Li Haoyu's emotional acumen was lacking, he possessed a certain cleverness and quickly discerned Xiaoyu's unspoken warning, opting instead to sip on his cola in silence. Ming Kai, evidently inexperienced in handling such situations, was fortunate to have Curly Hair offer a few encouraging words, advising Wazahikan and Pashu to remain calm. After a moment's contemplation, Ming Kai spoke up, acknowledging it. I indeed mishandled this situation, and you both have every right to be upset. However, I am committed to achieving results with our team. We have been playing together for some time now, and our performance has been rather mediocre. It is imperative that I implement some changes. Here is the plan. We are scheduled to face LGD in 2 matches today. Previously, we were unable to secure a single victory against them. This time, with Xiaoyu and Li Haoyu stepping in, let us observe the outcome. If we triumph, I believe you will have no objections regarding this change. Nonetheless, even if you do not participate in the matches, you may remain with the team as leaders or substitutes, with your salaries unchanged. Should the two of them fail to secure a win tonight, we can reevaluate our lineup. For now, let us focus on having a meal, shall we? It must be said, despite his youth, Ming Kai exhibited a commendable maturity in his approach, and upon hearing his words, Wazahikan and Pashu found themselves at a loss for further protest. At that moment, the wild pepper stir-fried with cured meat that Xiaoyu had ordered was just being served. Curly Hair immediately chimed in. I recall this dish is from Xiaoyu, right? Clearly, you have a discerning palate. This is a signature dish of our region. Come, everyone, let us savor it. Xiaoyu had spent an entire day aboard a plane, and by now, he was utterly famished. The proprietor of this quaint establishment possessed remarkable culinary skills, as evidenced by a dish that was not only visually appealing, but also aromatic. As for the flavor, Xiaoyu wasted no time in seizing his chopsticks, taking a hearty bite. Suddenly, he found himself choking, coughing incessantly as the fiery spice assaulted his palate like a dagger, leaving his mouth ablaze. To exacerbate matters, a rogue chili seed lodged itself in his throat, nearly choking him to death. Beside him, Li Haoyu was considerate enough to pat his back gently while offering a chilled bottle of cola. After managing to suppress his coughing, Xiaoyu took a sip of the cold beverage, gradually regaining his composure. Ming Kai, Curly, and Yuzi erupted into laughter, prompting Xiaoyu to wipe his mouth and exclaim, "That was incredibly spicy. I truly cannot handle this dish. Another bite might just finish me off. Is there anything here that isn't spicy?" Ming Kai replied, "Stir-fried cured meat with wild mountain peppers is probably the least spicy option." Xiaoyu repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, No, I truly cannot handle this spiciness. I shall see if there is anything mild available." With that, he rose and made his way to the freezer by the door. Before departing, he lightly nudged Li Haoyu with his toe. The ingredients within the freezer appeared perfectly normal. Yet upon inquiring with a nearby staff member, Xiaoyu was informed that all these items must be prepared with chili peppers. In Hunan, it is said that no dish can be made without the accompaniment of chili. As Xiaoyu nodded while glancing towards Ming Kai, he noticed Li Haoyu rushing over, covering his mouth. "Damn, I thought you didn't grasp my meaning," Xiaoyu whispered. Li Haoyu furrowed his brow and replied, "Of course, I understand. But I need to find an excuse. I can't help it. I also had a bite of that wild mountain pepper stir-fried with preserved meat, and it was unbearably spicy. Let's set that aside for now. I feel that there's something rather odd about our team. I sense it too, to be honest. I can endure the living and dining conditions, but it seems that someone in the team dislikes me. Don't jump to conclusions just yet. Let's focus on performing well in tonight's match first. Regardless of the team's dynamics, we must establish our footing." Xiaoyu circled around the freezer twice, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he walked towards the store entrance. Li Haoyu immediately followed, and Xiaoyu continued, having traveled such a long distance. We can't just finish a match and find ourselves relegated to the bench as substitutes. Li Haoyu replied, I am quite familiar with the LGD team. In fact, I played for LGD before coming here. However, let's discuss that later. What I want to emphasize is that if we play well, defeating LGD is certainly within our reach. Xiaoyu nodded and addressed the owner at the entrance of the examination venue, inquiring, Excuse me, have your grilled sausages been spiced with chili? The owner replied, No. These are just ordinary grilled sausages, devoid of any chili. Li Haoyu then pushed Xiaoyu aside, saying, In that case, please give me 10 grilled sausages. This meal is on me. Once we reach the internet CAF, depending on the circumstances, I might treat you to some instant noodles. This meal was originally intended to welcome both Xiaoyu and Li Haoyu, yet ultimately, neither of them took another bite of the abundant dishes laid out before them, resorting only to the grilled sausages to satiate their hunger. After their meal, the group proceeded to the Yuan Internet Club next to the restaurant. At this time, it was the peak hour for internet usage. However, Ming Kai and the others had already reserved 5 machines within the CAF, designated for the team mesh training. The machines were arranged not in a straight line, but rather in a configuration of 2 on one side and 3 on the other, facing each other. Ming Kai pointed to the 2 machines and said, Yuzi and Shika, please step down and sit together. Xiaoyu, you will be playing as the jungler tonight. Are you ready? Absolutely, Xiaoyu affirmed. Xiaoyu nodded. His greatest proficiency lay in the mid lane, followed by marksman and top lane roles. He was not particularly skilled in jungle or support, yet he refrained from elaborating further. Meanwhile, Yuzu quietly muttered, There is no need for the duo in the bottom lane to sit together. The match against LGD was conducted on the domestic server, with Ming Kai providing Xiaoyu and Li Haoyu with the accounts of Wazikang and Pashio. Once logged in, Ming Kai swiftly sent a game invitation, which Xiaoyu accepted, entering a custom room for a 5 versus 5 match. On the opposing side, the 5 members of LGD were already poised and ready for battle. Hey, why does your team always arrive late? As Xiaoyu settled down and donned his headphones, a message arrived from the individual identified as iiMedia. This iiMedia was previously with we but was subsequently dismissed. He has only recently joined LGD. Just as Xiaoyu began to speak, Ming Kai enthusiastically began to provide an introduction. Li Haoyu also chimed in, stating, He replaced me in my position. He only joined after I departed from LGD. So he must have just arrived not long ago. By the way, are you familiar with these members of LGD? Have you played with them before? Xiaoyu reminisced briefly about the experiences of that fateful day at TGA, recalling his interactions with the LGD members. However, upon awakening, his mind was clouded and muddled. He barely recognized the individuals from LGD, let alone their prowess in the game. Yet, he remembered someone mentioning iiMedia, who was dismissed from we not solely due to his lack of skill, but primarily because of his questionable character, having exploited WE's reputation for his own gain. Nonetheless, this was not the time to dwell on such matters, so he shook his head and said, I know nothing about them. Please enlighten me. Ming Kai then began to introduce the players to Xiaoyu. The support is iiMedia, and I want to waste time on him. Their ADC is Jizai, who is quite skilled with Ezreal. The jungler is a core player known as Yuing Shinzong, although most are accustomed to calling him Wuming. The mid laner is Shatuya, whose real name is Zhang Wei, and he excels with Karthus. Finally, the top laner is Sinu, who prefers unconventional champions like Nidalee. Wan Mao, still unfamiliar with Xiaoyu, expressed his lack of confidence, saying, This is our first match. There's no need to be overly anxious. Wuming's jungle skills are formidable. So just stay steady. As long as we prevent him from getting comfortable, we still have a chance to win. Ming Kai clapped his hands and rallied the team. Let us go, brothers. If we win this match, the 1,000 yuan prize for the week is ours. We can change our sleeping arrangements tomorrow and perhaps buy a new fan. Everyone joined in the encouragement as Ming Kai typed go in the chat box. And their opponents immediately responded with start. The game commenced. Although the scale of this competition was modest, the weekly champions would secure a prize of 1,000 yuan. Even for a well-established club like LGD, this constituted a substantial sum, which is why everyone took the match seriously. However, prior to entering the game, the team had not thoroughly discussed strategies or bans. They approached it as if it were a ranked match, simply grouping together as acquaintances and opting to adapt as the game unfolded. Xiaoyu initially intended to engage everyone in a discussion regarding tactics and team composition. However, as a newcomer, he felt somewhat unfamiliar with the group. His youthful visage might have led his teammates to underestimate him, even if they did not vocalize their doubts. This was particularly evident with Yuzu, who seemed decidedly unfriendly towards both him and Li Haoyu, displaying an unreserved disdain for the latter. After careful consideration, Xiaoyu resolved to remain silent, opting instead to showcase his capabilities through his performance in the game, believing that actions would speak more powerfully than words. One advantage of ranked matches is the swift pace of the draft phase. Within 5 minutes, team compositions are finalized. The match unfolds as follows: Red Team Dream versus Blue Team LGD top lane, Olaf Curly Hair versus Vladimir Senu jungle, Jarvan 4 Xiaoyu versus Nocturne Moon Shadow mid lane, Rise Ming Kai versus Little Mage, Little Rabbit Teeth AD carry, Ezreal Yuzu versus Graves in control support, Janna versus Lulu iiMedia upon entering the game. Ming Kai immediately signaled towards the LGD red buff location, suggesting they engage in a level 1 skirmish. He decided not to learn a skill initially, planning to acquire E upon encountering an enemy, confident that they could not possibly lose. Xiaoyu typically does not engage in jungle play very often, however. He instinctively sought the jungle knife as he set out. After searching for a while, he suddenly recalled the peculiar inconsistency in his memory. This game does not feature any such jungle knife. In a rush, he equipped himself with a pair of shoes and 3 health potions, falling slightly behind. His opponent, Yuzu, seated across from him, appeared rather displeased. Is the jungler really this slow to acquire equipment? Xiaoyu felt a twinge of displeasure. This fellow was quite the pressure cooker. However, he could only apologize, claiming he was merely becoming acquainted with the keyboard and mouse. Yuzu chose not to press the matter further, and the group plunged into the opposing jungle. After a circuitous exploration without encountering anyone, they realized their movements may have been detected by the enemy's vision, compelling them to retreat to their own jungle. At 1 minute and 40 seconds, the 3 wolves respawned first. Xiaoyu, having learned E at level 1, proceeded alone to engage the 3 wolves. Their health was low, and with the assistance of the Princess E skill, the Dalmatian standard, enhancing his attack speed, Xiaoyu swiftly dispatched the 3 wolves. He then arrived at the blue buff area, noting the time was precisely 1 minute and 51 seconds, with the blue buff set to respawn in 4 seconds. At this juncture, Zika assisted Xiaoyu in taking the blue buff, while Ming Kai's Little Mage tossed AQ over the wall before returning to the mid lane. Meanwhile, the AD champion returned home early, taking advantage of the gold earned per second after minions spawned, purchasing a health potion, and thus not losing any minion experience upon returning to lane. This strategy epitomized the standard opening routine of the current version, which Xiaoyu had grown quite accustomed to. Yet, in those initial days, he had struggled with such a start. He was entirely unaware that the F4 and 3 wolves would respawn 15 seconds earlier than the red and blue buffs. Nor did he know that the AD could return home to wait for a potion, all while maintaining experience. In those days, if there was no intention of engaging in a level 1 team fight, he would head straight to lane, neglecting to assist the jungler with skills, which earned him no small amount of ire from the jungler. As an AD, he also failed to return home to wait for potions after departing, leaving the support often perplexed by his decisions. Presently, his opening routine showed no flaws. However, upon re-entering the game, Yuzi suddenly remarked, "Isn't it customary for the prince to learn Q at level 1? Why choose E?" At that moment, Xiaoyu felt a surge of irritation. He was not one to tolerate such condescension easily. Yuzi had maintained a sour demeanor since their initial meeting and continued to nitpick this and that. Initially, as a newcomer, Xiaoyu had given him the benefit of the doubt, but it seemed Yuzi was becoming increasingly presumptuous, testing his patience. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Li Haoyu interjected, stating, "The prince's E provides attack speed and resistance. Learning E for jungle clearing is undoubtedly superior to Q." With that, he winked at Xiaoyu through the computer gap, clearly signaling him to remain composed. Ming Kai, sensing the tension, hastily attempted to defuse the situation, exclaiming, "Oh, come now. It's just a jungle monster. What's the big deal about the skill choice?" Xiaoyu struggled to suppress his anger, yet his mind was still brimming with retorts. As he contemplated his words, an uncontrollable surge of absurdity overtook him, and he began to babble nonsensically. "Brother Yuzi, can a level 4 Pantheon defeat a level 6 Kha'Zix?" "Huh? What level 4 Pantheon and level 6 Kha'Zix? There are neither Pantheon nor Kha'Zix in this match." Yuzi felt a bit bewildered. He initially thought Xiaoyu was making an incomprehensible joke at his expense. However, it wasn't just Yuzi who was perplexed. Everyone else was equally baffled. While they all recognized Pantheon, the mention of Kha'Zix left them questioning the existence of such a champion. Xiaoyu realized he was rambling and quickly shifted the topic. Let us slightly adjust the minion wave in the mid lane. I can initiate a gank. Ming-Kai then refocused on the game, shaking his head. It's not possible. They have vision in the river. The mid lane had placed wards in the river near their jungle to prevent a level 2 gank, which demonstrates fundamental awareness. At this moment, after finishing the blue buff, Xiaoyu had successfully reached level 2. With a level 2 Jarvan 4 paired with a level 2 Orianna, he could indeed pose a threat to the opposing Ryze. However, the issue was that as soon as Xiaoyu approached the river's entrance, he would be spotted by the enemy vision. No worries, I can circumvent. Huh, what do you mean by circumvent? Ming-Kai failed to grasp Xiaoyu's intention, and the others similarly diverted their attention from the level 4 Pantheon and level 6 Kha'Zix to Xiaoyu's claim of being able to circumvent. Several players either glanced at the minimap or shifted their perspective to observe Xiaoyu. They witnessed Xiaoyu, after finishing the blue buff, maneuvering along the wall into the river. Yet, he did not head directly towards the mid lane. Instead, he made a straight line into the dragon pit, executing an EQ combo to leap over the wall and arrive behind the enemy's red buff. Wow! Ming-Kai, Curly, Sika, and even Yuzu were taken aback, recognizing instantly that Xiaoyu's route was indeed clever. The champion Nocturne possesses formidable gank and support capabilities, but this relies heavily on having his ultimate. Prior to reaching level 6, Nocturne lacks significant ganking power. Furthermore, among the 3 lanes of the enemy team, only the mid lane Ryze had crowd control, which could slightly synergize with Nocturne early on. The top and bottom lanes lacked any control, making it impossible to coordinate with Nocturne. Thus, it was certain that the enemy's early strategy would focus on stabilizing their lanes, waiting for Nocturne to reach level 6 before initiating any momentum. In light of this strategic arrangement, LGD's early vision placement would naturally be defensive. As the blue side, the typical defensive vision points in the lower jungle would generally include 2 locations: the river bush in the bottom lane and the river bush in the mid lane, possibly adding a 3rd point at the bush behind the red side's blue buff. With vision set up in any 2 of these locations, the possibility of Jarvan 4 ganking the mid lane at level 2 would be effectively thwarted. Yet, Xiaoyu chose an unconventional gank route. Turtle, if you go this way, won't the enemy's vision spot you? Sika exclaimed, astonished and curious, quickly signaling the positions of the 3 defensive wards in the lower jungle. If he were to pose this question to the LGD players, they would undoubtedly respond to Sika with the same answer: we cannot see him. At this moment, while Sika was still in search of answers, Ming-Kai had already begun to consciously control the minion wave. Xiaoyu gradually approached the junction of the opposing F4 and the river entrance, biding his time as he awaited the cooldown of his abilities. Meanwhile, Ming-Kai had successfully reached level 2. The enemy Ryze remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, continuing to push the minion wave with fervor. I can perceive the dread within you. Suddenly, the diminutive Yordle mage leaped forward, brandishing his staff, and with a flick of his wrist, his E-skill, Distortion, erected a twisted barrier around the bald-headed mage, Ryze. As the true protagonist of the Valoran continent, Ryze, also bearing the title of mage, would hardly regard such trifling antics with any seriousness. With rapid clicks of his mouse, Ryze began to demonstrate his agility at the center of the Yordle mage's E-skill, deftly maneuvering to evade the mage's Q while simultaneously last-hitting minions. However, out of nowhere, an enemy Jarvan 4 surged forth from his jungle. Oh no, this is bad. In an instant, Xiaoyu's heart raced, while Ming-Kai seized the opportunity to unleash AQ, Dark Ritual, dealing damage as he advanced forward to apply further auto-attacks. Steady now, I will be there shortly. Unmaimed, ever vigilant of the battlefield, recognized the danger in mid-lane and promptly abandoned his half-finished 3 wolves to provide assistance. Xiaotuya glanced at Unmaimed's position, mentally calculating how much longer the Yordle mage's E-skill would remain available and how to navigate the precarious situation at hand. Should he use his flash immediately? Or should he endure until Unmaimed arrived? No, it seemed unlikely he could withstand until then. Yet using flash now posed its own risks. If he used it now, what would he do if Jarvan returned? The combination of the Yordle mage and Jarvan did not require level 6 to execute a gank. And if he used flash now, he would be left vulnerable under the tower until his next flash was ready. Lost in thought, Xiaotuya suddenly realized he had been overthinking. Given his position, once Jarvan flanked him, he would have no choice but to use flash. Otherwise, it would be his life on the line. The dilemma was that this flash could not be used carelessly. It would be best to wait until Jarvan initiated before using it to dodge damage and control. Otherwise, if he used flash only to be caught in Jarvan's follow-up assault, he would be forced to return to base. Yet, how could Xiaoyu not see through Xiaotuya's inner turmoil? As Xiaotuya found himself paralyzed by his chaotic thoughts, Xiaoyu deliberately refrained from using his skills, approaching him step by step with a calm resolve. When Jarvan's first attack, imbued with passive aggression, landed squarely on Rise's face, Unmaimed could no longer restrain himself and shouted at Xiaotuya, "Use your flash, use your flash. I'll take care of it." Dejected, Xiaotuya reluctantly activated his flash. Just as Xiaoyu's Jarvan executed a seamless EQ combo that lifted him into the air, deftly sidestepping his Q before retaliating with 2 punishing strikes. After delivering the blows, he did not linger, turning away to retreat toward the upper jungle. Xiaotuya, gazing at his dwindling health bar, barely above 100 points, could only painfully press the B key to return to base. If you can just hold the minion wave for a moment, it's as if you've taken him down once, Xiaoyu remarked to Ming Kai. Ming Kai, with a smile, replied, "We didn't even use any skills. Yet we traded his flash and sent him packing, all while denying him a substantial wave of minions. It feels like we've achieved more than just a single kill." Xiaoyu nodded, acknowledging that his current game had reached its conclusion. He refrained from using his flash, confident that he could continue to pursue his opponent unless they remained cowardly beneath the turret. Remarkably, less than 3 minutes had transpired since the game commenced, and Xiaoyu had already garnered immense respect from his teammates. Particularly impressive was his maneuvering around the vision, which transcended mere brilliance. It was akin to a masterclass in gameplay. Meanwhile, Hanazawa Kana and Pishu, spectating from a distance, wore expressions as sour as that of a rabbit forced to retreat. Had they not discussed the importance of playing cautiously at the outset? The champion Xiaoyu had chosen was not particularly adept at early game aggression, whereas the prince could initiate a gank at level 2. Although Xiaoyu had not met his demise, Wuming could tell from the mid-lane minion wave that disaster had struck. Losing nearly 2 waves of minions at the start meant he would be under constant pressure throughout the landing phase. Moreover, the opposing prince and the little mage had yet to expend any summoner spells, indicating they would likely return to ambush Rise shortly. Just then, Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. "The prince just emerged from our jungle." He felt compelled to defend himself. After all, in his extensive time playing League of Legends, he had never encountered such a scenario. Wuming was taken aback but, upon reflection, found himself puzzled. It was implausible. He had initiated his jungle route with red buff, and the prince had started in the lower jungle, possessing a blue buff. How could he have possibly come from their jungle? They had even placed wards along the river. "I promise I'm not lying," Xiaoyu insisted, urgently pinning several signals at the position near the F4 and the river's mouth. "He came from here." All right. We'll analyze how he infiltrated our jungle after this match. For now, focus on stabilizing the mid lane," Wuming urged, keen to calm his teammates' frazzled nerves. However, he had become wary of Xiaoyu's prince. They were familiar adversaries, yet it appeared that the opposing jungler had never utilized the prince before. Had they perhaps changed players? Considering this, Wuming cautioned his teammates, "Everyone, let us play carefully in our lanes. That prince seems rather unusual." "No worries. We'll carry from the bot lane," the AD called out confidently. "The enemy bot lane seems increasingly incompetent. There appears to be a lack of communication between them, making it easy for us to dominate." At that moment, the bot lane had just engaged in a skirmish. UZS Ezreal and Zika S Janna had evidently failed to coordinate effectively. When Ezreal initiated, Janna's Eye of the Storm was still on cooldown. Without Janna's shield, Ezreal found himself severely wounded and had no choice but to play defensively beneath the turret. "What do you mean by that? I charged in for the fight, and you didn't provide me with a shield," Yuzi complained, consuming health potions while his mouse clicked furiously on the desk. Even from 2 computers away, Xiaoyu could sense the intensity of his frustration. "I had just used my E. Where was I supposed to get a shield for you?" Zika retorted, her own frustration boiling over. "And couldn't you have at least informed me before you engaged? Was that even necessary? Lulu was practically in my face, and you just stood behind me. When I went in, you didn't cast any skills. What was the difference between that and a 1 versus 2? I already mentioned that I didn't have my E available at that moment. How could I shield you? Then take a lesson from Lulu and engage the enemy AD. Don't make me face 2 opponents alone. If it's a 2-on-1, why did you still choose to engage?" Ezreal's playstyle is primarily about poking in the early game. Why would you rush in against the enemy's burst damage with Lulu? That's tantamount to handing them the victory. I would not have died if you had provided me with a shield or knocked the enemy back. I truly don't understand why you, as a support, can't simply stand behind me and cast your abilities without being so timid. Xiaoyu had just finished collecting the red buff, and was planning to seek opportunities in the top lane when, unexpectedly, a quarrel erupted in the bottom lane. The nature of their dispute seemed to escalate from the game itself to personal attacks against one another. Xiaoyu glanced at Ming Kai, who had just been beaming with joy over Xiaoyu's gank, but now his expression had darkened. Sensing Xiaoyu's gaze upon him, Ming Kai, aware of his role as captain, felt compelled to speak up. Hey, what's going on in the bottom lane? The game has only just begun. So let's keep it together and focus. Wanma chimed in as well, saying, you two are essentially playing together for the first time. It's crucial to find your rhythm and be more accommodating towards one another. Xiaoyu felt compelled to contribute and said, don't rush. I will descend shortly to assist you in catching some. It was only then that Shika and Yuzi ceased their quarrel. However, while the argument had abated, an awkward atmosphere began to envelop the two. They had transitioned from one extreme to another, halting all communication. In a competitive match, if the duo in the bottom lane fails to communicate entirely, it would be better for them to exchange a few words of contention instead. Xiaoyu felt somewhat speechless. He had flown all the way from Beijing for the sake of the competition. Upon arrival, he found the living conditions subpar and the food unpalatable. The so-called competition organized by the team merely involved 5 individuals seated in an internet CAF, each operating a machine, creating a custom room on the domestic server. Although it was labeled a competition, it was primarily a guise for earning 1,000 yuan in prize money, resembling a form of covert boosting. Despite all this, Xiaoyu endured. His first match, with eyes wide open, was the unveiling of the TGA finals against Wei, which was the most prestigious tournament in the country over the past 6 months. Transitioning from the TGA to playing in an internet CAF inevitably created a sense of disparity. Even though it was uncomfortable, Xiaoyu resolved to adjust his mindset, striving to remain unaffected by feelings of disappointment. However, upon joining the team, he was met with disdainful glances from his teammates, who appeared to harbor personal grievances during the match. This behavior was intolerable for Xiaoyu. He firmly believed that as professional players, winning should be the singular objective once the game commenced, and everything else should take a back seat. A professional player must prioritize victory above all else.